Chapter 2565. The gap after the examination, Lin Motion was fairly certain Mother Zhang didn't have tuberculosis. More likely it was a common respiratory infection, streptococcus, mycoplasma, something of that nature. Such infections weren't unusual among middle-aged and elderly patients, though hers had lingered too long and grown quite serious. Proper antibiotic treatment would see her recover quickly. Under ancient medical conditions, however, one careless moment and she might well have departed for the Western paradise. "Admit her as an inpatient," Lin Motion said, signing the approval on her medical record. Since Mother Zhang was self-paying, hospital policy required payment before admission. Zhang Jiayu obviously couldn't produce the sum, so Lin Motion had to make a special exception: admission on credit. "You'll need to settle this bill eventually. Otherwise Deng Bajun will see it and start arguing with me again." "Wait, he's here too." "What do you mean too?" Lin Motion gave a wry smile. "Ever since the plague ended, Section Chief Deng has been stationed permanently at Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital, rolling out every medical service imaginable. Damn, the place is minting money by the bushel every day." Zhang Ziao offered a few dry laughs. Though Deng Bajun's primary goal in running Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital was to generate revenue for the health sector, the chemical enterprises benefited handsomely as well. The pharmaceutical factory had become one of the highest margin operations among the Planning Commission's state-owned enterprises. Were it not for the massive investment required by incomplete upstream industries, with some raw materials still prohibitively expensive, they could have dropped the one of qualifier entirely. That evening, Zhang Ziao hosted his dinner party in the upscale restaurant atop the Great World Guest House. The chefs here had all transferred from the Consulate Hotel and received training from Liu Xiang himself, which made the cuisine particularly suited to elders' tastes. For any elder visiting Guangzhou, this was a mandatory dining destination. The guests were fellow elders from Guangzhou's health sector: Lin Motion, Fu Qilyang, and Deng Bajun from Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital, along with the visiting Zheng Mingjiang. Naturally, it was splendid to have someone else picking up the bill. After 3 rounds of drinks, the group spent a while critiquing the dishes before inevitably drifting back to work, 3 sentences without straying from their profession. "Dr. Lin, I reviewed some medical records and prescriptions this afternoon, and something puzzled me." Zheng Mingjiang set down her sparkling water. "Why are you all so stingy with medications?" "It feels like excessive economy. The Senate may be poor, but not that poor. I noticed you're reluctant to use even sulfonamides and oxytetracycline, let alone penicillin and streptomycin. Even accounting for drug resistance concerns, there's no need to be this miserly." Lin Motion heaved a long sigh. "You're in Lingao. You don't know how hard it is out here. As the old saying goes, with grain in the barn, there's no panic in the heart. Now go look at our pharmacy. Many drugs don't even have 24 hours of basic reserves, and we're constantly running out every few days. How can I not use them sparingly?" He smiled ruefully. "The moment I get back to my desk at end of shift, I get a headache. Every day there are notes from elders requesting this medicine or that. Yes, looking 45 degrees up at the sky won't help. I'm talking about exactly your type." Lin Motion jabbed a finger at Zhang Ziao. "With these note requests, you people play the heroes while we play the villains. Meanwhile outside, how many patients who have paid and queued are waiting for medication and getting delayed?" Zhang Ziao could only plaster on a smile and pour him more wine. "So now I'm telling the doctors to use antibiotics cautiously, especially penicillin and streptomycin. These run out every few days. I'm terrified we'll encounter a patient with a severe infection and have nothing to treat them with. Right now, even oxytetracycline isn't available." Lin Motion poured himself another glass and continued venting. "Earlier, Liu San saved a man named Yu Qing. He was a promising prospect for medical training. He'd been on the front lines during the plague, helping with epidemic prevention. We planned to focus on cultivating him after everything settled down." A shadow passed over his face. "Unfortunately, he got infected on the front lines, couldn't save him. You know, if I'd had just one box of streptomycin, I could have saved his life. Even tetracycline or oxytetracycline would have worked, but I didn't have a single box. All I had on hand was sulfonamide. Zhang Ziao found this strange. Before the plague, I was running small-scale research trials on streptomycin. Previously, due to the Planning Commission's annual plan, we'd been pushing the penicillin project. After the plague hit, we urgently switched to tetracycline and streptomycin. Still, oxytetracycline went into production long ago. Surely there couldn't have been none at all. Lin Motion considered this. Could it have been allocated to the frontline troops? War burns through money and materials. I was doing battlefield medical work at the front, Fu Qilyang explained. With the lines under pressure, it was probably all going to the Bobo army. The Senate has always been short of everything, Lin Motion said. Whatever we do, we're stretched thin, always scraping things together. And didn't you say streptomycin capacity was just a fraction of a ton? Now, my dear Director Lin, let me break down our inventory for you. When it came to pharmaceutical capacity, Zhang Ziao didn't just know the details, he knew them inside out. After our factory went into production, sulfadiazine annual capacity hit 20 tons. I designed that line myself. Add in various other sulfonamide varieties, and 30 tons a year is no problem. Streptomycin is a bit less, but still 500 or 600 kilograms annually. Tetracycline is essentially an upgraded oxytetracycline production line. By changing the additives in the fermentation process, you can also get chlortetracycline. Since oxytetracycline and chlortetracycline both serve human and veterinary medicine, production volumes are massive. Only the penicillin project gave way to streptomycin, but it was in production before I left. Outputting a ton a year is no problem. He ticked them off on his fingers. The 4 major varieties used most after the People's Republic was founded, oxy, tetra, penny, strep. I've assembled them all for you. Though raw material and equipment issues have caused production to fluctuate, never able to run at stable full capacity, even at our worst we maintained 50%. That shouldn't have left you this strapped. Deng Bajun shot Zhang Ziao an admiring look, his mental abacus clicking away. Sulfonamides can basically be used freely. Once the 4 major antibiotics scale up, Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital will be a beacon of humanity. All that gleaming white silver. Your capacity hasn't come up yet, Lin Motion said. Fu Qilyang nodded in agreement. And anyway, a few hundred kilograms here, a ton or two there, feels like it's not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth. A fraction of a ton is actually quite significant, Zhang Mingjiang reminded them. 100,000 units of penicillin is only 0.6 grams, and streptomycin is just 1 gram. Let me put this in perspective, Zhang Ziao said. In 1943, the Americans had only about a ton of annual penicillin capacity, and that was enough for the entire Far East Allied forces. Compared to the scale of WWII's Far Eastern Theater, the Bobo Army is practically a shrimp. Don't carry over your old timeline habit of casually using millions or tens of millions of units per dose. During WWII, 100,000 units per injection was considered a lot. What we're commonly producing now is 10,000 unit doses. He went on to lay out the accounting. The factory's drug output operated on 2 price tiers. First was the internal transfer price, set by the Planning Commission and allocated to hospitals, clinics, and other institutions under the health sector, mainly supplying publicly funded medical care for naturalized citizen workers, military personnel, and their families. Second was the commercial wholesale price, purchased by the state pharmaceutical company as sole distributor, then wholesaled out. Customers here were mainly large private pharmacies like Runchi Hall and Chen Liji. Additionally, public medical institutions like Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital also purchased some drugs through this channel for self-paying outpatient services. Currently, about 1/3 of the factory's capacity goes through internal transfer, and 2/3 through commercial wholesale. I don't know your hospital's specific purchase volume, but in absolute numbers it's definitely not small. You're ranked second on the pharmaceutical company's customer sales list, and fifth on our factory's transfer channel ranking, behind only Joint Logistics, Land Reclamation, Nanyang Company, and Lingao General Hospital. There's a problem here, Zhang Mingjiang concluded. Everyone's gaze immediately fell on Deng Bajan. Seeing the suspicious looks, Deng Bajan quickly defended himself. What are you looking at me for? All drug movements are recorded. How much comes in through which channel, how much goes out, every step has receipts and documentation. One audit will reveal everything. I also feel the problem probably isn't on our end, Lin Motion said. Drug receipts are reported to me daily, along with settlement documents. Though I don't examine everyone, I do regular spot checks, and I trust old Deng. After all, Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital was originally. He paused. Anyway, I think the problem probably lies elsewhere. With Lin Motion backing him, no one could probe further in that direction. Now that you mention it, something comes to mind. Fu Qilyang leaned forward. A while back, there was something on the market called Lushi powder, supposedly the ancestral secret formula of some mountain hermit. Claimed to treat all kinds of redness, swelling, heat, and pain, sword wounds, even another plague. It would cure it right up. I originally dismissed it as quackery, but I heard the effects were actually quite good. It's rare for a traditional Chinese medicine preparation to effectively fight infection. I thought about getting a sample to test the ingredients but got too busy and let it drop. He frowned. Now that I think about it, this might not be so simple. There's more, Zhang Ziao added. Zhang Jiayu bought 2 oxytetracycline tablets from some traveling doctor for the exorbitant price of 1 tael of silver. Zhang Mingjiang pulled out her little notebook and jotted this down. I'll look into it when I have time. Since I've stumbled onto this, there's no reason to leave empty-handed. Director Zhang, you have my full support. Zhang Ziao thought of his previously embezzled prize and grew so incensed his Sichuan dialect came out. Investigate thoroughly. These bastards need a beating. Do you all remember 2 years ago when the State Council organized that video editing competition among elders? I originally didn't have time for it, but when every other department was participating enthusiastically, I figured someone from the medical sector should represent us. So I edited a short film for the health sector called the Senate's Medical Enterprise. I remember, Deng Bajan said. It even won second prize. You're the pride of our health sector. What health sector pride? I really did get cleared out. Zhang Ziao exclaimed, full of grievances. End of chapter. Chapter 2566, Lushi powder. I ended up waiting an entire year and the prizes never came. I had people inquire a few times in between. They kept saying distribution hadn't started yet. I was too busy to follow up, and only before taking this post did I learn the organizers had already contacted all the winners and distributed everything. The problem is, nobody ever contacted me. Zhang Ziao laughed bitterly as he recounted the story. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. The group had already sensed something amiss. As Marx observed, when profits reach 300%, men will trample on every human law, to say nothing of drugs where margins could multiply 10 or 100-fold. Should we notify Cheka? Isn't auditing their domain? Lin Motion raised the key question. Come to think of it, hasn't Cheka discovered any problems before now? Perhaps Cheka isn't familiar with the pharmaceutical sector, Fu Qilyang suggested. They might not understand drugs. All right, enough of these killjoy matters. Tonight we discuss only romance, not politics. Come bottoms up. This is serious business, Deng Bajan declared with exaggerated gravity. We must get to the bottom of this, so many drugs. Though he appeared righteous, Lin Motion knew he was actually mourning all the pharmaceuticals that had been skimmed off. How much more money could have been made? Despite their differing motives, Lin Motion shared the sentiment. If all this medicine could reach the hospital, it could save countless additional lives. The leaked drugs might still treat illnesses elsewhere, but without proper diagnosis and treatment protocols used casually as miracle medicine, they sometimes wouldn't save people, they might even harm them. I agree we should investigate thoroughly. Drugs aren't ordinary commodities. Misuse can cost lives. Zhang Mingjiang pulled out her little notebook and jotted this down. All right, I'll investigate. I'm just sitting idle anyway. Do you have the authority to investigate cases? Lin Motion asked. Since drugs are involved, let's tentatively classify it as a counterfeit drug case. Our health department does have police. You know, sanitary police operate under our professional guidance. As a health sector elder, there's no problem with me leading this investigation. A gentleman's son doesn't sit beneath crumbling eaves, Zhang Ziao cautioned. You're a dignified elder personally taking charge of a counterfeit drug case. Please be careful. Just have Cheka or the police handle this. Isn't it excessive for you to go personally? On the contrary, this matter probably implicates quite a few places. As the aggrieved party, our health sector should send someone to demonstrate we take it seriously, Zhang Mingjiang replied. If we crack this case, it'll truly be manna from heaven. Deng Bajin gestured excitedly. Our hospital will be able to save so many more patients. Heh heh. Since we're apparently not short on drugs, I'll try to apply for an emergency shipment. Lin Motion's emotions were difficult to describe. Speaking of which, a couple days ago Du Yibin sent over a note saying Zhang Jiayu's mother was sick. He'd come to Du for help and wanted me to take a look. I originally said I'd get to it after clearing my plate, but got busy and completely forgot. I never expected the man would go directly to County Magistrate Zhang. Zhang Mingjiang nodded. Right. Go ahead and make an emergency request to Lingao. Order a batch under the special use designation. Then have Lingao's pharmaceutical company send us the logistics node information separately. That way we can identify which link has problems and investigate every naturalized citizen who had access, one by one. The antibiotic situation was a black box. They knew that Lingao Pharmaceutical Factory's antibiotics were continuously flowing in, yet the output was completely mismatched. As for what mechanism was operating inside, they could only speculate. Zhang Mingjiang decided to start with the Lushi powder appearing on the market. After all, she was just sitting idle in Guangzhou anyway. She didn't go undercover herself, however. This wasn't from unwillingness to get into the field, but because she felt going personally risked tipping off their targets. That day, the shop assistant had immediately recognized her as an elder, even without knowing exactly who. As a female elder especially, she might stand out too much in Guangzhou, so she dispatched her guard and life secretary to investigate instead. After reminding Jingshan to be careful when going out, Zhang Mingjiang settled onto the sofa with tea and newspapers. Today's Yangcheng Express devoted considerable space to introducing the new Nanhai district head Zhang Ziao, praising this medicine master to the skies, light of the Senate, savior of countless lives, kind and charitable, caring for the elderly and the poor, loving the people like his own children, and so on. Flattery, after all, was free. Heh! If I didn't know you, I might have believed it. After finishing the Yangcheng Express, Zhang Mingjiang carefully reviewed materials about conditions around Guangzhou, particularly the traditional herbal medicine markets. The antibiotics certainly came from the Senate, but exactly which link had problems, where they'd been stockpiled after leaking, how they were fenced, how they circulated on the black market, all this remained completely unclear. Perhaps the center was in Guangzhou, perhaps not, but either way it would be connected to the herbal medicine trade. Zhang Mingjiang's knowledge of traditional medicine markets remained stuck in the old timeline's framework. The four major markets of Baju in Anhui, Yuzhou in Henan, Hehua Pond in Chengdu, and Anguo in Hebei. She vaguely recalled Guangzhou having a Qingping market, but that was from the 1970s and 80s. Not even a shadow of it existed in this timeline. Traditional Chinese medicine was normally Liu San's domain. She had no intention of encroaching on his territory, so she hadn't paid much attention to this area. Currently, the nearby medicine markets appeared to be twofold. One was in Fashion, where Runchi Hall, which had close ties to the Senate, maintained a branch. Fashion, one of the realm's famous towns, drew merchants from all directions, and unlike Guangzhou proper wasn't directly under the Senate's watchful eye. Perhaps distribution occurred there as well. The other was Luofu Mountain in Huizhou. Luofu Mountain's Dongshan medicine market had been established during the Song dynasty and was once the largest medicine market in Lingnan. At its peak, the market stretched for miles, with medicine merchants from Lingnan and even Southeast Asia all congregating there. In the other timeline, the Luofu Mountain area preserved some market functions with several pharmaceutical companies like Luofu Mountain National Medicine and Xianfeng Pharmaceuticals, but overall it had declined considerably, leaving Zhang Mingjiang unfamiliar with its current state. Moreover, though Huizhou fell within the Bobo army's military reach, it hadn't been deeply administered. Zhang Mingjiang doubted it served as the distribution hub for black market antibiotics. After all, the place barely had any naturalized citizen cadres. Combined with the greater distance, it certainly wasn't as reliable as Foshan from a safety standpoint. She decided that if she were to venture out investigating, Foshan would be the safer choice. Such large quantities of antibiotics would certainly circulate to surrounding areas, unlikely to accumulate solely in Guangzhou. First, Guangzhou might not absorb it all. Second, spreading supplies out could artificially create scarcity and drive up black market prices. Though she'd come to relax, the Guangzhou municipal government still sent her internal reference materials. Jingshan had neatly stacked the document boxes on the desk before leaving. Zhang Mingjiang casually picked one up and exclaimed, "This expensive." According to the External Intelligence Bureau's report, so-called miracle drugs had appeared in Hankou, Nanjing, and even Beijing. Like the Lushi powder circulating around Guangzhou, they claimed to treat all manner of redness, swelling, heat, pain, and epidemic diseases, with the highest priced selling for up to 50 taels of silver per box. Didn't expect the black market circulation to spread so fast, Zhang Mingjiang grumbled to herself. Or rather, the case had been going on long enough to reach these major cities. 50 taels of silver was a considerable sum even for ordinary naturalized citizen cadres, enough to pay her secretary 20 months' wages, for example. These people were making quite a fortune. Would be nice to fleece them a bit. After Jingshan wandered around Guangzhou for several days, she purchased various miracle drugs from small pharmacies and traveling doctors at the steep price of 1 tael of silver per packet. Among them was the so-called Lushi powder. Really expensive, Jingshan complained while organizing the samples she'd acquired. Just the goods on this table would be enough to buy me. Jinghan told me that back in Shandong the prices were even lower. You could buy 3 or 4 girls for this much, all going cheap to these drug dealers. All right. You have to spend money to catch a wolf. Investigation requires expenses. Zhang Mingjiang took out a microscope and adjusted it. I'll take you out to play in a couple days. While peering through the eyepiece, she flipped through the abridged edition of Traditional Chinese Medicine Identification Studies approved by Truth Publishing House. This was her blind spot. Through the eyepiece she observed rows of relatively wide cork layer cells on the cortex, individual and clustered stone cells, bundled paracyclic fibers and vascular bundles. Typical Coptes, certainly. Besides that, there was a relatively pure powder dyed yellow, obviously the crystalline product of Lingao industry. Unfortunately, chemical analysis couldn't be performed in Guangzhou, so the exact components remained undetermined for now. Zhang Mingjiang sequentially observed and identified the dozen-plus packets of miracle drugs Jingshan had purchased. She found that the additives besides Coptes also included other traditional medicine ingredients, varying by packaging and brand. But regardless of what packaging, brand, or name was used, all contained some form of chemically synthesized powder. As she had expected, these people had apparently mixed antibiotics with powdered traditional Chinese medicines to create so-called miracle drugs, selling them at high prices for enormous profits. This scheme could be considered the ancestor of counterfeit drug manufacturing in the old timeline. She found Lin Motion and had him bring over an experienced pharmacist from Runchi Hall's Guangzhou branch to identify the traditional medicine ingredients in the various Lushi powder samples by smell. After the old pharmacist's careful identification, these miracle drugs proved to contain anywhere from 1 to 5 or 6 traditional medicine ingredients. Besides coptes, there were tian qi, ox gallstone, snake gallbladder, and similar substances. Though Zheng Mingjiang didn't understand traditional Chinese pharmacology, she roughly knew these drugs all served to clear heat and detoxify, disperse blood stasis and stop bleeding, reduce swelling and relieve pain in traditional practice, each possessing some anti-infection capability. Mixed together, they could indeed produce tangible effects. It wasn't completely fake. End of chapter. Chapter 2567. Examination classmates several varieties of the powder, though identical in appearance, revealed their true nature under the microscope, mere mineral dust. These were complete counterfeits, containing not a trace of antibiotic. From the varying formulations, she deduced that these batches of Lushi powder likely originated from different drug merchants, though their antibiotic raw materials probably shared a common supply channel. After all, only the Senate could manufacture such substances, yet neither Jingshan nor the guards have been able to trace the source of these so-called miracle drugs. The criminal gang in Guangzhou is more cautious than I'd hoped. A bad feeling settled in Zheng Mingjiang's gut. By rights, her investigation could end here. She could compile her findings into a report and hand everything over to Mu Min. A drug leakage case of this magnitude would certainly command the national police's full attention, but Zheng Mingjiang wasn't ready to let go. As the saying went, different trades were separated by mountains. Though the national police technically included sanitary officers, they primarily handled epidemic prevention and hygiene inspections. Pharmaceuticals lay outside their expertise. Turning the case over to them risked missing crucial leads. Yet investigating personally carried its own dangers. As a female elder, she stood out far too much. Even dressed in hanfu, her identity would be exposed the moment she spoke. After much deliberation, she decided to first visit Fashion. The minor elders interning there had made it a priority governance zone with comprehensive safeguards in place. "Get some rest," she told her companions. "Pack your things. We might as well enjoy ourselves a bit while we're at it." "Where are we going?" "Fashion first," Zheng Mingjiang said. Before departing, she called on Liu Xiang bearing an official document with Shi Niaoran's signature and the Health Ministry seal. She expressed the ministry's concern for health and sanitation affairs in Guangdong, particularly hospital operations, and their desire to provide further guidance on medical matters. To that end, they intended to inspect medical records, prescriptions, pharmacy ledgers, and related accounts throughout the region, especially in Guangzhou's special municipality. She hoped the mayor would lend his support. "Grand Prefect, I've just returned from the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital. Our young doctors desperately need guidance from the Senate. Otherwise, when our generation grows old, who will treat us? If that hospital represents Guangdong's finest, imagine how much more the regional clinics need the Senate's attention." With Liu Xiang's backing secured, Zheng Mingjiang visited Elder Hong Huangnan at Joint Logistics, emphasizing the health ministry's unwavering duty to ensure proper treatment and care for the Bobo Army and National Army at field hospitals. She obtained his support as well. "When I set out, I truly only meant to teach the children how to write medical records," she sighed. She hadn't anticipated using official documents this way and wasn't entirely certain it was proper. Before leaving, she gave final instructions to the secretary remaining behind. "Little Guo, you've arrived at an opportune moment. Stay on top of collecting prescription ledgers from the various locations. If you don't push them, they'll delay endlessly until the matter dies. When the documents arrive, organize and register everything properly. The rest can wait until I return from Fashion." "Yes, Chief." Little Guo held up a telegraph notepad. "A telegram just arrived from Lingao. The medicines you requested have shipped, and a pharmaceutical company representative is accompanying them. You said this was urgent, so I came immediately. Good. Zhang Mingjiang felt her characteristic indecisiveness flare up. Should she proceed as planned, pretending nothing was amiss, letting the naturalized citizens receive and transfer the goods normally, watching the drugs vanish into the void before attempting to trace them back to their source? Or should she risk alerting her quarry? After 3 seconds of hesitation, she decided not to overthink it. Trust the instincts. If he arrives before I return, meet him at the dock. Instruct him to follow procedures strictly and wait for me to hand off the goods personally. Regional Deputy Commander, Intelligence from Police Section 9. The Political Security Bureau investigator placed a document on Yang Cao's desk. Yang Cao had been studying the portraits pinned to the wooden blackboard and the dense web of colored cotton threads connecting them. Only at the staffer's voice did she stir from her contemplation. She picked up the file, flipped through it quickly, and said, "Salmon went to the academy, and the big-head carp from Dragon Mountain has surfaced for air. That confirms another sleeper. They also caught a minnow. Good work. With Elder Lee's organized materials, these stupid fish are far simpler than the old loach." After reading, she pinned another small paper slip onto the network, marking a new target, and connected it to existing portraits with red thread. For internal convenience and to reduce information leakage, political security had assigned code names to their targets. Chen Zizhuang was salmon, Chen Bangyan bighead carp, Quanglu minnow, and Liang Kunhu the slippery old loach. Salmon has arranged to meet Old Turtle and Liu Dalin at Dongao Villa, the investigator reported. Should we conduct surveillance? Liu Dalin is chief counselor of the Senate's Consultative Assembly. Political vetting grade 2C reliable. Yang Cao flicked ash into the tray. With manpower stretched thin, no need to watch these fish this time. Tell the undercover line to stay careful. Understood. She took a final drag and crushed the cigarette in the glass ashtray, then added several paragraphs of explanation to a pre-drafted document. Handing it to the investigator, she said, "Deliver this personally to Elder Zhang Zhao in Nanhai County." To avoid repeating the Parasol Project debacle, the Internal Security Conference Affairs Bureau now required all enforcement organizations to share intelligence with county government heads under Guangzhou Municipality's jurisdiction, a necessary response to an increasingly complex situation. After attending the Senate-organized official activities, Liu Dalin left his son at Guangzhou National Model School to wander and gain experience, then accepted Chen household servant's invitation to travel by sedan to the eastern suburbs. This area near the hills had remained largely countryside during the Ming Dynasty, open land with scattered residents. Unlike the Qing Dynasty, when wealthy families favored the western suburbs, the Ming-era eastern outskirts hosted many villas belonging to prominent local gentry, including several historically famous figures. Among these estates stood Dongao Villa, a garden that Chen Zizhuang and his cousin Chen Zilu had developed on existing foundations in the 4th year of Changzhen. The surrounding lands belonged to the Chen clan. In the old timeline, Dongao Avenue had taken its name from this very place. The villa's style closely followed the Jiangnan tradition of capturing nature in miniature. Verdant bamboo lined the path to the gate, which bore the inscription, "As though appointed." Chen Zizhuang waited there to welcome them. Liu Dalin, whose legs troubled him, was helped by 2 servants into the wheelchair they had brought, and Chen Zizhuang himself pushed him through the garden. Inside, halls of painted beams and carved rafters rose beside Huanqing Lake. Bamboo bordered the paths while artificial mountains stood like folding screens. The waters bore the name Vegetable Leaf Lake, so called for the vegetable leaves that supposedly drifted down from Luofu Mountain. Legend claimed the lake stretched dozens of li across. Shuxiao Tower rose from its center, ringed by lotus and willow, with 3 white stone peaks standing several zhang tall before it. Banyan embankments and bamboo groves wound along the shore, small channels threading beneath bridges in patterns that seemed to connect and break apart. Beyond Yiking Hall, Strange rocks rose and fell along the entire path, interspersed with sheep-resting knolls and caverns among flowers and trees. The flowers were planted by variety, distinguished by 5 colors. Pavilions scattered through the groves took their names from surrounding blooms, their vessels, tables, and window lattices shaped to match. From the terrace, the Pearl River curved before and White Cloud Mountain embraced behind. The waters of Pujian and Wangxi streams flowed in winding intersections, all crossed by Jade Belt Bridge. Dense pine forests stretched toward Red Hill Mountain. Sweet osmanthus and trailing vines wound endlessly, leaving visitors circling in pleasant confusion. To the east stood Jinsu Pavilion, its gate framed by osmanthus. A small hill rose beside it, crowned by a terrace called Moon Bath. Stone steps descended to Crane Bath Pool, where a flower islet sat surrounded by lotus, its bamboo fence and thatched cottage enclosed on all sides. Chen Zizhuang had named it Green Cloud Heap, though the lotus leaves had yet to sprout this season. Beyond lay a great expanse of rice paddies. To the south were Plum Island, Crane Path Pavilion, and a small hill called Yuan Land for viewing the scenery. From its summit, one could gaze at distant waters and the railway tracks extending from Guangzhou's Great World. West of the garden was Huixin Pavilion, named for Tao Yunaming's poem. The good sprouts also embraced the new. Behind it, a goldfish pond called Playing Scales held fish of many colors. Before the pavilion, vegetable plots crisscrossed in patterns refreshing to the spirit. A lychee grove grew beside the plots, with the Jade Belt River winding past. Under a great banyan by the water, one could sit and fish in quiet contemplation. Colorful 4-leaf boats moored beside the fishing rock, drifting upon them through mountain and water gave visitors a sense of transcending the mundane world. A tower rose further west beside the water, facing Shuxiao Tower in distant dialogue across the lake. From its height one could see Kaijing Hall to the south and Changchun Nunnery to the north. The entire estate covered at least several hundred mu. Mingliang, do you remember when we placed on the golden roll together? Chen Zizhuang pushed the wheelchair, his voice warm with reminiscence. You and I, freed from examination pressures, toward the capital's majesty in grand ceremonial robes, unburdened by documents. We spread the banquet table and played high mountains and flowing water together, toasting one another. How exhilarating that was! Who would have thought our parting in the capital would already be 18 years past? Time truly flies like an arrow. The garden's scenery had become footnotes to their shared history. 18 years indeed, Liu Dalin sighed. Jiujiang, you look more haggard than I imagined. The bureaucratic sees age a man quickly. I lack the fortune to enjoy your life as an idle cloud and wild crane, Mingliang. If illness hadn't prevented you from taking office back then, you'd probably be more haggard than I am by now. I thought these sick old bones should have been buried long ago. Liu Dalin shook his head in wonder. Who would have known that through chance encounters I'd actually grow more spirited with each passing year? Fate toys with us. Fate truly toys with us. End of chapter. Chapter 2568. Garden tour. The two examination classmates walked side by side, chatting without pause, their manner so warm and familiar that any onlooker might have mistaken them for old friends reunited after years apart. In truth, Liu Dalin and Chen Zizhuang were barely acquainted. They could hardly be called close. But they shared the most powerful bond in Ming Dynasty society. They were examination classmates. For Ming scholars, the imperial examinations determined everything. Before earning the Jinchi degree and securing an official post, a man could do little but study the 4 books and his chosen classic, endlessly refining his 8-legged essays. Only after passing the Jinchi examination could he behold the grandeur of the capital, tour the realm's famous sites, and forge the relationships that truly mattered: classmates, teacher-student bonds, superior and subordinate ties, making acquaintances among the realm's outstanding talents. The examinations were brutal. Most licentiates studied until their hair turned white without ever becoming provincial graduates. But those who crossed that threshold had defied fate and changed destiny, stepping into the ranks of the gentry. If they then passed the metropolitan examination and earned the jinchi degree, they became people of the clouds. This was why Ming scholars treated the examinations as their lifeline. Most came from common families and lacked powerful patrons when entering officialdom, so they had no choice but to rely on the bonds forged in examination halls, the teacher-student relationships with examiners, the brotherhood with fellow jinchi, to weave their webs of mutual interest. Successful candidates honored their examiners as seat teachers, calling themselves disciples, for a teacher for a day is a father for life. All who passed together became examination classmates, 10,000 Li subjects under one heaven, brothers of one hall from the same hometown. Complete strangers, once linked by this bond, became brothers who would share fortune and misfortune alike. If fellow townsmen happened to pass in the same year, the connection grew more ironclad still. For scholars with political ambitions, such relationships served as both emotional bonds and political capital. Men cultivated them as carefully as family ties, often forming political factions around these alliances. The networks could burden as well as benefit, but on balance, the rewards outweighed the costs. Even officials defeated in court struggles could retire to their hometowns and rely on classmate networks in both the capital and provinces to continue living as gentry grandees. When no conflicts of interest intervened, examination classmates gladly socialized. The primary means of strengthening these bonds was holding gatherings, a tradition said to date from the Eastern Han Dynasty. In the Ming, the liveliest gatherings were always the first ones, when newly minted jinchi were still concentrated in the capital. At the close of each gathering, to maintain connections, the participants would compile a roster ordered by age called the classmate register. Since the jinchi compiled it themselves, it was also called the private register, as distinct from the official public register that ranked candidates by examination performance. Because jinchi positions changed frequently, these registers would necessarily be reprinted every few years to record actual appointments and shared memories. By the lakeside pavilion, a banquet stood ready. Handsome page boys and pretty maidservants waited in attendance. Chen Zilu, as host, welcomed each guest as they arrived. Apart from him, everyone present was an examination classmate from Chen Zizhuang's cohort. The 47th year of Wanli had produced a distinguished class. Historically famous figures, Chen Zizhuang, He Wuzhu, Yuan Changhuan, Ma Shiying, and Sun Chuanting, had all earned their jinchi degrees that year. Among them, Chen Zizhuang, He Wuzhu, Yuan Changhuan, Liu Dailin, Yao Dian, Zhao Zunru, Zhu Zuocheng, Huang Yingxiu, and Guan Ji were all Lingnan scholars. Chen Zizhuang and He Wuzhu had been neighbors since childhood. Huang Yingxiu and Chen Zizhuang's cousin Zhu Shilian had founded a poetry society at Jiujiang's Zhengju Temple. Yao Dian and Zhu Zuocheng hailed from the same Dongguan hometown as Yuan Changhuan. These men had all maintained close ties over the years. Only Liu Dailin, from remote Hainan Island and prevented by his condition from taking office, had gradually drifted from their circles despite occasional correspondence. Everyone watched Liu Dailin approach from afar. He wore a reformed hanfu in the cotton style, held an exquisite long tobacco pipe, and his complexion glowed with health. Clearly the Australians had been taking good care of him. They all came forward to welcome him. He Wuzhu called out, "Mingliang, haven't seen you in years. You look better than ever. Brother Longyu, brother Haosheng, brother Shengjin, brother Shunhu, you're all well." After over a decade bedridden with paralysis, this was Liu Dailin's first time seeing so many classmates at once. Emotion stirred in his heart, and he trembled as he tried to rise from his seat. Though they had all passed the same examination, He Wuzhu, Zhao Zunru, and Yao Dian were about 12 years older than Chen Zizhuang and Liu Dailin, white-templed elders now in their 50s and 60s. He Wuzhu had been dismissed from office due to factional conflict with Wen Taiern. Zhao Zunru had long since taken leave to nurse his health at home. Yao Dian had retired in the 7th year of Tianqi. Later, upon hearing that Yuan Changhuan had been cruelly executed despite his innocence, he was so deeply shaken that he secluded himself in the countryside and ignored worldly affairs ever since. Seeing Liu Dalin still struggling to stand, he Wuzhu strode forward and helped support him alongside Chen Zizhuang. He laughed warmly. Who would have thought that after galloping through the examination halls together in our youth, we'd end up as old men leaning on each other for support? Ha ha ha. As the saying goes, it takes 100 lifetimes of cultivation to share a single boat crossing, an immense fate indeed. And since Brother Shunhu has prepared such colorful boats for us, ha ha. Love only, rest upon, fish length, playing in azure, floating home, even the boat names are elegant. Today we must produce works for the ages. Since ancient times, when literati gathered, they did nothing but compose verse, drink wine, play music, and discourse on current affairs. Under clear skies, after a round of pleasantries, everyone boarded small boats to tour Vegetable Leaf Lake. Blue waves rippled across the water. The garden was fragrant with birdsong and flowers. Buddhist chanting drifted slowly from Changchun Nunnery, and one could not help but feel as if entering a painting. A contemporary poem captured the scene. A garden built to rival Pinglai's realm, cassia and pepper planted in their turn. By midnight swordlight, dragons reunite. For days discussing literature, guests return. On lofty branches in warm spring, orioles sing clever. From miasma seas, calm winds let mirages appear. No need for astrologers to read the virtue stars. Our colorful brushes already shine far and near. After boating to their heart's content, everyone ascended Shuxiao Tower at the lake's center. Chen Zilu had arranged brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone there so guests could compose calligraphy and leave behind treasured works. Seeing everyone in high spirits, Chen Zizhuang judged the moment ripe. He turned to Liu Dalin. Mingliang, it's been so long since we've enjoyed such carefree poetry and song. Today has been truly exhilarating. It's just a pity. Liu Dalin noticed he had left his sentence unfinished, as if something remained unsaid. Jiujiang speaks but stops. Is there something difficult to say? It's a pity we haven't heard the music of heavenly instruments, Chen Zizhuang said with evident regret. How is that difficult? Jiujiang, you're accomplished in all 4 arts: qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If you'd be willing to play a tune, we couldn't ask for more, Liu Dalin said. I know of 2 famous qins in the city, Chen Zizhuang replied. One is called Green Silk Terrace, made in the early Tang Dynasty and once the personal instrument of our dynasty's Emperor Wuzong. The other is called South Wind, a former possession of Song Emperor Lizong. If these 2 qins could be played today, it would be worthy of our gathering. Oh. Yao Dian asked teasingly. Does Qiutao mean he must have these famous qins before he'll perform? No, no, Chen Zizhuang said. These 2 qins belong to a young friend of mine. On ordinary days I could borrow them easily, but their owner is currently imprisoned and I find myself anxious and unsettled. Now Liu Dalin understood. After all this circling, there was apparently a favor to be asked. May I ask your young friend's name and what crime he committed? Quang Lu, styled Zhanruo, Chen Zizhuang said. He studied under Master Hanshin from childhood. His elder cousin followed Supervisor Yuan and died on the Liaodong battlefield, a family of loyalty and righteousness. Zhanruo once offended Huang Ziyan, the former Nanhai County magistrate, and fled far from home for many years, only recently returning. A few days ago at Nanhai Academy, he happened to encounter Huang Ziyan. When Huang Ziyan insulted his cousin's memory, Zhanruo beat him in a fit of rage. The Australian police detained him for it. I see. Jiujiang, don't worry. What your young friend did is not a serious crime. There shouldn't be any major problems. Liu Dalin had spent many years in Lingao and understood the Senate's legal system fairly well. Since Huang Ziyan held no official position and wasn't a cadre, under Senate law, beating someone without causing serious injury would only result in some public order punishment, detention for a few days and a fine. Nothing more. Mingliang, there's something you don't know, Chen Zizhuang said. Zhan Ruo and Huang Ziyan already had a grudge between them. Though Huang Ziyan isn't an Australian official now, I've heard he voluntarily went over to them and became a counselor to the Nanhai County Magistrate. The new county magistrate Zhang is a true Australian. Huang Ziyan sees him daily. I worry Huang Ziyan will use his personal grudge to seek revenge, and my young friend may meet with misfortune. Liu Dalin pondered for a moment. Are there other complications? Chen Zizhuang hesitated slightly. Mingliang is perceptive, nothing escapes you. There is another matter. That day, Zhan Ruo also wrote a sentimental poem on the outer wall of Zungsin Pavilion. The language was not entirely appropriate for the times. Now Liu Dalin felt less certain. Though the Senate in Qiangzhou had never conducted literary inquisitions or similar nonsense, and had never bothered disputing classics with Ming scholars, after taking control of Guangzhou, they had indeed made examples of quite a few gentry. The reasons were legitimate enough: tax evasion, kidnapping and mutilating people for profit, things the Australians absolutely would not tolerate. As for seditious poetry, if they wanted an excuse to punish troublesome former dynasty remnants, it would not be impossible. Ultimately, everything depended on the political situation within the Senate. But to ease Chen Zizhuang's mind, Liu Dalin still offered reassurance. Jiujiang, don't worry. Based on my understanding of the Senate, they've always governed by law. They wouldn't punish someone merely for speech. Then I must trouble you, Mingliang. Chen Zizhuang clasped his hands. Jiujiang speaks too formally. I'll certainly do my best, Liu Dalin said. He suddenly recalled what Zhang Ziyo had told him aboard the Nemesis Bane and felt it necessary to offer a word of advice. I have something to say, though I'm not sure whether I should speak it. Everyone exchanged glances. It was he Wuzhu, smooth as ever, who spoke up. We're all brothers of hometown and school. Whatever Mingliang has to say is surely for our benefit. Speak freely. Liu Dalin said. All present have received generations of favor from the former dynasty. That my elder brother's heart still turned toward the great Ming is only proper, and none can find fault with it. But in my humble opinion, the great Ming is now like the sun setting in the west. Its mandate is exhausted. Though my elder brothers are mindful of the former dynasty's grace and unwilling to serve the Senate, I only hope you will not become their enemies. This would be a blessing for the people, a fortune for all living things. End of chapter. Chapter 2569, Heated Debate Part 1. Zhao Zunru let out a sigh. Mingliang, your clan has received Ming stipends for generations and basked in imperial favor. Why degrade yourself to serve bandits? It was an impolite remark, though none present took offense. Liu Dalin had already declared his position. There was no need for their side to hide behind pretenses either. Liu Dalin's expression remained unchanged. Since the first emperor unified the realm, the Western Han endured for 210 years, the Eastern Han for 196, the two Jin a mere 156, the Great Tang only 290, and the Southern and Northern Song together 320. From Taizu's founding until now, the Great Ming has lasted exactly 270 years. The burdens have accumulated past the point of return. The dynasty totters in wind and rain. Within, peasant uprisings spring up everywhere. Without, the Tartars pound at the passes. Troops are added daily yet cannot repel the enemy. Taxes increase monthly yet cannot meet national needs. These are the signs of a dynasty's end. He paused to let the words settle. In this chaotic age, the Senate rules Qiang and Yue with ambitions for all under heaven, seeking to rescue the people from fire and flood, spreading grace in every direction. Though I was a Ming minister, I was never minister to one family alone. I was minister to all under heaven. I am willing to speak for the common people. Though I sink to hell, I shall have no regrets. Yao Dian stroked his white goatee, his voice slightly hoarse. Even if you are full of learning, Mingliang, the Australians only gave you the title of Chief Consultative Counselor. Your orders never leave the Consultative Bureau. You aren't even equal to some yellow-haired child from fake Kun. How can you accomplish great deeds to save the common people? truly casting pearls before swine. Liu Dalin laughed helplessly. Full of learning, that's just us bragging about ourselves. Who knew there's always a higher sky, always greater people? When the Senate first arrived, I too saw them as nothing more than giant pirates from overseas, using profit to entice ruffians, imitating the Portuguese occupation of Macau. He shook his head at the memory. Qiangya sits at the ends of the earth, the furthest reaches of our realm, culture not flourishing, products not abundant, bandits rampant. The county schools few mu of thin farmland couldn't even support a handful of students. Successive county magistrates, though aspiring to improve, found themselves trapped and helpless, ultimately accomplishing nothing. But after the holy ship descended, in just a few years, the bandits of Qiangju were swept away completely. The people prospered and taxes were sufficient. Moliaxuan rang with voices reciting lessons, and the remote backwater of Lingao became an earthly paradise. Such world-overturning achievements, what virtue or ability do I possess to claim even an inch of credit? It was all accomplished by the chiefs leading a group of young people. As he spoke, Liu Dalin unconsciously pulled a round metal object from his robe. He had developed the habit of checking the time while in Lingao. With a press of a button, the glass-inlaid metal lid flipped open to reveal moving hands, a mechanical self-winding pocket watch, only half a palm in size. Everyone was familiar with Western clocks and Australian clocks, but what they usually saw were enormous standing clocks. To compress such a device into so tiny a case, what divine craftsmanship! This item must certainly have been a gift from the true Australians. Their treatment of Liu Dalin was generous indeed. Though they had all heard through various channels of the Australians' miracles in Lingao, hearing it from the mouth of a classmate and friend who had served the Baldies for many years struck these old fellows in their 50s and 60s with altogether different force. It seems Ming Liang intends to be a lobbyist for the Australians, Chen Zilu observed. Liu Dalin tucked the pocket watch back into his robe. The word lobbyist doesn't quite apply. It's simply that the people under heaven are suffering and someone can do good things for them, so I wish to contribute a small effort. The people's peace and contentment, that is the great way of governance. Zhao Zunru sighed with admiration. Ming Liang's heart is truly magnanimous, willing to serve as a supporting role for the people's welfare. What can these sick old bones of mine accomplish? This world belongs to the young. Liu Dalin waved his hand. An Australian sage once said, "The world is yours and also ours, but in the final analysis it is yours. You young people are full of vigor and vitality like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. Hope is placed on you." He nodded. Rough words but true reason. When Aoyang Ziu met Su Dongpo, he too said, "Reading Sushi's works I cannot help but sweat with excitement. How exhilarating! This old man should step aside and let him lead the way." "I've heard that Australian schools don't teach poetry and classics," Yao Dian said. "They prioritize literacy alone, merely elementary education. How can they accomplish what we scholars cannot?" Before Liu Dalin could speak, Chen Zizhuang interjected. "Brother Shengjin has truly been away from worldly affairs for too long. The Australians came from Australia, calling themselves descendants of the Song who preceded us. Though dwelling in remote wilds, they haven't forgotten their roots and also have poetry, classics, and histories. Their system of learning begins with literacy, then arithmetic. This forms the foundation of Australian secret arts. When students grow older, they're taught specialized subjects called physics, chemistry, engineering, and agricultural technology. The classics of masters and histories become separate subjects, only briefly surveyed. After graduation, students become farmers, workers, or soldiers, each placed accordingly. Before being employed as cadres, they must receive instruction from true Australians. This is called training. Only through such orderly systems and strict regulations can they be directed as easily as one's own arm. Liu Dalin was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Chen Zizhuang's understanding of the Senate to run so deep. Jisheng's words are quite accurate. The difference between our dynasty's official system and Ming's is that officials and clerks are unified. As the saying goes, fierce generals emerge from the ranks, high ministers rise from the counties. All officials start as junior clerks. Since ancient times, imperial power hasn't extended below the county level. Floating officials govern a region for only a few years, while grassroots affairs fall entirely under local clerks' control. With no hope of advancement and no imperial salary, clerks exploit their positions for private gain, becoming local tyrants and bringing disaster to their districts. The Ming chaos owes something to the clerks as well. Once officials and clerks are unified and clerks can become officials, those with future prospects will naturally restrain themselves. Chen Zizhuang remained unmoved by this reasoning. In my view, the Australians' method of selecting talent contains nothing particularly brilliant. It's merely the National Academy selection system, an established method our dynasty already possesses. He glanced at Yao Dian and Zhao Zunru before continuing. Brother Shengjin once served as director of the Personnel Ministry's Document Selection Office, handling examinations and selections of civil officials by rank, listing, testing, screening, promotion, and transfer. Brother Haosheng also came from the Personnel Ministry. You must know the evolution of our dynasty's official selection process. Yao Dian nodded, stroking his beard. Indeed, Jisheng's observation is astute. When our dynasty's Taizu founded the nation, he established the National Academy to gather talents from throughout the realm. Academy students were divided into official students, meritorious nobility, and commoner students. Official students and meritorious nobility were sons of imperial and high official families. Commoner students were metropolitan examination failures who entered the academy, or tribute scholars sent up from local government schools. Student qualifications, residence requirements, daily schedules, and practical training systems all had detailed regulations. The National Academy employed specialized instructors to manage and supervise student studies and daily lives. Students needed special imperial permission for leave or withdrawal. He warmed to the subject. The academy was divided into 6 halls in 3 tiers. Beginning students who had mastered the 4 books but not the classics resided in the Zhengyi, Changzhai, and Guang'ai halls. After 18 months of study, those whose writing was clear and fluent advanced to the Ziyudao and Chengxin halls. Another 18 months later, those who had thoroughly mastered the classics and histories with excellent composition advanced to Xuexing Hall. Upon reaching Xuexing, they accumulated points. The method worked thus. In the first month of each quarter, 1 essay on one's classic was tested. In the second month, 1 discourse plus 1 edict, proclamation, or memorial. In the third month, 1 essay on classics and history plus 2 legal judgments. For each test, those whose reasoning and composition both excelled received 1 point. Those strong in reasoning but weak in composition received half a point. Those with errors received none. Students accumulating 8 points in a year graduated and received appointment. Those falling short continued studying in residence. Correct, Zhao Zunru continued. Mathematics, astronomy, hydraulics, and other specialized subjects were all taught at the National Academy. I believe the practical training system was indeed a practical method. After completing their studies, Academy students were assigned to various government offices for hands-on experience in political affairs. After 1 or 2 years of practical training and satisfactory performance evaluations, they were sent to the Personnel Ministry to await appointment. This system was strictly enforced during the Hongwu and Yongle reigns and selected many talents for the court. After Xuan, as the imperial examinations flourished, the National Academy's selection system gradually fell into disuse. Yet officials in specialized positions, particularly low-ranking ones in the Ministry of Works and Ministry of Revenue, still must be academy graduates handling practical affairs, precisely because Jinchi officials are unfamiliar with technical matters. Knowing good methods exist yet failing to use them, Liu Dalan said. "This is the path to defeat." Yao Dian shook his head. "Currently, Academy students' quality is notoriously low. This is common knowledge. Moreover, the Academy teaches so many specialized subjects that students cannot fully grasp Confucius's subtle teachings. How can they be appointed to high office?" Liu Dalan smiled calmly. "Subtle teachings, can they be eaten? Can they repel enemies? The current Holy Son of Heaven is diligent and intelligent," Chen Zizhuang said. "He's merely been deceived by treacherous ministers. If he can steel his resolve and reform to become strong, the great Ming still has hope for restoration." Clearly, having once received the gift of shad fish from the Changzhen Emperor and nearly entered the Grand Secretariat, he still held high hopes for the throne. "I fear this is wishful thinking, Jiujiang," Liu Dalan replied. "The root cause of the National Academy's decline, was it in the Xuan or Chenghua reigns? No. It was planted in the 26th year of Hongwu, when Emperor Taizu established the evaluation method for educational officials, using examination pass rates rather than annual tributes to assess instructors. Thus, instructors were bound to send their best students to examinations to meet evaluation targets, and government school education pivoted toward examination preparation. During the Jingtai and Chenghua eras, the court was short of funds and opened a path of purchased enrollment. Confucian scholars who contributed a set quota of grain and horses could enter the academy. Purchased students only wanted to use the academy as a stepping stone to officialdom. How could student quality be guaranteed? A short-sighted bad policy that lingered for 200 years. He continued, his voice taking on an edge. By the 29th year of Hongwu, the 6 hall students could no longer be distinguished by level. The advancement point system became mere formality, and students simply waited their turn for practical training. The practical training system Brother Haosheng mentioned, without point-based evaluation, had long become a matter of seniority. Most academy students were provincial or metropolitan examination failures. After years of going through the motions, wasting time, aging and exhausted, how could they outperform Jinshi upon taking office? When evaluating officials for promotion, how could they surpass Jinshi? The academy's accumulated burdens became insurmountable. By the Jingtai era, Ma Sheng and other non-Jinshi officials were expelled from the Hanlin Academy and assigned provincial posts in Yunnan and Fujian. From then on, custom dictated that non-Jinshi couldn't enter the Hanlin, non-Hanlin couldn't enter the Grand Secretariat, and high positions in the northern and southern ministries and court agencies required Jinshi qualifications. He swept his gaze across the room. "All of you are Jinshi. Tell me, are you willing to let academy students enter the Hanlin alongside you?" When push came to shove, buttocks determined brains. No one stood up to say, "I'm willing," with a straight face. Seeing the atmosphere turn uncomfortable, he Wazhu smoothed things over with a laugh. "I thought we were all half in the grave, but it seems our blood still runs hot like young men's. Apparently we're all hale and hearty in old age." He grinned. "Since we still have fire in our bellies, why don't we have Ming Liang tell us about the Australian military system? Our knowledge is limited to rumors. Anyone claiming to truly understand Australian affairs can't match Ming Liang." End of chapter. Chapter 2570, Heated Debate, Part 2. Liu Dalan lifted his teacup, using the lid to push aside the floating leaves. He took a slow sip to moisten his throat and settle his emotions before speaking. Everyone assumes the Bobo army is invincible because of their powerful firearms, cannons that can devastate everything within dozens of li. But this is seeing only the leaves while missing the forest entirely. Does Ming Liang have a different view? "I do," Liu Dalan said, his mind drifting back to that afternoon many years ago when the Australians held their first public funeral. Wu Ye, the county vice-magistrate, had donned commoner clothes and a plain cap to blend in with the onlookers and observe. When he returned, he described the scene so vividly that Liu Dalan could still picture every detail. No theater troops gongs and drums, no Taoist priests performing grand rituals, no women wailing in grief. Instead, honor guard soldiers marched in precise formation, rifles shouldered in perfect ranks. When the bugle fell silent, two drummers stepped forward, their military drums beating out a slow, measured cadence. Behind them came two black horses of a breed Wu had never seen, tall and magnificent, pulling a black four-wheeled artillery carriage at a solemn walk. Upon it rested an unadorned wooden coffin. The horses' hooves struck the flagstones in time with the drumbeat. Everything was unprecedented. Nothing could have expressed mourning and grief more powerfully. The atmosphere was so intense that Wu could barely breathe. At a sharp command, 7 soldiers raised their rifles in unison and fired into the air, 3 volleys in succession. The crisp gunshots echoed off the hillside and faded into silence. In that stillness, the mournful bugle sounded again, its 24 notes playing slowly. Everyone present was moved to tears. As earth covered the coffin, Elder Wen Daisy himself read the eulogy. Even now, recounting this story, Liu Dalin felt moved. Who would have imagined such an elaborate funeral was held for an unknown common soldier? It was really just for a dead soldier. His classmates voiced their disbelief in unison. None of them had heard this story from any Australia expert, and it seemed scarcely credible. I later sent someone to verify it. The name carved on the gravestone was Li Shisen, Liu Dalin confirmed. Buying a horse's bones for 1,000 gold pieces to win hearts, someone sneered. I don't believe every baldy soldier who dies in battle receives such a funeral. If you mean an identical ceremony, then no, Liu Dalin admitted. But when military personnel are buried, there are always complete rites. 4 times a year, soldiers and students sweep the graves and lay flowers. Year after year, season after season. Let me ask you, in our dynasty, setting aside common soldiers, even those who rise to the rank of general or commander, does the court show such respect after their deaths? Silence fell over the room. The court held military men in low regard. Death in battle meant nothing more than routine condolences. Posthumous honors were threadbare at best. As for annual tomb sweeping, that depended entirely on family and friends. Support in life, burial in death. Then soldiers will fight. This is the natural order of things, Liu Dalin said. In my view, the most ingenious feature of the Australian military system is the Soldiers' Committee. Soldiers' Committee. Everyone struggled to keep pace with the new terms constantly flowing from Liu Dalin's mouth. He explained, the system established by the Senate is founded on equality for all. The Bobo Army has soldiers' committees at every level, composed of men elected by the soldiers themselves. For all matters concerning soldiers' interests, clothing, food, housing, transportation, these committees hold supervisory and investigative authority. If a commanding officer embezzles funds, violates soldiers' rights, or abuses his men, the Soldiers' Committee can appeal to higher-ranking officers or even military headquarters. Once verified, the officer faces severe punishment. Following late Ming custom, most scholar officials had studied military texts. Whether Sun Wu, Bai Qi, Han Xin, or Wei Qing, Huo Kuobang, Jiujiang, throughout history, commanders who wielded troops like divine instruments enforced discipline like immovable mountains and would behead offenders to establish authority. Generals who shared hardships with common soldiers were rare indeed. As for subordinates challenging superiors, that was outrageous rebellion. The saying went, when commoners sue officials, even the innocent are guilty. Zhao Zunru couldn't contain his doubt. What Mingliang describes is truly unimaginable. If soldiers routinely lodge complaints, officers lose all authority. How can military orders be enforced? How can enemies be defeated in battle? But Huazhu interjected, Brother Haosheng is mistaken. Mingliang's point is that when deploying troops and charging into battle, soldiers must still obey officers' orders. Anyone who violates battle orders or cowers before the enemy cannot escape military law. Liu Dalin nodded. The 2 Guangs are frontier regions of vital importance, yet military administration has fallen into decay. The ranks are depleted, Guangzhou especially so. But this isn't unique to Guangzhou. the entire realm suffers the same rot. Why? Military farming colonies were originally an excellent ancient method of both cultivating and defending. Yet colony commanders in the capital and provinces care only about enriching themselves. Some seize monthly wages. Some press soldiers into private labor and commerce. Some use levies to deduct stipends. Some reduce cloth rations on pretexts of drills and supplies. Soldiers wear rags, eat gruel, have no medicine when sick, no coffins when dead. They swallow their resentment in silence with nowhere to appeal. The colony lands in Kaiju were famously fertile, yet most were secretly occupied by garrison officers or seized by powerful households. Colony supervisors extorted tribute money from soldiers and engaged in open corruption. How could soldiers not go hungry? Since the Zheng reign, military ranks have become degraded and despised by society. Capital officials in ministries and censors, provincial military supervisors and military civil governors, all heap pressure upon them. The Five Armies Command Office has become a useless appendage, its officers treated like errand boys. When Li Sunchen entered the Hanlin, he immediately changed to civilian registration and avoided any mention of his military household origins. Brother Longyu knows my words are true. In truth, when Zhu Yuanzhang established the military household system, he hadn't intended to treat military households as a degraded class like the later Jin and southern and northern dynasties had. Military households, beyond the burden of military service and garrison administration, were no different from civilian households. There was no discriminatory policy. Many Ming officials came from military household backgrounds, most famously Zhang Jiujiang. But over generations of operation, the system had grown heavy with oppression and burdens. Mass desertions and concealment led the court to conscript criminals into the military or force civilian households to register. Gradually, military households' social standing plummeted. Civilians refused to marry them or associate with them. Though nominally commoners, they were often treated as little better than the baseborn. He Wuju's expression shifted at these words. Li Sunchen was his fellow townsman. After becoming Minister of Rites in Nanjing, Li had built walls around the public military household burial ground at Great Army Mountain and decorated the gate with minister's ancestral estate, to distinguish himself from common military households. Only during the Qingming festival through the tomb closing period each year would he open it for other military household surnames to enter and pay respects. This revealed precisely how low military status had sunk. The Li clan couldn't wait to erase any trace of their origins. More critically, He Wuju himself came from military household background. Everyone present understood that Liu Daolin had named Li Sunchen rather than him directly to preserve his classmate's dignity. Indeed so, He Wuju acknowledged, wiping his brow. Liu Daolin continued. In the Bobo army, officers and soldiers are equals. Officers may not humiliate soldiers, otherwise there's the soldiers' committee to file complaints. Military marriages are protected by law. If some rake seduces a soldier's wife, the Senate punishes him severely. Soldiers earn 2 yuan monthly, with wages never passing through officers' hands. Pay is distributed face-to-face with no deductions. Meals are fully supplied by the military. Each year, 2 sets each of summer and winter uniforms are issued. The military employs special army doctors who treat illnesses for free, all possessing remarkable healing abilities. Support in life, care in sickness, burial at Jade Hill when dead. As Sun Tzu wrote, which ruler has the way, which general has ability, who has heaven and earth's favor, whose laws are enforced, whose troops are stronger, whose soldiers are trained, whose rewards and punishments are clear. By these I know who wins and who loses. How could these scholar officials not know that the Ming garrison system had long since collapsed? They had shifted to recruitment, yet enlistment and discharge lacked any mature system. Military social status remained low and soldiers lived by the sword's edge. In Ming armies, wage arrears were common. Soldiers wouldn't fight, desertions were frequent. Some would collect pay from one army then join another to collect again. As the saying went, good iron isn't made into nails, good men don't become soldiers. Respectable families would never send their sons to be common soldiers. Criminals, paupers, rogues, bandits, and drifters enlisting had become the norm. Soldiers and bandits were indistinguishable. Yet Chen Zizhuang had to admit that Ming's circumstances were entirely different from the Baldi's. Even knowing the Australian military system had its merits, there was no way to emulate it. He spoke up. Though the Australians have a ruler, they call him a figurehead. Figurehead means not real. All power rests with the Senate. Is this not simply Cao Cao holding the emperor hostage to command the lords? The Australians' so-called equality for all this is unprecedented upheaval in 3,000 years, no different from the collapse of rights and music during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Can father and son be equal? Filial piety is the root of virtue, the source of all teaching. Our bodies, hair, and skin we receive from our parents. We dare not damage them. This is how filial piety begins. To establish ourselves along the way, make our names known to posterity, and thereby bring glory to our parents. This is how filial piety is completed. Filial piety begins with serving parents, continues with serving the sovereign, and ends with establishing oneself. Of the 3,000 crimes under the 5 punishments, none is greater than unfilial conduct. Those who intimidate their sovereign recognize no superior. Those who disparage sages recognize no law. Those who are unfilial recognize no kin. This is the path to great chaos. Yao Dian agreed with Chen Zizhuang's view. I've heard that the people of Lingao mostly violate human order, knowing no clan relations. When they have resentments they cannot contain, they take up clubs and beat each other at will. Do they distinguish elders from juniors? Those people are ignorant of propriety and righteousness. Though born of the same womb, they feel like strangers from Hu and Yue. Though living under the same roof, they pass like travelers on the road. They calculate the tiniest profit and abandon the deepest affection. Do they know brotherly duty? All this springs from thin customs and corruption of human relations, grave harm to morality. The Australians call themselves Song descendants. Crooked Prime Minister Wang Anqi's reforms loudly proclaimed. Heaven's changes need not be feared, ancestral ways need not be followed, men's talk need not be heeded. The veritable records of Emperor Shenzong assess the new faction as falsely claiming to continue, openly slandering and deceiving, exhausting false praise on Xining reform ministers. Later ages all considered Songs fall the fault of employing petty men. Who are these petty men? Ding Wei, Kai Bian, Zhang Dun, Wang Anqi, and their ilk. Ancestors are the source from which our bodies emerged, established at birth and unchangeable. Honoring ancestors means carefully preserving ancestral teachings, establishing clan leaders, clarifying genealogies. These ensure everyone knows their origins. Setting up clan fields and charity estates gives all widowed, orphaned, poor, and weak clan members something to rely on. This is how to unite the clan. This is a 1,000-year legacy of clan law. Now the Australians practice evil laws, wanting to destroy our clans, scatter our people, transform Xia into Yi. Their hearts deserve death. Though the words rang with grand righteousness, everyone understood the reality clearly. The reason the Australians viewed clans as thorns in their eyes was simple. One shouldn't let others sleep soundly beside one's own bed. The Australians wanted to establish a Qin First Emperor-style system, with laws reaching directly to the grassroots. They couldn't tolerate vast local powers within their domain. Imperial statecraft had always been outwardly Confucian, inwardly legalist. The Australians' actions weren't anything novel to scholars. Yet though Qin ultimately unified the 6 states, it also left the historical lesson of falling after only 2 generations. The Han Dynasty nominally honored Confucianism exclusively, but actually practiced outwardly Confucian, inwardly legalist, essentially a correction of Qin-era politics. End of chapter. Chapter 2571. Divination. Now the Australians were treading the same path as the first emperor. What made them so confident they wouldn't repeat his mistakes? He Wazhu cleared his throat. When you examine it closely, this Baldy administration offers nothing new. It's simply Shang Yang's old methods dressed in fresh clothing. The Qin ruled through legalism. Though they unified the 6 states, their governance was brutal and the people could not endure. The dynasty collapsed after only 2 generations. Does the Australian Senate not know this history? Even if they don't, surely you do, Ming Liang. As their consultative counselor, have you not offered them counsel? Since ancient times, governing a great nation is like cooking a small fish. One must not stir too vigorously. These Baldies have implemented many good policies since entering Guangzhou, yet they act with excessive haste. Their governance is too fierce, too severe. This is hardly the path to lasting peace. This sentiment was shared by many scholars familiar with the Senate. They recognized its governing capability, but none could shake their lingering doubts. The Qin dynasty's lesson cut too deep. I must disagree, Liu Dalin replied. Qin fell not because of Qin law, but because the first emperor and second emperor abused the people's labor without restraint. He continued, Emperor Wu of Han was little different. Had it not been for the painstaking stewardship of Emperors Zhao and Xuan restoring what was lost, the Han might have collapsed long before Wang Mang ever had a chance to usurp the throne. All present were men of deep learning, well versed in classics, histories, philosophy, and literature, thoroughly familiar with the affairs of past ages. They were no pedantic scholars who knew only the 13 classics. Though each held different views on the political successes and failures of successive dynasties, all agreed that the collapse of empires could ultimately be reduced to 4 words: the people cannot survive. They felt the great Ming was beginning down that same road. He Wazhu had recently received multiple letters from classmates and relatives serving in the capital, all bearing the same warning. Court deliberations had approved levying the Qiang surcharge for 3 years, and the suppression surcharge for 1, with plans to appoint a military supervisor for a southern campaign. Each letter urged him to make early preparations. The gathered elder statesmen held little hope for the court's expedition. They had witnessed the Baldies' military strength and financial power firsthand. They knew it all too well. Whoever came to supervise the campaign, any hope of settling matters in a single battle was pure fantasy. 9 times out of 10, the army would stall north of the 5 ridges. A prolonged standoff like Liaodong would inevitably follow. Though the court promised 3 years of Qiang surcharge, it would likely continue indefinitely, just as the Liaodong surcharge had. No, someone else joined the debate. Liu Dalin had been arguing so long his mouth had gone dry. He knew that continuing this classical debate for 7 days and 7 nights would change nothing. At last he said, "Do my elder brothers remember? I passed my examination through the Book of Changes. Since you all believe the Ming Dynasty's fortune remains unexhausted, why not divine by the changes and ask heaven itself? What say you?" The art of divination had existed since antiquity. Courts throughout history maintained officials responsible for reading auspicious and inauspicious omens. The Jiujiang emperor had been devoted to cultivating immortality, making divination extremely popular during the Ming. Scholar officials were hardly alone in this. Even the emperor himself, when driven to desperation, sought guidance from heaven. Legend held that before hanging himself, Changzhen had been psychologically shattered by Li Zicheng's strategist Song Xian's through divination. When Li Zicheng's army reached the capital, the restless Changzhen and the eunuch Wang Chenjin slipped from the palace to clear their minds. They encountered Song Xian's disguised as a fortune-teller. The distraught emperor wrote the character Yu Chinese letter. Song Xian's handed him a sealed slip of paper, saying these were heavenly secrets that could only be opened at midnight. Changzhen returned to the palace and waited. At midnight he opened the slip. It read, "The great Ming Son of Heaven was originally honored, but honored Chinese letter with head and tail removed becomes Yu Chinese letter. The realm hangs by a thread." Lingnan customs were superstitious by nature, so these learned scholar officials saw nothing improper in Liu Dalin's suggestion. Zhao Zunru asked. There are various methods of divination: tortoise shell, yarrow stalks, copper coins, drawing lots. Which method do you propose? Tortoise shells and yarrow stalks cannot be obtained quickly, Liu Dalin said. Copper coins and lots are methods for country bumpkins. I shall use chess divination. What is chess divination? Go pieces are black and white, the image of yin and yang. Thus, chess pieces may substitute for yarrow stalks. Chen Zilu, as host, quickly sent for a go set. Under everyone's gaze, Liu Dalin selected 50 exquisite jade pieces from the set and arranged them on the oxbone board to begin his calculation. With deliberate calm, Liu Dalin used his pipe to remove one piece at random from the pile and set it aside. This followed the principle: the great expansion number is 50, its use is 49. The piece set aside represented Taiji, while the 49 symbolized all things in the world. He then used his pipe to divide the 49 pieces randomly into two groups, left for heaven, right for earth. The first piece symbolized man, completing the three powers of heaven, earth, and man. Next, Liu Dalin began counting the pieces in the left heaven group by fours. This dividing by four symbolized the four seasons. The remainder he set aside. After the left pile, he continued with the right earth pile, again setting aside the remainder. Then he combined the piece symbolizing man with the removed pieces, totaling 5. This step would always yield either 5 or 9. Any other result meant a miscount. This process was called one change. He mixed the two remaining piles together and repeated the procedure, the second change. A third repetition completed 3 changes. The remaining pieces, divided by 4, yielded 1 yao line. After 6 yao lines and 18 changes, a hexagram was complete. After the first 3 changes, Liu Dalin drew a long horizontal line on Xuan paper with his brush. Yung Yang, he announced. A moment later, he drew 2 short horizontal lines above the first yao. Yung Yin. As the hexagram gradually took shape on the paper, the onlookers felt their anxiety mounting for the great Ming's fate. Yung Yang, Yung Yin, Yung Yin. After the 5th yao line appeared, the result was becoming clear. Only one line remained, either Yang or Yin. Chen Zizhuang clung to a sliver of hope, perhaps mountain fire adornment. That would still be an upper-middle hexagram. Old Yin. As Liu Dalin drew the final yao line, every heart in the room sank. It was the 36th hexagram of the Book of Changes, Mingyi, brightness wounded. Into the heavy silence, Liu Dalin spoke. This hexagram has only one old yin in the 6th position. With one changing line, we read the moving line statement from the original hexagram. The text says, top 6, not bright but dark, first rising to heaven, later entering the earth. Mingyi is the hexagram of darkness and obscurity. When darkness rules above, the bright are wounded below. The Mingyi hexagram's image was Li, fire sun below, Kun, earth above. The sun entering the earth, unable to shine forth as if wounded, hence the name Mingyi, a lower balanced hexagram. In human affairs, it represented a corrupt ruler above and virtuous ministers below, unable to exercise their abilities, trapped in dire circumstances. As the saying went, fortune turns against you, escape is impossible. In panic you cross the river and the bridge collapses. The benefactor grows ungrateful and turns to resentment. All efforts prove vain, all toil for nothing. He Wuju's face went pale. Yao Dian and Chen Zilu fell silent. Zhao Zunru could not stop tears from welling in his eyes. Could heaven truly be destroying the great Ming? Only Chen Zizhuang refused to accept it. This hexagram still holds room for reversal, he insisted. Extreme yin transforms, things turn at their worst. The top yao is old yin. If it moves, the hexagram becomes mountain fire adornment. The text says, top 9, white adornment, no blame. The top achieves its will. Our current holy son of heaven assumed the throne at 16 and immediately executed the eunuch Wei Zhangxian, setting the inner palace in order. Day after day, beset by internal and external crises, he rises early and retires late, never enjoying a single day of leisure, all for restoring the great Ming's mountains and rivers. Ritual rests on 3 foundations: Heaven and earth are the foundation of life. Ancestors are the foundation of our kind. Sovereign and teacher are the foundation of governance. Heaven and earth produce the sovereign. The sovereign governs heaven and earth. Heaven and earth may change, but their positions remain eternal. Liu Dalin knew Chen Zizhuang was grasping at straws. Duke Jing of Qi asked Confucius about government, he replied. Confucius answered, "Let rulers be rulers, ministers be ministers, fathers be fathers, sons be sons." In ancient times, all under heaven came first. The ruler was secondary. Everything a ruler devoted his life to managing was for the sake of all under heaven. In those days, the people loved and honored their ruler, viewing him as a father, comparing him to heaven, and truly this was not excessive. Now the ruler comes first. All under heaven is secondary. Every place where there is no peace exists for the ruler's benefit. Before obtaining the throne, he slaughters the people, scatters their families, all to advance his own ambitions. He feels no remorse, saying, "I am establishing a legacy for my descendants." After obtaining it, he flays the people to the bone, scatters their families, all to serve his personal pleasures. He considers this only proper, saying, "These are merely the interest on my property." Today the people hate their ruler, view him as a bandit, call him a tyrant. The great harm to all under heaven comes from the ruler alone. Chen Zizhuang answered with righteous conviction. Since ancient times, there have never been true followers who were not also true subjects. Since I am a Ming minister, I must prop up the falling mansion and stem the raging tide. Though 10,000 stand against me, I shall go forward. Since Jiujiang quotes Mencius, Liu Dalin replied, he should know that Mencius also said, "The people are most important. The altars of land and grain come next. The ruler is least important." When Tezu read the Mencius and encountered the passages about mere straw dogs and bandits, he declared these were not words a minister should speak and proposed removing Mencius from the shrine. He decreed that anyone who remonstrated would be charged with lèse-majesté. Yet the great expanse under heaven cannot be governed by one person alone, so authority is divided among many officials. Therefore, taking office is for the realm, not for the ruler, for the myriad people, not for one family. Later generations came to believe officials exist to serve rulers, that rulers grant them portions of the realm to govern and people to shepherd, treating all under heaven as a ruler's private property. This is a grave error. When the realm falls into turmoil and the people suffer enough to endanger the ruler, only then does one discuss the arts of governing and shepherding. If it doesn't concern the dynasty's survival, then the realm's turmoil and the people's suffering, though honest ministers exist, are treated as trifling matters. You and I serve different masters, Mingliang. There is nothing more to say. Chen Zizhuang swept his sleeves and departed. Seeing this, Chen Zilu followed him out. The remaining men wore grim expressions. Though Liu Dalin had anticipated resistance, he had not expected today's gathering to end on such a bitter note. He turned to He Wuzhu, Yao Dian, and Zhao Zunru. A minister who makes light of the people's suffering in fire and flood, even if he can help his ruler prosper or follow his ruler to ruin, in terms of a minister's proper way, he has still betrayed it. He Wuzhu sighed. Jiujiang's nature is upright. The cataclysmic changes under heaven are still difficult for him to accept. Mingliang should be understanding. Liu Dalin shook his head, his heart a tangle of emotions. He let out a long breath. Our acquaintance is a matter of fate. This foolish younger brother leaves you these words. My elder brothers, take good care of yourselves. With that, he took up the brush and left 4 characters in regular script. Do not cross the river. End of chapter. Chapter 2572, Investigation Part 1. Jingshan, how does this outfit look? Zheng Mingjiang wore a modified hanfu from shop number 82. The fabric had an understated elegance, and the accessories suited her taste perfectly. The price, however, was outrageous. A few hundred yuan meant nothing to an elder, of course. But Zheng Mingjiang knew these garments actually came from Wanzi Pavilion, shop No. 82 merely slapped on their label and doubled the price. Yet buying directly from Wanzi Pavilion felt inappropriate. That shop catered almost exclusively to gentry and wealthy households. Hong Huangnan really was a shrewd merchant. "Where's the hat I asked for?" "Coming." Jingshan brought a curtained hat, also from shop number 82, naturally also modified. It was better than a simple straw hat. The hanging veil covered her face and neck effectively, blocking both sun and mosquitoes, quite practical for outings. She wasn't bundling up out of fear of failing some inspection. It was purely about sun protection and keeping insects at bay. Since arriving in Lingao, she'd already darkened a full shade, something she found difficult to accept. "Am I overdressed for fashion?" "Not at all," Jingshan said solemnly. "This outfit suits you perfectly." County Magistrate Zhang, "Where is your sunscreen and deep production capacity?" The Guangzhou-Sanshui Railway had been planned to connect Fashion and Guangzhou, but civil construction hadn't even begun. Zheng Mingjiang would have to travel by boat. Regular passenger and cargo service now operated between Guangzhou and Sanshui. A 621 tugboat towed flower-tail barges, with boats departing simultaneously from both locations each morning and arriving before nightfall. The route was operated by Xinli Shipping, established just last year. This was a purely private enterprise, its investors drawn mainly from the chambers of industry and commerce in Guangzhou, Fashion, Sanshui, and other towns. Naturally, the company had paid dearly for passenger rights on this golden waterway, not only annual fees, but also a promise to employ boat people's children for no less than 50% of their workforce. Wang Sangu from the municipal government's General Affairs section had booked her ticket, first class. Zheng Mingjiang had long heard of Guangdong's famous flower-tail boats and was eager to experience one firsthand. These vessels were originally wooden-hulled. For safety, Hong Kong shipyard had switched to iron ribs with wooden shells, strengthening the hull considerably. Flower-tail boats were enormous, shaped like pleasure craft with 3 decks. The upper level served as the dining floor for first-class passengers. The middle level, called the public cabin, accommodated second class, while the lower level and bow held cargo. In the old timeline, such boats had been lavishly decorated with carved railings and painted beams. The stern featured colored light tubes that looked particularly striking when lit at night, hence the name Flowertail. This timeline's versions weren't as elaborate, but the onboard facilities remained refined. Luxury suites boasted private bathrooms, and observation balconies crowned the roof. The whole thing had the air of a luxury liner. Most distinctive was the absence of engines. The passenger vessels relied entirely on the tugboat ahead for propulsion, sailing in silent, vibration-free stability. The only drawback was the slow towing speed. The one-way voyage to Sanshui covered less than 50 kilometers yet took nearly 10 hours. Fortunately, Zheng Mingjiang was only going to Fashion, a mere 16 kilometers. Departing in the morning meant arriving by noon. Wang Sangu had booked her a first-class seat compartment. No beds, but the small cabin was quiet and convenient. Staff quarters for her attendants were located just outside. At noon, the boat arrived at Fashion. Lin Zicki, Secretary General of the Fashion Development Zone, came to the dock to meet her. Zheng Mingjiang hadn't disclosed her true purpose in advance. She suspected this case had a wide scope. It might even involve certain elders' trusted people. Life secretaries, assistants, and staff surrounding the elders maintained their own networks, and those with poor security awareness could easily leak her intentions. So her stated reason for visiting Fashion was simply inspecting medical and sanitary conditions and epidemic prevention status. Lin Zicki had originally planned for Shang Yu to accompany her inspection, but Zheng Mingjiang flatly refused. She explained that she was mainly conducting undercover visits, with the primary purpose of understanding the situation. No need for fanfare. A naturalized citizen cadre familiar with local conditions would suffice, no elder required. Hearing this, Lin Zicki couldn't figure out what she was really after, so he assigned Lin Ming, the Social Affairs Section Chief, as her escort. Fashion was a famous town under heaven, myriad households, all manner of goods gathered in one place. Zheng Mingjiang, here on business, would naturally seize the opportunity to explore and soak in the atmosphere alongside ordinary folk. Jingshan, don't just think about your own fun. Remember to buy something for little Guo. Huiwen always says I spend the chief's money carelessly. Something about not managing the household, not knowing how expensive rice and firewood are, or every inch of silk costs 1,000 lives, every spoonful of rice 100 lashings. That's just how he talks. He's always happy when you bring things back. Lin Ming was baffled. This female elder claimed to be inspecting medical and sanitary conditions, yet showed complete indifference to the matter. Instead, she wandered through fashion streets and alleys, visiting local scenic spots and historical sites. Her shopping knew no restraint. She bought whatever caught her eye. Within 2 days, the guest house corridor was stuffed with goods delivered from various shops. Finally, on the second day, Elder Zheng announced she wanted to visit all the local pharmacies and medicine shops. I'm making private undercover visits, Zheng Mingjiang instructed. No need for fanfare. I'll go in, chat with them, see how things are. She paused. By the way, do you have any public medical institutions here? There's an infirmary. It serves naturalized citizen cadres and elders specifically, not open to the public. And the medicines? Allocated from the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital, Lin Ming said. The doctors and nurses too, Zheng Mingjiang understood. This clinic was essentially an outpost of the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital, using drugs through the same channels. Nothing to dig up there. How many local pharmacies and medicine shops are there? Many. Lin Ming nodded repeatedly. Thanks to the water and land transportation hub and the developed handicraft manufacturing, the local population was substantial. As the hometown of Lingnan's prepared medicines, the area boasted 11 large and medium-sized herbal medicine shops alone, plus over 50 small pharmacies and fixed medicine stalls. Let's visit them all. Zheng Mingjiang's first stop was Yang Runkai Hall, which had business relations with the Senate. Currently Fashian's largest herbal medicine shop, its prominence was inseparable from cooperation with the Senate. Yang Runkai Hall served as the general agent in Guangdong for many of Runchi Hall's special effect traditional Chinese medicines. She knew this was a legitimate business, unlikely to be connected to fraudulent Lushi powder. Why would they destroy commercial credibility built over generations? Moreover, this establishment didn't deal in antibiotic-type drugs and wouldn't be a source of antibiotic leakage. But having stayed in Lingao so long with minimal native interaction, she genuinely wanted to experience the atmosphere of a traditional large pharmacy in this timeline. With an elder arriving at the shop, the shopkeeper and assistants were immediately alerted. Zheng Mingjiang stopped the shopkeeper before he could inform the owner, saying she was just looking around casually. No need to disturb anyone. She then asked about the local Lushi powder situation. This medicine is indeed on the market, the shopkeeper said. It's been around for over 2 years, though very scarce at first. Only recently has it become more common. So her speculation was correct. This business had deep roots and had been going on for more than a day or two. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many versions. Is it effective? It would be wrong to call it useless or a complete fraud. The shopkeeper considered his words. Sometimes it works miraculously. 1 dose can save a life. Other times it has no effect whatsoever. As for the formulation, it's all rather vague, though quite a few ingredients are used. Basically one of those supreme drugs concocted by itinerant quacks. Though itinerant quacks was a derogatory term, historically each had possessed their own secret formulas and special effect medicines, often remarkably effective for 1 or 2 particular conditions. That was their selling point. Clearly, Yang Runkai Hall's shopkeeper and assistants had long since analyzed Lushi powder's ingredients. Have you ever sold this medicine? What a thing to say. Our proprietor does legitimate business. We carry none of those things itinerant quacks use to cheat people. Never mind that such money is earned with a guilty conscience. People come here to treat illnesses. If you can't cure something, just say so. Why sell fake medicine and delay treatment? Do such unconscionable things often enough and retribution follows. The shopkeeper's leisurely yet morally grounded speech fully displayed his professional character. Your establishment is indeed an honest old shop. Zhang Mingjiang felt her judgment was correct. This wasn't the source of Lushi powder. Before leaving, she bought some clove, mugwort, angelica, perilla leaf, mint, calamus, agastache, and honeysuckle, having the assistant grind them into powder for sachets, insect repellents to give as gifts later. Her second stop was Chen Liji's Fashion branch. Like Yang Runkai Hall, the shopkeeper knew about Lushi powder but didn't sell it themselves. They clearly told Zhang Mingjiang that Lushi powder did have some effect. If it's effective, why don't you sell it? Zhang Mingjiang was puzzled. Chen Liji differed from Yang Runkai Hall. They had specialized in prepared medicines from the start. Besides various self-produced traditional medicines on the counter, they also sold prepared medicines from other pharmacies, even medicines from as far as the northern and southern capitals and Nanjali. Though this medicine works, its origin is unknown. We don't dare sell it, fearing it would damage our reputation. She visited the other large and medium-sized pharmacies. The shopkeepers and assistants said much the same thing. Zhang Mingjiang knew there was nothing more to extract here, so she shifted her focus to small pharmacies and fixed medicine stalls. Unexpectedly, the very first one yielded results. These small pharmacies sold Lushi powder and other miracle drugs, if not brazenly, then at least without hesitation. Besides Lushi powder, there were all sorts of strangely named concoctions, even fetus-changing pills. A medicine whose existence was absolutely inconceivable to Zhang Mingjiang. End of chapter. Chapter 2573, Investigation Part 2, Fetus-changing pills struck Zhang Mingjiang as utterly absurd, but she knew the hallmark of fraudulent medicines, impossible claims. The motto was always the same: what doctors can't cure, we cure. Chronic illnesses beyond treatment, we treat them. At death's door, we'll pull you back. So fetus-changing pills hardly surprised her. If the market had offered resurrection pills or limb regeneration paste, she wouldn't have batted an eye. To a drowning person, even a straw looks like salvation. Since ancient times, fake medicines had thrived by exploiting precisely this desperation. Still, she didn't dwell on it. The more miracle drugs appeared, the closer this pharmacy was to operating off the books. Clearly, Lushi powder moved primarily through such gray channels. These miracle cures held little interest for her now. They would need cracking down eventually, but that wasn't today's agenda. At each pharmacy, she purchased the implicated drugs. Back at the guest house, she examined them under her portable microscope. Most resembled Guangzhou's Lushi powder, Coptes and various traditional Chinese medicines mixed with varying proportions of purified crystalline powder. What she hadn't expected, some of the miracle drugs she'd bought on impulse also contained purified crystalline powder. Strange, what is this? Now Zhang Mingjiang was genuinely confused. If Lushi powder contained antibiotics, what was this powder doing in the others? She knew that primitive grinding methods, no matter how fine, always left visible structural traces. This kind of purified crystalline substance could only come from the Senate's chemical factory. There was no second source in this timeline. I'll need to bring these back for proper analysis. She sensed the situation here was more complicated than it appeared. The prices told their own story. Lushi powder sold cheaper here than in Guangzhou, one step closer to the source. Zhang Mingjiang turned this over in her mind. If only she could trace their suppliers, but both she and her guard were outsiders. Asking about supply chains would yield nothing but suspicion, and tip off whoever was behind this. She recalled what Lin Ziki had mentioned. The accompanying officer Lin Ming came from a family of herbal medicine traders and had an embroidered guard background. He knew Fashion intimately, a true local operator. Better still, he was a highly reliable naturalized citizen cadre. Let him investigate. Zhang Mingjiang summoned Lin Ming and tasked him with quietly gathering information about Lushi powder. Above all, she needed to know where it came from. Keep it secret. No leaks. This matter is of great importance. Yes, Elder, I understand. Only now did Lin Ming grasp why this elder had come. If an elder was personally investigating, Lushi powder was obviously connected to something major. He didn't dare slack off and immediately dispatched one of his best informants. The subordinate disguised himself as an itinerant doctor from out of town. He found an assistant at a small pharmacy, and claiming he wanted to stock the medicine for resale, inquired about its origins. Money makes the devil turn the millstone, as the saying goes. Under the assault of silver, the young assistant promptly betrayed his employer's secrets. "You've come to the right person. Our shopkeeper just idles about all day. Receiving, shipping, stocking, selling, I handle everything. And I'll tell you this, never mind our shop. In all of Fashion, if not 10 out of 10, at least 8 out of 10 shops get their supply from Luofu Mountain. What about the other two? Those either cross-ship and mix in their own editions, or they see the money being made and cook up their own batches." The assistant proved eager to talk. "Our shop's Lushi powder is the genuine article. My second aunt's husband's brother-in-law's cousin fell sick a few days ago, burning with fever, and got better taking this very medicine. The fakes are just Scutularia, Coptes, ephedra, and cinnamon twig thrown together. Tastes similar, makes you sweat, but doesn't cure a thing. Then I'd like to stock directly from Luofu Mountain. Which trading house should I approach? Why go all the way there? Just buy from me. We offer 2% off for orders over 10 boxes. For you, I'll make it 5. The spy sighed. "If you give me 5% off, where's my profit? This medicine is everywhere in the neighboring counties now. I can only scrape together a few coins working the rural routes." He produced a silver 5-cent piece. "Brother, just point me in the right direction. Help me out and this is yours. It's not like this shop belongs to you." But the assistant wavered. Despite clearly wanting the coin, he ultimately lost his nerve. "That's the shopkeeper's secret. His nephew handles the Luofu Mountain runs. I'm an outsider. He'd never trust me with that." The spy bit back his irritation. "Weren't you just pounding your chest about handling everything?" He investigated several more pharmacies. The results were consistent. Every upstream trail led to the Luofu Mountain medicine market. Zheng Mingjiang synthesized the findings. Fashion, like Guangzhou, was merely a distribution point. The real source lay at Luofu Mountain. "Looks like we need to visit Huizhou." She made her decision. Come back to Guangzhou. This was too significant to investigate covertly. Going behind the Senate's back would violate procedure and prove impractical besides. Upon returning to Guangzhou, Zheng Mingjiang compiled her findings into a briefing and submitted it to Liu Xiang, Mu Min, Wu Mu, Lin Motion, Hong Huangnan, Wang Qi, and the other relevant elders, requesting a special meeting. After reading the report, Liu Xiang immediately appointed Lin Beiguang as convener. A strategy session was held in the Great World's conference room. At the meeting, Zheng Mingjiang outlined the fake drug Lushi powder she had discovered in Guangzhou and Fashion, along with the current antibiotic shortage at Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital. "According to our pharmaceutical factory and distribution company, there shouldn't be a serious shortage. Someone is playing games in the middle, siphoning off the drugs. Meanwhile, miracle cures have surfaced across multiple locations in the Pearl River Delta. Preliminary analysis shows their base ingredients are various antibiotics mixed with traditional Chinese medicine powder. Current intelligence suggests the Luofu Mountain medicine market in Huizhou may be a primary hub for manufacturing and distribution." A stir rippled through the conference room. "This is a scheme with 10,000-fold returns. Let's see who's bold enough to steal the Senate's strategic materials." "Holy cow, are we about to get rich?" Lin Beiguang cut short the chatter. "The manufacturing source isn't actually the key issue. What's critical is finding the leak point within our own organization. How did these antibiotics get out? Through which channel? That's what we need to answer." His gaze swept the assembled elders. "I know everyone's schedule is packed, but today's matter should serve as a warning. We are neither omnipresent nor omnipotent. Our systems don't just have loopholes. Those loopholes may be substantial." Each of you should conduct a self-examination within your divisions to identify systemic vulnerabilities and give full cooperation to this investigation. Any other concerns? Should the case go to political security or the police department? Zhang Mingjiang wanted clarity on jurisdiction. Lin Beiguang studied her face for several seconds. Since Dr. Zheng first identified the problem, and since this involves specialized fields like medicine and pharmaceuticals, you should lead the case. That had been her intention. Lin Beiguang was reading her preferences. She dispensed with false modesty. I'll take responsibility, but I don't have suitable personnel. Not a problem. The relevant department heads are all here. We'll form a joint investigation team. Each department will second appropriate candidates to you. Everyone agreed readily enough, but hammering out the team's composition took considerable effort. The Senate's perennial problem was personnel shortage, especially capable naturalized citizen cadres. Usable cadres across all of Guangdong, while not quite pepper sprinkled in egg drop soup, were hardly concentrated either. Since Zheng Mingjiang was willing to continue leading political security, immediately offered Lu Cheng and a 3-person team to provide assistance and ensure the elder's safety. She's a female comrade, more convenient to work with, Wu Mu summarized. Huizhou isn't Guangzhou, watch your safety. Mu Min contributed an official document. With it, Zheng Mingjiang could command and mobilize Huizhou's police agencies at will, plus National Army forces up to squad strength. Huizhou remained a pacification zone, far less developed than a governance zone like Guangzhou. Government presence there was limited, and without adequate armed backup, many things simply couldn't be done. Given Guangzhou's shortage of spare hands, Wang Qi offered to send documents to Huizhou, seconding several fiscal and tax cadres to assist. Whatever else might be said about them, their auditing skills were solid. Currently, much of Cheka's work in Guangdong was actually being handled by fiscal and tax inspection departments. I'll also transfer a few inspection cadres. We have local people in Huizhou already. I'll send orders requiring full cooperation with your audit. After Zheng Mingjiang returned to the guest house, Guo Huiwen came to report. Chief, the medical record ledgers from the various locations haven't been submitted yet, but I'm following up. Also, the medicines from Lingao haven't arrived, though they should be here soon. Keep pushing. And I can't wait for the medicines. I'm leaving tomorrow. Handle it when they arrive. After little Guo left, Zheng Mingjiang retrieved her issued handgun and began maintenance. The GLOCK pistol had actually gone unworn for years, useless in Lingao, heavy to carry, and she'd always worried about the hassle if it went missing. It had slept in her safe all this time. She'd only brought it for this Guangzhou assignment. The desk lamp stretched her shadow long across the wall. Zheng Mingjiang traced her fingers over this relic from the old world. I hope I won't need you. End of chapter. Chapter 2574, Elder Du's Jealousy, Part 1. Word that Zhang Jiayu had successfully sought medicine, and through a stroke of fortune, become Zhang Zio's staff aide spread swiftly through the Shanao Study Society. The news caused an immediate sensation, along with no small amount of envy. After all, the scholars gathered here, aside from a handful genuinely seeking knowledge, mostly harbored burning ambitions for fame and fortune, viewing the study society as their stepping stone to leap the Dragon Gate. And now this young licentiate, simply by seeking medicine, had won an elder's appreciation and been elevated to his side. It practically opened the door to advancement through favoritism. Such advancement had occurred throughout history, but in the eyes of scholars and officials alike, it remained a genuine pejorative, a breaking of the rules. So while most greatly admired Zhang Jiayu's talent and courage, they were quite displeased that he'd risen to a chief's side through such means. Naturally, some defended Zhang Jiayu, but they were a minority in the society. For a time, the place buzzed with contentious discussion. When this talk reached Kui Hantang's ears, he saw the danger. With public opinion in an uproar and signs of division emerging, he felt obligated to calm the scholars' emotions. During the weekly lecture session, he addressed the matter directly, clarifying that Zhang Jiayu was currently only an intern staff aide, not the counselor everyone claimed, much less a civil servant. Moreover, I must clarify one point, he said. Young Zhang isn't following behind Zhang Ziao all day. Right now, he's mainly staying at the hospital attending to his old mother. This is, filial piety. Yes, supreme filial piety. Zhang Ziao recognized this virtue and gave him an opportunity. In the future, if Zhang Jiayu wants to become a civil servant in our great song, he'll still have to pass the examination. It's not as though Zhang Ziao can make someone an official with a single word. He paused, then shifted his approach. Besides, you shouldn't complain. This is actually wonderful news for all of you. It shows that our great song Senate's elders highly value the study society. Zhang Jiayu is proof of that. Advancement through favoritism broke the rules, which made everyone dislike it. But if such fortune might fall on one's own head, well, that was another matter entirely. Qi Hantang's words temporarily soothed the students' emotions. Once they'd settled down, Qi Hantang retreated to his quiet room and cursed under his breath. Damn you, Medicine Master Zhang, you actually dare steal this Taoist's catch. If you weren't an elder and I had some meow people around, I'd put a goo curse on you. No, I can't swallow this anger. I must go have a word with you. Even if I can't get Zhang Jiayu back, I need to vent. He cracked his knuckles, crack, crack, and prepared to tidy up and pay Zhang Ziao a visit to give those skinny-as-a-stick shoulders of his a good patting. But just as he was about to leave, he reconsidered. He couldn't let Zhang Ziao off so easily. When you got down to it, he and Zhang Ziao were both elders. They couldn't actually come to blows. Even roughing him up enough to need plasters for a few days wouldn't satisfy the hatred in his heart. Better to give Zhang Ziao something to worry about long-term. He suddenly thought of his cooperation partner. This little Du was a collector of famous persons, always scheming to acquire the 3 loyalists of Lingnan. In Qi Hantang's view, Du Yibin's ideas were somewhat fantastical, but fantastical wasn't his concern. Zhang Jiayu being taken by Zhang Ziao, once little Du learned of it, he'd certainly be furious. Qi Hantang might as well contact him for some mischief-making. With that thought, he immediately drafted a telegram and sent it to Du Yibin in Enping. God damn it! Du Yibin slapped his thigh hard upon receiving the message. My Jiayu got snatched by you. He tossed the telegram aside. Quick, prepare a boat. I'm returning to Guangzhou. Zhang Jiayu had originally come seeking him. Who would have thought Zhang Ziao would pick up the slack? He had to find a way to get even. Du Yibin stared at the fat Taoist's telegram with the expression of a man betrayed. He'd already planned everything. Zhang Jiayu would work for him, then convert to New Taoism and become a devotee, then make a grand appearance at some Jiao ritual, fooling old Qi in the process. A perfect plan. But because he'd forgotten to bring his personal seal, Zhang Ziao had snatched the prize. What the hell was this? At the thought, he decided to severely punish his life secretary tonight, who told her to forget his seal. As for the staff around Du Yibin, they were completely baffled. No one knew who this Jiayu was. Seeing their elder's behavior, they assumed it was some romantic affair. Having been robbed of his prize, Du Yibin naturally refused to accept defeat. Taoist Qi's telegram was clear in its meaning, an invitation to raise a ruckus together. But how exactly should this ruckus-raising work? Du Yibin found himself stumped. He couldn't carry on like Taoist Qi, bold and unrestrained with an "I'm just a rough fellow" or "straight-up villain, take my axe" attitude. There had to be a proper rationale. After much thought, he decided Song Yingsheng was most suitable for this kind of thing. He summoned him and explained the whole story. Zhang Jiayu is indeed an outstanding talent. Following County Magistrate Zhang wouldn't be wasting him. Song Yingsheng arranged his face into an expression of regret. However, he simply wasn't fortunate. The words were perfectly balanced, offending neither side while soothing Du Yibin's emotions. Du Yibin, oblivious to Song Yingsheng's tactics, found the reasoning sound. He sighed. You're right. Unfortunately, among so many in the study society, few his age can compare. Such fine talent taken by Zhang Ziao, I can't swallow this. He spoke huffily. Song Yingsheng wasn't familiar with Zhang Jiayu. He was a Jiangxi man who'd only served as Emping County magistrate here in Guangdong. Zhang Jiayu in Guangzhou was merely a licentiate without much reputation to speak of. But this single telegram had moved 3 elders to look favorably on him, and Chief Du's thinly veiled jealousy made one thing clear. The young man must be an exceptional talent. Taoist Kui is unhappy, Du Yibin continued. I'm also very unhappy. I'd originally planned to request him after he passed the civil service exam, but since he's already with Zhang Ziyo, there's no way to ask for him back. Mr. Song, do you have any way to let that fat Kui, I mean Taoist Kui, vent some steam while also making Zhang Ziyo pay? Song Yingsheng silently grumbled. Even if Zhang Jiayu were Guangdong's #1 talent, it wouldn't warrant going this far. Really undignified, he thought for a moment. Since this matter is already settled for now, this student thinks there's no need to rush. If we go raise a ruckus now, we'd only damage harmony. Harmony my ass, Du Yibin blurted. Seeing Song Yingsheng's astonished face, he quickly added, go on. Yes, since Chief Zhang has already made him an intern staff aide, the matter isn't finalized yet. After all, a staff aide isn't an official, great Song civil servant. Song Yingsheng paused. I recall the chief telling this student that after great Song civil servants pass the examination, they must all be assigned through the cadre department. Exactly. Though some positions are designated, they still have to go through assignment procedures. That's it then. Song Yingsheng nodded. This Zhang Jiayu will certainly pass next year's civil service examination. But if Chief Zhang wants to use him, he won't have him apply for a specific designated position. 9 times out of 10, it'll be the administrative civil servant general category. Mr. Song, I didn't expect you to understand our great Song civil service system so well. Du Yibin was surprised. These examination, selection, and appointment systems, though each dynasty has its own rules, are actually much the same. The Senate is no exception. Song Yingsheng smiled. You're right. This civil service examination of various countries was originally copied from the imperial examinations. Du Yibin blurted out another sentence, unwittingly exposing certain secrets. And after passing, since he's passed, the destination of these administrative civil servants, I've heard, lies in the cadre department's hands. Even if Chief Zhang is a noble elder, he probably can't interfere in such appointment matters, can he? Right, that makes sense. Du Yibin grasped his meaning at once. Zhang Zio's so-called intern staff aide was essentially trying to claim the person early, but Zhang Jiayu was still an ordinary citizen now. Once he passed the civil service examination, he'd become the cadre department's civil servant awaiting assignment. Exactly where he'd be assigned and under whom, that wasn't for Zhang Zio alone to decide. He and Kui Hanteng could work their contacts to snatch the person back, and Zhang Zio would have nothing to say about it. Mr. Song, you're truly as talented as Zhuge Liang. Impressive. Du Yibin praised him repeatedly. Song Yingsheng thought to himself, finally fooled him again. This chief's working ability was passable, but his political acumen was truly lacking. He knew perfectly well that intercepting Zhang Jiayu after the civil service examination had very little chance of success. It was merely a way to ease Du Yibin's mind temporarily, but he guessed the chief still harbored some reluctance, so he decided to add a bit more. Though Zhang Jiayu is temporarily lost, the chief can still lock the barn after the horse has fled. Why not reply to Taoist Kui and have him select 1 or 2 students from the study society to serve as the chief staff aides? You're about to take up your post in Jiujiang. Having a few more people to advise would certainly be useful. This way, you'd not only win over the hearts of the society members, but also attract more people to join. But there's no one in the society who can compare to him. Actually, whether there truly was no one, Du Yibin himself didn't know. But none of the society members had a bigger reputation than Zhang Jiayu, that much was certain. Even if there isn't, the chief can still reap the benefits of buying a horse's bones for 1,000 gold pieces. In the future, when recruiting talents, you'll find it easier to win people's hearts. Du Yibin, having gotten this idea, felt somewhat better. After thinking it over, he asked, "Nothing going on in the county lately, is there? Everything in the county is peaceful. Besides, aren't you about to be transferred to Jiujiang, chief?" "I'll go back to Guangzhou for a bit," Du Yibin said. "Keep an eye on things for me these few days. Also, start preparing for the move." End of chapter. Chapter 2575. Elder Du's Jealousy, Part 2. After sending the telegram, Du Yibin inquired about Song Yingxing's third younger brother, Song Yingxing. This had become routine by now. Every so often, Elder Du would ask after Song Yingxing, and Song Yingxing had grown accustomed to it. Fortunately, crossing the 5 ridges brought you into Jiangxi, and Qiwei's armed escort route to the province had remained operational. Song Yingxing had never lost contact with his family, nor with his brother, who served as educational director at the county school in Fenyi County, Yuan Prefecture. Their correspondence had continued uninterrupted. For quite some time after the Australians conquered the 2 Guangs, Song Yingxing had vanished without a trace. His family back in Fengxin and his brother in Fenyi County were all sick with worry. But the 5 ridges had become a battlefield, and all news was cut off. Only when hostilities subsided last year and Qiwei's escort route reopened with the resumption of trade did Song Yingxing's letter finally reach home. In it, he didn't dare mention that he'd become an Australian staff aide. If outsiders learned of it, there would be trouble. He simply wrote that he was stranded in Enping but was well fed and clothed, telling everyone not to worry. After that, the brothers exchanged letters frequently. When Song Yingxing learned that Song Yingxing was compiling the exploitation of the works of nature, he purchased various natural history and craft science books from Guangzhou and sent them over. This scratched exactly where Song Yingxing itched. He wrote back asking his brother to find more such books, and even sent 20 taels of silver via the escort agency. Song Yingxing knew his brother's salary as educational director was meager. Honestly, there weren't many perks either. Those 20 taels were probably years of savings, but he couldn't openly admit he was working for the Australians, and acquiring a few books was truly no trouble at all. "Thank you for your concern, Chief. My humble brother is currently serving as educational director in Fenyi County. He's doing quite well. Whatever books he wants, just have him ask. No need to send money, I'll cover everything." Du Yibin assumed an air of magnanimous wealth, but once the book is finished, send me a copy first. The next day, Du Yibin departed Enping for Guangzhou. His stated purpose was to summarize and report on over 2 years of work in Enping County. But he also planned to meet with Cui Hantang. Though he had adopted Song Yingxing's suggestion, he still couldn't swallow his resentment. He intended to stir up Cui Hantang and deliver some comradely affection to Zhang Ziao. The two met at the 5 Immortals Temple. They roundly cursed Zhang Ziao for his lack of loyalty, then conspired on how to give him eye medicine. Cui Hantang felt that snatching Zhang Jiao back was now impossible. There was no rush to strike at Zhang Ziao. He wasn't going anywhere. Better to bide their time and let their iron sand palm training mature before acting. Yet the thought of simply cutting off Zhang Jiao like this filled him with bitter resentment. Du Yibin's eyes rolled as an idea struck him. Does this Zhang Jiao have any brothers or sisters? He has a brother, Zhang Jiazhen, but the boy's only 6 years old, Cui Hantang said dejectedly. I'd promote him if I could, but he's too young. There is a younger sister, though she's also quite young. The brother's too young, but since there's a sister, isn't that simple? Have Zhang Jiao's sister come to the 5 Immortals Temple as a Taoist nun. The temple has too many priests and too few nuns anyway. Isn't his family quite poor? Once Mother Zhang recovers, have her and the daughter both stay at the temple. They can teach students in the Taoist student classes. His is a scholarly family, so mother and daughter should both be literate, right? We're short of teachers and they can earn money, a perfect arrangement. And since Zhang Jiazhen is so young, just give the whole family rooms in the temple, food and lodging on us. Cui Hantang hadn't expected Du Yibin to devise such a scheme, a genuine bolt from the blue, but he hesitated. Wouldn't this create too great a stir? Something felt improper about it. Is this appropriate? What's inappropriate? Du Yibin said. Think about it. For Zhang Ziyo, we're helping him look after Zhang Jiayu's family, letting him focus on work without worries. For Zhang Jiayu, his entire family will be with us. When he passes the civil service exam, we'll have his mother and sister work on him. Won't that be easy? Excellent. You rascal, that's brilliant, Qi Hanteng praised. Removing the firewood from under the cauldron. Simply brilliant. Ready to act immediately, he summoned his deputy Fu Ming and explained the preparations. But before he'd finished speaking, Fu Ming shook his head vigorously, insisting it was inappropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Old Qi, don't you know female Taoists have a terrible reputation in this era? Is that so? Du Yibin frowned. Of course. Not just female Taoists, Buddhist nuns too. In common people's eyes, they're practically indistinguishable from prostitutes. Even sincerely devout female disciples are often burdened by such stigma, Fu Ming explained. I don't know if Zhang Jiayu comes from a wealthy family, but with his reputation, he's surely from what's considered a clean family of good standing. Now you want his sister to become a Taoist nun and teach at a Taoist temple. I can't even imagine the rumors that would fly. This isn't just slapping his face. It amounts to defaming their virtue. Zhang Jiayu would hate you to the bone. This isn't winning favor, it's making enemies. Right. Qi Hanteng considered and saw the truth of it. The few female Taoist students at his temple were frequently criticized as well. Commoners didn't distinguish between new practices and old. Preconceptions formed over centuries couldn't be changed in a year or two. Little Du, your terrible idea won't work. Qi Hanteng's expression darkened. You nearly got me killed. Du Yibin thought to himself. How was I supposed to know about such complications? Fine, my mistake. What do you suggest then? Qi Hanteng's eyes narrowed. Regardless, that little Zhang Ziyo can't be allowed to rest easy. Snatching my people comes with a price. Didn't you mention giving the Shanao Study Society members a chance, selecting a few staff aides? That's a fine proposal. I'll go find Zhang Ziyo right now. What do you need him for? Study Society affairs are ours to decide. Besides, the staff aides don't get paid by Nanhai County and don't count against their personnel quota. I'm going to discuss it with him. Qi Hanteng snorted. This Taoist's people aren't taken without consequences. Du Yibin's thinking ran deeper than Qi Hanteng's. After a moment he said, what's done is done about the person, but he still has to pay a price. Qi Hanteng and Du Yibin arrived at Zhang Ziyo's office with murderous intent. They swaggered in and pushed his door open, then plopped down right in front of him, making his eyebrows furrow involuntarily. This Taoist had always minded his own business. Why the sudden visit? Then he noticed Du Yibin behind him, wearing a scheming smile, and understood immediately. They'd come about Zhang Jiayu. Before he could speak, Qi Hanteng began. Medicine Master Zhang, you're really something. You dare snatch this Taoist and old Du's catch. Quite the nerve. Do you think we're pushovers? He tapped the desk lightly as he spoke, wearing a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Zhang Ziyo regarded Qi Hanteng, who was twice his weight, with some apprehension. The Taoist couldn't actually beat him up, but a few hearty slaps would probably put him down for half a day. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I saw his supreme filial piety. Spare me. Guangzhou has plenty of filial sons. Is he the only one with supreme filial piety? Living, he's a person of my Shanao Study Society. Dead, he's a dead person of my Shanao Study Society. You snatched him away. Where does that leave our face? You owe us an explanation. Qi Hanteng wouldn't relent. Zhang Ziyo smiled bitterly, thinking, what kind of attitude is this? Even using living person and dead person. He understood well enough. These two had come to get even. Whether in terms of face or talent, they wanted an explanation and probably meant to squeeze out some compensation too. That's not right, old Qi. I understand you valuing Zhang Jiayu, one of the 3 loyalists of Lingnan, but didn't old Du publicly declare he wasn't a famous person collector? Why is he interested as well? I'm not a famous person collector. Qi Hanteng signaled Du Yibin to stay quiet and answered himself. Isn't it obvious? Anyone who leaves their name in history surely has ability. The Shanao Study Society was established by old Du, as you know. Besides, he's the top chief in Jiujiang now and still short of people. He'd already set his sights on Zhang Jiayu and then you snatched him. Can you blame him for being angry? I truly didn't know. My fault, my fault, Zhang Xiao laughed. Since you've come, you must have something in mind. We're all on the same side, speak plainly. Medicine Master Zhang, you are indeed straightforward. Then we won't beat around the bush. This study society member, Zhang Jiayu, was called directly to serve as your intern staff aide, the first such case since the society was founded. Old Du plans to submit a proposal at an appropriate time, establishing that, when hiring staff aides throughout Guangdong and Guangxi, priority should be given to drawing from the Shanao Study Society. Then gradually extend this across the Central Plains. When that time comes, you must not only support it, Medicine Master Zhang, but also cooperate with me and Old Qi to secure support from as many other elders as possible. Zhang Xiao's brow furrowed. Old Du's ambitions were no small matter. Casting a supporting vote is no problem for me, but think carefully. Though the Senate hasn't explicitly forbidden elders from recruiting their own staff aides, it essentially conflicts with the cadre appointment system. When everyone was doing backroom operations, things were fine. But if you put this on the table for a vote, aren't you inviting trouble? Aren't you too afraid of being blasted by the other elders? Never mind anything else, just the phrase colluding with old forces, cultivating personal factions, would be more than you could handle. Are you really planning to submit this proposal? At these words, both men's confidence retreated 6 or 7 feet. His point made them instantly recognize the proposal's fatal flaws. End of chapter. Chapter 2576, Investigation Part 3. Qi Hanteng had run out of ideas for the moment. Seeing that the two men's belligerence had finally subsided, Zhang Xiao hid his amusement. This can be done, he said, but not spoken of openly. Did you two establish this study society just to provide staff aides for everyone? You need to at least offer them some prospects for advancement. My ambitions run deeper than that, Du Yibin began. Ideals are ideals. Reality is something else entirely. Sending them out as staff aides isn't a bad approach, actually. Most elders taking up local posts arrive completely in the dark. Having a few locals who understand the situation and possess reliable attitudes as advisors would be genuinely useful. As long as you don't make too much of a fuss, the Senate won't come asking questions. At minimum, it gives these people practical governance experience. When they take the civil service exam, they won't be shooting blind, better than sitting in the study society cramming past papers and practice tests. With smooth talk, Zhang Xiao finally sent Qi and Du on their way. As he watched them go, he thought to himself that this Zhang Jiayu really was a hot commodity. Today's conversation had been so confrontational, it felt like they were fighting over a romantic interest. Zheng Mingjiang didn't depart for Huizhou as scheduled. The day before she was to leave, Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital sent someone over, requesting her presence for a consultation. Consultation, the word startled her. As Director of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Lingao General Hospital, a consultation request meant a pregnant woman facing major risk 9 times out of 10. I'll come right away. She rushed to Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital, and sure enough, the nurse who greeted her led her toward the Obstetrics and Gynecology department. Where's the patient? Zheng Mingjiang asked hurriedly, already calling for surgical gowns and preparing to disinfect. It's not about a patient, the nurse said. Dr. Fu is waiting for you. Dr. Fu, a consultation. Now she was thoroughly confused. They had urgently summoned her, but instead of going to the ward, they wanted a meeting first. Who was this important patient? In the obstetrics and gynecology office, she found not only Fu Qilyang but Lin Motion as well. Both wore somber expressions and said nothing. Where's the patient? She asked. I'll take you, Lin Motion said. The two led the thoroughly puzzled Zheng Mingjiang to the department's nursery and opened a ward door. Inside, 6 or 7 small beds held infants sleeping soundly. Nurses kept watch over them. Everything appeared peaceful and serene. What's wrong? Zhang Mingjiang felt a vague sense that something was amiss. "See for yourself," Fu Qiliang said quietly. "This is the first time I've seen this since D-Day." A nurse carefully lifted the thin blanket from an infant and undid the diaper. Zhang Mingjiang looked, and the words escaped her before she could stop them. "Female pseudohermaphroditism." "Yes." Fu Qiliang nodded. "Look at the other children." The nurse undid the blankets one by one. Zhang Mingjiang examined each child. They were all the same, and judging by their ages, the oldest differed from the youngest by 2 months at most. "What's going on here?" She was stunned. The incidence rate of pseudohermaphroditism was extremely low, normally between 1 in 100,000 and 1 in 300,000. In all her years practicing in the old timeline, aside from a single case during her residency training, she hadn't seen another in over a decade. Yet here, 6 or 7 cases had appeared at once. Clearly this couldn't have occurred naturally. Some artificial drug must have caused it. The mothers must have ingested large quantities of male hormones to produce such effects. Zhang Mingjiang suddenly remembered the fetus-changing pills she'd seen in Fashion. Could that be the source? But thinking it through, while certain traditional Chinese medicines did contain relatively high levels of male hormones, natural medicines without extraction and purification couldn't achieve such effects. This had nothing to do with traditional Chinese medicine. Fu Qiliang handed her a document. "Take a look. I find this matter very strange. It could well be connected to the antibiotic case." Thanks to Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital's tireless promotion, some pregnant women from wealthier families in Guangdong had begun choosing to give birth in hospitals. Recently, however, the hospital had seen 2 or 3 consecutive cases of newborns with ambiguous external genitalia, and the families blamed the hospital. Fu Qiliang grew suspicious after reviewing the cases. "You know, pseudohermaphroditism has an extremely low incidence rate," he explained. "An obstetrician might deliver babies their whole career without encountering a single case, and they're all female pseudohermaphroditism. That's very strange." Such a concentrated cluster of cases, all female, appearing in such a short period naturally struck Fu Qiliang as anomalous. He immediately informed Lin Motion. "So we contacted the joint midwifery clinic and had the midwives report whether there were similar cases in home births." The joint midwifery clinic was a medical improvement project the health sector had launched in Guangzhou and elsewhere. To compensate for the shortage of hospital beds and reduce childbirth risks, midwife training was conducted in various locations. Whether former traditional midwives or women newly entering the profession, all could participate in free training. After passing evaluation and internship, they received practicing certificates, operated under the joint midwifery clinic, and conducted home deliveries. All related cases were recorded and archived. Upon investigation, we discovered multiple similar cases of female pseudohermaphroditism involving about 10 infants. Additionally, there were over 10 cases of abnormal genital development in male infants. "Testosterone drug abuse," Zhang Mingjiang blurted out. "Correct." Fu Qiliang nodded. "What about these children?" she said urgently. "We need to admit them immediately. Remediation now can still salvage something." "Except for a few who died from illness, we've admitted them all over the past few days," Fu Qiliang said. "Dr. Lin and I felt we should ask you for a consultation, do a comprehensive evaluation, then formulate a treatment plan." "That's no problem," Zhang Mingjiang nodded. "I can postpone the Huizhou trip or send someone else, but there's a bigger issue here." "Yes, Dr. Lin thinks so too. Only our pharmaceutical factory can produce testosterone drugs. These children's mothers must have used testosterone during pregnancy. So more drugs have leaked out." "Correct. Testosterone and dihydrotestosterone affect fetal external genital development mainly during weeks 8 through 15 of pregnancy, while normal pregnancies last about 40 weeks. That means if we only start investigating after observing newborn abnormalities, this batch of drugs must have arrived in Guangzhou at least half a year ago." "When did this go into production?" "Strictly speaking, it was never officially in production," Zhang Mingjiang said. To this day it's still small-batch trial production. There's only small-scale phase I clinical trials at Lingao General Hospital's outpatient clinic. Honestly, I never expected anyone would connect it with fetus changing. Lin, Fu, and the others were medical personnel whose perception of pharmaceutical development was essentially a black box. Doctors only knew what drugs they currently needed and what drugs the pharmaceutical sector could produce, nothing more. Learning that the pharmaceutical factory produced testosterone surprised them, since this drug had no apparent use in this timeline. Zhang Mingjiang had been in Lingao for a long time. She also handled some pharmacy work at Bern General Hospital, frequently dealing with technical personnel from Danju Pharmaceuticals, so she knew this compound's origins. There's not only testosterone, conjugated estrogen went into production at the same time, she said. But these two things have no use for us now. Lin Motion seemed puzzled. Conjugated estrogen's main indications were relieving vasomotor symptoms, mucosal atrophy, osteoporosis, and other conditions appearing during female menopause. Testosterone went without saying. No elder had reported strong demand in that regard. If there was any demand, it would at most be for certain external sales markets. You're right. Zhang Mingjiang nodded. Demand for testosterone and conjugated estrogen indeed wasn't very large. The factory's R&D was mainly intended as an introduction to steroid hormone synthesis research. Zhang Mingjiang didn't understand much about the technical details. She only knew what Hao Long, who headed R&D, had told her. Developing and producing these two sex hormones was a stepping stone for producing hormone drugs down the line. So that's how it is. Being able to produce various hormones would indeed be a great thing, Fu Qilyang said. But this drug is still in phase I clinical trials with such limited application scenarios. How did it leak out? If we're talking about the source, there are only two possibilities. One is the pharmaceutical factory, the other is Bern General Hospital's pharmacy. Zhang Mingjiang recalled that she had been very careful about drug control. At the time, she hadn't been thinking about drugs leaking out. Rather, she had worried the half-trained pharmacists in the pharmacy would get medicines mixed up. Could someone be manipulating things in the pharmacy? Her heart suddenly sank. After a moment's thought, she rose abruptly. No good, I need to return to Lingao immediately. If these drugs keep leaking out, they'll cause endless harm. Lin Motion hurried to stop her. Don't rush. This could well be the work of a gang. Since it's come to light now, we still need to investigate thoroughly. There's no need to rush off this instant. Tomorrow, let's hold a meeting first, compile this into a report, and submit it to Dr. Shi. Since you're now leading the joint investigation team, why not investigate this together? Lin and Fu's position was to prioritize investigating the antibiotic leakage case. Since testosterone was a trial drug with inherently small production volume, the leaked quantity would necessarily be very limited, without much impact on the overall health sector. It could be investigated later. Zhang Mingjiang considered their reasoning and nodded. Then I'll go to Huzhu as planned. However, during my trip to Fashion, I bought quite a few miracle drugs. Some of them also contained purified crystalline substances, possibly leaked drugs as well. There are no testing facilities in Guangzhou. We'll arrange that, Lin Motion said. We'll send them to the Health Ministry's pharmaceutical laboratory for testing as soon as possible. What about treating these children? Fu Qilyang asked. We've now identified over 20 affected male and female children. Further investigation will probably find more. Drug treatment requires controlled substances. We don't have them here. End of chapter. Chapter 2577. Investigation, Part 4. Treatment for female pseudohermaphroditism typically combine drugs with surgery. The children were still too young for surgical intervention. So for now, the standard approach was cortisone-type drugs to suppress excessive pituitary adrenocorticotropic hormone secretion, preventing further masculinization and premature epiphyseal closure. The corrective treatment requires cortisone-type drugs, which are currently level 1 controlled substances, only available through Bern General Hospital's pharmacy, Zhang Mingjiang said. Let's write a report to admit all the affected children and transfer them there. I'll be honest, pediatrics and endocrinology aren't my strong suits. We should have Dr. AI and Dr. She consult. We're of the same mind, Lin and Fu agreed. Remediation is still possible at this stage. This affects people's entire lives. We can't afford delays. Zhang Mingjiang suddenly remembered something. Did they catch the person selling the fake medicine? Not yet, but we know who she is, a midwife, Lin Motion said. Police have staked out her home. They'll arrest her the moment she returns. Over the past 2 or 3 years, Guangzhou's police agencies had cracked multiple cases of traveling doctors swindling people under the name of Australian miracle drugs, so they had considerable experience handling this case. Through questioning the victims' families, they quickly determined the true identity of the woman selling Australian fetus-changing medicine, a local midwife. After the joint midwifery clinic opened and required midwives to work with certification, she had failed to get certified and had been secretly delivering babies in the countryside ever since. She'd leveraged her long-established connections from years of midwifery work to peddle her miracle drug. By the time police came looking, the midwife had already vanished. But through interviews, they learned she had likely gone to Huizhou to restock, so the case was transferred to the Joint Investigation Team for further handling. Huizhou again, how strange. Zhang Mingjiang was puzzled. Could Huizhou have become the birthplace of Australian miracle drugs? But thinking further, the Liufu Mountain medicine market was renowned as one of the 4 great markets under heaven. All kinds of medicines were distributed there. Miracle drugs, concocted with Australian drugs, were probably no exception. A premonition crept over Zhang Mingjiang. The Senate's drug leakage problems probably weren't the 1 or 2 holes they'd originally thought, but rather a sieve. Back in her office, Zhang Mingjiang hurried to read the report Fu Qiliang had given her. She noticed it mentioned that all the affected children's families reported the expectant mothers had used fetus-changing medicine during pregnancy. According to their accounts, the fetus-changing medicine was medicinal wine in a porcelain bottle, claiming that rubbing it on a pregnant woman's belly would change yin to yang. This mysterious medicinal wine obviously contained testosterone. That was what had caused nearly 20 infants' genital malformations. How ignorant and reckless, Zhang Mingjiang sighed. But she was helpless. Never mind the 17th century. In the old timeline, people had similarly sold male hormones to pregnant women as fetus-changing drugs, causing fetal malformations. Concepts that decades of the People's Republic couldn't change. The Senate couldn't hope to change either. The only solution was to cut off the source. Fortunately, this wasn't urgently needed medication. As long as production controlled raw materials and sales strictly enforced prescription rights, it could largely be contained. The advantage of limited usage and few applications was easy quantity verification at every stage. Compared to antibiotics, it was far more manageable. So where was it leaking from? Zhang Mingjiang was puzzled. According to the documents, the fetus-changing medicine appeared as medicinal wine, which indicated the forger had substantial pharmacological knowledge of testosterone drugs. Taking male hormones orally carried considerable risk, potentially causing kidney failure and other side effects, so injection or external application was typically used instead. The trial drugs she'd seen sent to the pharmacy were all gel preparations, also marked oral consumption prohibited. The counterfeiter was probably quite familiar with Australian drug usage and contraindications. That's why they'd repackaged the gel as medicinal wine, to avoid deadly lawsuits. All things considered, leakage through pharmaceutical factory channels seemed unlikely. Zhang Mingjiang knew the general level of current pharmaceutical factory workers. They only knew how to produce according to process procedures. They were completely ignorant about drug properties and pharmacology. At most they knew what a drug was for, but usage methods and contraindications were largely beyond them. This meant whoever was leaking drugs to manufacture counterfeits was likely a medical or pharmaceutical worker. Suddenly she thought of the fetus-changing pills she'd purchased in Fashion. Those weren't medicinal wine. What if they contained testosterone? A cold sweat broke over her. If a pregnant woman actually swallowed those, wouldn't it kill both mother and child? At this thought, she hurriedly retrieved a box of fetus-changing pills from her cabinet of samples, crushed them, and after some preparation examined them under the microscope. After a long while, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. These pills contained no purified chemical crystalline substances, only fragments of various traditional Chinese medicines. Though she couldn't be completely certain, they most likely didn't contain testosterone. So the fetus-changing pills sold everywhere on the streets, and the fetus-changing medicinal wine weren't the same thing at all. Zhang Mingjiang's head began to ache. She'd originally assumed there must be some connection between the two, but now it seemed one was fake medicine, and the other was a knockoff of fake medicine. Apart from both claiming fetus-changing miraculous effects, they probably had nothing to do with each other. Never mind. Better go to Huizhou first to investigate. Compared to this inexplicable fetus-changing medicine, the antibiotic problem was obviously more pressing. But how to proceed once in Huizhou? The situation there was far more complicated than Danzhou. Danzhou was merely a prefecture, but Huizhou was Huizhou Prefecture with 10 subordinate counties. Located on the critical East River route, it was the key town of eastern Guangdong, long serving as the political, economic, military, and cultural center of the East River Basin and a major commodity distribution hub. In ancient times it was called famous prefecture of Lingnan and gateway to eastern Guangdong. It was also a Hakka stronghold, one of the 4 Hakka prefectures. Here lived not only Hakka, but also large numbers of Cantonese and Coercion people, plus Yao people in the mountains. The complexity of the situation far exceeded anything Guangzhou or Fashion presented. Though Huizhou had been designated a priority governance zone due to its strategic position, this priority governance was probably far inferior to Fashion and Guangzhou. If Zhang Mingjiang brought a few investigation team members there, people would likely know as soon as they entered the prefectural city. For an ordinary case, going to Huizhou wouldn't be so sensitive. But the drug leakage case obviously involved naturalized citizens whose understanding of the Senate far exceeded that of ordinary people. The moment she appeared in Huizhou, various demons and monsters would probably go into hiding. Yet not going to Huizhou and entrusting some naturalized citizen, she simply couldn't set her mind at ease. After much deliberation, she went to see Wu Mu for his opinion. Personally, I don't think you should go to Huizhou. It would cause too much commotion. Wu Mu was characteristically blunt. When an elder moves, security arrangements are required. The locality has to arrange reception. If the other side is paying attention, before you've even left Guangzhou, Huizhou will have gotten word. Once the enemy hears an elder from the health sector is coming, no matter what pretext you use, as long as they're not idiots, they can guess. That's exactly what I was thinking. Zhang Mingjiang nodded. But if I don't go, I'm uneasy. This drug-related work is quite specialized. We've been in this timeline for almost 10 years now, haven't we? Some things should be left to naturalized citizens. Are we going to handle everything ourselves forever? Wu Mu said. My suggestion is to select 1 or 2 naturalized citizen cadres you trust who understand the specialty. The 3-person team I originally assigned you stays as is. Just use the Cheka's name. They already have a flying inspection system. Suddenly landing in Huizhou to check ledgers wouldn't attract attention. Good idea. Let me think about it. In an instant, Zhang Mingjiang ran through several names of local health sector cadres. The health sector differed from other departments. Because of the specialized nature and personal safety implications, almost all workers had been trained in Lingao. Even if Zhang Mingjiang didn't know them personally, their faces were familiar. But this person should preferably have some distance from health sector people, otherwise they'd be easily recognized. Wu Mu added. Moreover, he should ideally be Cantonese, whether Coercion, Hakka, or Cantonese, so going to the Huizhou medicine market for undercover investigation wouldn't attract attention. After much thought, a suitable candidate suddenly came to mind, and this person was already in Huizhou. I have someone. Though he's in the health sector, he's currently stationed in Huizhou, directing all of the prefecture's medical work. Since he's already there, just giving him a document can let him join the investigation team's work without drawing attention. This person was actually one of her students, young and talented. She'd originally planned to invest considerable effort cultivating him at Bern General Hospital. Unfortunately, current social conditions meant male obstetrician-gynecologists were difficult for people to accept, and demand for neurologists was also quite limited. After much consideration, she could only send him on external assignment to Guangdong for practical experience, training him as a general practitioner. One person isn't enough. Can you add another? Zhang Mingjiang thought it over and came up with a second candidate. In terms of qualifications, he met all of Wu Mu's requirements, but he was too old, carried himself with a pedantic scholar's manner, and was basically an outsider professionally. Oh well, when choosing among limited options, she'd take what she could get. Old Yuan, a young man with a satchel, rode a bicycle, wobbling along the newly laid cinder road, and braked sharply in front of a middle-aged man approaching elderly. This man wore a half-new, half-old indigo cadre uniform, with a fountain pen, symbol of status and culture, tucked in his breast pocket. He held a roll of documents, gesticulating and shouting loudly about something. It was none other than Yuan Shuzhai, who had passed as number 1 in the Municipal Comprehensive Governance Bureau Sanitation Specialist examination back then. End of chapter. Chapter 2578. Investigation Part 5. After passing the Sanitation Management examination and completing his training period, Yuan Shuzhai joined the Municipal Comprehensive Governance Bureau. This bureau was essentially a merger of departments that in the old timeline had operated separately: sanitation, landscaping, municipal works, transportation, and more. During the Republic era, such an entity would have been called the Municipal Works Bureau, but the Guangzhou government had chosen this different name to avoid confusion with the Ming Dynasty's Ministry of Works. Lin Beiguang served as the bureau's direct supervisor. 3 months into Yuan Shuzhai's internship, impressed by his excellent performance, Lin assigned him his first real task. That task was the urban public toilet renovation project. Grand Prefect Liu Xiang had designated this initiative as the year's top priority for improving citizens' lives. In mid-17th century cities, public toilets either didn't exist at all or existed only in the crudest forms. Guangzhou's version of such facilities came in 2 varieties. The first was simple urinals placed at street corners for men. The second, slightly more refined, consisted of half-buried excrement vats in back alleys with stepping boards across their tops. Neither type had any enclosure. Urinals typically had conical covers, while the excrement vats sported reed mat canopies, not for privacy, but to keep rainwater out. Diluted waste meant lower quality night soil, which harmed the profits of the excrement section owners who collected and sold it. Such crude facilities were obviously usable only by men. Grand Prefect Liu understood that if women were to join the workforce, proper separate facilities for both sexes were essential. Hygiene was equally pressing. Even these primitive toilets were scarce, which meant that any secluded spot became fair game, especially the back alleys, where excrement and urine accumulated freely. Beyond the obvious filth, this contaminated water sources and bred infectious diseases. Thus, after completing his 2 major municipal projects, demolishing illegal structures and dredging the 6 vein channels, Liu Xiang turned his attention to constructing proper public toilets throughout the city. The initiative served purposes beyond sanitation. It was also meant to dismantle the city's entrenched criminal networks. Guangzhou's excrement sections had long functioned like warlord territories, boundaries interlocking yet fiercely defended, each section's rights documented in formal agreements. The section owners regularly clashed over collection rights, disputes that drew in temple of Guangdong gangs and often ended in bloodshed. Originally, these owners had cleared excrement for free, profiting solely from its sale as fertilizer. Over time, however, they'd weaponized their services against residents. Workers began demanding leg power fees, tea fees, and cleaning fees, extorting payment under threat of leaving household waste to pile up. Residents had no recourse but to endure the exploitation, and resentment ran deep. So while building public toilets was expensive and complicated, the benefits to urban governance made it a cornerstone of Liu Xiang's New Life movement. Though Guangzhou's 6 vein channels provided underground drainage, dumping raw sewage directly into them was clearly unacceptable on both hygienic and agricultural grounds. The construction company therefore designed a septic tank system. Each public toilet was a large shared facility divided by gender, with an attached dumping station for household waste. Sanitation workers cleaned and flushed the facilities daily at scheduled times. Wastewater flowed into 3-stage septic tanks, where it settled and fermented. The clarified upper layer drained into the sewer channels, while the accumulated sludge was periodically emptied by hand into carts and transported to fertilizer stations in the 4 suburbs. There, the city's collected excrement and household garbage was sold to nearby farmers. The construction standards roughly matched those of public toilets in the old timeline's pre-1980s China, crude overall, with barely passable sanitation. But for this timeline, the concept was revolutionary. The designer's only regret was that without a municipal water supply, flushing remained problematic. Sanitation workers had to haul water carts to each facility. Even so, these toilets, strategically placed according to population density, markedly improved the urban environment. Yuan Shizhai was responsible for overseeing construction of 3 such facilities. He had already completed the first. Now working on the second, he was leading a site survey to determine the optimal location within the neighborhood. Drawing on the location theory he'd studied for the civil service exam, he discussed the options with several newly hired young staff. "What do you all think of these spots? We can't build at wind openings. The smell would carry for miles. But we can't place it too far from residents either, or they won't bother using it. I think these locations strike a good balance, close enough for convenience, far enough to avoid affecting daily life." "Old Yuan, that spot won't work," spoke up a young man fresh from Lingao's Fangqiati school, newly certified through administrative training. "By location analysis, the current site is optimal." Yuan Shizhai gave him a measured look. Still a kid, he thought. Australian educated, sure, but rigid in his thinking. Couldn't he see how close that location was to Grand Prefect Liu's official residence? Building there would be courting disaster. "You're still too young," Yuan Shizhai said. "Let me give you some advice from someone who's been around longer. Don't stumble into trouble with your eyes open. Look at where that location sits. Consider Guangzhou's prevailing winds. You may lack eyes for these things, but surely you have a nose. All the elders live nearby. Do you think elders need shared toilets? We build based on ordinary people's needs." The young man fell silent, though his expression said he remained unconvinced. Yuan Shizhai added, "There's nothing wrong with wanting to do good work, but if you just bury your head without looking around, you'll still make mistakes. Understand?" Across the street, tea guests at a tea house watched the surveyors at work. One guest laughed. "These Australians control heaven, control earth, and now they want to control where people shit and fart. They're too nosy for their own good. How trivial is this? I'll tell you, when old Wang Fengtu was running things, we had it much better. Why'd they have to arrest a perfectly good excrement head and execute him as some criminal gang element? Now our household waste piles up for days before anyone comes to collect it." "Old Wang, that mouth of yours will be the death of you someday," another guest replied. "Everyone knows Wang Fengtu was your distant nephew, paying you tribute every year. And speaking of character, the man was a bad seed. He collected excrement and sold it for profit, yet still made us pay him for the privilege. Demanded gifts every holiday too. Last time my brother-in-law slighted one of his underlings, the bastard refused to empty their waste for a whole month. Someone else fretted on the tea-house boss's behalf. Boss, your business is doomed. Once that shared toilet goes up, the fragrance will bless everyone for miles around. The boss's face turned green. No matter how the Australians claimed their water-flushed facilities were clean and hygienic, no one would enjoy drinking tea across from a toilet. Once it was built, he'd have no choice but to close up shop. He began calculating how to salvage the situation. Yuan Shizhai was still surveying when a courier arrived from the municipal government with an urgent notice. He opened it to find orders to report the next day to a room at the Great World, where he would meet with an elder Zhang. He was being temporarily seconded to her service. Though uncertain why he'd been pulled from his duties, Yuan Shizhai suspected the Senate wanted him for something important. The thought pleased him. Back at the bureau, he handed off his urban projects to colleagues. The next morning, he reported to the Great World as instructed. Zheng Mingjiang was meeting Yuan Shizhai for the first time, and she couldn't help feeling disappointed. He was not only well past middle age and clearly worn down by life, but exuded the sour air of a failed scholar. Every sentence dripped with classical rhetorical flourishes. This old examination candidate must have crawled out from some forgotten corner of the literati world. How had such a person ended up in their civil service ranks? She was accustomed to the young, naturalized cadres who'd come through the school system. Their appearances varied, but most projected clean, capable images and spoke with crisp efficiency. By comparison, Yuan Shizhai didn't look capable at all. Yet his personnel file told a different story. First place in the civil service sanitation examination, top scores across all training assessments, with first-place finishes in both hygiene studies and epidemiology. Zheng Mingjiang knew how remarkable that was for someone in his 50s with an old literati background. Studying him more carefully, she realized that with a wig and a scholar's robe, he'd pass perfectly for a Ming Dynasty remnant. Not a trace of Australian air about him, ideal for undercover work and intelligence gathering. After chatting briefly, she found him thoroughly worldly wise, his words and manner orderly and measured. He should prove capable of investigation work. She outlined the assignment's scope and priorities, then said, "This matter is highly confidential. Nothing can be leaked before, during, or after. Can you manage that?" "The chief commands," Yuan Shizhai declared. "How dare I refuse? You'll be working undercover and may encounter criminals. There will be risks. Consider carefully whether you can bear them." Before the chiefs entered the city, I was alive only in the technical sense, no different from a dead man except for the breath in my lungs. Passing the civil service examination was my rebirth. This new life was given to me by the chiefs. If the chief requires it, I won't hesitate for an instant. Yuan Shizhai's fervor left Zheng Mingjiang slightly embarrassed. She smiled. "No need to be so dramatic. Huizhou is our territory. I'll have people protecting you discreetly. I won't ask you to do anything truly dangerous, just gather intelligence in secret. With that settled, go home and pack. Tomorrow you'll depart with the investigation team." In those few minutes, Yuan Shizhai had already been thinking ahead. "I believe it would be better if I departed separately," he said. "Oh, why?" "If the chief wants me to investigate secretly, how can I travel openly with the investigation team? Going to Huizhou together might get him spotted by someone along the route. Once discovered, his covert mission would be finished before it began." End of chapter. Chapter 2579, Investigation Part 6. I'll disguise myself as a small merchant or traveling doctor and set off for Huizhou alone. Once I arrive, I'll contact you directly. You've planned this carefully. Zheng Mingjiang nodded with approval. "Very well. When you reach Huizhou, get in touch through Kiwei's Inn." "Understood. I won't fail you." After finalizing the contact arrangements, Zheng Mingjiang allocated him a sum for expenses. Yuan Shizhai took his leave. He returned to his lodging at the Wansheng tea house. Though he'd passed the civil service examination, he had neither family nor friends, nowhere else to go. Several people had tried to arrange marriages for him, hoping he might start a new household, but Yuan Shizai had declined each time with a smile. "I'm over 50. What would I marry for? If I fathered a child now, I'd only burden my wife and doom the boy to hardship." Over time, he and Zheng Huan's family had grown as close as kin. As their lodger, his meals and laundry were all handled by Mother Zheng. He'd once felt guilty about living off their generosity, but now that he drew a salary, he gave Mother Zheng 1 yuan each month for room and board. The rest he saved. In the past, whenever he came home, he'd always exchange a few jokes with Mingnu, the old man and the young girl bantering before going about their business. But this time he went straight to his room, announcing he had an assignment in another region and needed to organize some documents. He asked not to be disturbed. No one thought anything of it. Once inside, Yuan Shizai allowed himself to consider what he'd volunteered for. This mission was dangerous. The chief's miracle drugs were treasures beyond price. A single course of treatment cost dozens of yuan. Whoever had dared to steal and sell such medicines was no ordinary criminal. They had to be desperate outlaws who feared nothing. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life. Building achievements mattered, certainly, but death meant losing everything. Though he'd spoken with passion and conviction before the elder, upon reflection, staying alive to witness the Senate's glory seemed rather more important. With that in mind, he set about his preparations. Yuan Shizai had never been to Huizhou, but he'd met plenty of Huizhou natives and knew it was Hakka territory. His Cantonese accent would mark him as an outsider the moment he opened his mouth. Posing as a local was out of the question. He could only disguise himself as a traveling merchant. But he knew himself well enough. He simply didn't look like a merchant. Whether it was the monks who'd taken him in as a child, the tea-house patrons, or his colleagues at the Comprehensive Governance Bureau, everyone used pedantic scholar as his nickname. A bell-ringing traveling doctor, then. Given his temperament, the role wasn't far off. He'd read some medical texts over the years. He could mumble convincingly about theory, take a pulse, and scribble a prescription well enough. But itinerant doctors were Jianghu folk who needed to know the trade's secret argot to travel freely. Anyone checking his credentials would expose him instantly. That left his most natural disguise, a failed examination candidate or impoverished old licentiate. The role fit him like a glove. He rose and retrieved several worn scholar's robes from his trunk, clothes he hadn't touched since passing the civil service examination. Mother Zheng had washed them clean, mended the tears, and stored them away. He no longer wore a hair bun, but this hardly mattered. Many in Guangzhou had already cut off their queues and adopted the baldy haircut. After all, it was the hairstyle of elders and cadres. Short hair raised no suspicions. Still, even a failed scholar or poor licentiate wouldn't travel hundreds of li without good reason. He had no relatives or friends in Huizhou, so he couldn't claim to be visiting family. And if he said he was going to teach at a private school, anyone asking which family had hired him would leave him with nothing to say. After much thought, he remembered that Wansheng Tea House employed an assistant from Huizhou whose family also ran a tea house. He spoke with Zheng Huan and arranged for the assistant to write a letter of introduction, leaving the header and recipient's name blank. When Zheng Huan brought him the finished letter, he watched Yuan Shizai fill in the details and couldn't help asking, "What's all this about?" "Ah, Huan, have you forgotten Civil Service Discipline Article 18, Section 3.1? Don't ask about things that aren't your concern." Yuan Shizai's tone was severe. Right, Zheng Huan raised his hands. "I won't ask. I'm going on assignment, a secret mission. You must keep this confidential." The weight of responsibility settled visibly onto Yuan Shizai's features. "Understood, but take care of yourself." Zheng Huan gripped his arm briefly. "Whatever happens, your life comes first." "I'll remember, Ah Huan." The next morning after breakfast, Yuan Shizai made his way to Tianzi Dock. Passenger boats to Huizhou were plentiful. Both the flower-tail barges operated by the newly established shipping companies and old-style vessels run by independent boatmen. Yuan Shizai chose an old-style boat. A flower-tail barge didn't suit his current identity. Even second-class cabin passengers were at least small merchants. He negotiated a fare with the boatman, then carried his bedroll aboard and settled in. Such boats mixed passengers and cargo, the hold filled with goods, passengers perched on top. There were no private cabins, no meals provided, no bedding supplied. Passengers brought everything themselves. Short trips were tolerable enough. Long journeys tested one's endurance. The only advantage was the low price, and the passengers were mostly common folk. Yuan Shizhai had boarded early and claimed a spot near the stern by the canopy exit. Good ventilation, good light. As long as it didn't rain, this was the best seat on the boat. He spread his bedroll on the deck, sat with his back against the canopy frame, and waited. Shortly after he'd settled in, small vendor boats drifted alongside, hawking watermelon seeds, puffed rice candy, peanuts, tangerines, preserved fruits, along with smoked meats, pastries, braised dishes, and roast chicken. The voyage to Huizhou aboard this type of vessel took roughly 3 days and nights. Stops for meals were few and far between, so passengers needed to stock up. Yuan Shizhai watched his fellow travelers open their purses generously, buying provisions by the armful. He was quietly surprised. Passengers on boats like this were mostly lower-class folk who typically wouldn't splurge on snacks or expensive prepared foods. They'd make simple fare at home and bring it along. Yet here they were, spending freely. Thinking it through, the great Song had entered the city over 2 years ago now. Peace had settled across the 4 directions, livelihoods had stabilized, and industry and commerce were developing. These past 2 years, though not without hardship, had seen no major disasters. People had more money in hand, the look of those who'd harvested an extra 3 or 5 bushels. Though Yuan Shizhai always wholeheartedly supported the Senate's governance, he maintained his own assessments. The Senate's land surveys and tax reforms in the countryside alone had lifted countless burdens from ordinary people. Moreover, the state-owned grain companies' purchasing operations had curbed the small grain merchants who used to band together and suppress prices. All of it had increased people's incomes. With food and clothing no longer constant worries, people naturally sought better comforts. It was simply human nature. During civil service training, Yuan Shizhai had studied the 3 levels of human needs. Applying the theory now, he found it remarkably sensible. This elder Marx was truly a great master. He'd brought his own dry rations and saw no need to spend money. After watching the bustle for a while, he drew a magazine from his bag and began to read. The publication was called Huizhou, newly founded, soliciting submissions from schools, academies, and naturalized citizen cadres, occasionally commissioning pieces from local cultural luminaries. The content ran to literature, history, and philosophy, very much to old Yuan's taste. This issue featured one of Yuan Shizhai's own articles, a scholarly analysis of several place name variations in Dream of the Red Chamber. Better still, it included a Lingao travelogue by Zhang Dai of the Restoration Society. His own article had been beautifully typeset and printed, and to appear alongside such a celebrated literary figure made old Yuan more pleased with his work the longer he looked at it. He grew almost intoxicated. He didn't notice when the boat cast off, nor where the journey had taken them. He was still thinking, not in vain did I spend so many rest days writing this manuscript. To be published in the same issue as Master Zongtao, this lifetime was worth it. And indeed it was. From this point onward, old Yuan would emerge in the field of Red Chamber studies and eventually become a master in his own right. Your minister has heard that punishing without teaching is called cruelty. Chairman Wen knows your minister is cautious. Therefore in May we crossed to Hainan, deep among the masses. Now the South Seas are pacified, instructors are sufficient. Song people and Ming people are all one body. The Ming nation's people are also the Senate's beloved children. Those who appreciate Australian learning and prove loyal and capable should attend the study societies and academies, together basking in the Senate's glory. At the memorial, tears streamed down. He was reading an article promoting the common script, common ancestry movement when drowsiness overtook him. Within moments, he'd fallen asleep amid the gentle rocking of the boat and the soft gurgle of water against the hull. When he woke, it was already noon. Yuan Shuzhai wiped away the drool that had run from the corner of his mouth. The boat had docked at a market town wharf. Many short-distance passengers had disembarked here and new ones had come aboard. This private boat differed from Kiwei's vessels. Because the journey was long and passed through many settlements, passengers embarked and disembarked frequently. A boatwoman stood lookout, calling from the bow at every market town landing. Boarding, boarding, seats available. Particularly many people boarded here. The cabin grew packed, already cramped, with 2 passengers now perched on portable stools in the center aisle. Shortly after leaving the market town, they reached a rural ferry crossing where more people got on and off. From the local dialect floating around him, it seemed to be a small place called Huangxi. 2 or 3 passengers boarded this time, all looking like local villagers. Among them, a stocky, short, stout man climbed aboard but instead of finding a seat, called out loudly, "How much to Tanksia?" His voice was jarring enough to startle the drowsy old Yuan alert. The man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. Though he wore a traditional hair bun, his clothes were garish, covered in tears and patches. His face was incongruously smeared with rouge and powder like a mischievous child playing dress-up. Around his neck hung a large silver lock, the whole effect quite comical. Without waiting for the boatwoman to respond, he began clapping and singing a nursery rhyme to himself. End of chapter. Chapter 2580, Investigation, Part 7. Several dozing passengers stirred with irritation, and unfamiliar villagers seated nearby began hurling complaints. "What brat is making all this noise? My chickens won't lay in their coop now. Are you going to pay for that?" A man who appeared to be a medicine peddler, carrying a wicker basket festooned with various odds and ends, offered an explanation. "That's the fool son from landlord Huang Dana's family, I believe." Yuan Shuzhai had no idea whether a landlord named Huang Dana actually lived in Huangxi, let alone whether this was truly his simpleton son. 15 wen to Tanksia, the boatwoman called out, collecting fares. The fool fumbled through his pockets and produced several 1 wen and 2 wen paper notes. The boatwoman told him it wasn't enough. He kept digging. This time he pulled out a somewhat familiar-looking bill. Yuan Shuzhai couldn't see it clearly, but it appeared to be a silver dollar certificate with a denomination of 10 yuan. This was rare indeed. Since the Senate had abolished the tael in favor of the yuan, a single silver dollar held considerable purchasing power. Yuan Shuzhai's official monthly salary amounted to only a few yuan. In everyday transactions, people typically used fen and wen notes. Yuan Shuzhai frowned. He'd never encountered a 10 yuan silver dollar certificate before. The largest denomination he'd normally see was 1 yuan, equivalent to 1,000 wen. 10 yuan represented a small fortune. Where had this note come from? The question nagged at him. "Is this enough?" The fool waved the bill, about to hand it to the boatwoman, when a man who looked like a peddler suddenly snatched it from his grasp. "Brother, let me pay your fare. Just give me that note." Moments ago, this same man had been cursing the fool with great enthusiasm. His abrupt change in attitude left the entire boat astounded. The medicine peddler spoke up. "Hey now, what kind of money is that? Let everyone have a look." The peddler stuffed the note into his robe and ignored him completely, the very picture of someone who'd stumbled upon a hidden treasure. A man with close-cropped hair wearing an Australian jacket sat at the stern. He spoke up leisurely. "Friend, that's a new 10 yuan bill issued by the Great Song. 1 note exchanges for 10 silver dollars. You should show some conscience. You can't swindle this young fellow. Mind your own business," the peddler snapped, looking thoroughly unreasonable. The short-haired man in Australian dress smiled faintly. "When I see injustice, I naturally intervene." He produced a waist badge and flashed it. The peddler sneered. "You think waving some badge around will scare me?" The medicine peddler examined the badge and exclaimed in alarm. "You're from the Great Song's Directorate of Intelligence," he quickly urged the peddler. "Since ancient times, commoners don't fight officials. Hold your tongue. This is a Great Song official." He passed the badge over. The peddler took it and studied it, his expression shifting between guilt and stubborn defiance. Stiffening his neck, he said, "Who knows what kind of office that is? So you're telling me this note is really worth 10 silver dollars?" He handed the badge back to the medicine peddler, who immediately returned it to the fake Baldy. The exchange happened swiftly, like a butterfly flitting between flowers. "Absolutely genuine," the Australian cadre replied with composed authority. "You can pay for this young fellow's ticket, but you cannot simply cheat him out of his money." The peddler remained defiant. "You say it's worth 10 yuan, so it's worth 10 yuan. This 10 yuan note never existed on the market before. He pulls it out to buy things. Who knows if it's real or counterfeit? I'm spending 15 wen to help him buy a ticket in exchange for a note of unknown authenticity. I'm doing him a favor." The fake Baldy man rose to his feet, unable to remain seated. "Since you put it that way, I'll authenticate it for you. Everyone here can bear witness. Friend, let me see the note." The peddler hesitated. "You're not trying to trick me, are you? I'm a Great Song official. How could I trick you?" The fake Baldy man's expression radiated righteous indignation. Only then did the peddler reluctantly produce the note and hand it over, adding, "Be careful, don't damage it." The fake Baldy cadre accepted the bill, withdrew a magnifying glass from his satchel, and held the note up to the light, searching for something. Before long, a blurry crane materialized in the backlit paper. He called out, "See that? This is the anti-counterfeiting mark on the new notes." After displaying it in a half-circle around the middle and rear of the boat, the medicine seller took the magnifying glass and note to show passengers at the front. Yuan Shuzhai observed that the paper note did indeed bear a crane watermark. He felt a chill run through him. By now, while the other passengers watched with fascination, Yuan Shuzhai had seen enough. His time among the lower classes had taught him to recognize shills when he saw them. This was a scam, obvious plants and hidden ones working in concert. It was a common routine at boats, docks, inns, and roadside tea stands, anywhere outside travelers congregated. The tricks and names varied, but the fundamental scheme remained the same. He knew this gang was operating together and couldn't be certain of their relationship with the boat operator. Making a scene now would be unwise. Instead, he observed carefully, memorizing each person's features for later investigation. What truly alarmed him wasn't the scam itself, but the counterfeit note. As a Guangzhou civil servant, he knew counterfeit currency circulated on the market. The Bureau had held meetings specifically to announce this, detailing the types and characteristics of discovered counterfeits. According to those briefings, all known counterfeits were extremely crude, obviously fake at a glance. They might fool villagers in remote areas, but would be spotted immediately at any decent market. But this note was different. The material, patterns, and lettering all closely resembled genuine currency. Only the design and color diverged from current notes. Yet the bill had passed before his eyes too quickly. Yuan Shuzhai had no opportunity to examine it closely or gather more details. Meanwhile, the peddler adopted a pained expression and reluctantly pulled out 2 silver dollars, pressing them into the fool's hands. "This is everything I have, my life savings. Take it all. Who knows if your note is real or fake? Exchanging one note for $2, you're robbing me blind, brother." The landlord's fool son accepted whatever was given without objection, taking the money with a grin. "One piece of paper for 2 silver cakes. You all call me a fool, but I think you're the fools." The fake Baldy man wore an expression of distress as he continued advising the fool, "You can't spend money like this. You should go to a money shop or bank to exchange it for small change. You could get 10 big 1 yuan silver dollars. How did you end up with only 2? He sighed heavily. "Young fellow, you didn't steal this money, did you?" The fool waved his hands frantically. "I didn't steal it, I wouldn't dare. My brother gave me this for drinking." He pantomimed, raising a cup to his lips. The fake Baldy man pressed further. "What does your brother do?" My brother collects money in the countryside with the chiefs. The fool mimed counting on an abacus. He has so much money he can't count it all. He gave me lots. He pulled out a stack of similar-looking bills. My brother gave me lots. The peddler feigned enlightenment. So your brother is an elder's accountant. No wonder he can get big money. The medicine peddler chimed in. I want some too. I'll give you 2 silver coins for 1 note. After making his exchange, he slapped his thigh in apparent anguish. Ah, I usually carry over a dozen yuan on me, but I just bought goods today and spent everything. If only I'd bought less medicine. He kept lamenting loudly to everyone within earshot. The peddler and medicine peddler worked in tandem, inciting others to cheat the fool by exchanging 1 note for $2. After some manipulation, passengers began falling for it. Several well-dressed individuals, apparently from merchant or gentry families, must have thought fortune had smiled upon them. They started pulling out money to exchange. 1 note, 2 notes. One merchant produced $10 at once and exchanged for 5 notes. Whenever someone had less than $2, the 2 men blocked the transaction, claiming it would be cheating the fool. $2 was no small sum. Most passengers couldn't produce that much. Those who couldn't participate watched with envious expressions. The peddler then, helpfully, suggested that several people could pool their money to exchange for a single note. Since the note could be exchanged for $10, they could simply convert it afterward and divide the proceeds equally. The math was simple enough. The boat cabin erupted with excitement as groups of passengers pooled their coins to buy notes. Throughout this farce, the fake baldy man maintained an upright facade, refusing to cheat the fool and repeatedly advising him, "You could exchange this note for 10 silver dollars in the city. Why are you giving them away?" He sighed with theatrical distress. "Your brother will be heartbroken when he finds out." By the end, over half the passengers had paid out money. Yuan Shuzhai made a rough calculation. This single trip had netted the gang more than $30. Quite profitable indeed. When no more exchangers remained, the fool disembarked at Tangxia. After 2 more docks, the medicine peddler and the peddler also left the boat, one after another. The passengers who'd exchanged notes clutched them carefully against their chests, glancing around warily, afraid of revealing their newfound wealth and attracting robbers. At another market town, a major dock, the boat stopped around 5 in the afternoon for a break. Passengers who wished to go ashore for food or shopping were free to do so, but had to return before dark since the boat would continue sailing through the night. The moment the boat steadied, passengers scrambled ashore. Among them were quite a few wealthy folk who'd brought ample provisions and had no need to seek a meal. The boatman puffed on his pipe, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Yuan Shuzhai sensed the man knew something, so he remarked casually, "Strange that so many people suddenly want to go ashore for a meal break." Before the boatman could respond, the boatwoman laughed. "They're not going for a meal, they're rushing to Delong to exchange their money, waiting to get rich. Whether they get rich is none of our concern," the boatman said. "Zio Quan, get several bamboo tubes ready in case someone wants to jump in the river later." End of chapter. Chapter 2581 Investigation Part 8 Yuan Shuzhai feigned surprise. "Boatman, how do you know someone will want to drown themselves?" The boatman's expression turned contemptuous. "I've seen plenty on this river. These fools all think money falls from the sky. Tusk tusk. They spend $2 on worthless paper, then want to throw themselves overboard when they can't stomach the loss." Worthless paper. "So you mean—" "That's right, you figured it out," the boatwoman laughed. "Among everyone on this boat, you're the only one with any worldly experience. You didn't fall for their trick." "I'm flattered. Years of running around for a living have taught me a thing or two about the world's treacheries." Yuan Shuzhai wanted to draw out more information, so he added deliberately, "I take it this isn't the first time." "Far from it." The boatman nodded. "Happens every week or two. Regular passengers on this route have learned to ignore it, but there are always newcomers each trip. Once greed takes hold, they walk right into the trap. They're so brazen, aren't they afraid someone will report them to the authorities?" "Report them, and then what?" "This region is nothing but river channels and waterways. They can hop on and off boats anywhere they please. Where would the police even begin to look? The boatman lit his dry tobacco pipe. The marks just have to accept their bad luck. The ones who have lost their life savings or their medicine money and can't cope, those are the ones who want to drown themselves. Yuan Shuzhai wasn't surprised. Similar scams were everywhere. Even in Guangdong, now Australian territory, with the New Life movement and vagrant sweeps and major public order rectification campaigns, various swindles still flourished. Even senior naturalized citizen cadres from Lingao had been deceived. As they chatted, those who'd gone for a meal break began returning one by one. Some were deathly pale and dejected. Some burst into curses of "may they die miserably" the moment they stepped aboard. Others stomped their feet and beat their chests, berating themselves for losing their minds. Yuan Shuzhai watched them and sighed inwardly. Across from him sat a young man who'd also bought counterfeit money. Since returning from the dock, he'd sat hunched over on the wooden plank with his head in his hands. He'd maintained this position until now, but then suddenly straightened. Yuan Shuzhai noticed his vacant eyes, his dazed expression. Something was wrong. The young man was losing his grip on sanity. Sure enough, moments later he leaped from his seat. His head struck the canopy with a loud bang, startling everyone. But he was completely oblivious, jumping around the cabin and babbling. I'm rich, I have plenty of money." He cackled madly while throwing counterfeit bills in every direction. Yuan Shuzhai knew the man had just spent 10 yuan buying 5 counterfeit notes. 10 yuan was no small sum. Anyone would be distraught. The young man's shouting through the cabin into chaos. When he headed toward the stern, raving about going to the Dragon Palace to seek treasure, and clearly about to jump into the river, the boatwoman rushed over with 2 boat hands. With considerable difficulty, they restrained him and lashed him to the stern with rope. An old man nearby shook his head. "What a sin! He boarded with me. That 10 yuan was given by his family to buy life-saving medicine in Huizhou." Yuan Shuzhai had only been watching the commotion, but this offhand remark caught his attention. He remembered that Elder Zheng had transferred him to Huizhou to investigate the fake medicine case. This man was also going to Huizhou for medicine. Could there be a connection? He affected ignorance. Going to Huizhou for medicine, can't he buy it locally? Besides, Guangzhou is nearby. It's a major city where any medicine can be found. Why travel all the way to Huizhou? The old man sized him up. Noting his Ming Baldy hybrid attire and unable to place his background, he replied politely, "And you are?" "I'm an accountant. Lost my job in Guangzhou and a friend recommended me to Huizhou to find work." "I see." The old man lowered his voice. "So you're Cantonese. You probably haven't heard, starting last year, the Huizhou medicine market. You know about the Luofu Mountain medicine market?" "Yes, of course. One of the 4 great markets under heaven. How could I not?" "Well then, starting last year, that market began carrying miracle drugs. All the kind that take effect immediately after a single dose. Especially for festering wounds, persistent fevers and chronic coughs, proven effective every time. Almost as good as Australian miracle drugs, but far cheaper." Yuan Shuzhai already knew the case details from materials Zheng Mingjiang had provided. "Could you be referring to something like Lushi powder? But that medicine is also sold in Guangzhou. It's not hard to obtain." "Why go to Huizhou?" "Ah, so you know that one. Well then, actually there's more than just Lushi powder. Though it's sold in Guangzhou, it's not nearly as cheap as at the Huizhou market, so some people are willing to make the extra journey." "I see." Yuan Shuzhai nodded and sighed. That 10 yuan was probably the family's savings. Now swindled clean, and worse, whoever's sick at home is probably in grave danger. No wonder he couldn't accept it. "Exactly, sir. But once human greed rises, not even mountains of knives and seas of fire can hold people back." The old man sighed. "He's gone mad on the boat. Who knows if he'll ever recover? Most likely he'll wander about crazed, not knowing where home is, and drift homeless. His family will be heartbroken." The night passed without incident. When Yuan Shuzhai woke the next morning, the crazed young man was gone. According to the old man beside him, he'd been making too much noise in the middle of the night, so the boatman put him ashore to fend for himself, as long as he didn't die on the boat. The boat traveled another 10+ li. With favorable wind they hoisted sails, without it they poled. In some stretches, the boat hands even had to wade down into the shallows and haul tow ropes, traveling east all the way. By noon, they reached a bend where the current slowed and the river widened. A tributary joined the East River here, and this river valley flatland hosted a considerable settlement, a fairly large rural market with 2 wine houses and several tea stands. Many passenger and cargo boats stopped here to load and unload. The boatmen also moored here for a break, letting passengers go ashore to stretch their legs. This was already beyond Yuan Shizai's usual range. After a day and night on the boat, his limbs had gone stiff. He took the opportunity to walk around and loosen up. The market backed against the river with convenient transportation. Agricultural products from the surrounding countryside and goods from all directions were distributed here, lending it considerable prosperity. Today was also market day, with people and merchants from everywhere coming to trade. The place was bustling. He'd walked only a short distance when he noticed a crowd gathered by the dock, someone vaguely shouting. They seemed to be hawking something. On a whim, Yuan Shizai walked over. The berth was packed 3 layers deep. Protecting his satchel, he carefully squeezed through to find a cargo boat moored at the shore. Under the canopy sat a coffin. On the dock were stacked over a dozen wooden crates, all conspicuously stamped with the Jiujiang trademark and the Peerless Patriot brand. By the dock lay a straw mat, on which knelt a woman and 3 children of varying ages, all dressed in heavy mourning and weeping piteously. Only one middle-aged man wearing a white mourning band stood apart, explaining the situation while hawking the goods. Yuan Shizai listened and pieced together the story. A northern merchant residing in Guangzhou had purchased a shipment of Peerless Patriot from Guangzhou's Purple Record, intending to transport it north for sale while sending his children back to his hometown. Unfortunately, he'd fallen suddenly ill here and died, leaving behind orphans, a widow, and a boatload of merchandise. Before dying, the merchant had instructed his manager to sell the wine at a discount right here. With the proceeds, he could send the wife, children, and coffin home. Everyone, please show some compassion and take pity on these orphans and their widowed mother. Stranded far from home, they still have to escort the coffin back. Such hardship. If any wine lovers would buy a crate, you get a wonderful deal and accumulate merit. Our master's spirit in heaven will be eternally grateful. The manager spoke with passion, tears streaming down his face. Combined with the wailing of the orphans and widow on the straw mat, onlookers sighed in sympathy. Some immediately wanted to buy wine to help. Yuan Shizai observed that all the wine on display was high-quality Peerless Patriot, with authentic Jiujiang stamps on the crates. He couldn't help feeling tempted himself. Then he heard the manager explain that beyond Guangdong's borders, Ming territory didn't accept Australian paper notes. If they collected a pile of those, they'd have to return to the city to exchange them for silver. So they only accepted silver dollars, all at a discount price of 1 yuan per bottle. Additionally, to sell out quickly and be on their way, the wine wasn't sold by the bottle. Minimum purchase was 1 crate of 6 bottles. Though it was a tearful clearance sale, 1 yuan per bottle still exceeded many people's purchasing power. Add the minimum 1 crate requirement, and the price was more than ordinary folks could bear. Many who'd been eager to try drifted away immediately. Seeing no buyers, the manager had an assistant open a crate and take out 2 bottles of wine, along with several gourd ladles. This is all Peerless Patriot that our master bought from Jiujiang. If you drank this at a wine house, you couldn't dream of it for less than $5 or $6. Don't believe me? Come taste a sip. You'll know in an instant whether it's genuine. Everyone was murmuring among themselves when several people hurried over, pushed through the crowd, and called out, "Let me see first, save 2 crates for me." Yuan Shizai was jostled into the inner layer. He overheard people nearby saying that the newcomers appeared to be managers from some local wine house. This wine house manager didn't drink from the already opened bottles. After a brief exchange with the manager, he had them open another crate, took out a fresh bottle, tasted from a ladle, and nodded approvingly. His assistant immediately produced 12 gleaming silver dollars and handed them over. The manager was delighted. He accepted the money with a deep bow and thanked him profusely. The winehouse manager replied, "These orphans and their widowed mother, stranded so far from home, truly difficult." With that, he had his assistant take out a dollar, wrap it in white paper, and present it to the woman in mourning clothes. "Consider this my condolence gift. Escort the coffin home safely and raise the children well." After speaking, he had his assistant carry the wine and departed through the crowd. The onlookers praised him, all agreeing that a good man had come. End of chapter. Chapter 2582, Investigation, Part 9. Several onlookers couldn't resist the temptation. Two men who looked like prosperous local farmers each purchased a crate on the spot. Seeing only a few crates remaining on the boat, some drinking companions from the neighborhood began discussing whether to pool their money for a shared purchase, what the old timeline would have called group buying. A merchant standing beside Yuan Shuzhai seemed equally tempted, muttering about wanting to acquire a few bottles as a gift for his father-in-law. He tugged at Yuan Shuzhai's sleeve, urging him to join their group purchase. With such a windfall dangling before his eyes, old Yuan clutched the few yuan he'd earned from magazine submissions, his expression pained, clearly torn. He enjoyed a drink or two, but premium goods like Peerless Patriot had always been beyond his reach. On his salary, he could never afford it. When colleagues gathered for drinks, they often waxed rhapsodic about how this particular wine was heavenly, unparalleled, yet he'd never once tasted it himself. Now dazed and swept up in the moment, egged on by the merchant talking about group buying, surrounded by the surging crowd all rushing to purchase, he found himself hesitantly reaching for the 3 silver coins in his robe. Looking back, it was as if he'd been possessed. Just then someone patted his shoulder and a voice sounded in his ear, "Traveler, what are you still doing here? We're about to depart." Yuan Shuzhai snapped to attention. He turned to find the old man who'd been sitting beside him on the passenger boat. In that instant, realization struck this was a setup. He immediately stuffed the money back into his robe, mumbling, "Oh dear, I nearly missed the boat." He followed the old man and squeezed out of the crowd. Behind them, the commotion continued. Before long, all dozen-plus crates of wine on the cargo boat were sold out. The crowd dispersed, and the orphans and widow quickly packed up their stall and boarded the boat, pushing off within moments. Yuan Shuzhai returned to the passenger boat and dropped into his seat. "Thank you, elder, for the warning," he said to the old man. "Truly enlightening. I nearly fell for their trick. I presume you saw through it yourself. I was suspicious from the start, but I've always been fond of drink. They had my measure, and before I knew it, I'd walked right into the trap. Truly, those caught up in the game are blind." Yuan Shuzhai sighed. "These swindlers are despicable. Human hearts have been treacherous since ancient times," the old man consoled him. "You're traveling alone to Huizhou, a stranger in a strange land. Be more careful." "Thank you, elder." The rest of the journey passed without incident. When the boat reached Huizhou, Yuan Shuzhai and the old man had grown quite familiar through their conversations. He learned the old man was surnamed Gao, a Huizhou native, though neither Hakka nor Cantonese. His ancestral home was Chaoshen, and only his grandfather's generation had migrated to settle in Huizhou, making a living growing, gathering, and trading medicinal herbs. Chance encounters on a journey called for speaking only 3 parts of one's truth. The old man remained vague, and Yuan Shuzhai didn't probe. When they reached the Huizhou dock, they exchanged well wishes and went their separate ways. Yuan Shuzhai had been traveling for a long time and couldn't afford further delay. He checked into a room at the designated Kiwei Inn, then quietly went to meet the local investigation team leader. The investigation team that had departed from Guangzhou had arrived in Huizhou several days earlier. Though no elder led the group, the matter was serious enough that the county director received them with great enthusiasm. This county director was none other than Liu Yixiao, formerly of Danzhou. Ever since the scandal of an entire work team being wiped out on Danju territory, Liu Yixiao had been lying low there. The moment the mainland campaign began, he applied for transfer to Guangdong. Anywhere would do. Anything to escape that sorrowful place. Now, hearing that the visitors were investigating the Senate's drug leakage case, Liu Yixiao recognized the gravity of the matter and took no chances. He immediately summoned the team leader Lu Cheng, pledging his full support for the investigation. As for the naturalized medical personnel they required, he could arrange that at once. The doctor personally selected by Zhang Mingjiang was named Zhang Xiaoyu, originally one of her prized students. After being assigned to Huizhou, he had come to oversee all medical, epidemic prevention, and pharmaceutical work in the region, a position of considerable authority. Zhang Xiaoyu had already received Zhang Mingjiang's letter by this point, and immediately joined the team to begin a covert investigation into the counterfeit medicine matter. Having worked in Huizhou for years, he had long heard rumors that Australian miracle drugs were sold at the Luofu Mountain Medicine Market. But he'd never connected this with drug leakage, since medicines flying the Australian miracle drug banner had appeared at the market even before the Senate recovered Guangzhou. Nobody had thought anything of it. So when Lu Cheng mentioned that Lushi powder contained sulfonamide components, Zhang Xiaoyu's jaw nearly dropped. "Such a thing exists," he said in shock. "I know this Lushi powder. It's been sold locally for 2 or 3 years now, renowned for its miraculous effects. I assumed it was just some proven traditional Chinese medicine remedy. I never imagined it held such secrets. This medicine really originates here." "Without a doubt," Zhang Xiaoyu said with certainty. "Lushi powder is sold at the medicine market under a label called Wanchun Quan. It's an established local pharmacy." Lu Cheng perked up at the mention of a brand name. Until now, the various Lushi powders they'd collected from the market all bore different labels, none called Wanchun Quan. "So it's being sold openly." "Correct. As for the other medicines on the list, I've occasionally seen them as well, mostly sold by traveling peddlers. Their origins won't be easy to trace. As for that fetus-changing medicinal wine, honestly, I've never encountered it. But who can say? This medicine market is a mixed bag, especially the ghost market, which sells everything." "Wait, the medicine market has a ghost market?" Lu Cheng was surprised. Ghost markets existed everywhere by that name, typically markets trading in the dead of night or at dawn, dealing mostly in counterfeits, stolen property, or cursed items. In short, things that couldn't be traded openly. "That's right. They mostly sell strange, miraculous pills, or else things like wild man's head and dragon liver and phoenix marrow." Zhang Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. "Nothing legitimate, but I must say, sometimes you hear of people finding rare medicinal materials there. In any case, those waters run very deep." From the investigation team's preliminary findings, the Luofu Mountain Medicine Market was indeed a distribution center for Australian miracle drugs, and they discovered the source of Lushi powder. This was nothing short of a major breakthrough. Energized, Lu Cheng immediately held meeting after meeting, discussing and formulating plans, assigning tasks, preparing for a thorough investigation of the medicine market. By the time Yuan Shizai's arrival was reported to the investigation team, Lu Cheng's plans were complete and ready for implementation. But since Yuan Shizai had been personally selected by Elder Zheng, they had to consult him regardless. To her surprise, when they asked him to come to the county government, old Yuan claimed he was doing undercover work and shouldn't be seen openly entering and exiting government offices. He suggested meeting at a certain location in the form of a gathering for a meal. Lu Cheng silently cursed a few choice phrases, but given the undercover label he carried, his request wasn't unreasonable. She reserved a private room at a restaurant outside Huizhou city walls that Yuan Shizai had specified. The establishment's specialty was lychee wood roasted honey intestines, sweet, crispy, and tender with a distinctive flavor. It had earned some local fame. The investigation team members arrived and took their seats in the private room. They ordered rice noodle soup, had the honey intestines roasted and sliced, and ordered a bottle of local moonshine before beginning their discussion. Yuan Shuzhai listened to their findings from the past few days, sat in silence for a long moment, and finally spoke. What's the background of this Wanchun Quan? It's a century-old establishment, Zheng Xiaoyu said. At the medicine market, they specialize in wholesale of various prepared medicines. Many traveling doctors and medicine peddlers throughout the local area in eastern Guangdong source their pills, powders, pastes, and decoctions from this old shop. Do they make all the medicines themselves? Some they make themselves, others they sell on consignment. In that case, Wanchun Quan is a lead, but not necessarily a useful one, Yuan Shuzhai said. Otherwise, this case would be too easy to crack. You're right, comrade old Yuan. So we plan to start with Wanchun Quan and see what story lies behind this famous Lushi powder. In my view, we should first purchase some Lushi powder from Wanchun Quan and verify whether their Lushi powder is the same as the others. Yuan Shuzhai ate a piece of intestine and took a sip of wine, looking quite content. Though Lu Cheng didn't approve of his manner, what he said made sense. She knew this old fellow might look slovenly and greasy, but he had real substance. She was about to respond when a commotion of arguing and cursing erupted outside. After a moment, an assistant came in to serve food. Lu Cheng asked, "What's happening out there?" "Nothing much," the assistant said. "A customer bought a few bottles of Peerless Patriot cheaply at the dock outside, thinking he'd found a bargain. Just now he took it out to show off, but when they opened it, it turned out to be fake wine. He's cursing up a storm." Yuan Shuzhai started, thinking this might be the same scam he'd encountered en route. Even Peerless Patriot has counterfeits. "I thought only Purple Record could make those bottles. There's no second source." "You're right, sir, but swindlers nowadays aren't stupid. They know you people trust those bottles, so the bottles are real but the wine is fake. An empty Peerless Patriot bottle fetches over 10 fen these days. There are people who specifically collect them to fill with fake wine and fool buyers." After the assistant left, Yuan Shuzhai described the 2 scams he'd encountered during his journey. Who knew the swindlers would be so brazen, setting up cons everywhere, even I nearly fell into their trap. He pulled counterfeit money from his robe. "I picked this up on the boat. They use it specifically for scams. I'm not very familiar with this sort of thing. Comrade Lu, would you take a look?" Since counterfeit currency cases had been trending upward recently, Lu Cheng wasn't greatly surprised. However, when she took the note and examined it, she was just as shocked as Yuan Shuzhai had been. "Comrade old Yuan, you got this counterfeit on the boat." "That's right, no doubt about it. When the victim went mad, he was throwing them around the deck. I picked one up. Something about this counterfeit always struck me as different from what I'd seen before." End of chapter. Chapter 2583, Investigation, Part 10. "You're right. This counterfeit is different," Lu Cheng said. As a member of Guangzhou's Political Security Bureau, she had handled dozens of counterfeit currency cases over the years. The current trend among enemies was to use clipped silver for counterfeits, and fake silver dollars had improved dramatically, some now achieving 6 or 7/10 authenticity. Paper currency, however, remained hopelessly inferior, so crude as to be essentially unusable. But this note was remarkably convincing. The paper quality, base color, texture, font, even the watermark, every distinguishing feature of genuine Australian paper currency appeared on this counterfeit. Only one detail confirmed it as fake: the denomination, 10 yuan. The Senate's Central Reserve Bank had never issued paper currency higher than 1 yuan. Lu Cheng examined it repeatedly, her expression darkening. "I know where this came from." "How?" "It was altered from the 1633 edition Tianjin grain circulation coupon." She shook her head. "Clever, credit to them for thinking of it." "Grain circulation coupon?" Yuan Shuzhai looked puzzled. "Yes, it only circulated in Hainan before." Though the grain circulation coupon had once been the Senate's legal currency before monetary reform, it had only circulated within their actual controlled territories. It was extremely rare in the 2 Guangs. Apart from merchants who frequently traveled between Guangdong and Hainan, most people, including current local naturalized citizen cadres, had never seen one. This gave counterfeiters their opportunity. So that's it, genuine currency altered into counterfeit. The enemy is cunning indeed. When they couldn't break through on printing technology, they devised this workaround. Lu Cheng wasn't a finance cadre and didn't understand the specifics of grain coupon issuance and circulation. But clearly, the enemy had somehow obtained a supply of the now-abolished coupons and altered them to resemble silver dollar exchange certificates. Yuan Shizhai had originally come to Huizhou only to investigate fake medicines. Now a counterfeit currency scheme had emerged along the way. Lu Cheng couldn't ignore it and decided to first send a report to Guangzhou. "Comrade Old Yuan, what are your next steps? Where will you stay?" "I'll rest here in the city for a few days and get a feel for the local situation. Then I'll head to Baluo County seat." Yuan Shizhai considered. "I plan to work as an itinerant bookkeeper. More freedom that way." The Luofu Mountain Medicine Market lay 100 li from Huizhou. Even from Baluo County, it was 60 or 70 li distant. The investigation team would find little of use in the prefectural city. Itinerant bookkeeping was a profession that had recently emerged. The Tax Bureau's new standardized system for industrial and commercial taxation had left small and medium shops, previously accustomed to simple running accounts, completely bewildered by the new financial requirements. A new profession arose to meet the demand. Initially, it was just shop accountants who'd attended Tax Bureau training classes moonlighting on the side. As business grew, many others with basic literacy and abacus skills signed up for the training. After completing it, they'd handle bookkeeping and tax filing for shops, a whole new trade. Yuan Shizhai held this certification, so he'd planned to use it as cover. The advantage was freedom of movement. Soliciting business gave him a natural excuse to enter and exit shops without attracting attention. "The medicine market business is thriving, isn't it? They must have plenty of transactions and urgent need for talent like me." Yuan Shizhai stroked his beard. "With luck, they might even invite me to join them." "If that happens, you must discuss it with us first," Lu Cheng warned. "Anyone willing to traffic the Senate's medicines must be a desperate outlaw. Naturally, I still want to live a few more years. Unnecessary risks I won't take." Yuan Shizhai nodded. "I'll linger in the city for a few days. Once I know the routes, I'll visit the medicine market." "All right, we'll head to Baluo County a few days ahead. How will we contact each other? Are you going openly or secretly?" "Our official cover is a Cheka flying inspection team, so we'll arrive openly. Then you'll stay at the Kiwei Inn. I'll send word there when the time comes." The Cheka flying inspection team established mailboxes wherever they stayed to receive tip-off letters. Using this method to communicate would be straightforward. A gentle breeze brought pleasant weather under clear skies. A cargo ship from Lingao churned smoke and spray, cutting through waves toward the dock outside Guangzhou's New World. According to the shipping schedule, Guo Huiwen arrived at the dock early to wait for this shipment of special-use medicines. The escort was Wang Liang, a technician from the General Pharmaceutical Factory. Zheng Mingjiang had specifically requested him, mainly to identify the components of various confiscated miscellaneous drugs. The provincial Hong Kong General Hospital Pharmacy currently lacked this capability. The ship steadied and lowered its gangplank. Passengers gradually disembarked. Since the vessel was transporting sensitive materials, it sold no public tickets. All passengers were naturalized citizen workers. Guo Huiwen scanned the gangplank. Before long, he spotted Wang Liang and immediately waved. "Technician Wang." "Little Guo." After exchanging pleasantries, Guo Huiwen explained the situation. Elder Zheng Mingjiang had gone on a business trip to Huizhou. He was receiving this shipment of special-use medicines on her behalf. Of course, Elder Zheng hadn't actually gone to Huizhou. That was merely her cover story. To make it more convincing, she traveled to Sanshui County a few days ago to spread confusion. "You received Elder Zheng's telegram. Rest assured." Since Elder Zheng requested these medicines, I'll deliver them personally into her hands, Wang Liang said. Good, but when chiefs like Lin at Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital make requests, how do you handle delivery? That's more complicated, Wang Liang paused. It depends on the channel, the specific purpose, and the justification for the request. For normal hospital medicines, 2 channels. First is commercial use. Everything goes through the pharmaceutical company. They order from us and we ship according to the addresses on their manifests. So the pharmaceutical company doesn't keep its own inventory. They keep some. But for large purchases, our factory usually ships directly according to the manifest. Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital is one such case. Are there cases where you ship directly, bypassing the pharmaceutical company? Of course. Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital receives shipments via allocation slips stamped by the Planning Commission. Whatever address appears on the slip, that's where we ship. What about special use items like today's? Special use requires executive office documentation. This batch requested by Elder Lin, we can only ship after the executive office stamps it. And of course, we deliver directly to whoever the goods belong to. Doesn't it need to go through joint logistics? Guo Huiwen pressed. Joint logistics? Wang Liang looked confused. Naturally, joint logistics orders go through joint logistics channels, but sometimes they use freight company channels too, depending on cargo space. Guo Huiwen interrupted. Not joint logistics medicines, for example, this special use shipment or Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital medicines. Would those ever go through joint logistics channels? Why would non-joint logistics goods use joint logistics channels? Wang Liang seemed puzzled. Normal shipments go through freight companies. Sometimes the freight company rents cargo space on joint logistics transport ships, but that's different. Something didn't add up. Guo Huiwen pressed on. Never at all. There are exceptions. Urgent special use items sometimes go through joint logistics. Also medicines destined for remote areas, non-pacified zones that regular transport companies won't serve can only go through joint logistics. But those aren't large quantities. They chatted while walking toward the Great World Guest House. Cargo unloading and distribution would take a day or two, so this medicine shipment couldn't be collected until 48 hours after arrival. At Great World, Guo Huiwen inquired further about the factory's shipping procedures. Though Wang Liang was a technician, he knew the factory's operations thoroughly. He explained in detail how the factory sold goods, how shipments were transported, and what procedures were followed. Guo Huiwen recorded everything carefully. He wasn't a Cheka agent and hadn't studied finance, but from what Wang Liang described, drug leakage could occur at any point in the chain, as long as procedures weren't strictly followed. Wang Liang, tell me, if someone wanted to obtain drugs from the factory, could they? Wang Liang started. You mean? I'm just asking. You probably know Elder Zheng is investigating drug leakage. She wants to identify which channel is compromised. Distribution is a tangled mess, hard to sort out quickly, so let's start at the source. Wang Liang thought for a long moment. If you're asking whether nothing ever leaks, I can't guarantee that. After all, there are many production stages in the workshops. But after packaging and warehousing, all inventory is accounted for. Every entry and exit must be recorded. The warehouse manager is responsible for any discrepancy. We also conduct weekly inventory counts. Write-offs and disposals require procedures too. After write-off, items are destroyed on site. Waste materials and defective products aren't allowed to leave the factory. So you're saying it's completely impossible to obtain drugs without proper authorization? Correct. Even elders can't simply take drugs from the factory. Everything requires proper procedures. Wang Liang spoke with conviction. Then curiosity crossed his face. Weren't these systems originally drafted with Elder Zheng's help? When she came to train us, she kept emphasizing strict SOP compliance. She'd say, systems, systems. A pharmaceutical factory must have rigorous quality systems for control. End of chapter. Chapter 25, 84, Investigation, Part 11. Guo Huiwen found himself at a loss for words. After all, weren't these the very systems Elder Zheng had created? The pharmaceutical factory had operated under the supervision of several elders for years, with management measures that were nothing if not thorough. To say leakage from the factory was impossible would be an overstatement, but it would certainly be extraordinarily difficult. No system is ever airtight, Guo Huiwen pressed on. In your view, if someone wanted to obtain drugs illicitly, which channel would be the easiest? Wang Liang hesitated. This question reeked of ill intent. Though it seemed like idle conversation, the man across from him was a secretary close to an elder. Whichever distributor or channel he named, word would inevitably get out and make him enemies. He chose his words with care. If we're talking channels, any of them is possible. I really couldn't say which would be easier to exploit. After all, we don't know their methods, do we? Guo Huiwen blinked in surprise. You're my old classmate from Fengqiati, he thought. I never expected you to become so slippery. Recognizing that Wang Liang was now on guard and would reveal nothing new no matter how hard he pressed, Guo Huiwen let the matter drop. The factory was probably the least likely source anyway. Better to wait until the medicines were picked up, then trace the actual distribution. 2 days later, Guo Huiwen, Wang Liang, and a representative from Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital's pharmacy traveled together to the freight depot to receive the shipment. Guo Huiwen was acting as Zhang Mingjiang's representative. Since this batch of medicines had been requested in her name as special use and fell outside the factory's regular shipping plan, he carried her authorized pickup slip. After all three parties verified the documentation, Guo Huiwen presented the slip and took possession of the goods. He and Wang Liang signed the handover documents, while the medicines themselves were transferred to the hospital pharmacy for storage. Guo Huiwen and Wang Liang followed the pharmacy staff back to the stockroom. Just as the staff moved to open the boxes for inventory, Guo Huiwen stopped them. He turned to Wang Liang. Let's verify now. This was all part of the plan. Though this batch of special-use medicines bore no special markings, every box and bottle had its serial number meticulously recorded. The medicines arrived in specialized standard packaging. They checked the seals first, confirmed they were intact, then opened the boxes. A random spot check of several bottles and boxes against the manifest showed everything in order. They nodded their approval for the storage to proceed. The pharmacy staff counted, registered, and shelved the medicines, then reported. Quantity, type, and specifications all matched the shipping manifest exactly. The conclusion was clear. No drugs had leaked during transport. The leakage had to be happening at the end-user level. That left an enormous scope to investigate. After much deliberation, Guo Huiwen decided to report the current situation to Zhang Mingjiang and await further instructions. In Sanshui, Zhang Mingjiang read his report with a heavy heart. She had raised this matter. The Senate had given its support. Yet day after day passed, and the timeline on either side of her carefully prepared PowerPoint remained blank, nothing to record. She could only console herself that the investigation was progressing steadily, if slowly. Neither the investigation team dispatched to Huizhou nor Guo Huiwen receiving goods in Guangzhou had provided any useful leads. The only progress, such as it was, came from confirming that the bait medicines had successfully entered Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital's pharmacy. This disproved her first hypothesis, theft or substitution during the sea voyage. The next step was to determine whether someone could extract medicines from the pharmacy itself. One thing she could now say with reasonable certainty: the counterfeiters probably weren't obtaining drugs through the self-pay medical channel. True, anyone who could afford the consultation and medication fees, had a qualifying condition, and possessed a doctor's prescription could openly purchase antibiotic medications from any hospital or private pharmacy. But these drugs were extremely expensive, leaving too thin a profit margin for counterfeit dealers. Unless they transported them far afield, to Jiangnan, the capital, or elsewhere, this approach simply wasn't lucrative enough. And medicines traded over such long distances demanded authenticity above all else. Packaging and everything had to be completely intact. That was an entirely different operation from the current disguised products. To extract excess profits, the key lay in obtaining publicly funded channel medicines. Under the current dual-track system, publicly funded medicine prices ran anywhere from 1/10 to 1/50th of commercial channel prices. That profit differential alone was worth killing for. As the saying went, people will risk beheading for profitable business, but no one does business at a loss. The commercial channel didn't need watching. The crux of the matter was the publicly funded channel. Her options now were limited. One approach was to closely monitor the newly arrived antibiotics. Wu Mu had already planted several people inside the hospital to keep constant watch over the pharmacy's drug flows. The moment any serial-numbered drugs moved, tracking would begin immediately. The other was to place her hopes in the Huizhou operation. Lu Cheng was an experienced political security worker, but she had made no progress since arriving. Though people spoke of the Senate as omnipotent, that reputation came with a crucial premise. The new world the Senate had built possessed powerful forces that no other powers in this timeline could match. Relying on this generational gap, an ordinary naturalized citizen cadre could appear omnipotent in natives' eyes. But operating independently outside the Senate sphere, one quickly learned what the old saying meant. A scholar is useless in 100 ways. The complex reality of Ming society would make that lesson painfully clear. Zhang Mingjiang now felt she wasn't much better off than going solo. Huizhou wasn't the Senate's deeply cultivated sphere of influence. Many of the methods, tools, informants, and systems that political security, police, and even tax personnel relied on for investigations simply didn't exist here. As for their adversaries, they knew nothing at all. The deep gulf between the Senate and the Ming Dynasty only magnified the investigation's difficulty. It was like that famous joke from the old timeline. America trained a black spy to infiltrate Russia, only for him to be exposed the moment he stepped off the plane. Beyond this predicament of the enemy lurking in shadows while they stood exposed, the Senate itself was probably leaking information. The mastermind behind the scenes might not fully grasp the Senate's movements, but they certainly had ways of gathering intelligence. If large quantities of antibiotics could be trafficked right under their noses, what were a few whispered words? After this was over, she'd just go back to being an academic authority. Zhang Mingjiang grumbled to herself, then opened an urgent telegram from Zhang Xiaoyu. Her worried frown transformed into delight as she read. Someone at Zhang Xiaoyu's location had actually delivered themselves to the door. Zhang Xiaoyu currently oversaw all pharmaceutical, health, and epidemic prevention work throughout Huizhou Prefecture, including the health clinics in each county. Naturally, he also controlled the drug distribution channels. His telegram reported that a local pharmacy owner had contacted him under the pretense of wanting to open a new-style clinic. Such an undertaking involved issues of physician qualification certification and controlled drug prescription rights, both with extremely high thresholds. According to Health Ministry regulations, a physician needed at least 1 year of general practitioner training at the Lingao or Guangzhou Medical Vocational School to obtain a practice license and prescription rights. Even then, these rights were quite limited. Many controlled drugs couldn't be prescribed, and the clinic itself couldn't stock drugs. Patients had to take their prescriptions to pharmacies with controlled drug sales permits. In all of Huizhou, only one pharmacy held such a permit, the Runchi Tang Huizhou branch, located in the prefectural city. So this owner's purpose, besides discussing the clinic, was clearly to obtain a controlled drug sales permit. He had hinted to Zhang Xiaoyu that he could offer dry shares to him and relevant personnel. To demonstrate his sincerity, he had already gifted him 50 yuan. 50 yuan, such generosity, Zhang Mingjiang thought. This owner had truly invested heavily. Zhang Xiaoyu's idea was to use this encounter to cultivate an image of himself as greedy for money. That way, even if this particular owner had no connection to the counterfeit drug syndicate, word would spread that he was someone who could be bought. The syndicate would likely approach him of their own accord, allowing him to infiltrate their operation from within. This was indeed a promising opportunity, Zhang Mingjiang reflected. Once rumors of Zhang Xiaoyu's corruption circulated, the interconnected world of drug merchants and dealers would surely take notice. It might well attract members of the counterfeit syndicate. Her role now was to stir up a wave of pharmaceutical ledger audits in Guangdong. The bigger the fanfare, the better. That would force their supply channels to become more cautious and reduce activity. The counterfeit syndicate would then urgently seek new suppliers. Zheng Mingjiang annotated the telegram's margin. Approved. Be careful. After the investigation team relocated to Baoluo, they immediately launched operations at the medicine market, deploying multiple surveillance points. They conducted round-the-clock monitoring of all pharmacies, stalls, and individuals claiming to sell Australian miracle drugs, trying to trace the upstream suppliers. Their original great hope, Wanchun Quan, the source of Lushi powder, yielded disappointing results after covert investigation. Wanchun Quan had been selling Lushi powder for decades. It was the shop's ancestral secret recipe. In other words, this Lushi powder wasn't some suddenly appearing fake medicine, but a traditional Chinese patent medicine that had existed for many years. Investigation team members purchased batches of Lushi powder for analysis, which proved the medicine was ordinary Chinese patent medicine containing no compound ingredients whatsoever. Lu Cheng convened a meeting to analyze the situation. The team concluded that the counterfeiters were likely stealing Lushi powder's name. Their method was probably to buy large quantities of the original medicine from Wanchun Quan, mix it with sulfonamide and other antibiotic powders, then resell it, using the legitimate product as cover. Lu Cheng's decision was clear. Strengthen surveillance of Wanchun Quan, focusing especially on tracking where large Lushi powder transactions went. Since the counterfeiters needed to mass-produce fake medicines, their purchase quantities couldn't be small. Following large shipments of Lushi powder would lead them straight to the counterfeiting workshop. Wonder if old Yuan has arrived yet, someone mused. Yuan Shuzhai had departed several days before the investigation team. By all accounts, he should have reached Baoluo by now. Though Lu Cheng harbored some disdain for the wily old investigator, his undercover work might actually turn up something useful. End of chapter. Chapter 25, 85 Investigation, Part 12. Yuan Shuzhai arrived at the county seat of Baoluo and rested at an inn for a day. Upon inquiry, he learned the medicine market lay another 50 or 60 li beyond, a journey requiring an early departure to arrive before nightfall. The innkeeper, sizing him up as a scholar, suggested he hire a donkey. Otherwise, he'd need to stop for meals and lodging along the way, which would prove inconvenient. No matter. My legs are strong. 60 or 70 li in a day is nothing unusual for me. Yuan Shuzhai paused. I only wonder, are the roads peaceful? Since the Australians came, the roads have been peaceful enough. But travelers shouldn't go alone, the innkeeper said. Best travel in groups. Though Huizhou was counted among the 4 Hakka prefectures, Cantonese and Chaosan people were also numerous. The 3 groups clashed frequently, with villages and hamlets often coming to blows. Yao tribesmen operated in the mountains as well, so security remained far from ideal. The Senate's liberation had restored only basic social order. Traveling any distance still required caution. Still, openly armed bandit gangs no longer plagued these parts, making conditions considerably safer for merchants. Yuan Shuzhai confirmed the route and set off at dawn. The road to the medicine market was far from desolate. Since the Tang Dynasty, Luofu Mountain had been a renowned site for cultivating immortality, the 7th Taoist grotto heaven and 34th blessed land. Ji Hong himself was said to have practiced here, lending the mountain great renown. Temples and Taoist monasteries dotted the slopes inside and out, their incense offerings thriving. The medicine market itself stood at the foot of Liufu Mountain, beside Changshu Temple. Its history stretched back to the Song dynasty. By the Ming, it had earned recognition as one of Lingnan's four great markets, alongside Guangzhou Fangkun's flower market, Hepu's pearl market, and Dongyuan Liaobu's incense market. At its height, medicine shops and stalls stretched for several li, drawing traders not only from the two Guangs and neighboring provinces, but from as far as Southeast Asia. When Yuan Shizai reached the medicine market, his jaw nearly dropped. This was no mere market. It was practically a county seat. Except for lacking city walls and a yamen, its prosperity surpassed that of many small county towns. No yamen stood here, only a medicine market guild, housed within Changshu Temple. Knowing he planned to operate in this area, Yuan Shizai decided to first learn the lay of the land and understand the local rules, lest he violate them and invite trouble. At the temple, he found posted prohibition plaques and several stone stele inscribed with market regulations. Huzhu Prefect's Proclamation, Baluo County Magistrate's Proclamation, and the like. Yuan Shizai read through them carefully, mostly regulations governing merchants. Nothing specifically concerning someone in his position, beyond the usual prohibitions against criminal conduct. With so many merchants gathered here, inns naturally abounded. A Kiwei branch operated here as well. Unless circumstances demanded otherwise, Yuan Shizai preferred Kiwei establishments, first for their cleanliness, second for their privacy. After settling in, he began touring the medicine market, carrying his specially made sign advertising bookkeeping and tax filing services as he wandered the streets. Reality, however, diverged sharply from his expectations. Though this profession was flourishing in Pearl River Delta areas like Guangzhou and Foshan, with all the novelty of a new occupation, outside the deep governance zones, merchants knew little about the new financial and tax systems, and local tax bureaus couldn't fully implement them. Demand for his services proved sparse. After 3 days of soliciting at the medicine market, Yuan Shizai had secured only a single client, and one with nothing to do with the new tax system at that. He'd merely helped a stall owner organize their carelessly kept running accounts. Through his inquiries, Yuan Shizai learned that the medicine market currently operated under a tax system resembling a fixed-rate levy. The Medicine Market Guild paid a unified land rent to the Baluo County Tax Bureau, essentially a continuation of the old Ming Dynasty arrangement. Beyond this land rent, the market collected an entry tax on incoming goods and an exit tax on outgoing ones, calculated as a fixed percentage of each medicine's daily, official estimated price. No other taxes or fees existed. The system's simplicity suited the merchants, who paid willingly. Neither Baluo County nor Huzhu Prefecture needed to expend much effort to collect substantial revenue. Combined with a shortage of trained personnel, little motivation existed to implement the new tax system. Yuan Shizai's bookkeeping and tax filing services naturally found no customers. After 5 or 6 days at the medicine market, he'd completed only 3 small jobs. He still had money, of course. Business trips always came with travel expenses, but appearing to live comfortably while having no work for days would seem suspicious. So he adopted the appearance of someone skipping meals and scrimping, searching everywhere for employment to establish himself locally. Finding work, however, proved unexpectedly difficult. "We don't know you here. Who are you?" "Everyone we employ is the boss's kin or fellow townsman. You're an outsider trying to steal our rice bowl, get lost. Our master's concubine's brother still can't be placed. Go on, off with you. We're locals here going back generations. We don't use outsiders." It wasn't that no shops would consider hiring him, but employment here still followed the old rules. Every worker needed a guarantor from the shop. In the deep governance zones of the Pearl River Delta, the guarantor system had been abolished thanks to well-developed police and Bayajia networks. As an outsider unfamiliar with the area, Where could he possibly find a guarantor? Yuan Shizai felt transported back to those painful days of sheltering in temples with nowhere to turn. After 7 or 8 days at the medicine market with nothing to show for it, not even a plausible reason to remain, Yuan Shizai was preparing to return to Baluo in a few days, meet up with the investigation team, and decide his next move. Then one day, as he strolled along the street holding his sign, a voice called out from behind. "Bookkeeper, wait!" Yuan Shizai turned. A young man dressed like a senior clerk from some shop was approaching. Probably another small job. He offered a slight bow. "Young man, were you calling for me?" "Me, what me, I'm calling you." The young man spoke impatiently, pointing at the sign. "You claim to know Australian bookkeeping methods." "Yes, yes, I even attended training classes in Guangzhou and have a completion certificate." Hearing the meaningful tone, Yuan Shizai sensed the visitor had genuine need for his professional knowledge. His spirits lifted. Just as he was about to launch into his pitch like a peddler hawking wares, he was cut off. "Fine, fine, since you know how, that's enough. Follow me." Yuan Shizai followed the young man along the street. After 100 meters or so, he spotted a small storefront by the roadside, quite inconspicuous, with a sign reading Jiubao Tang hanging at the door. Treasure Gathering Hall, what a peculiar name, Yuan Shizai thought. It sounded like an antique shop. What medicine dealer would choose such a name? Strange as the name was, and small as the storefront appeared, business at the medicine market didn't depend on shop size. Some major drug merchants didn't even maintain proper shops, just a stall and a hoisted sign to conduct business. Yet their annual turnover could reach tens of thousands of taels. Yuan Shizai suspected this shop had hidden depths. Indeed, passing through the storefront to the back revealed a small courtyard, tranquil and serene. It felt like another world from the clamor outside. The young man led him into a side room. Pushing open the door, Yuan Shizai started. Several bookshelves stood crammed full of ledgers. "Wait here, my master will arrive shortly." Moments later, an unremarkable middle-aged man entered, the very picture of a typical local merchant. He exchanged pleasantries with Yuan Shizai, introduced himself as Manager Gao, and asked, "May I inquire where Sir hails from? How did you come to be here?" "I'm from Panyu County, Guangzhou Prefecture." Yuan Shizai launched into his fabricated history, explaining how he'd lost his position in Guangzhou and been recommended to Huizhou. But the acquaintance he'd been sent to find had left, and without a guarantor, no shop would take him on. "I lingered in Huizhou for many days, caught in a dilemma. Then I heard about the medicine market in Baluo and thought, I still have this skill. I came to try my luck, hoping to at least earn some money before deciding my next steps." "I see." Manager Gao nodded. "I wonder whether Mr. Xu intends to seek a long-term position here, or simply earn travel money before returning to Huizhou Prefecture or Guangzhou to pursue other opportunities." "Manager, you jest." Yuan Shizai assumed a worried expression. "I'm over 50 and have accomplished nothing. I have no family, no house in Guangzhou, just drifting wherever work takes me. If long-term employment exists here, naturally I'd wish to stay." At the words "no family," Manager Gao's eyes brightened subtly. "If Sir wishes to seek long-term work, that's easily arranged. Our shop happens to have just such an opening. I simply don't know whether Sir has the capability." "Manager, please test me," Yuan Shizai said quickly. Manager Gao nodded. "A test is naturally required." Rising, he selected several ledgers from the shelf and placed them on the table. "Please convert these running accounts into Australian-style accounts according to Australian rules. Remember, I'm taking these accounts for tax filing, so ensure every item is properly done. Don't let the owner pay more than necessary." Yuan Shizai was startled. During his days at the medicine market, he'd encountered many people, but very few understood Australian bookkeeping, and fewer still grasped the connection between bookkeeping and tax filing. Yet Manager Gao clearly knew the intricacies. He thumped his chest. "Rest assured, Manager. I understand the connection between Australian accounts and tax filing better than anyone." "I'll make certain everything is in order," Manager Gao smiled. "Good, I trust you. Work on the accounts here. I'll have someone bring tea and snacks." He He paused. How long will you need to finish? Yuan Shizai opened the ledgers and flipped through briefly. I'll have them done by evening. Very well, I'll return at 5. If you prove suitable, you can stay at the shop from now on. If not, you won't have worked for nothing. Yes, yes. Thank you, manager. Yuan Shizai bowed quickly in agreement. End of chapter. Chapter 2586, Investigation, Part 13. You'll work on the accounts here, Manager Gao said. If you need anything, call the assistant. He'll be waiting outside. And don't wander around without good reason. We keep many valuable medicinal materials on the premises. Best to avoid any confusion. Of course, I understand completely. After the manager departed, Yuan Shizai opened the ledgers. They were straightforward customer transaction records, nothing particularly complex. The trouble was that despite holding a certificate, he remained woefully inexperienced with actual bookkeeping. Still, what he lacked in practical skill, he made up for in sheer memorization ability, honed through years of imperial examination preparation. He could follow procedures mechanically, organizing data items and filling in entries one by one, even if he didn't fully grasp their significance. As for making the accounts reflect reasonable tax avoidance, that required nuanced judgment, and the boundaries were treacherous. Fortunately, Yuan Shizai was only here to infiltrate, not to actually perform this job long-term. He'd stick closely to the safe practices outlined in his training class. This particular ledger belonged to a small customer with no formal business name, identified simply as Baluo Qs. Yuan Shizai recognized the type immediately, almost certainly an itinerant medicine peddler. Such people operated without fixed storefronts, so ledgers simply noted such and such place, such and such persons for identification. According to the records, this Baluo Qs purchased substantial quantities from Jiujiang each month, but the product range was remarkably limited, essentially just 3 items: poison-dispelling pills, Lushi powder, and pain relief pills. Occasionally, Jiujiang marching powder and plague-warding powder appeared as well. The back pages noted the original manufacturers. Marching powder, for instance, was mostly marked Runchi Tang. Clearly, Jiujiang operated as a resale wholesaler, distributing famous Chinese patent medicines from major out-of-town pharmacies to small-time peddlers. The mention of Lushi powder caught his attention. But then, Baluo's Wanchun Quan was the original source of Lushi powder. He couldn't infer whether these supplies connected to the counterfeit medicines circulating outside. He set those concerns aside for now. Yuan Shizai spent the afternoon organizing the basic accounts. Afterward, the assistant collected the ledgers and brought tea and snacks in their place. He was enjoying these refreshments when nature called. He asked the assistant for directions to the outhouse. The man offered to escort him. Yuan Shizai waved dismissively. No need, just point me in the right direction. But the assistant wouldn't hear of it. He insisted on accompanying Yuan Shizai to the latrine and waited outside while he relieved himself. When Yuan Shizai emerged, the man escorted him straight back to the account's room. Stiff from sitting so long, Yuan Shizai thought he might stretch his legs with a brief stroll. But the moment he stepped onto the veranda, the assistant blocked his path. It's windy out there, sir. You'd best stay inside. Wouldn't want you catching cold. That settled it. Yuan Shizai retreated with an awkward smile, but his pulse quickened. Jiujiang was clearly hiding something. Coming to this medicine market, he'd already sent a coded letter to the investigation team in Baluo through Kiwei's postal service. But apart from the registration at his inn, no one knew his whereabouts. If danger found him here, his cries for help would reach no one. The thought made his chest tighten. His only option now was to take things one step at a time, appear obedient, keep his head down, arouse no suspicion. After another half-hour, Manager Gao returned. Your work is excellent, sir, truly worthy of someone trained in Guangzhou. He produced a 5 Caiyan silver coin from his sleeve and extended it. Today's payment. Thank you. Yuan Shizai arranged his features into an expression of overwhelming gratitude, accepted the coin quickly, and tucked it into his pocket. A faint smile played at the corner of Manager Gao's mouth. That concludes today's work. Please return early tomorrow morning. There are many more ledgers requiring attention. Yuan Shuzhai started slightly. Traditional commercial employment typically required accountants and clerks to live on the premises once hired. Even locals could only return home during holidays, and most couldn't come and go freely. But he didn't dare question this arrangement and agreed immediately. Regardless of what secrets Jubao Tang might harbor, 5 Cayenne for half a day's work was generous compensation. Back in his room at the Kiwei Inn, Yuan Shuzhai mulled over the day's events. Jubao Tang's manner was certainly suspicious, but when he examined each incident carefully, nothing seemed definitively damning. Meanwhile in Huizhou, Zheng Xiaoyu had smoothly fallen into corruption, cultivating a deep friendship with the owner of Huizhou's Bailing Tang Pharmacy. He was now leveraging his official position to arrange the joint clinic matter. The Senate's so-called joint clinic program meant integrating Australian-style diagnostics and medicines into local traditional Chinese medicine clinics or pharmacy consultation services, similar to what might be called integrated Chinese and Western medicine. For ordinary people and pharmacy owners alike, the most valuable aspect of this designation wasn't Australian diagnostics but Australian miracle drugs. Establishing a joint clinic meant obtaining prescription rights for various Australian medicines. Though clinics couldn't stock drugs directly, patients still had to take prescriptions to specialized pharmacies. Without a prescription, no amount of money could purchase the medicine. Thus, prescription rights alone were invaluable. Of course, establishing such a joint clinic first required holding a medical practice license issued by the Senate Health Ministry. The minimum standard demanded 1 year of training at the ministry's program, with passing evaluation. License holders could then work at various health ministry hospitals and clinics, or open independent practices. The problem was that, while many could complete training and evaluation, the Senate's own medical institutions remained perpetually understaffed. Waiting for allocation to joint clinics would take years. Boss He of Bailing Tang had shown considerable foresight by sending his son to Guangzhou for training early on. Unfortunately, distant water couldn't quench present thirst. His son wouldn't graduate for another year. How much profit would slip away in that time? This was the obstacle looming before Boss He. Since Zheng Xiaoyu had fallen by imperial decree and accepted 20% dry shares in the future joint clinic, he naturally needed to remove this roadblock quickly. Getting Boss He's son an immediate physician license was impossible. The only solution was finding someone who already held a license to fill the gap temporarily. Zheng Xiaoyu didn't know the old timeline practice called license hanging, but he'd arrived at the same trick independently. He himself held a practice certificate, of course, but his administrative duties made hanging his own license impractical. So he drafted an application stating that to strengthen Huizhou Prefecture's medical standards, he was requesting permission for a certain naturalized citizen, a medical worker from the former Huizhou Health Station, to provide consultations at Bailing Tang's joint clinic every Thursday and Saturday, better serving local residents' health needs, and so forth. The application reached Zheng Mingjiang, who approved it with a flourish. Thus Bailing Tang's joint clinic opened smoothly, the entire process taking less than half a month. Boss He couldn't stop grinning. Zheng Xiaoyu's conspicuous corruption attracted attention from local pharmaceutical colleagues, as intended. Invitation cards poured in daily. Zheng Xiaoyu never declined, clinking glasses freely and cultivating his image as greedy and lustful throughout Huizhou while waiting for bigger fish to take the bait. Before those larger fish bit, Yuan Shuzhai made progress on his end. After handling the owner's accounts for several consecutive days, he was finally offered a position as Jubao Tang's full-time bookkeeper. Even as an employee, however, he still hadn't laid eyes on Jubao Tang's owner. Manager Gao remained his sole point of contact. The manager informed him that the owner had reviewed his work, found it satisfactory, and wished to know if he'd be willing to formally join Jubao Tang. The salary was generous, 5 yuan per month, Upon hearing this, Yuan Shizai immediately adopted the demeanor of a stray dog finding shelter with a master, expressing tearful gratitude and eager acceptance. "In that case, move in tomorrow," Manager Gao said. "Yes, yes. I'll pack my things right away and arrive first thing in the morning. When you check out from Kiwei, you'll need to list a destination. Right, returning to Guangzhou. Understood?" "Oh, yes." Yuan Shizai's heart clenched, but he arranged his features into an expression of naive puzzlement as he agreed. "Don't be suspicious." Manager Gao seemed concerned he might grow wary and offered an explanation. "My business here is exclusive. Many eyes are watching, hoping for a piece of the action. Discretion is paramount. You've been coming and going for several days now, people will have noticed. Writing, returning to Guangzhou spares you trouble and spares the shop trouble." "Yes, I understand." After moving into the shop, his duties remained unchanged, registering and organizing old ledgers daily. This time, however, Manager Gao made specific demands. The accounts needed to be reasonably improved. Yuan Shizai had already noticed the irregularities during his initial days of bookkeeping. Nearly all of Zhu Tang's customers were small medicine peddlers without formal business names, identified like Baluoqs. The medicines they purchased rarely exceeded 5 or 6 varieties, with poison-dispelling pills, Lushi powder, and pain relief pills comprising the largest volumes. Other medicines appeared only occasionally. This defied common sense entirely. Such peddlers typically practiced medicine while selling drugs, carrying at least a dozen varieties, sometimes 30 to 50. Greater varieties showcased their capabilities. None would limit themselves to 3 or 4 items. Stranger still, medicine peddlers' purchasing patterns emphasized small quantities across many varieties. Wholesale drugs couldn't be returned, so anything that didn't sell meant lost money. Peddlers avoided buying too much of any single item. Even fast-moving products weren't overpurchased. No point tying up capital in a small-scale operation. End of chapter. Chapter 2587. Investigation, Part 14. What struck Yuan Shizai as peculiar about Zhu Tang's small customer business was the pattern. Few varieties, but enormous quantities. A single customer might purchase over 100 bottles of Lushi powder at once. How many markets would a traveling medicine peddler need to visit to sell that much? Yet these transactions occurred with suspicious frequency. Between deliveries, the gap was 12 days at most, sometimes as little as 5 or 6. Were these customers consuming the medicine themselves? The strangeness ran deeper still. Poring through the ledgers, Yuan Shizai noticed that all customers paid in advance, then waited several days for their orders. This was truly unusual. What kind of miracle elixir commanded such demand? And the pricing made no sense either, fluctuating wildly between high and low with no discernible pattern. Though Yuan Shizai had never worked in the pharmaceutical trade, his training had given him enough knowledge of traditional pharmacy practices to recognize that none of this fit industry norms. The improvements Manager Gao requested mainly targeted these irregularities, particularly slashing the recorded sales volumes and unit prices. But Gao had also specified that alongside the improved version, Yuan Shizai must prepare an unmodified original copy, using what he called Australian accounting methods. The moment Yuan Shizai had first seen Lushi powder in these ledgers, suspicion had taken root. Manager Gao's additional requests only strengthened his conviction that something was deeply wrong, but suspicion alone proved nothing. The key was determining whether these medicines were being adulterated with Australian drugs. Yuan Shizai wanted to investigate, but Zhu Tang's security was ironclad. After several days here, he'd encountered only Manager Gao and one assistant, not a single other soul. His existence had shrunk to a small courtyard where he worked, ate, and slept. 3 meals arrived at his door each day. He could stretch his legs within the courtyard walls, but any attempt to venture beyond brought the assistant blocking his path. It was house arrest in all but name. The completed ledgers, both sets, along with his original drafts, were collected immediately upon completion. The next day, Manager Gao would return with marked-up versions, noting what needed revision. But as Yuan Shizai completed more ledgers and came to understand what the owner truly wanted, the corrections grew fewer. This only deepened his certainty that something sinister lurked behind these walls. Fortunately, before leaving the inn, he had dispatched a secret letter to the investigation team in Baluo, informing them of his whereabouts. By now, the team should have eyes on this place. So old Yuan kept his composure. Yuan Shizai's letter reached the Baluo county seat through Kiwei's mail network. Lu Cheng was overjoyed. Given their distinctive identities, openly appearing at the medicine market would alert their targets. The entire investigation team had therefore remained in Baluo, on one hand conducting legitimate flying inspections that kept the county government occupied, while on the other dispatching undercover agents to gather intelligence at the market. Now, before those agents had even reported back, Yuan Shizai had already infiltrated enemy territory. His letter made clear that Zhu Tang warranted deep suspicion. The team immediately adjusted their approach. Working through Baluo County's political security operative, they assigned several local informants to maintain surveillance on Zhu Tang while quietly investigating the pharmacy's background. Their findings painted an interesting picture. Zhu Tang had opened only 6 months prior. Since then, its primary business had been wholesale of prepared medicines, pills, elixirs, pastes, and powders, rather than raw medicinal materials. Its clientele consisted almost entirely of traveling medicine peddlers restocking their wares, nothing remarkable on the surface. Baluo County's tax records showed Zhu Tang's market entry tax payments, and the listed medicines and values indicated monthly sales of only a few hundred yuan, mostly mid to low-end daily remedies. The single largest item, conspicuously, was Lushi powder. Where did this Lushi powder originate? According to the market entry tax register, every bottle bore the Chun label, meaning it all came from Wanchun Quan. But when sold, it carried the Zhu mark instead. Zhu Tang's Lushi powder, then, was simply repackaged Wanchun Quan product. This raised an obvious question. Though Wanchun Quan's main store stood in Baluo's county seat, it also operated a storefront at the Grotto Heaven Medicine Market. Moreover, Wanchun Quan was a century-old establishment, and Lushi powder had been formulated there originally. True, this era lacked trademark registration or patent protection. Any pharmacy could sell its own Lushi powder. But in terms of both institutional prestige and medicinal reputation, Wanchun Quan's version clearly carried more authority. Why would peddlers take a detour to Zhu Tang? One possibility: Zhu Tang was counterfeiting. Buy Wanchun Quan's original medicine, cut it with cheap fillers, stretch one portion into 10, pocket the difference. But after quietly investigating Wanchun Quan's shopkeeper, its managers, historical ledgers, and several medicine market veterans, Lu Cheng concluded this theory didn't hold either. Wanchun Quan's Lushi powder was indeed a staple product, but its reputation was merely adequate, effective, though nothing remarkable. The formula was simple, the ingredients cheap, and similar products existed elsewhere. Sales figures were unremarkable. From every angle, counterfeiting it made no sense. So what explained this shell game? Lu Cheng recalled the case briefing and formed a hypothesis. Zhu Tang was adulterating Wanchun Quan's Lushi powder with Australian drugs before repackaging it. That would explain all the bizarre behavior. She instructed Baluo County's political security operative to send a medicine peddler to Zhu Tang as a buyer, purchase some Lushi powder, and ship it back to Huizhou Prefecture for chemical analysis. The results came back unexpected. The Lushi powder contained no compound ingredients whatsoever. Had they guessed wrong, the investigation team found themselves at an impasse. No, Lu Cheng's voice was decisive. The absence of compound ingredients doesn't prove Zhu Tang is clean. Our man was an unfamiliar face. They probably grew suspicious. She issued new orders. Arrest one of the medicine peddlers who frequents Jiujiang. Don't make the move at the market. Wait until he's on the main road, then take him quietly. Ever since Zheng Xiaoyu had arranged the joint clinic matter for Boss He and accepted a 20% stake as a silent partner, the two had grown close as brothers. Zheng Xiaoyu now visited He Jun's private residence frequently for banquets and entertainment. On this particular evening, He Jun was hosting him again. Zheng Xiaoyu knew the place well by now. Disguised in Ming-style clothing, he slipped into a small sedan chair after nightfall and was carried through darkened streets to He Jun's private residence. This wasn't He Jun's main household but his place for keeping a golden house for a beauty, home to his favorite concubines and pretty maids, staffed by an excellent cook, and graced with a small garden. Secretive yet comfortable, it doubled as a venue for entertaining important guests and conducting delicate negotiations. After the third round of wine and the fifth course of dishes, He Jun observed that Zheng Xiaoyu's face had flushed pink, his manner pleasantly loosened by drink. Judging the moment ripe, he began with flattery. The flattery dispensed with, he lowered his voice. I see a young man of great promise before me, already appreciated by the elders. You're destined for greatness. If you don't find it beneath you, become sworn brothers with me. We'll share fortune and hardship, build our enterprises together. Half of everything my family owns shall be yours. Well said, well said. Zheng Xiaoyu was agreeable to everything now, though he still needed to play reluctant. It's only that the Senate strictly forbids sworn brotherhoods. If they discovered such a thing, neither of us would emerge unscathed. No matter, no matter. He Jun waved this away. However powerful the Senate, their reach doesn't extend into private residences. We'll swear our brotherhood privately, without exchanging birth date cards. Naturally, we'll keep it from outsiders. I wouldn't dream of harming your career. But once we're sworn, we'll be family. Whatever your elder brother possesses, aside from your sister-in-law, of course, anything you want is yours for the taking. You jest, elder brother. Knowing He Jun's enthusiasms, Zheng Xiaoyu understood tonight's banquet must have real substance behind it. Everything so far had been groundwork. Now came the recruitment. He played along, becoming your sworn brother I'd be more than willing. Then he affected a sigh. I won't hide it from you, elder brother, I come from humble origins. My parents died when I was young. I scraped by alone, fighting to survive. I've long wished for someone who truly cared about my well-being. His voice thickened with emotion. Since elder brother doesn't disdain me, naturally I'm willing. He dabbed at his eyes for effect. And so the two swore brotherhood beneath the moonlight. He Jun, being older, became the elder brother, Zheng Xiaoyu the younger. Their pact sealed, Zheng Xiaoyu raised his cup to He Jun. Since brother Zheng doesn't disdain me and is willing to become my sworn brother, words fail me, I'll drink this cup dry. He Jun drained it in one motion. The two exchanged toasts and fell into easy conversation. Amid the clinking glasses, He Jun inquired whether more prescription pads might be allocated to Bailing Tang's joint clinic. What's difficult about that? Zheng Xiaoyu laughed. Send someone tomorrow to collect them. He Jun smiled as he refilled his guest's cup, then said quietly, That's not quite what I meant, brother. Oh, what kind then? Zheng Xiaoyu feigned confusion. Knowing this was mere posturing, He Jun smiled warmly. What other kind could there be? Controlled substance prescriptions, of course. Before he finished speaking, Zheng Xiaoyu was already shaking his head, gazing down at the table with a silent smile. Seeing no response forthcoming, He Jun grew anxious and pressed. Brother, these prescriptions, difficult. Zheng Xiaoyu heaved a long sigh. Elder brother knows well. The Senate watches controlled substances like hawks. These prescriptions are even more tightly regulated. Use them and you'll invite trouble. Instead of profits, you'll draw an investigation team down on your head and create problems for yourself. Why bother? He spread his hands. With those 4 words, joint clinic and controlled drug prescription rights alone, elder brother, you could make money lying down. Isn't that enough? End of chapter. Chapter 2588, Investigation, Part 15. What Zheng Xiaoyu said was indeed fact. To control drug distribution at its source, particularly for pharmaceutical endpoints beyond the Senate's direct oversight. The Health Ministry had implemented a comprehensive management system. The first measure was standardized prescriptions. All medical institutions were required to use official prescription pads with documented issuance records. Voided forms had to be retained, and old stubs surrendered before new pads could be obtained. This applied universally, self-pay or publicly funded, controlled substances or otherwise, Chinese patent medicine or Australian pharmaceuticals. Any medicine listed in the Senate's authorized pharmacopoeia dispensed by a Senate-managed institution fell under mandatory compliance. Controlled substance prescriptions received special treatment, not only anti-counterfeiting marks but sequential serial numbers. Medical institutions retained stubs for every form issued, enabling audits against pharmacy dispensing records when necessary. When He Jun requested controlled substance prescription forms, Zheng Xiaoyu knew the fish was taking the bait. He still couldn't be certain this was the big catch Elder Zheng wanted. After all, far too many people coveted the Senate's controlled medicines. Rest assured, little brother, these prescriptions won't be used at Bailing Tang. He Jun smiled as he poured the wine. I know how significant these forms are. You think I'd implicate you? Listen. Someone is willing to pay cash for them, 1 yuan per form. Sell him a few, and it's pure silver in your pocket. 1 yuan each, truly. Zheng Xiaoyu's surprise was genuine this time. As a physician and local clinic manager for the Senate, he understood exactly how much profit these forms represented. But he'd never imagined anyone would pay such extravagant prices for a single slip of paper. These people were generous indeed. As a mid-level naturalized citizen cadre, Zheng Xiaoyu earned only a dozen yuan monthly. A prescription pad contained 25 forms. Selling one pad nearly matched 2 months' income. He couldn't suppress a twinge of injustice. He Jun noted his expression and sensed an opening. He immediately served him more food. Think about it, little brother, isn't this easy money, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Zheng Xiaoyu feigned confusion. There's something I don't understand. These prescriptions all have serial numbers. Even if Bailing Tang doesn't use them, if they're sold elsewhere, won't problems surface during audits? He Jun laughed. You needn't worry about that. The forms won't be issued under Bailing Tang's name naturally. As for audits, you know better than I. They only verify that stubs and prescriptions match between clinics and pharmacies, not which prescription originated from which clinic. Here it's straightforward. Only 2 clinics can prescribe controlled drugs and there's only 1 pharmacy. But what about larger cities? Zheng Xiaoyu's heart skipped. The man was right. In Guangdong or Lingao, over a dozen institutions could issue controlled prescriptions, and 4 or 5 pharmacies could dispense them. A single pharmacy might process 100 controlled substance prescriptions daily. Over several months, that meant thousands or tens of thousands of forms. 1 prescription from an out-of-town clinic mixed in. Without a targeted investigation, it would be utterly undetectable. Seeing Zheng Xiaoyu's hesitant expression, He Jun pressed his advantage. Tear off a few forms per pad rather than taking complete pads. Mixed among hundreds or thousands of documents, who would notice? Even if someone eventually discovers it, who knows how many years will have passed? By then, this joint clinic might not even exist. He Jun chuckled. Elder brother may not understand much, but 2 phrases I know well. Quit while you're ahead, and of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is best. When the time comes, blame everything on me. At worst, you'll face a negligence charge. Even under the Ming, that would only mean docked salary for a few years. After this speech, never mind that Zheng Xiaoyu was deliberately falling. Even a proper naturalized citizen cadre would have struggled to resist. Zheng Xiaoyu pretended to hesitate, then finally assumed a decisive expression. Since you have use for them, submit an application. Just make sure the paperwork is complete. Understood. Elder brother absolutely won't make things difficult for you. He Jun beamed. Rest assured, the profits here are enormous. I won't shortchange you. Do you prefer silver dollars, banknotes, or silver ingots? I'll prepare whatever you like. If you want a house or a beauty, houses and beauties are nice but far too conspicuous. I'm someone who makes a few dozen yuan a month. It wouldn't be appropriate. In that case, elder brother will arrange something more discreet. Jiujiang explained his plan to quietly purchase a residence in Baoluo County with all deeds registered under an unrelated name. All profits will be sent there. At this, Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something. Are you married, little brother? Not yet. Do you have any family then? Zhang Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. I'm an orphan. I only survived thanks to the Senate's assistance. Where would I have family? Ah, I didn't realize you share my bitter fate, Jiujiang sighed. Honestly, if I weren't desperate, who would? Zhang Xiaoyu stopped mid-sentence. This wasn't him playing a role or baiting a hook. It was genuine sentiment. Unexpectedly, this blend of real and feigned emotion only heightened Jiujiang's interest. Someone willing to share their background was essentially meeting sincerity with sincerity. He immediately poured more wine. You must come from a distinguished family, brother. Your manners and speech are nothing like those rough folk. This truly struck a nerve. Zhang Xiaoyu rarely discussed his background unless elders or superiors asked. With ordinary people, he remained deliberately vague, partly to avoid dredging up painful memories, partly because his origins differed from most naturalized citizens. Mentioning it might set him apart from his colleagues. I'm almost embarrassed to say, I came from a scholarly farming family. Zhang Xiaoyu sighed. My ancestors once passed the provincial examination and held some local reputation. Unfortunately, my grandfather offended a local gentry member over a feng shui dispute, and our family was ruined. Some died, others fled. I drifted from place to place until I reached Guangdong. If the chiefs hadn't taken me in, I wouldn't be here today. I see. Jiujiang nodded. Now you finally have a chance to turn things around. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. Now that the Australians are here, backgrounds don't matter, gentry, wealthy family, whatever. As long as you have money, that's what counts. You must seize this opportunity. Yes, I'll need to rely on elder brother's guidance. Jiujiang waved dismissively. What are you saying? I need to rely on you. His tone grew melancholy. Though I have some ancestral property in this Huizhou prefecture, I'm hardly considered wealthy. I scrape by on inherited holdings, but my family's burdens are heavy. Of my 8 siblings, counting those who married out, my brothers all died young, one after another. The orphans and widows all depend on me. Otherwise, I would never. He stopped abruptly and drained his cup. Listen to me, spouting such dreary nonsense again. Zhang Xiaoyu had already learned Jiujiang's background from political security. The man hadn't lied. Of his 5 brothers, only he survived. More than a dozen orphans and widows depended on him. Recently, one of his sisters had also passed away, and Jiujiang, unable to bear watching his nephews and nieces suffer, had taken them in to raise. Even owning a pharmacy that made him one of Huizhou's wealthier residents, such crushing family burdens explained why he'd stake everything on such risky ventures. Zhang Xiaoyu reflected. Regardless of whether his actions were legal, Jiujiang's conduct alone revealed him as someone who valued family deeply. Honestly, if this weren't a performance, he'd be worth befriending. He felt a pang of secret regret, knowing that once this was exposed, Jiujiang's best outcome would be exile overseas. Jiujiang, oblivious to these complex emotions, continued sighing to himself. My bailing tang may call itself a century-old establishment, but in Huizhou it's just an ordinary raw medicine shop. The shopkeeper and clerks aren't particularly capable, just honest and loyal. Zhang Xiaoyu said pointedly, elder brother's devotion to family, raising orphans single-handedly, that's admirable in itself. But though this business can make money, directly selling drugs outside proper channels might cause problems. Don't worry, little brother. Since we're sworn brothers now, we're family, I won't hide anything from you. Jiujiang produced a small bottle. These extracted medicines naturally can't be sold directly. They need to be repackaged. The bottle was instantly recognizable. Zhang Xiaoyu looked and exclaimed, Lushi powder. Oh, you know this medicine, Zhang Xiaoyu hastily explained. It's famous now, sold everywhere in Guangdong Prefecture. They say it's incredibly effective. This Lushi powder was originally a patent medicine from the local Wanchun Quan, over 100 years of history. The efficacy was nothing special. The reason they now say it's effective, Australian miracle drugs. So that's it, Zheng Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. Dissolve the drugs and mix them in completely concealed. Clever, brother, He-jun nodded approvingly. The trouble is these Australian miracle drugs aren't easy to obtain, supplies are inconsistent. But with you joining us now, the future looks bright. Ha 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 ha. Zheng Xiaoyu feigned surprise. So elder brother isn't the one running this operation, He-jun laughed. How could I, your foolish brother, manage something this big? I'll be honest, someone else is behind this business, someone with connections reaching to the heavens, extremely powerful. He seemed to realize he'd said too much and stopped abruptly. There's plenty of time ahead. Just do your work well, little brother, you won't be short-changed. End of chapter. Chapter 2589, Investigation, Part 16. Zheng Xiaoyu's successful fall into corruption greatly encouraged Lu Cheng and her team. The investigation now had two breakthrough points, Bailing Tang and Zhubao Tang. They suspected these represented the head and tail of the smuggling ring, Bailing Tang gathering drug sources while Zhubao Tang handled distribution. Their theory was soon partially confirmed. A medicine peddler who frequented Zhubao Tang was secretly arrested, and various drugs were recovered from him. Not only did the Lushi powder contain compound ingredients, but several other medicines also contained substances not derived from traditional medicinals. When sent to Zheng Xiaoyu for identification, even he was shocked. Besides certain biochemically synthesized antibiotic preparations, he had detected opium components in multiple medicines. Opium was a powerful sedative with potent analgesic, antitussive, and antidiarrheal effects. In the old timeline, it had earned a miracle drug reputation and been badly abused. However, precisely because it worked so well, it had long been classified as a controlled substance. The Senate's various preparations derived from Indian-sourced opium were subject to the same controls, strict regulations governing usage scope and dosage. Yet now, opium had been detected in multiple medicines sold by this peddler. As a health school graduate, Zheng Xiaoyu naturally understood the implications. Lu Cheng immediately telegraphed Zhang Mingjiang with a full report. When the telegram arrived, Zhang Mingjiang had somewhat expected the forged prescriptions and fraudulent drug claims. But clearly the situation was far from simple. This wasn't merely an Australian drug leak. It also involved controlled substance abuse. Opium's introduction to China and the addiction problems it caused allegedly began during the Ming Dynasty. Its medicinal properties were possibly already known to a select few at that time, just not widely enough for abuse to emerge. How strange, who's been spreading these secrets? Zhang Mingjiang found this even more troubling than the Australian drug leak. Send Lu Cheng a telegram, he told Guo Huiwen. Tell her not to rush closing the net, let out more line to catch the big fish. Most importantly, clarify where the drug supply channel originates. Lu Cheng subsequently sold a batch of prescription forms with recorded serial numbers to He-jun through Zheng Xiaoyu, then settled in for silent surveillance to track where these prescriptions would surface. The peddler the investigation team had caught was surnamed Cayenne. He didn't possess much intelligence value, but from him, Lu Cheng learned how this network operated. According to peddler Cayenne's confession, all the peddlers sourced their goods from Zhubao Tang. There were roughly 10 types of miracle drugs, mainly for reducing swelling, relieving pain, suppressing coughs, and stopping diarrhea, with varying degrees of effectiveness. By trade convention, even small-scale peddlers who had established business relations, through long-term cooperation could obtain credit from pharmacies. If not settling accounts at the 3 major festivals, they could at least overlap payments. Zhubao Tang, however, never sold on credit, always cash. Beyond the cash-only policy, prices ran quite high, but Zhubao Tang offered one sweetener. Once someone's sales reached a certain level, they received rebates of 1 to 10%. Conversely, If monthly sales fell below a threshold, Zhu Baotang would cut them off entirely. Under this incentive structure, peddlers seeking greater profits transported medicines to distant markets, wholesaling to other peddlers and earning both the price difference and rebates, essentially becoming wholesalers themselves. Under questioning, the team learned that peddler Qian alone purchased several hundred yuan worth each month. One could only imagine how vast Zhu Baotang's total business was. Because Australian drugs were effective and business was booming, many peddlers and merchants wanted in on the action. Though Zhu Baotang's sale of Lushi powder was no secret, not just anyone could buy. You needed recommendations from 2 established peddlers willing to vouch for you before you could purchase genuine Australian drugs. No wonder when they'd sent someone to make a test purchase, the product hadn't matched. There was a vetting procedure. Lu Cheng thought Zhu Baotang certainly understood business. What's Zhu Baotang's owner's background? I've heard he's surnamed Quan. Mr. Quan is local, originally also in the pharmacy trade. This Mr. Quan was named Quan Yaud. Since his grandfather's generation, the family had worked this medicine market, not as pharmacy operators, but as broker middlemen. Of course, his family's broker operation couldn't compare to the official brokers at county seats, prefectural cities, or major trading hubs who lorded over merchants with their licenses. To broker at the Grotto Heaven medicine market required judgment no less sharp than professional drug merchants, plus the ability to predict market fluctuations. The Quan family had painstakingly built their reputation at the Grotto Heaven medicine market over 3 generations. In Quan Yaud's time, though his pharmaceutical knowledge was inferior to his father's and grandfather's, he was eloquent, well-connected, and quite influential at the market. Quan Yaud had been selling Lushi powder for nearly a year now. Originally, he had operated without a storefront, but as business grew, he opened Zhu Baotang. He never admitted the product contained Australian drugs, only claimed he'd obtained a proven formula from overseas contacts and formulated it himself. Actually, everyone at the medicine market knows his shop produces nothing in-house. Everything comes from various pharmacies, just repackaged. The real secret is Australian drugs from who knows where. Seeing that peddler Qian had nothing new to offer, Lu Cheng ordered him temporarily detained and instructed her subordinates. Tomorrow, send 2 people to tail him. Have him continue selling medicine as usual. Don't cut off the wholesale channel and alert them. Though Zheng Xiaoyu had made breakthrough progress with He Jun, his own work had stalled. Despite secretly selling 2 prescription pads at his sworn brother's request and receiving 50 yuan in compensation, He Jun hadn't requested more forms in the month since. This was strange. According to He Jun's account, they easily used several hundred forms monthly. Had they not even exhausted 50? Or did they have other channels for obtaining prescription forms? Zheng Xiaoyu grew secretly anxious. He vaguely sensed that He Jun wasn't a core member of the ring, probably just one channel for obtaining drugs, acting entirely on orders. Even if asked directly, he probably wouldn't provide useful answers. Moreover, their sworn brotherhood was founded on mutual interest. Though they got along well enough day to day, a barrier remained between them. Even if He Jun knew the truth, he might not dare share it. As the investigation stalled, anxiety gnawed at Zheng Xiaoyu. Though Zheng Mingjiang hadn't said anything and the team hadn't obtained other major leads, he still felt uneasy, fearing Elder Zheng would deem him useless and earn him an evaluation of Talk's big lax ability. Yet he couldn't approach He Jun proactively, lest he reveal some flaw. He could only wait in silence. Lu Cheng's side was equally anxious, particularly regarding Zhu Baotang. After Yuan Shizhai went in, no news had emerged. And this Zhu Baotang, though outwardly ordinary, maintained extremely tight security both inside and out. Non-regular customers and outside merchants could only enter the storefront. Advancing even an inch further was impossible. Though she could turn the captured peddler Qian and leverage various connections at the Grotto Heaven medicine market, even if these people got inside, they couldn't contact Yuan Shizai. Even if he obtained useful information, he had no way to transmit it. The only option was intensifying surveillance of Jiujiang. Yuan Shizai's mood matched theirs. He was burning with anxiety. The longer he kept accounts at Jiujiang, the clearer it became that this shop harbored serious problems. But he had no way to notify the outside investigation team. At Jiujiang, he might as well have been in prison. Good food, good drink, comfortable sleep every day. They even sent him a woman weekly for entertainment. But beyond these comforts, he couldn't even leave the courtyard. Whether it was the manager who occasionally appeared, the assistant constantly by his side, or the woman who visited weekly, none ever spoke an unnecessary word. Yuan Shizai might be thick-skinned as a city wall and smooth-talking, someone who could make conversation even with a rock. But facing them, no matter what he said, he received only cold expressions. "I've truly entered the tiger's den this time," Yuan Shizai muttered to himself. Having lived over 50 years, his experience was well seasoned. He knew Jiujiang's owner must be engaged in something deeply shady. What passed through his hands were important secrets. As for what shady business, that was easy to guess. The fake drug case. Though the ledgers didn't reveal the complete picture, the original running accounts clearly showed how enormous their operation was. He didn't dare take notes, but his ability to memorize by rote had been honed since childhood. Just the running accounts that had passed through his hands involved amounts exceeding 200,000 yuan, a figure terrifying enough to get a man killed. He did his best making the tax ledgers appear compliant. Yuan Shizai knew that given the Senate's current fiscal and tax capacity in Baoyuo and Huizhou, no problems would be found in his ledgers, unless an elder personally led an inspection team. Naturally, Jiujiang's business wasn't clean, and dirty money needed laundering. Then he recalled how he, a complete stranger, had been actively recruited. The manager had specifically asked about his background, and upon hearing he had no family burdens, his face had shown what seemed like satisfaction. Thinking this through, Yuan Shizai felt his hair stand on end. Wasn't this obviously setting him up to be silenced when the time came? End of chapter. Chapter 2590, Investigation, Part 17. Fortunately, Yuan Shizai had informed his contacts before going undercover. Political security officers should be watching the shop around the clock. If anything went wrong, he only needed to make it out the door. Safety waited just beyond the threshold. This knowledge eased his nerves. He ate and slept on schedule, and occasionally retreated to the accounts room to flourish his brush, penning crooked poems and melancholy verses. He maintained the appearance of a man content with his lot, biding his time. Zheng Mingjiang had been waiting in Guangdong for nearly 2 months with little to show for it. Every morning when she opened her eyes, her first question was whether any new reports had arrived. Reports did arrive, of course. Under Lu Cheng's direction, the investigation team had identified roughly 50 medicine peddlers who purchased from Jiujiang. By tracking their movements, they mapped where the drugs ultimately ended up, but this did nothing to crack the case itself. All they learned was that these miracle drugs had spread not only throughout Guangdong province, but had also seeped into neighboring Guangxi, Jiangxi, and Fujian. As distance increased and the chain of resales lengthened, prices multiplied several times over. The best-selling Lushi powder cost 300 fen at Jiujiang. By the time it reached Jiangxi, a pass near Fujian, the price had ballooned to 1 yuan. Drug dispersal itself wasn't the problem. The real issue was that none of this money was reaching the Senate. To force the enemy's hand, Zheng Mingjiang consulted with Wu Mu and settled on a startle the snake by beating the grass tactic, applying enough pressure to provoke action without causing them to vanish entirely. The pressure had to be precisely calibrated, frightening enough to prompt a response, but not so severe as to scatter them. Zheng Mingjiang decided to have Cheka conduct a surprise inspection of Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital. In the 17th century, the preciousness of antibiotics was beyond question. Given their enormous medical value and the Senate's monopoly on production, they qualified as strategic materials. Cheka's surprise hospital inspections were routine. They usually uncovered some problems and snared a few unlucky souls. But this gang had grown their miracle drug operation to such a scale without exposure. They clearly possessed some skill. As long as this inspection resembled previous ones, the enemy would take precautionary measures but wouldn't disappear. The profits were simply too large for anyone to walk away. Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital is a major institution with considerable influence, Wu Mu said. Have you discussed this with your colleagues in the health sector, Director Lin and Elder Deng? Doctor, she gave me full authority before I came. As for Dr. Lin and Section Chief Deng, they won't object either. After all, we're rooting out parasites. Won't the hospital be better off once they're exposed? Zhang Mingjiang understood his meaning perfectly. The key point is this. Based on the intelligence we've gathered, the enemy is clearly using prescriptions to extract our allocated drugs. Besides Lingao itself, the largest recipients of allocated drugs are Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital and Joint Logistics. Wu Mu nodded without speaking. Honestly, for quite a while I suspected Joint Logistics was the source. Their supply chain is the longest, with small, scattered endpoints that are mostly impossible to supervise. Any link in that chain could easily siphon off drugs. And Joint Logistics handles the largest total volume. Zhang Mingjiang pointed to a pile of 10-person team reports. But consider this. Although the Bobo army uses the most drugs, their endpoints are small and scattered, unlikely sites for significant leakage. The transit points, warehouses and transport lines would be more vulnerable. But large-scale leakage there would inevitably cause frontline troops to run short on medication. Yet neither the secret battlefield reports from the 10-person team nor the Bobo Army internal newsletter compiled by General Staff's political department shows any obvious drug shortages. Combine that with intelligence from our undercover agents about enemies trying to purchase blank prescription forms, and we can reasonably conclude the leaks are more likely occurring at civilian medical endpoints. I see. Wu Mu nodded appreciatively. But why do you believe it's Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital specifically? I haven't concluded that yet, Zhang Mingjiang said, shaking her head. But inspecting Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital offers several advantages. Their management system is the most comprehensive. Anyone obtaining drugs from there would necessarily leave traces. We might not have noticed those traces before, but now that we roughly understand their methods, we can follow the trail. As for the smaller medical endpoints, they might have problems too, but they won't be the main channel of leakage. And so, under Zhang Mingjiang's arrangement, Jin Zhijiao, head of Cheka's Guangzhou Committee, announced a surprise inspection of Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital's pharmaceuticals. During the inspection, all medical records and ledgers stored at the hospital were extracted and transported to a unit at the Great World. Because the audit was far more complex than routine inspections, they needed reinforcements to verify these accounts quickly. Besides Cheka's local auditors, a batch was dispatched from Lingao, nearly all of them audit training students on the verge of graduation. Several inspectors from the Guangzhou Tax Bureau were also borrowed to assist. Before starting, Zhang Mingjiang held a mobilization meeting in the large conference room, partly to brief everyone, partly to provide professional training. Though Cheka conducted audits and inspections regularly, this one differed from the simple verification of whether accounts matched inventory. So Zhang Mingjiang planned to spend the morning explaining the audit's direction and key points to the inspection team. For this meeting, she had prepared slides and brought a large blackboard for supplementary explanations. I won't elaborate on this operation's significance. It concerns the leakage of controlled drugs. After briefly explaining the work content and relevant precautions, Zhang Mingjiang continued. Before we begin formal training, I have a few words to say. Many of you participating in this operation are young people who have only recently started working. I want to give you a special warning. The veterans from Cheka and the Tax Bureau inspection departments had rich frontline experience in audits and investigations. But Zhang Mingjiang wasn't confident about the newly assigned auditors. Most were young women fresh in their careers. From her limited work experience, their most common mistake was assuming, because they themselves were good people, that whoever sat across from them must also be good. They would instinctively cover for the audited personnel, helping them square their accounts. In the moment, they could only see the person in front of them. Face-to-face interaction swayed their emotions. If the other party was forceful, they might automatically defer. If the other party played coy, they might feel too soft-hearted to push back. They couldn't see the abstract interests of the Senate. They forgot the people under Senate governance they were supposed to represent. They might even forget their job duties entirely. To put it bluntly, they lacked principled resolve, failed to uphold the spirit of serving the Senate and the people, and ended up neglecting their responsibilities. Therefore, Zhang Mingjiang specifically instructed the inspection personnel to raise any irregularities they discovered immediately. If uncertain, they should discuss and record the issue, never speculate about possible explanations, and let suspicious points slide. Don't get sentimental with the people you're auditing. This is struggle, life or death struggle against reactionary elements. She spoke with murderous intensity, slashing her hand downward as if chopping off heads. Now, I will announce work discipline for the audit period. The audit was conducted in several conference rooms within the unit. Staff ate and slept on site, with meals and necessities delivered by designated personnel. No documents, paper, or writing materials could be removed without approval. National Army White Horse Squad guards stood at the unit door, permitting no unauthorized persons inside, and of course, no one could leave either. Afterward, Guo Huiwen distributed booklets to everyone. This is a guide to diagnosing and treating common infectious diseases. Normal prescription dosages and treatment durations should fall within the parameters listed here. Beyond common accounting issues, Zhang Mingjiang outlined other matters requiring attention. Verifying whether the hospital's registered medical record totals and prescription numbers corresponded with pharmacy dispensing ledgers and receipts, whether medical record entries, prescription issuances, and pharmacy registration times were consistent, whether the age of archived papers and handwriting matched their registration dates, whether medical record and prescription times aligned with the signing physician's duty schedules, whether the number of hospitalized and outpatient patients at any given time fell within bed and outpatient capacity, whether prescription drug quantities, treatment durations, patient visit frequencies, intervals between visits, time since previous prescriptions were consumed, mandated follow-up schedules, cumulative total medication, and even household registration data showed any anomalies. For military personnel, this also included verifying correlations with unit designations, stationing periods, relevant battle situations, and casualty compensation rosters. Each department received drug totals, administered drug totals, current inventory, prescription issuance times, and pharmacy dispensing times would be compared and analyzed against Lingao's historical shipping data, with all data ultimately consolidated and cross-referenced against total figures sent from Lingao. Any discovered problems were to be immediately transmitted to police and political security departments to facilitate external investigations and field surveys, such as on-site evidence collection at hospitals with obvious irregularities, and home visits to patients with unusually frequent consultations. End of chapter. Chapter 2591. Investigation, Part 18. Though the season in Guangzhou remained pleasant, the air inside every office of the inspection team's building had grown suffocating. Staff crowded together, periodically sighing and scratching their heads in frustration. Mountains of ledgers and documents towered on desks. The rain-like clatter of abacus beads mingled with the whirring of hand-cranked calculators, adding to the collective irritation. Several dozen accountants and auditors had been crammed into these offices, working in 3 rotating shifts to review documentation around the clock. Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital hadn't been open that many years, yet the accumulated archives were staggering. Before the Lingao Pharmaceutical Company was established, the hospital had also handled Lingao drug wholesale and retail operations, a business that began the very day the hospital opened its doors, back when this was still Ming territory. Drug sales had once been the health sector's largest revenue source. Only after the State Council mandated the separation of medicine from medical care and established Lingao Pharmaceuticals as the general agent did Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital cease its drug sales business. By then, Guangzhou had already been liberated. One could only imagine how many accounts had accumulated over those years. Worse still, early ledger registration and filing had never been standardized. Some ledgers used abbreviated dates, determining the specific year required its own investigation. My blood pressure's going through the roof. A young woman vigorously scratched at her hair. Naturalized citizen cadres had taken to using catchphrases the elders had brought with them, though sometimes the expressions didn't quite fit the situation. Relax, relax, you've got plenty of hair. No need to worry about going bald. Zheng Mingjiang held a summary meeting every day, with each team reporting their current progress and findings. From the portions audited so far, only Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital barely passed, like a university exam graded to exactly 60 points, not half a point more or less. The first challenge the inspection team faced was deciphering the notorious phenomenon of doctors' handwriting. Though Lingao's medical education system was limited in scope, it had emphasized from the very beginning that all archive writing must be legible. Ugly handwriting was acceptable, but it had to be clear. In the old timeline, Lin Kaiage's medical record writing had been exemplary in its clarity. However, under heavy workloads, doctors inevitably grew accustomed to using cursive script, shorthand symbols, and other abbreviations to lighten their burden. Over time, these scrawls became nearly indecipherable. Senate-governed hospitals had also absorbed physicians who'd received traditional medical education before their modern training. Some retained old habits, giving medicines alternative names to increase prescription confidentiality. Others, proud of their classical education, deliberately showed off with elaborate cursive calligraphy. Of course, not all doctors' handwriting was synonymous with arcane scripture. Fu Shan, for instance, was also a renowned calligrapher. Unfortunately, he had not yet come under the Senate's wing. To solve the handwriting identification problem, Zheng Mingjiang borrowed licensed pharmacists from Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital's pharmacy department to assist the inspection. Their work a mixture of educated guessing and methodical deciphering. The second challenge was that most naturalized citizens had no concept of quality systems in their minds. This required the subtle, gradual education of an industrialized society, something achieved over time, not overnight. Even though schools and teaching elders repeatedly emphasized it, naturalized citizens instinctively dismissed such practices as troublesome. The Senate's factories had taught naturalized citizens what following work instructions truly meant only through multiple bloody accidents. Consequently, most ledgers couldn't even reach the stage of detail verification, because they contained no details at all. A large portion of medical records, prescriptions, and accounts had clearly been hastily fabricated after Zheng Mingjiang announced the audit. They held almost no inspection value. All of these will be processed as untraceable, lacking original records and document fraud. Zheng Mingjiang intended to teach the naturalized citizens a deep lesson. The team members' main complaint was that the various archives universally contained contradictory content, confused logic, and incomprehensible entries. But their job wasn't simply to determine noncompliance and flag problems. They had to sift through the mess and find valuable leads to guide the case toward resolution. Yet reality proved stubborn. The massive volume of data was like a hopelessly tangled ball of thread, with no loose end in sight to begin unraveling. In the old timeline, various statistical tools would have been available, analysis software that could quickly identify suspicious points. But the Senate couldn't even provide naturalized citizens with the simplest Excel spreadsheet. Manual calculation undoubtedly multiplied the audit's difficulty. Analyze record suspicious points, analyze record leads. After this process, the already mountainous archives generated even more archives. Human brains, unlike computers, couldn't conduct linked analysis or remember every detail. The team relied entirely on daily meetings for communication and synthesis. Low efficiency was inevitable. Though the audit situation remained murky, Zhang Mingjiang wasn't overly worried. The health sector had never conducted such a thorough, systematic audit before. The opponent's forgery methods were necessarily crude, perhaps even amateurish. Problems would be easy to find. Once they'd been audited more often, they'd learn to prepare ledgers meticulously according to audit regulations and accounting rules. Then the submitted materials would appear compliant everywhere, yet everywhere would reveal subtle strangeness. To uncover the truth, investigators would have no choice but to keep extending audits and expanding the scope of inquiry. Sometimes you'd clearly sense the other party had problems but couldn't find evidence, forced to watch them slip away. Ultimately, the current apparent chaos and confusion actually meant the opponent had exposed weaknesses everywhere. Once the mess was sorted out, those vulnerabilities could be immediately seized upon. After several consecutive days of work, Zhang Mingjiang assigned the team's next priorities. First, focus on verifying prescription issuance times, pharmacy dispensing times, and Lingao shipping times. Look for any connections. Second, verify total drugs requested versus total drugs received versus total drugs dispensed, compared against Lingao's total shipped quantities. Identify the gaps. Third, verify whether any prescription forms from outside provincial Hong Kong General Hospital have been mixed in among the prescriptions. This third point especially, everyone must verify carefully. The first two priorities had already uncovered many problems and leads, but they remained too jumbled to parse. Some issues weren't necessarily corruption, merely inadequate implementation of the management system. With time having passed, thorough investigation had become impossible, but the third point was clear-cut fraud. As long as outside hospital prescriptions were found mixed among provincial Hong Kong General Hospital prescriptions, it proved deliberate deception. Through the prescription issuers and prescription flows, the entire chain of complicity could be excavated. Through tireless effort, after several weeks of sorting, Cheka finally produced an audit issue summary report, accompanied by a thick problem list bound into 15 volumes. Medical record, prescription, and accounting management is chaotic, with no correspondence between systems. Late bookkeeping and discrepancies between accounts and physical inventory are common problems. The responsible personnel themselves don't know where things went. Such loopholes are easily discovered and exploited by malicious actors. Combined with this batch of allocated drugs distribution, we inspected relevant accounts in departments and pharmacy, discovering many problems. For example, in warehouse entry registration and receipt counterfoils, the relevant item numbers, batch numbers, and quantities don't correspond to actual warehouse items. Some fields are even left blank. These drugs simply don't exist in hospital accounts. Additionally, within the hospital, drugs are received but never registered, causing drugs that exist on paper to not exist in reality. Furthermore, drugs that are received and registered are later returned to the pharmacy department but never re-registered for storage. Some patients are admitted frequently, with drug quantities prescribed far exceeding recommended dosages and treatment cycles in the diagnostic guidelines, yet no consultation records exist. Some patients' names are blurry and illegible. Registered addresses cannot be verified. Some don't even exist in household registration archives. Hospitalized patients exceed bed capacity. Outpatient numbers far exceed registration numbers. Prescription dates don't match doctors' duty schedules. Some were written during leave periods or external training. Though manual bookkeeping inevitably produced a degree of chaos, the problems currently audited far exceeded normal tolerance ranges. Zhang Mingjiang had expected all this. It seemed shocking at first glance, but none of it was particularly valuable for solving the current drug case, only useful as future improvement directions. The truly valuable content came later. Among the prescription forms retained in the pharmacy, large numbers of prescriptions from outside hospitals had indeed appeared. The quantity was enormous. What auditors had sorted so far totaled over 1,000 forms, and a complete thorough sorting would undoubtedly find even more. But this number alone was enough to astonish Zhang Mingjiang. These prescription forms, aside from different serial numbers, were identical to provincial Hong Kong General Hospital forms. Without specifically comparing serial number stubs, no one would discover anything amiss. They were all genuine forms, just ones that shouldn't have been here. The drugs the pharmacy had dispensed according to these prescription forms were undoubtedly part of the leaked supply. A rough tally showed these genuine fake prescriptions had extracted roughly 30% of antibiotics, 25% of opiate-containing drugs, and 18% of other drugs from provincial Hong Kong General Hospital's pharmacy. No wonder provincial Hong Kong General Hospital ranked among the top 3 drug consumers, yet constantly faced shortage problems. Even Motion had become stingy when prescribing. 1/3 of antibiotics hadn't been used clinically at all. Zhang Mingjiang reflected grimly. The internal management system really did have significant loopholes. These prescription forms had an obvious vulnerability. Though serial numbers differentiated each medical institution, in actual operation, manual dispensing and bookkeeping couldn't catch this discrepancy. That would require computers and networks. Apparently, in the future, they'd need to adopt some old methods, printing the relevant medical institution's name directly on prescription forms, making identification possible at a glance. If even provincial Hong Kong General Hospital, with an elder in residence and the strictest management system, was like this, the conditions at other institutions could only be imagined. End of chapter. Chapter 2592, Investigation, Part 19. The gang's obsession with provincial Hong Kong General Hospital was easy enough to understand. It boasted the highest patient volume, the greatest drug consumption, and most critically, the largest concentration of naturalized citizen employees. Only here could the scheme of using forged prescriptions to siphon publicly funded medications truly flourish. The scattered civilian clinics had too few naturalized citizen patients. Extracting drugs there would be cumbersome and inefficient. So the criminals had zeroed in on provincial Hong Kong General Hospital like moths to a flame. By extension, Lingao General Hospital and joint logistics subordinate facilities, the Army Hospital, the Navy Hospital, and Joint Logistics General Hospital, were all major consumers of publicly funded medications. Their vulnerabilities were likely just as severe. Obtaining prescriptions from private institutions, then extracting drugs from public hospitals. Brilliant, Zhang Mingjiang mused. In the future, publicly funded prescriptions will need to be separated from self-pay prescriptions. That alone would plug the prescription loophole. But that was a problem for later. Right now, sealing the provincial Hong Kong breach took priority. The joint investigation also uncovered other parasites feeding on the system. Outside provincial Hong Kong Hospital's main gate, even in its restrooms, advertisements appeared offering to buy medications. The mere existence of such ads told Zhang Mingjiang that some naturalized citizen employees were exploiting their publicly funded benefits, extracting drugs from the hospital pharmacy, and reselling them to medicine peddlers. Though the timelines differed, the principle remained eternal. Wherever arbitrage opportunities existed, people would find ways to profit. Once Zhang Mingjiang understood the drug extraction schemes, she immediately forwarded the leads to Wu Mu. After a covert investigation, The team quickly compiled a list of those involved. Wu Mu drew a sharp breath when he finished reading it. If we arrest everyone on this list, Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital will have to shut its doors. The names of those directly involved in illegal drug extraction, naturalized citizen doctors, nurses, pharmacists, clerks, added up to a full third of Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital's staff, and these were only those with hands directly in the cookie jar. If dereliction of duty were added as a charge, probably half the hospital couldn't escape responsibility. Even the 10-person team's informants planted inside the hospital had been completely wiped out. Of 5 agents, only one had submitted a relevant report. Factor in those who had leveraged their cadre employee status to obtain false prescriptions, sporadically extracting publicly funded drugs for resale, and a significant portion of naturalized citizen cadres and employees across all of Guangzhou would be implicated. Excessively harsh measures would be inadvisable, Wu Mu told Zhang Mingjiang. Naturalized citizens in the health system take years to train. They're valuable assets of the Senate. My recommendation, aside from a handful of ringleaders, most should be addressed through private conversations. Have them confess and return their illegal gains rather than face formal arrest and prosecution. Though reluctant, Zhang Mingjiang had to admit Wu Mu was right. A truly thorough investigation would force Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital to close. And if that storm then swept through Lingao General Hospital, Joint Logistics Army and Navy hospitals, she didn't dare imagine the aftermath. It would be catastrophic. My position is that the thorough investigation policy remains unchanged, Zhang Mingjiang said after careful deliberation. Where problems exist, we investigate them all. However, personnel handling will follow political security's guidance. Prosecute only the ringleaders, warn the rest and require them to return illegal gains. Our future operations will adhere to this principle. Please inform Director Zhao on my behalf. Though political security had yet to act, the pressure from Cheka's high-profile audit transmitted down through the system exactly as Zhang Mingjiang had intended. At the investigation team's routine meeting in Baoluo County, everyone was consolidating intelligence and analyzing the latest developments. He-Jun has grown increasingly secretive lately, Zhang Xiaoyu reported. He goes out alone more often. When he's at the shop, he sighs constantly, drinks by himself, and seems indifferent to the business. The cleanup launched in Guangzhou must be putting pressure on this network. He-Jun isn't the only one. We've observed many implicated persons throughout Huizhou acting suspiciously, holding frequent private meetings, moving about even at midnight. And based on our surveillance of pawn shops and money houses, their finances appear strained. There's more. Internal conflicts have erupted among them, even triggering public security incidents, but they're keeping tight-lipped about the cause. Also, Lushi powder prices seem to be climbing, though the increases aren't uniform. Synthesizing everyone's intelligence, Lu Cheng concluded that Elder Zhang's actions at the source had disrupted what had been a smooth supply channel. Clear signs of shortage and financial strain had emerged. With the source no longer releasing drugs, Jiujiang's supply had also hit difficulties. There had been multiple instances of peddlers arriving for pickups only to leave empty-handed or with partial orders. This had sparked numerous conflicts, including one peddler who mysteriously turned up dead in an alley. According to intelligence from the turned peddler Kayan, Jiujiang's original purchasing rules required cash on delivery. As drugs grew scarce, that changed to pre-ordering with deposits. Then it became full prepayment before pickup. Previously, goods arrived within 3 to 5 days of payment, 9 days at worst. Now some peddlers had waited over 10 days after paying and still received nothing. These peddlers all ran small operations, some with borrowed capital, relying on quick turnover for fast profits. With their money tied up at Jiujiang and no drugs forthcoming, dozens found themselves in desperate straits. Some demanded explanations, but Jiujiang refused refunds and couldn't promise delivery dates. Conflicts erupted, and police were called to maintain order. Fortunately, the peddlers knew better than to expose themselves. Aware they were engaged in illicit trade, they claimed only economic disputes, so the police investigated no further. But this situation didn't prompt Jiu Tang to accelerate deliveries. If anything, delays worsened. By now, the longest wait had stretched to nearly 20 days. The peddlers are all discussing what to do. Have they reached any conclusions? Everyone has their own opinion, no consensus, Peddler Kyan said helplessly. My own few dozen yuan are stuck in there. Still nothing. After dismissing Peddler Kyan, team members reported to Lu Cheng that despite Jiu Tang's inability to deliver goods, they remained active behind the scenes. According to surveillance results and intelligence, Yuan Shizhai had managed to transmit from inside. Quan Yao's orders to Wanchun Quan hadn't decreased at all. No Australian drug sources, yet still ordering large quantities of Lushi powder. Something didn't add up. Without pharmaceutical factory drugs, what use was the powder alone? Two possibilities, Lu Cheng analyzed. First, they believe the supply disruption is temporary. They're stockpiling Lushi powder now so they're ready when shipments resume. Second, this operation is winding down and they're bulk purchasing Lushi powder to make one last score with counterfeit product. A pity we can't contact Yuan Shizhai. We might learn more. Actually, contacting him isn't difficult. Lu Cheng smiled. Aren't we auditing accounts in Baluo County? Perfect. We'll have our tax bureau colleagues visit the medicine market with notice that we're randomly selecting 10 shops for inspection. Accountants must bring their ledgers. Then we close the door and have a thorough conversation with old Yuan. Ask him whatever we want. He-Jun's strange behavior was becoming impossible to ignore. Zheng Xiaoyu could see plainly that He-Jun had lost all the swagger he'd displayed when recruiting him. He'd grown indifferent to running the shop and had even stopped bothering to keep up appearances around him. Zheng Xiaoyu decided to take the initiative and invite him for drinks. The location was, naturally, He-Jun's villa. Upon meeting, after exchanging a few words, Zheng Xiaoyu sensed the man was burdened with worries. He probed deliberately. Elder brother, you've seemed preoccupied lately, like something's weighing on you. And those prescription forms, I've already prepared several pads. He-Jun forced a smile. What worries would I have? Business just isn't going well, that's all. He didn't even acknowledge the prescription forms. Zheng Xiaoyu understood well enough. He smiled. Your business seems quite prosperous to me, elder brother. What's not going well? Even the joint clinic is packed with patients. I see it needs extra appointments every day. Sigh. He-Jun heaved a deep breath, took another gulp of wine, and kept his head down in silence as if wrestling with something internally. Elder brother, though we're business partners, we swore brotherhood before the gods, we're true brothers. What can't you tell me? He-Jun smiled bitterly. Some things. Perhaps it's better you don't know. He sighed again. It's not that I don't trust you. But this business has encountered enormous upheaval. Don't speak of our brotherhood or partnership anymore. Don't come here again either, you might get dragged into trouble. Elder brother, don't joke around. We're in the same boat now. What can't be said? Zheng Xiaoyu pressed, working to lower his guard. These words largely dispelled He-Jun's wariness. After a moment's reflection, he said, I won't hide it from you, brother. Do you know what I wanted those prescription forms for? Of course I know. Zheng Xiaoyu smiled. You know. Alarm and suspicion flashed across He-Jun's face. Don't forget I'm the health sector head here. How could I not understand these tricks? It's simple. Exploit publicly funded medications, then resell them for profit. End of chapter. Chapter 2593, Investigation Part 20. He-Jun was silent for a long time. At last he spoke. Since you already know elder brother has nothing left to hide, this business that was making money hand over fist, it's finished. Then let it be finished. Zheng Xiaoyu adopted a magnanimous tone. The money was good, sure, but the risk was always there too. If it can't continue, just stick to legitimate trade. If only it were that simple. He-Jun sighed heavily. Getting on the pirate ship is easy. Getting off is another matter entirely. Oh, how so? It's a long story. After several cups of wine, He-Jun's tongue had loosened, and he seemed eager to unburden himself. His sworn brotherhood with Zhang Xiaoyu had begun as a convenient way to cultivate connections, nothing more. But over these past days, the two had genuinely hit it off. Their temperaments aligned, their rapport easy. What started as pretense had become something real. I won't hide it from you, brother. My family's business here in Huizhou goes back generations. He-Jun's Bailing Tang Pharmacy couldn't claim 100 years of history, but it was still an old establishment, passed down through 3 generations. Within the prefectural city, it ranked if not in the top 2, then certainly among the top 10. By the time He-Jun inherited it, Bailing Tang had plateaued, operating smoothly enough but showing no growth. In modern terms, he had hit a bottleneck. In business, you need both maintenance and expansion. Like rowing against the current, if you're not advancing, you're falling behind. He-Jun possessed the keen crisis awareness typical of a third-generation inheritor. After taking over, he racked his brain for ways to expand. But Huizhou hosted the Grotto Heaven Medicine Market, a pharmaceutical battleground. Anyone who survived here, even as a mere stall vendor, had been forged through relentless competition. Despite all his skills, He-Jun could only maintain the status quo. Then opportunity arrived. Someone introduced him to a new line of business, Lushi powder. Lushi powder, that stuff is sold everywhere. Zhang Xiaoyu feigned disdain. Brother, the ordinary Wanchun Quan brand is worthless, true, but add the special ingredients and it becomes a miracle drug effective after a single dose. You mean these refined Australian medicines? Precisely. He-Jun nodded. The business came through a Baluo drug merchant named Quan Yao. Initially, Quan just wanted him to distribute treasure label Lushi powder through his existing channels. When it sold remarkably well, He-Jun sought him out, hoping to increase his supply. Quan Yao agreed readily, but his terms were harsh. Monthly sales quotas, cash before delivery. Whatever volume you committed to, you paid Jubao Tang up front, then collected your goods. At first, everything went smoothly. He-Jun wasn't getting rich overnight, but the monthly profits were substantial. Then Quan Yao approached him again, proposing that he find a way to obtain prescription forms. If he could deliver those, Quan said, he would become a partner rather than a mere distributor. Quan Yao promised me 0.5% of revenue if I could get them prescription forms. My drug quota would increase too. I thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so I joined. What happened after that, you already know. Now that you can obtain the forms, why don't they want them anymore? Quan Yao just says they have plenty of drugs and no need for new prescriptions at the moment. But I made some inquiries. Their upstream channel has been cut. All those small peddlers who used to get goods from Jubao Tang have been shut out. And what about your supply, elder brother? Zhang Xiaoyu pressed. This month's shipment arrived in full. He-Jun's voice was listless. But what about next month? That was indeed the question. Zhang Xiaoyu knew the upstream disruption stemmed directly from Zhang Mingjiang's surprise inspection. The investigation would inevitably reduce what had been a rushing supply channel to a mere trickle. Small peddlers aside, even He-Jun might find himself cut off next month. He adopted a puzzled expression. Has Quan Yao said there won't be goods? Not in so many words. He-Jun explained that a few days ago, Quan Yao had gathered the major distributors. He acknowledged that upstream sourcing had run into problems, but insisted the channel wasn't dead. It would recover eventually. In the meantime, everyone needed to weather this together. The implication was clear. Next month's payment remained due on schedule, but timely delivery in full quantities was no longer guaranteed. That's absurd. Zhang Xiaoyu slammed his palm on the table. He can't even guarantee delivery, yet still demands advance payment. What kind of business is that? What if he just takes the money and disappears? That's exactly what worries me. He-Jun shook his head. But Quan Yao also made clear that anyone who won't order and pay this time needn't bother coming for goods in the future. He'll cut them off from Lushi powder entirely. So that was it. No wonder He-Jun found himself caught between impossible choices. Everyone understood that continuing as a distributor carried enormous risk, yet none could bring themselves to walk away. The profits must be staggering, too tempting to abandon. What are you thinking, elder brother? My situation is different from the others. He-jun paused. If I were just a distributor, I'd quit immediately. No matter how lucrative the business, money needs to land safely in your pocket, especially with something this risky. When things turn sour, getting out is the only sensible move. But, he sighed again. Apparently, Quan Yao had pulled him aside for a private conversation. As a profit-sharing partner, He-jun could still receive next month's full shipment on the condition that he prepay 6 months' worth. 6 months? Even Zhang Xiaoyu was taken aback. With delivery already unreliable, demanding 6 months' payment up front wasn't business, it was extortion. What did you tell him? I refused, naturally. He-jun's smile was bitter. I'm no fool. He can promise full delivery all he wants, but who knows if he'll even be in Huzhou next month. Where would I go to collect? Exactly. Don't touch this business. I never expected Quan Yao would turn so vicious. He threatened to report me for trafficking prescription forms. He-jun's face was lined with worry. Said trafficking forms is a capital offense. The Australians would execute my entire family if they found out. But he's involved in the trafficking too. Isn't he worried about getting burned? The forms never passed directly through his hands, so that was the arrangement. Quan Yao served as the connection, but delivery and payment went through someone else entirely. Nothing could be traced back to him. Zhang Xiaoyu put on a troubled frown. If he puts it that way, you're in a difficult position. If word got out. Yes, and I worry that if he actually reports me, even you might be implicated. He-jun exhaled heavily. I've thought it over from every angle. There's no good solution. The only way out is to hand back everything I've earned and wash my hands of the whole affair. Consider it a spring dream, nothing more. There was no doubt that Zhang Mingjiang's actions in Guangzhou had disrupted what had been a stable supply chain. Now cracks were appearing from top to bottom. Judging by Quan Yao's behavior, they had likely concluded that regaining their drug supply was hopeless. Hence this desperate scramble to extract one final profit. Not just profit either, but recovery of downstream funds. Quite ruthless. Zhang Xiaoyu had no doubt that under this combination of threats and inducements, many distributors would be taken in. Yet for all his importance, Quan Yao and his Zhu Tang probably weren't the core figures in this counterfeit drug operation. Zhang Xiaoyu considered the matter carefully. Quan Yao operated almost openly. The real money wouldn't be in his hands. He was likely just a disposable pawn. Finding the mastermind behind the scenes would require considerably more effort. If that's how things stand, paying for peace isn't unreasonable. Zhang Xiaoyu said at last. Just hard to swallow, sigh. These words stirred He-jun's indignation. Hard to swallow indeed. Do you know how much I've invested in this Lushi powder distribution, especially the Fujian and Jiujiang routes? I personally led my manager from client to client, delivering samples, setting up stalls. All that work to build credibility for these medicines. And now look, no drugs, and they want to claw back every coin we earned. Zhang Xiaoyu leaned forward. Elder brother, don't waste your anger. Since Quan Yao has shown no loyalty, we owe him none in return. Think carefully. In all your dealings with him, has he revealed any vulnerabilities? He-jun hesitated. Vulnerabilities? Quan Yao is cunning as they come. Every meeting is shrouded in secrecy. Whenever I visit him, even my servants aren't allowed near. Perhaps not anything specific. Any oddities, unusual people, strange events, even just a few overheard words. Zhang Xiaoyu coaxed patiently. At this prompting, He-jun's expression changed as if something had surfaced in his memory. He lowered his head and thought for a long moment. Now that you mention it, there are a few things that struck me at the time. I don't know if they're useful. Let's hear them. Quan Yao seems to personally know Australian cadres, people like yourself, brother, He-jun said. Once when I went to see him, servants were clearing teacups from the reception hall. On the 8 Immortals table lay a crumpled note they hadn't yet cleaned up. I caught a glimpse. The writing appeared to be in Australian pen. Truly, Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't hide his interest. Australian pen meant either fountain pen or pencil, implements rarely used by anyone outside the elders and naturalized citizen cadres and clerks. Was the ink blue or gray? Blue, I'm certain of it. He nodded firmly. "I've seen Australian pen writing before." End of chapter. Chapter 2594, Investigation, Part 21. Yuan Shuzhai stood in the account's room courtyard, watching ants march across the flagstones. The weather was about to turn. Over the past few days, the flow of ledgers had noticeably slowed. Judging by the dates in the running accounts, they were nearly caught up. Though he couldn't recall every entry he'd processed, the totals were burned into his memory, roughly 200,000 yuan across just 2 years of records. It was a staggering sum. Yuan Shuzhai had never heard of any business, let alone one operating from such a modest shopfront, that could generate 100,000 yuan annually. The Senate's miracle drugs were powerful indeed. But as the ledgers drew closer to the present day, he knew his situation grew more perilous by the hour. Silencing witnesses, discarding the donkey once the grain was ground, even with political security watching the shop from outside, these people could simply poison his food and drink, sending him to meet his ancestors before anyone could intervene. The more Yuan Shuzhai dwelt on it, the more certain he became that his life hung by a thread. Yet he dared not let it show. Each day he could only pace in circles, turning over escape plans in his mind. He hadn't found a solution, but he had lost considerable hair. This particular day, while observing the ants, a servant came to summon him. Manager Gao wished to see him. Yuan Shuzhai had no idea what this was about. He steeled himself and went. At first, Manager Gao merely inquired after his daily comforts and praised the quality of his ledger work. The boss was very pleased, so pleased, in fact, that he was rewarding Yuan Shuzhai with 12 yuan. "Please convey my deepest gratitude for the boss's generosity." Yuan Shuzhai arranged his features into an expression of tearful appreciation. "Your ledger work is exceptional, Mr. Shu. This money is well deserved." Manager Gao waved dismissively. "However, the accounts here are nearly finished. My boss has several other properties requiring attention, so you'll need to relocate in a few days." The word struck Yuan Shuzhai like a thunderbolt. He was currently working at Jiujiang. Lu Cheng and the others knew this location. If they moved him elsewhere, his whereabouts would become completely unknown. Despite his alarm, he could only feign composure. "May I ask where I'll be sent?" "You'll know when the time comes, no need to ask questions now." Manager Gao's voice turned cold as ice. "Mr. Shu, as long as you do good work, there's plenty of money to be made, but don't ask what you shouldn't, saves everyone trouble." Yes, I understand." Cold sweat broke out across Yuan Shuzhai's back. "This is it," he thought. "I'm finished." Back in his small courtyard quarters, he considered whether he might scale the wall and escape. But the walls rose around him like the sides of a well, smooth surfaces offering no purchase. With his weak, bookish frame, any hope of climbing out was pure fantasy. What about rushing the door? The 2 burly men stationed at the entrance could stop him without breaking a sweat. He cursed himself for ever conceiving this wretched idea of infiltrating the enemy. So far, he hadn't transmitted a single piece of intelligence, yet here he was about to lose his life. Now completely at their mercy, Yuan Shuzhai had no choice but to appear compliant and take things one step at a time. He remembered that Lu Cheng had arranged a signal beforehand. If an emergency arose and escape proved impossible but rescue was needed, Yuan Shuzhai would use purchases to send his message. Specifically, having a servant buy him cigarettes. Yuan Shuzhai was a habitual smoker, so since arriving at Jiujiang, he'd been sending a servant to buy cigarettes every 3 or 4 days. Per their arrangement, he rotated through different brands. If circumstances became urgent, he'd request Holy Ship cigarettes, gold Holy Ship for crisis, red Holy Ship for emergency rescue. But his signals were completely blocked. No matter what brand he requested, the servant invariably returned with white Holy Ships. After several more agonizing days, they finally came for him. He was loaded into a 2-man sedan chair and carried off into pitch darkness, ascending and descending through terrain he couldn't see or identify. He had no idea how far they traveled. When the sedan finally stopped and he emerged, dusk was falling. They had halted in a small courtyard, and in the fading light, he could make out mountains rising on all sides. He was deep in the wilderness now. Yuan Shuzhai braced himself, descended from the sedan, and allowed himself to be led into the main hall. The hall was lit. 3 men sat waiting. Though lamps burned, all 3 had positioned themselves with their backs to the light, their faces obscured in shadow. From his build, one appeared to be Manager Gao. Indeed, Manager Gao spoke first. "This is our master." It was Yuan Shuzhai's first time meeting Jubao Tang's owner. He knew from Lu Cheng that the man's name was Quan Yaod. He immediately swept into a deep bow. "Greetings, master. Sit, have tea." Master Quan gestured to a chair. Yuan Shuzhai expressed his thanks and sat, noting that the atmosphere didn't suggest immediate silencing. His heart unclenched slightly. "Have you been comfortable these past few days?" "Everything has been well, master. I've reviewed your ledgers. Fine work." Master Quan nodded. "I've been lacking someone who understands Australian accounting methods like you do. Where did you learn?" "The fiscal accounting training program run by the Guangzhou Tax Bureau," Yuan Shuzhai said quickly. "I was in the 9th cohort." "Oh, so you're a naturalized citizen." "Not at all, not at all." Yuan Shuzhai waved his hands. "I wanted to be one, but they wouldn't have me, said I was too old." He sighed heavily. "Old and worthless." "If you're not a naturalized citizen, how did you gain admission to the Australian school?" "Well, the training program accepts anyone willing to pay tuition themselves," Yuan Shuzhai explained. "Many of the students were sent by bosses of various Guangzhou establishments. I was the same." Quan Yaod pressed him further about his former employer. Yuan Shuzhai answered smoothly. Then came questions about his earlier life. Yuan Shuzhai provided suitably rough details. The interrogation actually kindled hope in Yuan Shuzhai's chest. When he'd first arrived at Jubao Tang, Manager Gao hadn't questioned him so thoroughly. If they truly intended to silence him, why bother with such detail? When the questioning concluded, Quan Yaod apparently found nothing amiss. He glanced toward the man seated deepest in the shadows. The figure nodded slightly but remained silent. "The accounts you've done for me are very satisfactory," Quan Yaod said. "These ledgers were nearly finished. Originally, I'd planned to dismiss you once they were complete." Yuan Shuzhai couldn't suppress a shudder. "However, since you're familiar with Australian accounting and we currently need capable people, I'm considering keeping you on. Are you willing?" How could Yuan Shuzhai possibly refuse? "I'm alone in this world with no one to rely on. To have a place where I can earn my keep, how could I be unwilling?" That's not the right way to think about it." Quan Yaod affected magnanimity. "Look at this first, then decide." He gave an order, and Manager Gao soon appeared bearing a tray. When the silk cloth was lifted, the gleam of silver dollars nearly blinded Yuan Shuzhai. "This," he stared at Quan Yaod in astonishment. "If you commit yourself to my service, this tray of 200 silver dollars is yours, plus 30 yuan monthly going forward, and in the future perhaps endless wealth and glory." Quan Yaod paused. "But I must be clear. Working for me means engaging in business that risks beheading, extremely dangerous." I don't understand." Yuan Shuzhai's face showed shock and bewilderment, not entirely feigned. He'd originally thought he was investigating a counterfeit drug operation. He'd never expected to find something this massive lurking behind it. "Don't be afraid. We serve the court. We're not bandits or robbers." Quan Yaod spoke slowly. "If you're unwilling to accept this risk, a sedan chair outside is ready to take you back to the medicine market. Inside you'll find 50 yuan. Consider it a parting gift for our time together. Only you must never speak of this experience again." Anyone with half a brain could tell from Quan Yaod's words that no second path existed. Yuan Shuzhai immediately declared, "I'm willing to follow you, master." "You're not afraid." "Afraid of what?" Yuan Shuzhai said. "At this point, never mind other reasons, for this silver alone I'd face anything." Quan Yaod laughed heartily. "Good, I never expected Mr. Shu to be such a straightforward man." He clapped his hands and a servant appeared with wine. "I drink this with you. From now on we're brothers sharing life and death." Yuan Shuzhai could only smile broadly and drain his cup. "Since we're brothers now, there's no need to hide things from you." Quan Yao gestured around the room. I'm Quan Yao, Jiubao Tang's owner, and this is Taoist Mushi. From now on, you'll work under him. At this, the one called Taoist Mushi stepped into the lamplight. Yuan Shuzhe studied him carefully. A purple sun Taoist cap, a blue-gray hemp Taoist robe, 3 wispy whiskers cascading down his chest, the very picture of immortal transcendence. Yuan Shuzhe quickly paid his respects. No need for formalities. Taoist Mushi's manner was warm and affable. From now on, we're all family, all serving the court. Yes, yes, I'll rely on the Taoist's guidance, Yuan Shuzhe said. Whatever you need from me, just give the word. I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. He, you flatter me, Taoist Mushi chuckled. At your age, how could I ask such things? But since you've joined us, you must observe the rules here. It's not that I'm harsh, this is truly a beheading business. Under my command, any breach of the rules, regardless of intent, is allowed once, only once. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Yuan Shuzhe said quickly. I've been down on my luck my whole life. Now that I have a chance to serve the court and turn my fortune around, I absolutely won't break the Taoist's rules. Very well, you'll stay by my side from now on, managing my accounts with the Harrys. Taoist Mushi nodded toward the door. Manager Gao, take him to his quarters to rest. End of chapter. Chapter 2595, Investigation, Part 22. You truly intend to use this man? Quan Yao asked once Yuan Shuzhe had departed. Whether he's trustworthy matters little, he won't be able to talk regardless. Taoist Mushi gave a cold laugh. Wouldn't you agree, Master Quan? Yes, yes. Quan Yao had originally favored simply silencing Yuan Shuzhe, but present circumstances required keeping him alive. Remaining at Jiubao Tang, however, posed considerable danger. The shop's distribution of Lushi powder was an open secret, and now that the Australians had launched an investigation at the source, it was only a matter of time before they traced it here. All important personnel and goods had been quietly relocated, leaving only a few expendable underlings at the shop as cover. In less than 2 years of handling Lushi powder and these Australian miracle drugs, Jiubao Tang had accumulated nearly 250,000 yuan in profits. Even Taoist Mushi, who had seen his share of fortunes, found the figure staggering. The money came almost too easily. The wealthy gentry and magnates proved especially lucrative. To save their own lives, they produced dozens or hundreds of taels of silver without so much as a wince. Yet though their earnings ran high, so did expenses. Taoist Mushi knew that over those 2 years, nearly 100,000 in silver had been submitted to Lord Shi alone. The remainder went mostly toward Master Liang's great undertaking. Beneath Guangdong's calm surface, discontent among the gentry quietly simmered. Taoist Mushi knew his master was biding his time. Once the court's armies marched south, Guangdong would erupt in flames. Even if they couldn't burn the hairy bandits to death, they could at least wound them deeply, ensuring they wouldn't dare covet the Central Plains for decades to come. Countless taels of silver had been deployed, and the conspiracy was gradually taking shape. The court's attention was turning southward. Before long, the imperial edict appointing a Liangguang military commissioner would be issued. The hairy bandits' days of running roughshod over the 2 Guangs were nearly at an end. Taoist, Quan Yao said quietly, what is it? Will there still be Australian drugs? Hard to say. Taoist Mushi shook his head. I suspect this venture has run its course. Quan Yao was loath to abandon such lucrative trade. Disappointment flickered across his face and he pressed further. Even if we've lost one channel, surely there are others. You think it's that simple? Taoist Mushi laughed inwardly at his naivety. The hairy bandits aren't fools. We've profited off their drugs for 2 years. That's enough. He paused, reconsidering. If he completely extinguished Quan Yao's hopes, this money-grubbing fellow might do something rash, and they still had use for him. So he softened his tone. For now we must avoid the spotlight. Once their investigation storm passes, we can resume operations. I'm worried those medicine peddlers and merchants won't receive their goods and will report us to the Australians, Quan Yao continued. It would cause us immediate trouble and ruin our ability to do business later. Collecting payment without delivering goods was fraud, and losing credibility would make future dealings nearly impossible. Quan Yao was still thinking ahead, trying to preserve a path for future cooperation. Taoist Mushi understood his thinking perfectly, but he also knew with certainty that this business had no future. Though operations won't resume in the short term, these merchants still need placating, the Taoist said. Have Manager Gao tell them we need 3 more months. We'll deliver all goods then at a 20% discount upon delivery. Yes, that at least gives them an answer. Quan Yao brightened, still believing business could resume. Taoist Mushi sneered inwardly. The fake drug business was a one-time venture. Lord Shi had told him this long ago. More than that, on Lord Shi's orders, he had stockpiled considerable quantities of genuine Australian drugs, all prepared for wartime use. But Quan Yao had no need to know this, and would never know. The counterfeit operation had reached its end. The Australians' commotion in Guangdong would inevitably expose their hospital channels. Finding Jiubao Tang was merely a matter of time. His purpose here was to clean up thoroughly. Though only 10-odd li from the medicine market, this location lay deep in a mountain ravine, accessible only through twisting, labyrinthine routes. Without a guide, ordinary people couldn't hope to find their way. Though the Australians had eyes on Jiubao Tang's exterior, checkpoint reports confirmed that every tail had lost the trail midway. The place was temporarily safe, safe enough for him to settle the accounts in hand. Once those accounts were settled, this place would become the final resting place for Mr. Xu, Quan Yao, and the others. The tens of thousands Quan Yao had skimmed would also return to their rightful owner. After that, he would need to devote more attention to the fake silver dollars and counterfeit notes, Taoist Mushi mused. He summoned Manager Gao and asked, "Have all the new Wanchun Quan Lushi powders arrived?" "Yes, they're all stored at Jiubao Tang." "Good, return tomorrow. Once you're back, repackage this entire batch as Jiubao Tang Lushi powder. But there are no Australian drugs in them." "What Australian drugs? Lushi powder is Lushi powder," Taoist Mushi laughed. Manager Gao's eyes widened with sudden understanding. "Your humble servant understands." After repackaging, notify all the peddlers and merchants who have prepaid to come collect their goods. Reassure them. Tell them, if they still wish to sell miracle drugs, they should prepay for 6 months' worth. We'll supply at 20% off, but delivery will be delayed 3 months. Understood? This, Manager Gao hesitated. This differed somewhat from what Master Quan had said, but he quickly grasped the Taoist's meaning and nodded. Your humble servant understands. You're a clever one, Taoist Mushi nodded approvingly. Serve well and I'll see you promoted. Yes, thank you, Taoist. Manager Gao bowed, delighted, and withdrew. Kaio Yan, Taoist Mushi called into the darkness. A large man materialized from the shadows. Guard this place well with the others. Watch for anyone trying to leave without permission, especially Jiubao Tang's people. Understood? Don't let a single one escape. Australian pen, Zheng Xiaoyu nodded slowly. This meant someone in the health sector was colluding with Quan Yao, siphoning off publicly funded drugs. The note must have been communication between them. What did it say? I didn't see. A servant took it away immediately. He just shook his head. But this Quan Yao definitely has connections with Australian cadres. How else could he obtain so many of their drugs? Naturally, Zheng Xiaoyu nodded. Do you have any idea who he might be connected with? Who else could it be? He Jun had drunk several cups and was already tipsy, his words flowing unguarded. Obviously someone from the Australian hospital in Guangzhou. Zheng Xiaoyu thought to himself. Wasn't that obvious? But distributors like he Jun knew very little. Quan Yao would never reveal something as critical as his supply source to a mere seller. He pressed patiently. Besides this Australian cadre, there must be some vulnerability, some weakness. There is one peculiar thing. Can't say it's a weakness exactly, just strange. He Jun recounted how he'd once seen a Kunlun slave selling medicine at the medicine market. Nothing unusual in that. Local drug peddlers from Southeast Asia often came to sell medicinals, But this particular man had walked straight into Jubao Tang. Jubao Tang doesn't compound its own medicines. What use would they have for Southeast Asian medicinals? He Jun said. Very suspicious. Was the native alone? Yes, just him. And he seemed to know his way around. Didn't move like a first-timer at all. Zheng Xiaoyu knew the Luofu mountain medicine market well, and was familiar with the Southeast Asian merchants who operated there. Most were actually Chinese, but to project an exotic mystique, they would bring along Southeast Asian natives with distinctive features as living billboards to hawk their dubiously authentic medicinals. This was especially common at the medicine market's ghost market. These natives, unable to speak Chinese, rarely ventured out alone. Most stayed with their masters at the inns. So why would such a Southeast Asian native visit Jubao Tang? Zheng Xiaoyu couldn't puzzle it out, but there was advice he could offer, both from duty and personal friendship. Elder brother, I think this miracle drug business cannot continue, Zheng Xiaoyu said. Keep at it and you'll lose not just your silver but possibly your life. Cut ties with them completely. The money you've prepaid for goods, consider it thrown into the river. Let it go. I truly want nothing more than to quit, but since ancient times boarding a pirate ship is easy, getting off is hard. He Jun's voice grew heavy. These people are outlaws who appear and vanish in the dead of night. A few days ago, when peddlers couldn't get their goods and gathered to make trouble, 2 of the ringleaders ended up dead, cause unknown. I've dealt with them longest among anyone and know scattered bits about their operations. I'm probably already a thorn in their side. He Jun's eyes reddened. Just days ago, that Quan Yao threatened me openly, told me to do my business honestly and keep my mouth shut around outsiders or watch out for my whole family. He sighed. I'm a man with family responsibilities. How could I dare confront them? And besides, Australians are involved. Even if these criminals don't act, 1 letter exposing me and I'd be finished. I can only take it day by day. Zheng Xiaoyu maintained his composure, sensing the moment was ripe. He lowered his voice. Elder brother, if it comes to that, perhaps you should strike first. He's been unkind, why should you be just? Report them to the Australians yourself. What do you think? Report. He Jun went rigid with shock. The wine evaporated from his blood as he stared at his sworn brother in alarm. Yes, report. Zheng Xiaoyu nodded. Turning He Jun wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea but the result of careful discussions with Lu Cheng. As a fairly significant distribution channel for Jubao Tang's external sales, He Jun likely possessed many valuable threads and connections. If they could bring him over as a guide, the case would progress far more quickly, and given current circumstances, they couldn't afford delays. Under Zhang Mingjiang's pressure tactics, Quan Yao's recent movements made clear that the other side was already preparing their escape route. End of chapter. Chapter 2596, Investigation, Part 23. But hear me out, elder brother. Zheng Xiaoyu's voice was calm and measured. If you report them, you lose the drug-selling profits at most, but with the Senate's protection, your family's safety is guaranteed. That's the first thing. He Jun nodded without realizing it. Second, turning yourself in allows you to redeem your crimes through merit. If you help the Senate investigate and solve this case, they certainly won't pursue charges against you. In fact, you'll likely be rewarded. Your future business dealings in Huizhou will run smoothly, elder brother, very smoothly indeed. He Jun sat with his head bowed, turning the proposal over in his mind for a long while. At last he looked up. I'll follow your advice, brother. Then suspicion flickered across his face. But what about you? You sold me those prescription forms. That's a serious crime. Zheng Xiaoyu smiled, no longer concealing anything. I, Zheng Xiaoyu, have always been a model cadre of the Senate, completely law-abiding. How could I possibly do such things? So that means... He Jun's expression shifted between alarm and dread. You've guessed correctly, Zheng Xiaoyu said. I was acting under orders. I see. He Jun's head drooped in resignation. Since that's the case, I entrust my entire family's lives and fortunes to you, brother. You can count on me. Zheng Xiaoyu gave this firm promise not merely to put He Jun's mind at ease, but because sworn brotherhood in medieval times was a matter of grave consequence. Betrayals for profit certainly occurred, but such men were universally condemned. Even when fulfilling professional duties, this moral commitment still had to be honored. He Jun's voluntary surrender proved to be the breakthrough the investigation needed. He confessed every detail of his dealings with Zhu Baotang and revealed much information he'd previously withheld from Zheng Xiaoyu. As they had learned, Zhu Baotang served as the source of all the so-called Australian miracle drugs, with Quan Yao at the wholesale core. Every drug flowed from him to second-tier wholesalers like He Jun. Over 60 such second-tier wholesalers existed, varying considerably in scale. Most were peddlers without fixed shops, yet He Jun explained that despite lacking formal business names, many specialized in hometown networks, mountain routes, or waterway distribution channels. Their sales volumes weren't necessarily lower than established wholesalers like himself. Named wholesalers with actual shops numbered only a dozen or so and primarily served other provinces. He Jun's operation focused on Fujian. His establishment alone generated over 20,000 yuan in annual sales, with net profits around 8,000 yuan. Nearly 50% pure profit, Zheng Xiaoyu calculated silently. No wonder they were willing to take such enormous risks. This lucrative business hadn't fallen into He Jun's lap by chance. Baoluo had quite a few shops matching his strength, though not countless numbers. But when Zhu Baotang first began recruiting distributors, most merchants adopted a cautious wait-and-see approach. He Jun, by contrast, possessed far more entrepreneurial boldness. Upon hearing rumors of the opportunity, uncertain whether they were even true, he still spent 100 yuan to secure second-tier wholesale qualifications. At the time, everyone in his shop opposed the decision, but the first batch sent to Fujian for trial sales sold out instantly. Lushi powder actually worked. Buoyed by this success, He Jun rapidly expanded his purchase volumes and dispatched agents to develop the Fujian market, quickly locking down exclusive distribution rights for the province. He Jun understood that Lushi powder's effectiveness had nothing to do with any secret formula of Quan Yao's, nor with Wanchun Quan's medicines. The key was the Australian drugs that had been added. He'd long heard that Australian drugs were effective, but they were not only prohibitively expensive, they were virtually impossible to obtain. Baoluo, supposedly Lingnin's largest medicine market, had almost no Australian drugs available, yet somehow, through means unknown, Quan Yao had secured a supply. You never inquired about where the drugs came from. How could I not? He Jun replied. With profits like that, who wouldn't want to cut him out? Before Quan Yao struck it rich, he was nothing compared to me. But his inquiries yielded nothing. Quan Yao's subordinates kept their mouths firmly sealed, and before long the go-between He Jun had sent to ask questions mysteriously died. After that, I understood these people were desperados. I never dared probe further. He Jun confessed that while the other side had proven ruthless, he'd still managed to gather some specific intelligence. He'd learned that Quan Yao's superior was a Taoist who went by Mushi, wooden stone. Taoist Mushi. Everyone in the interrogation room reacted with visible shock. Since the Guangzhou witchcraft case, this name had become notorious throughout the Senate's enforcement agencies, gradually eclipsing even the Gu father and son in infamy. That's right, but I've only ever heard the name. I've never actually seen such a person, He Jun said. Though he hadn't discovered the drug's source, the Lushi powder business flourished. Later, Zhu Baotang expanded their offerings to include multiple Australian miracle drugs, each with different therapeutic effects. Sales were brisk across the board, and He Jun profited handsomely alongside them. With business going so well, why did you decide to recruit comrade Zheng Xiaoyu? Who suggested you try purchasing prescription forms? That was Quan Yao. Shortly after Zheng Xiaoyu took up his post in Huizhou, He Jun explained. Quan Yao had secretly summoned him and instructed him to attempt drawing Zheng Xiaoyu into the water. Establishing a joint clinic with prescribing authority for Australian drugs was merely a pretext, also the personal benefit Kuan Yao had reserved for him. The real objective was obtaining prescription forms through Zheng Xiaoyu afterward. As for why they were willing to pay such high prices for the forms, He Jun didn't know. They only said that as long as I could procure prescriptions, I'd receive a 10% discount on all future purchases. Compared to 10% savings on his wholesale costs, 1 yuan per prescription form was negligible. Lu Cheng's mind raced. Drawing Zheng Xiaoyu into the water clearly meant their original extraction channel had run into problems. After all, they'd been running this operation for over 2 years, but the attempt to recruit Zheng Xiaoyu had only occurred 2 months ago. By pinpointing that time frame and cross-referencing personnel changes in the health sector's drug-related departments, they could probably compile a list of suspects. Did Kuan Yao explain why he wanted you to recruit Zheng Xiaoyu specifically? He didn't. He Jun grew wary. This line of questioning felt hostile. He added a note of caution. He only told me there was a money-making opportunity and asked if I was interested. I naturally agreed. So he instructed me on how to approach Comrade Zheng, how to entice him into establishing a joint clinic. There are several doctors in Huizhou. Why target Zheng Xiaoyu in particular? He said Dr. Zheng not only possessed excellent medical skills, but also headed Huizhou's health department, the most influential position. Once he joined, everything would proceed without obstruction. Lu Cheng circled back to questions about Zheng Xiaoyu from various angles, but nothing particularly revealing emerged. She felt a twinge of disappointment. Some instinct told her that Kuan Yao's targeting of Zheng Xiaoyu wasn't random. Still, He Jun's confession made one thing clear. Kuan Yao possessed comprehensive knowledge of the Senate's cadre system and health regulations. There had to be an inside source within the Senate's health department. How much do you know about Kuan Yao personally? Tell us everything. Lu Cheng fixed him with a steady gaze. This is your chance to redeem yourself through merit. Yes, I'll tell everything, He Jun agreed eagerly. His account of Kuan Yao matched what Peddler Kyan had already revealed, though he possessed additional details. He explained that the Kuan family's ancestral residence lay within Baoyuo's county seat. But because the family had earned their living at the medicine market for generations, they also maintained a residence there. The servants called it the new residence. He also mentioned that Kuan Yao had purchased a farm estate in rural Baoyuo the previous year, reportedly in a very remote location that few people had ever visited. Tell us about the Southeast Asian native. In truth, He Jun knew far more about the Kunlun slave than he'd revealed to Zheng Xiaoyu. Kuan Yao had tried selling him aphrodisiacs. Aphrodisiacs? Lu Cheng asked, surprised. Not fetus-changing medicine. He never mentioned that. Only aphrodisiacs. This Southeast Asian native had gained some notoriety at the medicine market's ghost market for selling medicinal wine. As a local ground dragon, He Jun had naturally heard of him. But aphrodisiacs, frankly, were ubiquitous throughout the medicine market. Late Ming gentry were notorious for their extravagant hedonism, and various chamber battle cultivation methods only amplified the culture. The wealthy generally overindulged in carnal pleasures, creating enormous market demand for aphrodisiacs and sexual enhancers. Where there's demand, there's supply. The Baoyuo medicine market overflowed with such products: ointments, pills, elixirs, powders, wines. A complete inventory would likely number in the hundreds. Many varieties appeared briefly and vanished just as quickly. Even He Jun couldn't track them all. But this Southeast Asian native's medicine was genuinely effective. Over time, even people in the Huizhou prefectural capital heard about it and sent agents to purchase some. He Jun said. The only problem was that the man appeared at the ghost market unpredictably, not every day and always with limited stock. Whether you could buy depended entirely on luck. Lu Cheng found herself confused. She couldn't yet connect fetus-changing with aphrodisiacs. The concept of androgens was entirely foreign to her. But since this Southeast Asian native existed and was connected to Kuan Yao, he naturally warranted investigation. How did this lead back to Quan Yao? This Southeast Asian native had been appearing at the market for 5 or 6 months. Then one day Quan Yao summoned me and asked if I'd be willing to distribute these aphrodisiacs. He said the medicine came from that ghost market vendor, genuinely effective stuff. Did he say, or even hint, that these aphrodisiacs were connected to the Australian drugs? No, nothing like that. He just shook his head. At the time, I only found it strange. This medicine had always been available sporadically, so why suddenly seek someone to distribute it properly? I asked Manager Quan directly, but he just looked impatient and would only ask whether I was willing or not. He refused to explain anything further. End of chapter. Chapter 2597. Investigation 24. So what did you say? I told him I never sell heterodox medicines of unknown origin, He Jun declared with righteous indignation. He Jun had nothing more to offer. After some discussion, the investigation team decided against detaining or punishing him for now, no sense alerting the enemy. To reassure He Jun, Lu Cheng promised Zheng Xiaoyu that leniency would be shown when the case concluded. The money he made certainly won't stay in his pocket, but we won't pursue other matters, Lu Cheng said. If he helps us catch the mastermind behind this, that's a merit worth considering. Since they now knew Quan Yao owned a farm estate near the medicine market, Lu Cheng immediately dispatched men familiar with the local area to investigate. No matter how well hidden such an estate might be, it couldn't exist without leaving traces. Deeds and land tax registrations would be preserved somewhere in the county Yamen. Finding them would simply require some effort. Lu Cheng then turned to another lead, the Southeast Asian man selling the aphrodisiac. These Southeast Asian natives frequented the ghost market regularly. Questioning the medicine peddlers who worked there would surely yield more information. What they discovered surprised Lu Cheng somewhat. Everyone they asked, including many peddlers who had encountered plenty of new Australian medicines, had no recollection of testosterone gel. They unanimously stated that what the Southeast Asian man sold was medicinal wine. This suggested the midwife had been reselling medicinal wine from the start. The conversion from gel to wine hadn't been her doing. The stalls in the ghost market were mobile. The spot the man had used had long since been claimed by others, leaving no clues behind. As for the Southeast Asian man himself, his distinctive appearance and accent made him memorable. Several established merchants who conducted long-term business in the ghost market recalled him clearly. Piecing together their descriptions, the team could roughly determine his activities on Luofu Mountain. From about 6 months ago until 3 months ago, he had appeared at the medicine market roughly once a month. Each time, he would spread a ground stall and display several bottles of medicinal wine in different packaging, some for strengthening yang and tonifying the kidney, others for promoting blood circulation and removing stasis, still others for tonifying the lungs and calming asthma, or nourishing blood and strengthening the body. Only one was claimed to be an Australian divine medicine. The rest were merely side dishes hitching a ride on the main course to earn a little extra. It's a good thing we aren't planning to produce sildenafil yet, Hao long thought. Otherwise, who knows how many black-hearted merchants would mix it into aphrodisiac wines to harm people. Did his medicinal wine sell well? A police officer asked. Quite well. The aphrodisiac especially, it would sell out within an hour or two. A medicine peddler offered his assessment. To be honest, based on my years of experience, this is mostly a scam. This is a medicine market. Buyers aren't that easy to fool. Chiefs, you aren't here investigating scammers, are you? He paused. That said, he never brought too much wine at a time. Usually ran out of stock in 3 to 5 days, then packed up and left. If you medicine merchants all suspected it was improper, how did he sell anything? The stuff he sold was the most bewitching kind. There's too much of it in the ghost market, and plenty of people still fall for it. Folks get cheated all the time. Another peddler shrugged. Besides, I heard people say his medicine actually worked. Some wealthy masters sent servants specifically to the ghost market to wait for him. I heard it wasn't cheap either. Actually, this Southeast Asian man's medicinal wine really is effective. An older medicine merchant suddenly lowered his voice, as if about to reveal a secret. I'm just afraid of soiling everyone's ears. What do you mean? The crowd leaned in, peddlers and investigation team members alike. Some of the girls doing business around the medicine market know this man. Every time he comes, he does business with them. One girl said this man has no balls. Everyone stared. What in the world? Lu Cheng frowned. A eunuch? Can a eunuch still visit prostitutes? Whether he's a eunuch I don't know, but he's definitely been castrated, the peddler said. And so? Lu Cheng still couldn't see the connection. Zhang Xiaoyu, having studied medicine, understood immediately. Logically speaking, a man without testicles cannot have intercourse. Exactly, and this man's beard is quite thick, the peddler explained. Think about it, even a castrated man can become a bearded man. How potent must the yang energy in this medicinal wine be? The power of this aphrodisiac speaks for itself. Though this medicine merchant didn't understand scientific physiological principles, his reasoning was mostly sound. Lu Cheng didn't understand pharmacology either, but Zhang Xiaoyu did. No wonder the midwife had been selling this medicinal wine as a gender-changing medicine. Far away in Guangdong, Zhang Mingjiang fell into deep thought after receiving their report. A castrated man, a Southeast Asian, testosterone gel, clinical trials. These 4 clues pointed to the same target, the drug test subjects of the pharmaceutical factory. Some of these subjects had been imported by Quark Kiang from the Basra slave market. Others had been taken in by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau from among the eunuchs in the capital. Late, Ming Beijing had gathered many poor men who had self-castrated while waiting for a chance to enter the palace. But these people should still be in Lingao. There were no records of escape or relocation. Where had this Southeast Asian man come from? And where had his medicine come from? All she could do was send a telegram to How Long, informing him of the situation and asking him to focus once more on checking the storage and usage of related drugs. She also instructed him to verify the current status of all test subjects, particularly whether any had somehow escaped or been moved. After sending the telegram, Jingshan brought her the list of personnel prepared for arrest based on the audit results. Zhang Mingjiang opened the folder. The list had been finalized after she and Wu Mu had repeatedly deliberated over the audit results and investigations. The Political Security Bureau had stated that the case required strong professional expertise, so they would express no specific opinions, only list the relevant details and leave the handling to the health department itself. The case involved a large area and many people. If they were to catch every single one, the provincial and Port General Hospital might as well close down and relocate entirely to the Nanyang Islands. The final list contained 13 names: department doctors, pharmacy pharmacists, ward nurses, ordinary administrative cadres. Their positions and backgrounds varied, but they shared one common characteristic: they were all masterminds. Unlike what they had initially imagined, the drug loss wasn't a single case but multiple cases, some involving tens of thousands of yuan, others only a few hundred. Which case involved whom, how deep their involvement ran, and how they had obtained the drugs would only become clear after all interrogations were completed. The Jiujiang Tower blazed with light against the night sky. Wu Mu stood outside, separated from the noise by darkness. He glanced at his watch. Are all teams in position? All have arrived at the control points according to plan. Catch them as they come out, one by one. His command was brief. By midnight, everyone on the arrest list had been apprehended. 6 were taken in their offices and dormitories. The other 7 were arrested after consuming at the Jiujiang Tower. Their recollections followed largely the same pattern. Each had discovered loopholes in the hospital's internal management. Each had started small, a single pill and injection, then slowly grown bolder until they were participating in large-scale drug trafficking. During the interrogations, half of those involved mentioned Lu Renjia. Who is Lu Renjia? The director of the Nanhai County Health Center. He's also a doctor. Checking Lu's file, they found he was considered an old naturalized citizen, a graduate of the second cohort of the Fangkao Dai health training class. A senior figure in the health sector, Lu Renjia had used relationships with classmates and fellow villagers to curry favor, then leveraged those connections to meet more people. After buying them off with gifts and cash over time, he pulled them into his network. The remaining half of those arrested, even if they didn't know Lu Renjia personally, certainly knew his money. When did you first meet Lu Renjia? About 2 years ago. I had just started at the hospital then, said a doctor from one of the departments. He often treated us to meals at the Great World. Sometimes we went to the Jiujiang Tower. At first I was unwilling, but later, one night I drank too much and he took me home. When I woke the next day, I found an extra bag on the table. I opened it and saw it was full of silver dollars. I counted them twice. A full 100 yuan. At this point he couldn't help but choke up, covering his face with his hands. At first I didn't dare take it. I was fearful for a long time, wanting to find a chance to return it. But every time I tried to speak, I didn't know what to say. Then one day I wanted to go to the Jiujiang Tower, but I didn't have enough money. I could only stand outside and look. Just as I was about to leave, I saw someone, a steward from a gentry family who had humbled himself days before, begging me to make a house call for his old lady. I hadn't expected to see him again. He said nothing, just exchanged pleasantries. But his nephew was with him, about my age, and they were going into the Jiujiang Tower together. Seeing I had no money to go in, this nephew actually mocked me. Called me a poor scholar who became a doctor because I couldn't succeed in my studies. Asked what I was doing at the Jiujiang Tower if I couldn't afford it. His voice shook. I felt so aggrieved. I worked conscientiously for the Senate, seeing outpatients during the day, on duty in the ward at night. The Senate let me study medicine because I was good at studying. During those years, I didn't take a single day off, and I was still so busy after starting work. I finally wanted to go out and enjoy myself, but I had no money. And him. He was just a servant of a gentry family, idling about all day, yet he could live in such luxury. I wasn't reconciled. He became more agitated as he spoke, his words growing incoherent, tears streaming down his face. I went home, took out all that 100 yuan, went back to the Jiujiang Tower and ordered the most expensive wine and dishes. After that night, he began trading with Lu Renjia calmly and systematically. At first, Lu Renjia would pick up the drugs in person and hand over the money. Later, he sent different people to conduct the transactions. End of chapter. Chapter 2598. Investigation. 25. The methods for stealing drugs proved remarkably diverse. Beyond the sophisticated scheme of using outside hospital prescriptions to obtain publicly funded medications from the main hospital, countless other tricks existed. The simplest involved the pharmacy warehouse keeper colluding with 2 cleaning staff. They would steal drugs directly from the pharmacy and smuggle them out using medical waste bins to bypass inspection. When Zheng Mingjiang first heard of such practices, her eyes widened in disbelief. The approach seemed utterly brainless, lacking any imagination whatsoever. Didn't they worry about inventory shortages? Of course they did, Wu Mu said. And their solution was equally simple. How so? After removing the actual drugs, they left the original packaging and instruction sheets behind, then substituted whatever junk happened to look similar from the outside. That's why they avoided bottled oral solutions, injections, and liquid preparations. Wu Mu shrugged. The people doing inventory checks only verify that the count looks right. Nobody opens every box to inspect the contents. This is absolutely outrageous. Zheng Mingjiang struggled to process what she was hearing. But once these fakes get distributed to patients, people could be seriously harmed. Swallowing fake medicine won't kill anyone. At worst, the patient's family assumes the treatment isn't working. Even if they mention it to the doctor, the physician will just conclude that the medication wasn't suitable for the condition. Even back in the old timeline, no medicine was guaranteed to work. I really overestimated things, Zheng Mingjiang said with a bitter smile, and underestimated them at the same time. I thought once we established proper rules and regulations, the system would be airtight. Rules are made by people, and people are never airtight. Wu Mu had witnessed plenty of such schemes. Ultimately, even the best systems required humans to implement them. Given the senators' limited numbers and packed schedules, merely enforcing regulations at all was an achievement. Thorough enforcement bordered on impossible. Consider the scale of operations at Provincial and Port General Hospital. 2 or 3 senators overseeing hundreds of naturalized medical workers, processing over 1,000 outpatients daily, while managing more than 100 inpatients. That it functioned normally at all was remarkable. Moreover, the Senate's dual-track system, separating public healthcare from commercial healthcare, created massive price disparities for the same drugs. This gap had become fertile ground for every imaginable form of corruption. With profits so tempting, drug losses weren't a question of whether they occurred but of scale. I raised this with Dean Shi previously, Zhang Mingjiang said. Our dual-track pricing system is bound to cause problems. We'd be better off implementing uniform pricing alongside a medical insurance system for naturalized employees. At minimum, that would eliminate the arbitrage opportunities. She shook her head. The current setup creates too much room for exploitation. When profits reach a certain threshold, people will risk their heads for them. Days of interrogation expanded the number of implicated individuals, both naturalized employees and ordinary citizens, into the hundreds. Some had repeatedly registered fake appointments to obtain prescription slips. Others specialized in purchasing drugs prescribed to naturalized citizens. Still others conspired with nurses to skim medications from inpatients or submit fraudulent claims. The deeper Zhang Mingjiang dug, the colder her heart grew. She had assumed that major institutions like Provincial and Port General Hospital, with senators directly in charge, would maintain far stricter compliance than smaller facilities. Cases of theft and diversion should have been rare. Reality proved otherwise. Large institutions meant high patient volumes, massive drug consumption, and Byzantine accounting. Staffed by hordes of undertrained administrators who existed primarily to fill positions, these organizations actually bred larger problems than their smaller counterparts. We traveled to this new timeline, risking death itself, and in less than 10 years every form of corruption has already taken root. Confronting these elaborate schemes, Zhang Mingjiang found herself doubting her mission for the first time. What exactly are we doing here? The more reports she reviewed, the more discouraged she became. Her determination to investigate to the end began wavering. She dreaded imagining what would surface once audits reached Lingao General Hospital and the logistics health system, neither of which had yet been examined. But retreat was no longer an option. The only path forward was continued investigation, cataloging every problem, then developing remedial measures based on the vulnerabilities discovered. No system is perfect once and for all. She had always dismissed that phrase as a resigned compromise with entrenched dysfunction, believing that with sufficient determination to start fresh, anything could be corrected. Now she understood. A blank canvas might invite unlimited possibilities, but no design could account for every flaw. All she could do was mend the fence after the sheep had scattered, drafting a comprehensive legal framework for this timeline. Drug administration law, good clinical practice guidelines, measures for drug registration, measures for drug production supervision, good supply practice for pharmaceuticals, measures for drug advertisement review, and measures for drug inspection administration. Zhang Mingjiang understood that laws, as part of the superstructure, had to align with current productive forces and relations. Otherwise, they would exist only on paper, breeding endless complications. In the old timeline, China's Drug Administration, a regulatory body in a developing nation, had modeled itself on the FDA, Japan's Ministry of Health, and Europe's EMA from the very beginning. Officials constantly invoked international standards and took pride in copying FDA regulations, to the point that the abbreviation SFDA became mockingly known as Stupid FDA. Drafting regulations appropriate for this timeline, regulations that would actually serve their purpose, would not be easy. It could only be accomplished gradually. Beyond regulatory work, she was preparing several educational articles for general circulation. When Wang Liang returned to Lingao, he had taken with him all the miracle medicines she had collected. The drug analysis reports had since arrived in Guangzhou. The antibiotics were primarily sulfonamides, followed by penicillin V, consistent with current production capabilities. Sulfonamides were one matter, but penicillin belonged to the beta-lactam class of antibiotics. Based on antimicrobial spectrum and resistance patterns, penicillins could be categorized into narrow-spectrum, enzyme-resistant, broad-spectrum, anti-Pseudomonas broad-spectrum, and anti-gram-negative varieties. Narrow-spectrum penicillins were represented by injectable penicillin G, and oral penicillin V. Penicillin G was natural penicillin, extractable from penicillium culture fluid. Chemically stable with potent antibacterial effects, it readily crossed the blood-brain barrier during inflammation, making it a commonly used antibiotic in the old timeline. However, it degraded rapidly in water and couldn't withstand heat. Taken orally, stomach acid and digestive enzymes destroyed it, resulting in low and erratic absorption. Hence its use was limited to injection. Penicillin V, obtainable through precursor fermentation, shared the same antimicrobial spectrum as penicillin G. Its key advantage was acid resistance and reliable oral absorption, though food could interfere with uptake. The drawback was susceptibility to penicillinase, rendering it ineffective against most Staphylococcus aureus strains and unsuitable for serious infections. As for amoxicillin, another widely used broad-spectrum oral penicillin from the old timeline, it was a semi-synthetic antibiotic that exceeded the Senate's current manufacturing capacity. Traditional medicine in this era lacked any concept of dose-response relationships, yet practitioners understood that dosage mattered greatly. Hence the old saying, "The secret not passed down lies in the dosage." Though they possessed a rudimentary grasp of pharmaceutics, pharmacokinetics lay entirely beyond their comprehension. They had no way of knowing that converting injectable penicillin to oral form wouldn't achieve the necessary blood concentration. Then there was the matter of drug resistance. Many senators dismissed it as a premature concern, but inadequate dosing and abbreviated treatment courses didn't merely fail therapeutically. They actively promoted selection pressure on bacterial populations, accelerating resistance emergence. When a single packet of antibiotics cost a tale of silver, few could afford proper treatment, let alone multiple consecutive days of medication. These were major dangers lurking on the horizon. After days of interrogation, the Luofu medicine market's Lushi powder case finally came into focus. Following the Political Security Bureau's covert arrest of Lu Renjia, investigators at last pieced together the complete picture. As director of the Nanhai County Health Center, Lu Renjia was nominally responsible for basic medical guarantees within the county, but effectively controlled all of Nanhai's healthcare operations. This authority provided him an ideal platform for manipulation. Lu Renjia had recognized the enormous market value of Australian medicine early on. From the moment he assumed the directorship, he had begun pilfering drugs for private sale. However, while he held administrative authority over all health institutions in Nanhai, the only facility he directly managed was the county health center itself. The drugs he could siphon were limited, keeping his operation small-scale. Everything changed once he connected with Quan Yaud. By all rights, Quan Yaud, a man from Huzhou Prefecture, should have had no connection to Lu Renjia whatsoever. But Quan had cultivated the relationship by presenting himself as a medicine merchant, gradually winning Lu's acquaintance. Initially, Quan dangled high rebates as bait, asking Lu to show consideration when awarding tenders for proprietary Chinese medicines and raw materials. As their dealings multiplied, the two became drinking companions, then eventually sworn brothers. They all follow the same playbook, Zhang Mingjiang thought. Zhang Xiaoyu and He Jun, and now Lu Renjia and Quan Yaod. The pattern is identical. Lu Renjia came from poverty, but his grandfather had belonged to a once prosperous family that subsequently declined. Though Lu had never experienced a single day of comfort himself, he had inherited many of his grandfather's outdated beliefs. The one he took most to heart was the ancient maxim: there are 3 forms of unfilial conduct, of which the worst is to have no descendants. After being rescued by the Senate in Guangzhou and relocating to Lingao, Lu had attended health school, become a physician, and eventually risen to senior cadre status. Yet resentment toward his family situation never faded. His wife was a nurse, matched to him by a senator during his service at Bern General Hospital. They had 2 daughters together, and their domestic life was reasonably content. Still, the absence of a son remained a persistent wound. Moreover, his wife wasn't particularly obedient to him, a source of ongoing irritation. When Lu transferred north to Guangzhou, he had wanted his family to accompany him, but his wife felt the children wouldn't have access to good kindergartens there. She refused to relocate and remained at Bern General Hospital. End of chapter. Chapter 2599. Investigation 26. Quan Yaod knew how to cater to a man's weaknesses. Shortly after they became sworn brothers, he arranged for Lu Renjia to meet a gentle, agreeable young woman, one with the look of a sun-bearer, as they said. Wine and lust proved a potent combination. Lu Renjia succumbed quickly, and before long the woman was pregnant. She gave him a boy. The birth of his son seemed to ignite something in Lu Renjia, a reckless courage, a determination to do big things. What had once been furtive and small-scale now turned brazen. He threw himself into his partnership with Quan Yaod with near-manic intensity, stealing publicly funded drugs in ever larger quantities. The steady flow of stolen pharmaceuticals transformed into shining silver dollars. Within a single year, Quan Yaod distributed over 20,000 yuan to him, more money than he could have earned in a lifetime working for the Senate. Such staggering profits only fueled Lu Renjia's greed. He wanted to amass enough wealth to last his son a lifetime. For days, Lu Renjia refused to reveal where he had hidden his illicit gains, or the whereabouts of his mistress and child. But after several sleepless nights of interrogation, he finally broke. The woman and boy were in Macau. As for the nearly 30,000 yuan in dirty money, he had instructed her to purchase bonds and stocks in the Nanyang Company under their son's name. Wu Mu found this confession grimly amusing. It seemed the Senate's naturalized cadres were keeping up with the times, no longer burying embezzled fortunes underground or bricking them up inside double walls. "Should we bring his woman and child back to Guangzhou?" Zhang Mingjiang asked. "Not yet. First, they're not criminals, at most involved parties. Second, Lu Renjia is clever. He almost certainly has a backup plan." Wu Mu paused. "He knows our policies inside and out. He knows we won't make things difficult for women and young children, so he's probably made other arrangements for them. Those 30,000 in bonds and stocks are the obvious assets. There are likely hidden ones too. He's counting on them accessing it after the storm blows over. No need to rush. Let's wait for this hidden thread to surface." "You really think so?" Zhang Mingjiang looked surprised. "Would he think that far ahead?" "Heh. You don't understand how these people's minds work." Wu Mu waved dismissively. "In any timeline, corrupt officials are people with a keen sense of crisis. Why else would they hoard wealth so frantically? They know perfectly well that exposure means imprisonment or death, yet they still pursue what they call sacrificing one person for the family's happiness. Some even dream of benefiting future generations. So they'll do everything in their power to hide money obtained through such hardship, squirreling it away for family and descendants." Zhang Mingjiang fell silent. After a moment she murmured, "I almost feel sorry for them now. Aren't the ones truly deserving of pity Lu Renjia's wife and daughters?" Wu Mu's voice turned cold. He arranged nothing for them. Just like that, Lu Renjia transformed back into a despicable wretch in Zhang Mingjiang's eyes. She responded with palpable disgust. You're right. We absolutely cannot let this mistress and bastard child live comfortably. They won't, but we're not having an easy time of it either. Wu Mu's expression darkened. Lu Cheng sent a telegram. Yesterday they raided the Jubao Hall. As expected, they found nothing. Just a few unimportant shop assistants. No account books, no registers, even the undercover agent. Yuan Shizai. Yes, Yuan Shizai is missing too. Most likely they took him with them. Zhang Mingjiang tensed. Could his identity have been exposed? Could they have silenced him? Yuan Shizai had joined this operation on her recommendation. If he had died in the line of duty because of her decision, she would never forgive herself. It's possible, Wu Mu acknowledged. But if they truly wanted to silence him, why go to the trouble of taking him elsewhere? They could have killed him right there at the Jubao Hall. No, I suspect he learned something important and Quan Yao decided to keep him close. He's probably with Quan Yao's gang now, hiding somewhere. I've already notified the police department and issued arrest warrants for Quan Yao and his associates. Yuan Shizai is on the list as well. Where would they hide? According to Lu Cheng's assessment, Quan Yao was most likely holed up at his farm estate. The investigation team had located its approximate position by examining transaction deeds archived at the county Yamen, but the property lay deep in remote mountains. Local inquiries yielded nothing. No one knew the path. There's nothing we can do from here except wait for news from Lu Cheng and his team, Wu Mu said. Quan Yao's gang can't have gone far. They're almost certainly still within Baluo County. He wouldn't dare venture deep into the mountains either. There are still unnaturalized Yao strongholds scattered throughout the Baluo range. As they spoke, a communicator arrived with another telegram from the Baluo investigation team. New lead in the androgen case. Wu Mu scanned it briefly before handing it to Zhang Mingjiang. They didn't catch the Southeast Asian man, but they caught the midwife. Zhang Mingjiang snatched the telegram eagerly. The message was lengthy. After raiding the Jubao Hall and both of Quan Yao's residences in Baluo, the investigation team had ordered the local police and national army to conduct a comprehensive security check of the medicine market. During the sweep, they had unexpectedly captured the fleeing midwife who had been peddling gender-changing medicine. According to her confession, she had come to Baluo to restock. After purchasing goods from the Southeast Asian man, she learned that problems had emerged with the gender-changing medicine and that police were looking for her. She had been hiding in the medicine market ever since. The team thoroughly searched her residence, but the results were disappointing. They found none of the packaging How Long had specifically mentioned in his letter. No outer boxes, no glass jars for the testosterone gel, no copper dosing pumps. Only strong white spirits, various jars and pots, and an assortment of Chinese medicinal materials. This meant the sorceress had performed secondary blending of the aphrodisiac wine here, but this wasn't the primary processing site. The midwife also confessed that the Southeast Asian man had never claimed his product could change the gender of a fetus, only that it could strengthen yang. She had later heard rumors that this Southeast Asian man was a eunuch who could somehow still visit prostitutes. That gave her an idea. If this medicine could make a eunuch regain his yang, surely using it on a pregnant woman could transform a female fetus into a male one. As a midwife, she understood the enormous market demand for such a miracle all too well. She immediately purchased 2 bottles of medicinal wine from him. Because the wine was expensive, she bought white spirits to dilute and reblend it herself. Beyond this, the midwife offered no important clues, only that the Southeast Asian man spoke broken Hokkien and could manage a few sentences of new speech. No real breakthrough, Zhang Mingjiang said, setting down the telegram with evident disappointment. With Lu Renjia's arrest, the drug loss case was essentially solved. But Zhang Mingjiang remained unsettled by the gender-changing medicine and aphrodisiac angle. In terms of case value, The androgen loss was a minor thread in this larger web of pharmaceutical crimes. Yet something about it nagged at her. Where had this Southeast Asian man come from? How did he obtain the androgen? And how did he know the correct way to use it? These unresolved mysteries hardened her determination to uncover the truth. Back in her office, she continued puzzling over investigative approaches. Since sales of the gender-changing medicine had begun as early as 6 months ago, that timeline effectively ruled out most potential suspects in the drug leakage. Only 3 main possibilities remained. First, the pharmaceutical factory itself. Currently, this seemed least likely. Every drug loss case they had uncovered so far had no connection to the factory. She could essentially rule this out. Second, the Bern General Hospital. Apart from the factory, the hospital pharmacy was the only place that stocked testosterone gel. But if drugs were leaking from there, other medications would surely have gone missing too. Why would they only be discovering it now? Third, the clinical trial subjects. This was Zhang Mingjiang's primary focus, but she had already consulted Hao Long, who explained that the drug trials had ended long ago. Many test subjects had since lost contact. Those who were easy to locate had been checked by political security without raising any red flags. Most of the remaining subjects had either found the drug too expensive or too inconvenient to use, or were simply unwilling to keep paying for medication at the hospital. How could she investigate further down this avenue? Hao Long had promised to provide a complete list of test subjects, but once compiled, it would have to go through political security's investigation process, a delay of 2 or 3 months at minimum. That left only one viable path: investigating within the Bern General Hospital itself. After all, both the clinical trials and drug distribution had been conducted there. Currently, their standard methods for auditing medical records and pharmacy accounts, beyond cleaning up external hospital prescriptions, involved checking whether the quantity of drugs prescribed over a given period matched the actual quantity dispensed, then scrutinizing medical records for suspicious patterns. Prescriptions for abnormally large quantities at once. Patients who repeatedly registered to see doctors for the same condition, potentially colluding with staff to siphon drugs. But none of these approaches applied to the Bern General Hospital or its test subjects. Experimental drugs were distributed at fixed times in fixed quantities. There was no patient registration system to exploit. Zhang Mingjiang turned the problem over and over in her mind, mentally running through every known method of fraud, but she couldn't reach any concrete conclusion. That night, she dreamed she was back in the old timeline, a student again, submitting her first paper to a journal. She relived the crushing pressure of reviewers and her supervisor bearing down on her, and jolted awake. As her mind cleared, she remembered. She had left that academic world 10 years ago. Now, though she had become something of an authority herself, she still held fast to her principle of treating students and subordinates with genuine kindness. End of chapter. Chapter 2600. Investigation 27. But why would she have such a dream? As a committed atheist, Zhang Mingjiang put no stock in visitations from the dead or divine revelations. She believed that dreams reflected waking preoccupations, yet she'd been consumed by the case, not research matters. Could her subconscious have sensed a connection between this investigation and scientific methodology? As she ate breakfast, she rapidly traced the logical threads of the case. The drugs must have leaked somewhere between the Bern General Hospital and the test subjects. The potential suspects included hospital doctors, the subjects themselves, and unknown intermediaries who collected medications from participants. Each portion siphoned off meant one less dose for clinical trials. And if some parties had privately disposed of the drugs, what would be the observable impact? The clinical trial data, whether from the dream or from instincts honed by years of scientific research, a new idea crystallized in her mind. By working backward through the experimental data and flagging anomalies, she should be able to pinpoint exactly when the drugs had leaked. She sent this hypothesis to Hao Long via telegram. He had overseen the drug trials, so the detailed records and subject files should still exist in the pharmaceutical factory's archives. Then she shared her thinking with Wu Mu. Tracing that Southeast Asian man shouldn't be difficult, Wu Mu said. His features are too distinctive. He was most likely trafficked through Quarkiang's slave market channels. Cross-referencing entry records should identify him quickly. Probably a single query would do it. If he's a slave, how did he end up at the medicine market? That's what we need to find out. Wu Mu grew curious. This androgen business is penny-ante stuff. Why does it matter so much to you? The case value may be small, but too many pieces don't fit together. Zhang Mingjiang voiced her doubts. Though she didn't elaborate, Wu Mu understood her meaning. From the start, she had suspected Senate members were involved in the drug leakage and had pressed hard in that direction. But while suspicions abounded, hard evidence remained elusive, not even a thread worth pulling. The biggest problem with this case, Wu Mu said, is why Taoist Wood Stone keeps appearing. He haunts the Senate like a ghost that won't be exorcised. It's less about him than his superior, Stone Elder, Zhang Mingjiang replied. To this day, the External Intelligence Bureau has no idea who Stone Elder actually is. His identity matters less than his motives. At this critical moment, with the Liang family secretly building alliances and plotting rebellion, why would they meddle in a counterfeit medicine case? Are they bringing their own provisions to rebel against the Kun? It makes no sense. Wu Mu shook his head. This was the question that most confounded him. He could understand why people like Liang Kunhu would rebel against the Senate. Their vital interests were at stake. But why would Stone Elder, a court grandee in the distant capital with no ritual ties in the two Guangs, fight the Senate to the death? Was it genuine foresight and patriotic concern? Such ministers had existed in the late Ming, but they rarely commanded resources on Stone Elder's scale, let alone orchestrated wave after wave of coordinated operations. At Zhang Mingjiang's urging, the senators in Guangzhou convened another joint meeting on the drug leakage issue to plan their next moves. The meeting produced 3 decisions. First, expedite corrections and verify that all departments had implemented the fixes identified in their self-examinations, closing every discovered loophole. Second, for current personnel involved in minor violations or acting as mere accomplices, launch confession and restitution activities. Those who acknowledged their mistakes and submitted approved written self-criticisms would be exempt from criminal punishment, with other penalties determined separately. Third, deploy forces to Huizhou to conduct large-scale searches and arrests, aiming to capture both people and contraband. Huizhou fell within an area where Senate control remained weak. Both administrative and military police forces were thin, and grassroots organizations were practically non-existent. Expecting the locally recruited National Army and police, undermanned and of mixed quality, to thoroughly sweep the Baoyuo area was unrealistic. Zhang Mingjiang proposed mobilizing additional troops. The final decision was to assign the newly organized units training in Huizhou, 4 battalions of the Northern Vietnam Agricultural Reclamation Detachment. Though only the armed cadre squadron of each battalion possessed genuine combat effectiveness, 4 squadrons still constituted a considerable force. Since arriving at the farm estate, Yuan Shuzhai had effectively become a full member of the operation. The account books Steward Gao delivered grew thinner, but their contents took on an ominous character. Soldier pay registers and grain inventory registers now appeared regularly. From these ledgers, Yuan Shuzhai gleaned that this gang wasn't merely reselling Senate medicine, they were plotting armed rebellion. The accounts revealed that 30 or 40 factions of various sizes had been secretly assembled. According to the pay registers, they numbered over 20,000 men. Monthly wages alone required more than 20,000 yuan, and with miscellaneous expenses, this mysterious Taoist spent 30,000 a month just maintaining his forces. Money flowing like water, Yuan Shuzhai was secretly alarmed. This Taoist harbored enormous ambitions. Honestly, he'd never imagined anyone would dare rebel against the Australians. Since arriving in Guangdong, the Australians had done nothing but good. Everyone had benefited from them. Who would think of rebelling? Such ingratitude. So this was why they painstakingly smuggled the Senate's divine medicine, not to enrich themselves but to fund an army. Thinking this, Yuan Shizai couldn't help but feel contempt. If they'd done it for personal gain, he might have respected them more. Bad, certainly, but at least clever. But to pour money earned at the risk of their necks into this bottomless pit, that was both wicked and idiotic. Contempt rose unbidden in his heart. Obviously, even the Taoist's substantial earnings couldn't sustain such enormous expenses. Steward Gao brought the account books specifically for Yuan Shizai to verify against Australian accounting standards, particularly to expose falsified entries and suspicious discrepancies. This was easy work for Yuan Shizai after his intensive training. Originally, his knowledge of Australian accounting had been superficial, enough to pass a certification exam, nothing more. But working on accounts day and night had sharpened his skills considerably. Within 3 to 5 days, he'd identified hundreds of ghost positions on the payrolls and compiled a list of dozens of obvious inflations, fabrications, and contradictions across various expense categories. The total came to over 2,000 yuan. When this figure emerged, the Taoist's expression turned grave. He summoned Yuan Shizai specifically to ask whether there might be any errors. Yuan Shizai then walked him through his audit methodology and the suspicious entries, one by one. His explanations were logical, his reasoning airtight. Taoist Woodstone listened in silence for a long while. Finally, he asked, "Mr. Shu, if everything were fully investigated, roughly how much would be falsely claimed? If thoroughly verified, out of nearly 30,000 in monthly expenses, perhaps 10,000 is fraudulent." Yuan Shizai kept his voice low. "That much?" the Taoist exclaimed involuntarily, then caught himself. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Does Mr. have any method to curb these false claims?" "This." Yuan Shizai feigned difficulty, bowing his head in extended thought before answering. "This student has never served in the army and knows nothing of military stratagems. However, as long as account books are submitted for verification, most irregularities can be detected. It seems that is the only way." Taoist Woodstone sighed deeply. "I never expected Australian bookkeeping methods to be so effective. Alas, what a pity," he added. "Mr. Shu possesses genuine talent in finance. I shall need Mr.'s assistance extensively in the future." "Yes, this student will serve with all his might." Yuan Shizai bowed deeply. Back in the accountant's quarters, he nearly laughed aloud. "So much for your black money. So much for rebelling against the Kun to restore the Ming." He gloated inwardly as he worked through the accounts. Though he'd never served in the army, he'd heard plenty about military affairs. He knew that pay was where problems festered most readily. Whether court mandarins or the emperor himself, all tacitly tolerated various forms of corruption and inflated rosters in the military. This Taoist is a novice, Yuan Shizai thought. Rebellion and warfare mean asking men to risk their necks. The recruits are rogues, vagabonds, bandits, and thieves. What loyalty could such men possess? They're held together by money alone. Once you start scrutinizing their purses, they'll make trouble immediately. And then where will your rebellion be? So he threw himself into auditing with renewed vigor, fussing over every last coin. He listed not only obvious frauds and inflations, but every entry that raised the slightest suspicion. His work ethic was that of a model employee. Taoist Woodstone praised him effusively, summoning him multiple times for commendations and rewarding him with money on several occasions. Though Yuan Shizai was undercover, he was always pleased to have his work appreciated by a superior. But this satisfaction proved fleeting. The more he learned, the more precarious his position became. Escape was impossible. Security here was even tighter than at the Jubao Hall, with information flowing neither in nor out. During his spare time, he couldn't wander freely. Even lingering in the courtyard too long brought someone to suggest he return inside. He remained confined to his room, day after day, processing accounts, auditing ledgers, transcribing reports, writing summaries. As he sank deeper into the operation, he came to grasp the true scale of this lurking rebellion. He'd never imagined that barely 2 years after the Senate had liberated Guangdong, someone could assemble a rebel force of this magnitude, one already poised to strike. End of chapter. Chapter 2601. Escaping the tiger's mouth. Yuan Shizai continued his auditing work that day, though the estate had grown ominously quiet. Over the past few days, Taoist Wood Stone had been absent. Quan Yao had vanished. Even Steward Gao, who once made his rounds daily, had disappeared. The servants who brought his meals were now strangers, and the 2 guards at the courtyard gate, men he'd grown familiar with, had been replaced by hard-faced newcomers with cruel eyes. He recognized this for what it was, a dangerous signal. The successive disappearances meant this place was no longer considered safe. That he'd been left behind while the principals fled told him everything about his standing. He wasn't important. And when a location risked exposure, there was only one fate for an unimportant man who knew too much: silence. Fear gnawed at Yuan Shizai, but he dared not show it. Each day he watched and waited, searching for any chance to escape. He didn't know the mountain paths beyond the estate walls, but stumbling through unknown wilderness was preferable to sitting here, waiting for the blade to fall. After finishing the final account book, he breathed a small sigh of relief. He wrapped it up, placed it in the basket, and carried it out. This was the routine: account books delivered and collected at the courtyard gate, passed back and forth in baskets like his. But when he arrived at the gate, no new books awaited him. Yuan Shizai froze. "No new account books today?" he asked. "If there aren't any, there aren't any," the gatekeeper snarled. His eyes held undisguised contempt. "How would we know?" Yuan Shizai's heart screamed danger. But facing that hostile stare and knowing nothing of the world beyond these walls, he could only retreat in silence. "I must escape. Tonight, if possible." The absence of new work was the clearest warning yet. His usefulness had run its course. The silencing would come soon. He was still pondering escape routes when Steward Gao appeared, materializing after days of absence. "Mr. Shu, how have you been?" The steward's face was grim, utterly devoid of warmth. The hair on Yuan Shizai's neck prickled. He forced calm into his voice. "Thanks to Steward Gao's blessing, I remain in good health." "I've been instructed by my master to move you to another location today," Steward Gao said. "Please pack your belongings." "We leave immediately. Get on the road." The phrase struck Yuan Shizai like a thunderbolt. In the vernacular of criminals and executioners, it meant only one thing: my life is over. But what could a powerless scholar do against Steward Gao and his menacing attendants? He submitted. He returned to his room and packed his clothes and money with trembling hands, smiling bitterly to himself. "I wonder who'll end up with these things." When he emerged, a sedan chair waited outside. Yuan Shizai climbed in and surrendered his fate to heaven. Dusk was already settling over the mountains. As the sedan chair wound along the mountain road, night owls shrieked and wind howled through the peaks. Yuan Shizai's heart churned with terror. He reached for the curtain, hoping to glimpse the outside, but found it fastened shut. Despair settled over him like a shroud. They traveled through darkness for what felt like hours before the sedan finally stopped. Through the thin walls, he heard Steward Gao addressing the bearers. "You've all worked hard these past days. This is a reward from the Taoist, 20 yuan for each man. Take it and return to your homes. Never speak of these matters again." Voices murmured thanks. Then Steward Gao continued, "The wine, meat, and provisions are also gifts from the Taoist. Take them for your journey. There's a ruined temple here. If the darkness makes travel difficult, you may rest here tonight and leave at dawn. Those in a hurry may depart now." Footsteps and voices faded gradually into silence. Yuan Shizai sat frozen, uncertain what came next. Then the sedan curtain flew open. Steward Gao stood there, his face wooden, his voice cold. "We've arrived. Come out." Yuan Shuzhai stepped from the sedan onto a small clearing in the mountains. Darkness pressed in from all sides, impenetrable. By the faint moonlight he could just make out a half-ruined structure, an abandoned temple most likely. Above the mountain ridges, a crescent moon hung high behind drifting clouds, its light blurred and spectral. While Yuan Shuzhai stood bewildered, Steward Gao spoke again. "Mr. Shu, we've known each other for some time now. Tonight that acquaintance ends. The farm estate is no longer safe. You've earned good money these past months, enough to sustain you. Take it and make your own way." Yuan Shuzhai stared at him, stunned. He'd expected swords and axes the moment he left the sedan, his life ending in this remote wilderness. He never imagined hearing these words instead. If this was a trick, what purpose would it serve? He was already here, already helpless meat on the chopping block. Why would Steward Gao bother with such an elaborate pretense? Unable to make sense of it, Yuan Shuzhai could only bow. "Many thanks, Steward Gao. You've looked after me these past days." This student takes his leave. He shouldered his bundle and turned toward the path they'd arrived on. Steward Gao's voice stopped him. "Not that road, this one." He pointed to a narrow trail barely visible among the grass and trees. "Follow it without stopping, don't look back, don't try any other paths, they're all dead ends." Yuan Shuzhai's heart lodged in his throat. Student understands." As he lifted his foot to leave, Steward Gao's voice came from behind, grimly deliberate. "The road ahead is hard. Don't let worldly possessions weigh you down." Yuan Shuzhai wanted nothing but to flee. What did possessions matter now? He dropped his bundle and ran. The trail plunged through deep grass. In the darkness, he could barely see the ground beneath his feet, let alone follow any path. He knew this route might lead to death as easily as salvation. Assassins could be waiting ahead just as easily as freedom. But he had no choice except to press forward, groping through the night. The mountain terrain was treacherous. In places, the path narrowed to a ledge where he could only sidle along sideways. In others, the trail vanished entirely beneath weeds and brush, and he had to navigate by what little moonlight filtered through the clouds. Yuan Shuzhai stumbled and crawled, scratched and battered, looking utterly wretched. When the crescent moon finally passed its zenith, he paused to look back. 6 or 7 li behind him, firelight flickered, almost certainly the ruined temple. Fear surged fresh through his veins. He didn't dare rest. He pressed on, half running, half falling down the mountainside. At last, as the first gray light touched the sky, the terrain began to ease. He was nearing the edge of the mountains. Though the night's journey had been terrifying, no disaster had befallen him. He allowed himself a breath of relief. Rounding a mountain col, he spotted a rough tea stall by a riverbed in the distance. His heart lifted. He'd finally reached civilization. He'd walked through the night on fear alone, never noticing his exhaustion. Now, seeing signs of human habitation, all strength drained from his limbs. He nearly collapsed where he stood. After panting on the ground for a long while, the toll of the night's ordeal caught up with him. Hunger, thirst, and pain throbbing through every muscle. He dragged himself to the tea shed and sat down. The hour was early, but a few customers already occupied the stall. Yuan Shuzhai ignored them, calling for the waiter. But instead of the waiter, the old man seated in front turned around. Yuan Shuzhai gaped. "Old man Gao, the one who traveled with me on the boat to Huizhou." Recognition lit Old Man Gao's face with genuine pleasure. He stood and cupped his hands in greeting. "Mr. Shu, how have you been?" "Good, good." Yuan Shuzhai was still reeling from shock. Seeing a familiar face in this remote place filled him with an unexpected warmth. Before he could stop himself, the words tumbled out. "I finally escaped with my life." The moment he said it, he realized his mistake. But Old Man Gao seemed unbothered. He leaned closer and spoke quietly. "Mr. Shu is clearly a man of great fortune. Though there's a tea shed here, this isn't a place to linger. If you follow the riverbed south for 10 li or so, you'll reach Baluo County town." Yuan Shuzhai's mind raced. Who was this Old Man Gao, really? As if reading his thoughts, the old man laughed heartily, then grew serious. "Mr. Shu, though we've only met once, we share the bond of fellow travelers on the same boat." The meaning was clear enough. Yuan Shizai didn't understand the full picture, but he grasped the essential truth. His survival tonight owed much to this old man Gao. Even without knowing the details, gratitude demanded expression. He spoke urgently. "Master Gao, I don't understand everything that's happened, but—" Old man Gao waved him off and whispered, "I understand your feelings and I accept them. No need for formalities." His voice dropped lower still. "But you mustn't stay in Huzhou any longer. When you reach Baoluo, don't linger, return to Guangzhou immediately." He pressed a bundle into Yuan Shizai's hands. "Dried provisions for the road." Yuan Shizai accepted it with overwhelming gratitude. Only when he felt its weight did he realize the bundle contained silver as well as food. He didn't refuse. Such great kindness needs no words. This student will never forget Master Gao's grace. He drank a pot of tea, then hurried toward Baoluo. His mind swarmed with questions. Everything from last night to this morning felt like a fever dream. Steward Gao had brought them to that ruined temple to silence them. The fire he'd seen afterward seemed to confirm it. In a conspiracy as grave as rebellion, loose ends weren't allowed to live. So why had Steward Gao let him go? It was an enormous risk. Discovery would mean his own death. Had he acted on orders? What was the Taoist's true intention? And what of old man Gao? They'd shared a boat once, nothing more. They couldn't even call themselves friends, had exchanged no favors. Yet somehow this rescue seemed connected to him as well. Both named Gao. The thought struck Yuan Shizai and he stopped short. Old man Gao had traveled from Guangzhou to Huzhou with him, claiming to be a Huzhou native. They could well be family. He couldn't fathom their motives. But now that he'd escaped, his duty was clear. Reach Baoluo County town as quickly as possible and report everything to Lu Cheng. This gang wasn't merely smuggling drugs, they were plotting rebellion. If he could help crack the case in time, it would be a tremendous achievement. End of chapter. Chapter 2602. An imperfect ending. Yuan Shizai's escape came as a welcome surprise. Lu Cheng had written him off as lost, yet not only had he survived, he'd brought back the approximate location of the farm estate. Though Yuan Shizai couldn't pinpoint the exact route he'd traveled while blindfolded and bound, he remembered the general direction of last night's desperate flight. That was enough. Lu Cheng immediately dispatched a squadron of agricultural reclamation veterans alongside fast squad bailiffs who knew the local terrain. With Yuan Shizai guiding them, they located the wild tea stall first, then tracked his escape route backward. Within half a day, they found the ruined temple, reduced now to smoldering rubble. Clearing the debris, they uncovered more than 10 charred corpses. These were the workers Steward Gao had dismissed alongside Yuan Shizai the previous day. With their guard down, most had likely chosen to shelter in the temple overnight, and paid for that decision with their lives. Those who had ventured out into the darkness probably met similar fates along the road. From the temple, finding the estate proved straightforward. The mountains appeared endless, but only a handful of paths could accommodate sedan chairs. After a systematic search, the squadron located the farm estate where Yuan Shizai had been held. Predictably, it stood empty. Only a few tenant families remained, along with a dozen house guards tasked with protecting the property. Lu Cheng interrogated them on the spot. The tenants confirmed this was indeed Master Quan's estate and that many people had lived there until recently, departing one by one over the past few days. Where they went, the tenants claimed not to know. They protested their innocence with practiced desperation. They were honest farmers, nothing more, cultivating Master Quan's mountain fields and watching over his property, never involved in anything unlawful. The house guards proved equally unhelpful. They knew only that Steward Gao had been the last to leave, instructing them to guard it strictly before his departure. How long have they been gone? The Taoist and the Master left 3 or 4 days ago. Steward Gao departed yesterday. A thorough search of the estate yielded no smoking gun. Mountains of paper ash filled the kitchen and ash shed, clearly the remains of incinerated account books and other incriminating documents. However, the warehouse still held significant quantities of drugs, stockpiles of Lushi powder, alongside various Australian drugs in their original packaging. Investigation team members with medical backgrounds identified most as antibiotics and painkillers. They also discovered roughly 10,000 silver dollars and silver dollar coupons. Appraisal confirmed every piece was counterfeit, the coins cast from Judy silver, the coupons crudely modified from grain circulation vouchers. Despite this haul, Lu Cheng remained unsatisfied. The situation was now clear. The counterfeit medicine ring was collaborating with the Huidaomen to plan a rebellion. Yet after all this work, they had captured neither the mastermind nor obtained detailed intelligence. How could she possibly explain such an outcome to the senators? She lingered at the estate, poring over Yuan Shizai's report and the tenant's confessions again and again. One thing seemed certain. Since Quan Yao and Taoist Wood Stone had stayed here for an extended period, long enough to have Yuan Shizai organize their accounts for over a week, this was clearly a major stronghold. The previous night's silencing operation and document burning had been precautionary measures for a potential retreat, but they couldn't have anticipated Yuan Shizai escaping the massacre and immediately leading authorities back. The substantial quantities of drugs and counterfeit currency left behind suggested they hadn't formally abandoned the location, merely taken defensive precautions. Still, the estate could no longer serve as bait for a trap. The conspirators must have realized the stronghold was compromised, hence their evacuation. Hidden sentries might even now be watching from the surrounding hills. There was no concealing the operation's success. Even if a trap was off the table, something important might remain hidden here. Lu Cheng ordered the National Army to conduct an exhaustive search of the estate and its surroundings. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to uncover anything left behind. The search bore fruit. A cache of account books was discovered inside a false wall in one of the courtyards. Yuan Shizai examined them and confirmed 2 separate sets, one recording daily illegal transactions, another organized according to the Australian bookkeeping method. "I didn't write these ledgers, but I did organize them," Yuan Shizai said after a quick review. "They must have made copies. Where the originals he'd organized had gone was self-evident, delivered to Stone Elder." Beyond the ledgers, they recovered preserved correspondence, over 1,000 letters pertaining to the counterfeit medicine trade. A random sampling revealed the operation's scope extended far beyond Guangdong and its neighboring provinces, reaching as far as Nanjili and the capital itself. In some regions, Lushi powder commanded prices as high as 50 taels of silver per bottle. The scale of profit was staggering. The reports reached Guangzhou swiftly. Neither Zheng Mingjiang nor Wu Mu found cause for celebration. From a purely procedural standpoint, the drug leakage case was solved, but it was an imperfect resolution. They had traced the source, yes, but the mastermind behind the distribution network had escaped. Worse still, Hao Long's investigation into the hormone leakage had hit a dead end. The mysterious Southeast Asian man's identity was eventually confirmed through the pharmaceutical factory's experimental archives. He was indeed a slave Quark Kiang had imported from Southeast Asia, his status as a eunuch unknown at the time. After arriving in Lingao, he'd been assigned to a labor brigade in Sanya before being recruited as a drug test subject. The terms were straightforward. Upon completion of the experiment, he would be granted free status and allowed to return home or settle anywhere under Senate jurisdiction. When the hormone trials concluded, the man received his promised citizenship. Initially, the test center maintained contact, requiring regular physical examinations to monitor for side effects. But approximately 6 months later, communication ceased. He vanished from his temporary residence without a trace. Such disappearances weren't unusual. Test subjects often drifted away once their obligations ended, so the center had simply noted the loss of contact and archived his file. Where he went afterward, how he obtained testosterone gel, whether he had any connection to the counterfeit medicine operation, All of it remained unknown, a cold case. How Long vowed he would never give up, that he would investigate to the end. But Zheng Mingjiang could already feel her own resolve flagging. Wu Mu shared their frustration. The evidence increasingly suggested that the counterfeit medicine scheme, the currency forgery, and Liang Kunhu's brewing rebellion were all the work of a single organization. They had uncovered clue after clue, yet failed to apprehend a single significant figure. They hadn't even managed to capture Quan Yao, a mere distribution agent. The failure was dispiriting. The pattern was becoming clear. Whether stealing drugs to sell counterfeits or manufacturing fake currency for circulation, the purpose was singular: amassing the funds necessary to finance an impending riot. The seized ledgers revealed obscene profits from the medicine trade. A man of Stone Elder's ambition wouldn't bury such wealth underground to await confiscation. He would spend it on great undertakings. The counterfeiting operation followed the same logic. The elaborate effort wasn't simply to destabilize the economy, but to generate riot funds. Wu Mu shuddered at the implications. Such vast resources converging toward a single violent purpose could unleash catastrophic waves. Yuan Shizai's report alone indicated the gathered Huidaomen forces already numbered over 20,000, and this was certainly not the full count. Even Liang Kunhu's martial teams might represent only a fraction of their true strength. This was nothing like Xing Wenken's indulging soldiers to become bandits at the start of the mainland campaign. This was a meticulously organized, thoroughly prepared uprising, poised to erupt simultaneously across multiple locations throughout the province. Once it began, the newly established grassroots organizations and cadres in every county would suffer devastating losses. We must resolve this before they strike, Wu Mu thought. Destroy them while they're still in the embryonic stage. Wipe them out completely, leaving no seeds for future trouble. With matters in Guangzhou temporarily settled, Zheng Mingjiang returned to Lingao for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, establishing the Drug Administration Office. Just as the thalidomide tragedy of the old timeline, which had brought blood and tears to tens of thousands of families, had transformed the FDA from a modest office into a sprawling federal agency, drug administration in this timeline would inevitably follow its own thorny path of blood and tears. Physical well-being and moral conscience alike proved fragile when confronted with greed. Before Zheng Mingjiang departed, Zheng Xiaoyu paid her an unexpected visit, ostensibly to report on work. As one of the heroes responsible for cracking the case, he merited her attention. She received him and listened as he explained his situation. His academic performance in senior primary school had been excellent, but the financial burden of raising his younger siblings had forced him to abandon any hope of middle school. Instead, he'd enrolled in the medical vocational program to start earning income immediately. Now he hoped to pursue advanced studies in medicine, and hoped Chief Zheng might help him secure that opportunity. Zheng Mingjiang assured him he should continue his education. If finances became a problem, he could come to her directly. Supporting naturalized students and cadres with aspirations in medicine and pharmacy was something she had done countless times before. What she did not expect was for Zheng Xiaoyu to suddenly drop to his knees and kowtow, declaring that her kindness made her like parents of rebirth, and asking to formally become her disciple. Zheng Mingjiang stood stunned, so caught off guard that she forgot to say the standard phrase, "The Senate doesn't practice such customs." The incident left a profound impression. When she spotted Zheng Xiaoyu at the new semester's opening ceremony, an inexplicable feeling stirred within her. "Do you see that advanced student?" She pointed him out to Shinaoran as he stood reciting the oath. "I have a feeling he'll become someone remarkable. But where that excellence will lead him," she paused, "that I truly cannot say." End of chapter. Chapter 2603. Evidence of guilt in the main hall outside the county magistrate's office of the Nanhai County Yamen. Zhang Jiayu, now a trainee advisor, sat absorbed in a book borrowed from Senator Zhang Ziyou's shelf. The volume was titled Political Gains and Losses of Chinese Dynasties. Its cover marked, published by the Grand Library Truth Office, compiled by Zhang Heyegu. Zhang Heyegu had originally written, authored by, but this presumption sparked fierce backlash. The Grand Library and a faction of senators with backgrounds in literature, history, and philosophy mounted resolute opposition, arguing that Qian Mu had produced only a handful of works in his lifetime, and that Zhang Heyegu had no right to play first come, first served by claiming this masterpiece as his own creation. After a barrage of verbal and written attacks, Zhang Heyegu had been forced to settle for compiled by. Zhang Jiayu knew nothing of this little episode. These past days, his life had become a simple two-point line between the provincial and Port General Hospital and the Shanao Society. Under the care of Lin Motion and Zhang Ziao, Mother Zhang's condition had steadily improved. She would be discharged soon. Today, Zhang Ziao had summoned him to the county yamen on business, leaving him with ample time to sit and read. Closing the book, Zhang Jiayu reflected, I never expected to find among these Australian chiefs someone so learned in both past and present, with such clarity of vision as to analyze the political gains and losses of the Han, Tang, Song, and Ming dynasties through the lens of personnel and institutions. Unprecedented. Court organization, fiscal taxation, selection systems, national defense and military affairs. These truly form a nation's foundation. We would do well to take them as warnings. Heroes have always recognized each other across the ages. Though Zhang Jiayu had no idea who this Zhang Heyegu was, reading this work stirred genuine admiration. The Australians are not merely uncultured brutes skilled only in strange techniques and cunning devices. Yet he found himself caught in a dilemma. His mentor Lin Jian and sworn brother Zhang Mu were both entangled in Taoist Wood Stone's anti-Kun conspiracy, and he had somehow been assigned to infiltrate the Kun thieves' puppet court as an undercover agent. Judging by results alone, his mission had succeeded perfectly. He had become Zhang Ziao's trainee advisor almost effortlessly. But he could not deny that he owed an enormous debt of kindness to Zhang Ziao and the Senate. Repaying kindness with enmity was not the way of a chivalrous man. Yet standing idle while his relatives and friends were arrested was equally unthinkable. In ancient times, Guan Yuncheng had received Cao Cao's grace and appreciation, repaying it by beheading Yan Liang and Wen Chu on the battlefield. When he learned of Imperial Uncle Liu's whereabouts, he had resolutely abandoned glory and wealth, passing through 5 passes and slaying 6 generals, riding 1,000 li alone to escort his sworn brother's wife back to the Han camp. At this age of bursting confidence, Zhang Jiayu planned to emulate the great general's example. He would solve a thorny problem for Zhang Ziao, then depart with a flick of his sleeves while ensuring his teachers and friends remained safe. This way, he could repay the chief's kindness without betraying righteousness. At that moment, a man hurried in from outside, his face bruised purple and patched with plasters. He clutched a stack of manuscript-like documents and wore a smile that seemed distinctly unfriendly at first glance. This was Huang Ziyan, still bearing injuries from the beating Kuang Lu had given him 2 days prior. Seeing Zhang Jiayu holding a new-style book with an expression of deep contemplation, he stepped forward. The younger generation is truly formidable. Such diligence, little brother. You'll surely have a brilliant future. I heard about your situation. You've won the opportunity to serve under the chief's wing. Don't disappoint his favor. Zhang Jiayu rose and bowed. Counselor Huang flatters me too much. Chief Zhang possesses both magical skill and a benevolent heart, a dragon among men. Thanks to the chief for not discarding me, for ordering this humble Jiayu to follow him. I shall naturally strive to repay his trust. Is the chief in his office? Huang Ziyan asked. Commissioner Liu is conferring with him inside. Does Counselor Huang have urgent business? Oh, then there's no rush. I'll wait. Huang Ziyan settled into a seat beside Zhang Jiayu and began to chat. Huang Ziyan was a Jinchi graduate who had served as magistrate of Nanhai. His learning and worldly experience far exceeded that of Zhang Jiayu, who came from humble origins, and Zhang Jiayu found their conversation immensely enriching. Huang Ziyan's grandfather, Huang Fengxiang, had placed second in the Jinqi examinations during the Wuxu year of the Longqing reign, an emperor-appointed Bangyan, and had risen to become Minister of Rites, posthumously titled Wenjian. Beginning with Huang Fengxiang, the Huang clan had produced 8 Jinqi across 4 generations and 10 Juran, establishing themselves as one of Quanzhou's most prominent families. History recorded that Huang Ziyan would eventually surrender to the Manchus, and as Zhang Zhilong's fellow provincial, would even persuade Zhang Zhilong to defect. Consequently, Zhang Ziyo was unsurprised by Huang's current turncoat status, and treated him with noticeably less warmth than he showed other surrendered officials in Guangzhou. Yang Tinglin, Zhang Pu, Chen Yudai, Wu Wai, Mai Erxuan, and Chen Shiji had all passed the Jinqi examinations in Huang Ziyan's year. Yang Tinglin and Zhang Pu hardly needed introduction. Chen Yudai was the Zhongyuan of their cohort and related by marriage to Zhou Yanru. Wu Wai, a fellow provincial of Zhang Pu's, was celebrated as one of the 3 masters of Jiangzuo, alongside Qian Qianyi and Gong Dingzi. Mai Erxuan had joined Chen Zizhuang's anti-Qing resistance, and Chen Shiji hailed from Wencheng in Hainan. Currently in mourning, he had missed his chance to flee beyond the Senate's territory and had since sealed his doors. Huang Ziyan's connections within Ming officialdom ran no shallower than those of Chen Zizhuang or He Wuzu. He would certainly prove invaluable as the Senate continued its northward expansion. Before arriving at the Yamen, Huang Ziyan had heard that Zhang Jiayu possessed skin like congealed jade and exceptional beauty. He had assumed the young man was merely an ornamental pillow, possibly a new male favorite kept by Zhang Ziyo. But observing him studying with such focused intensity, then conversing and discovering his broad-minded outlook and considerable gallantry, Huang Ziyan concluded that Zhang Ziyo had a sharp eye for talent. To recruit such a promising individual for the Senate after a single meeting suggested that the Senate's decision to station Chief Zhang specifically in Nanhai had indeed been carefully calculated. "Chief Zhang, I wonder what you intend to do with Quang Lu," Liu Dalin asked, having finished his report on the gathering. "Old Liu, you know the Senate's system. We rule by law. Without hard evidence, we cannot convict. How can we condemn someone based merely on their writings?" The memory of Qianlong's literary inquisitions had instilled in Zhang Ziyo, along with many other senators, a deep aversion to guilt by association and charges based on interpretation. The great song is truly different, setting a precedent for generations, truly the sign of a benevolent ruler. Hearing this, Liu Dalin felt genuine relief, knowing how many lives would be spared a bloodbath. "However," Zhang Ziyo added, "while we don't wrong the innocent, we won't let the guilty escape either." Liu Dalin nodded. The He, Yao, and Zhao families should be cooperative now. Only the Chen Zizhuang brothers still require more work. "If you still cherish that old classmate friendship and wish to continue the ideological work, I won't stop you," Zhang Ziyo said. "But if Chen Zizhuang remains, like a tortoise swallowing an iron weight, stubbornly determined to oppose the Senate, then even a great Luo immortal couldn't save him," he sighed. Truth be told, many in the Senate harbored admiration for these loyal and righteous men of Lingnan. He didn't want this to end in a river of blood. Out in the main hall, Huang Ziyan and Zhang Jiayu continued their idle conversation. Some time later, Liu Xixian wheeled Liu Dalin out of the county magistrate's office. Only then did Huang Ziyan knock on the half-open door, materials in hand. "Come in." Zhang Ziyo looked up. "Ah, Counselor Huang, please sit. How are your injuries?" Huang Ziyan walked directly to the desk. "Thank you for your concern, Chief. They're merely flesh wounds, nothing serious." He placed the documents before Zhang Ziyo. "This is the evidence of Quang Lu's crimes which I have collected. This villain is utterly arrogant and harbors malicious intentions. He must be severely punished." "Oh, let me see what you have." Zhang Ziyo grew curious, wondering what incriminating materials Huang Ziyan had managed to dig up on Kuang Lu. Huang Ziyan turned a page and pointed to the text. "These are all seditious poems written by that fellow Kuang Lu. Chief, please examine this one." Zhang Ziao took the manuscript and read. Guilin Clan Marquis Banquet Collection. Cassia spirit intoxicates the fragrant night, heartstrings stirred by beauty's sight. The jade dragon's tricks have reached their end. The golden goose hints of lingering spring. Cursive script flies like trailing ribbons. The flower lord passes light as silk. Why at this season of farewells must guests depart yet the kun remain? This poem points at the mulberry to curse the locust tree, Huang Ziyan declared. He claims he wishes to send off guests but cannot expel the Senate's cadres. His reactionary heart leaps from the page. Sima Zhao's intentions are plain for all to see. Zhang Ziao flipped through the other poems and found himself rather bemused. Though his classical Chinese couldn't match professionals like Zhang Haigu or Yu Izhui, he had graduated from Jiujiang University and spent time in the Grand Library. He could make sense of perhaps 70 or 80%. The problem was that these so-called seditious poems were laden with obscure allusions and archaic characters. Zhang Ziao recognized that many words likely referenced classical sources, but his knowledge simply wasn't sufficient to identify them. He had just told Liu Dailin that he would not conduct literary inquisitions, but he couldn't throw cold water directly on Huang Ziyan's efforts. What if the man actually uncovered something substantial? So he said, "Not bad. Counselor Huang, you are meticulous and capable to have collected so much evidence in just a few days. However, our great song is founded upon law, and this evidence is not yet sufficient for conviction. With your sincere dedication, I trust you can gather more concrete proof of his crimes. When the time comes, we shall catch them all in one net." Huang Ziyan couldn't tell whether Zhang Ziao spoke in earnest or in mockery. "This is still not enough to convict," Zhang Ziao smiled slightly. "Judge by deeds, not by thoughts." "I understand," Huang Ziyan replied. Just as Huang Ziyan entered the office to speak with Zhang Ziao, two women arrived at the county yamen. The leader wore a female cadre's uniform. Her appearance was proper and gentle, looking perhaps in her 20s by Ming standards. Following behind was a girl of 15 or 16. The girl's eyes sparkled with spirit. She stood 5 kai tall, noticeably taller than most women. Her long, straight black hair contrasted sharply with the shoulder-length cuts favored by the Senate's female students and cadres, making her conspicuous. Even a simple cadre uniform could not conceal her striking figure. Zhang Jiayu heard footsteps and looked up to see who had arrived. What met his eyes made his breath catch. 2 cheeks like blooming peaches reflected in a mirror, a gaze like spring water, piercingly clear. Her eyes were rippling pools, her brows gathering mountains. Ask the passerby where she is going, to where the brows and eyes overflow with meaning. The leading woman was about to proceed directly to the magistrate's office when Zhang Jiayu recovered himself and stood. "Chief Zhang is in conference with someone. Please wait a moment." End of chapter. Chapter 2604. Planning. At the sound of the voice, the two women paused and appraised the young man in old-style clothing standing before them. The girl drifted toward Zhang Jiayu's desk and leaned in for a closer look, her eyes bright with curiosity. "He really is handsome. I had no idea Teacher Zhang went for this type." "Henning, mind your tongue," the older woman said, her tone hovering between amusement and reproach. "Yes, Chief," Zhao Henning replied with an exaggerated pout that bordered on flirtation. Zhang Jiayu started. He hadn't expected the older woman to be a senator. Just then Huang Ziyan emerged from within. A few minutes later Zhang Ziao followed, document in hand. Spotting the two women, he smiled warmly. "Sister Yar, Henning, perfect timing. Go on inside and make yourselves comfortable." He turned to Zhang Jiayu. "Take this to the county police bureau." In ancient times, county yamen jails occupied the kun position southwest of the main hall, beyond the magnificent gate, the so-called South Jail. The Senate system bore little resemblance to the Ming Dynasty's arrangements. Though the municipal and county governments now occupied the old yamen, they obviously hadn't placed detention centers within the government compound itself. The police bureau stood separately. Zhang Jiayu took the document and set off immediately for the Lingxi Circuit Yamen, where the Nanhai County Police Bureau was housed. Heroes have always struggled against the beauty trap, and at his age, he couldn't help feeling drawn to a vivacious girl like Zhao Henning. He even caught himself glancing back as he stepped through the door. At the police bureau, Zhang Jiayu presented the temporary work badge Zhang Ziao had given him and was promptly shown in to see the director. The naturalized director leafed through the document carefully. Under the Senate system, administrative detention was limited to 7 days, with a maximum of 15. He'd kept the prisoner this long only because his subordinates couldn't read which way the Senate's wind was blowing. After all, writing seditious poetry could be treated as either a trifle or a capital offense. But with Magistrate Zhang's instructions now in hand, he signed without hesitation and passed the paperwork down. "Chief Zhang has ordered Quang Lu's release," he told Zhang Jiayu. "Please inform the chief that I've seen to it." And so Zhang Jiayu's simple errand was complete. He walked with his head down, lost in thought, and at the bureau entrance collided squarely with another man. Both stumbled back several steps. Zhang Jiayu looked up and found himself face to face with his sworn brother Zhang Mu. Joy surged through him, and he was about to call out in greeting when a flicker of alarm crossed Zhang Mu's face. His brother apologized as if to a stranger and turned to leave. Zhang Jiayu followed. After several turns through empty alleyways, he was surprised to find Zhang Mu waiting for him with a smile. "Brother, it really is you," Zhang Jiayu said. "Why did you pretend not to know me?" Zhang Mu laughed. "Zhiyuan, you carry heavy responsibilities now. The Australian Police Bureau is not a place for us to be seen recognizing each other." Understanding dawned. His sworn brother was indeed a veteran of the Jianghu. "You're right," Zhang Jiayu admitted. "But common folk avoid this place like the plague. What brings you here?" "It's a long story. You know, I returned home not long ago, only to find that many old friends have passed on. Recently I learned that a good friend, Quang Zhanruo, had also come back from north of the Ling. I meant to invite him for a drink and a proper catch-up, but when I arrived in Guangzhou, his family told me the Australians had detained him. They've sent people to the bureau multiple times, only to be told no bail allowed. His wife can't easily go out herself, so she asked me to test the Australian wind again." "Is this Quang Zhanruo you mentioned the same as Quang Lu?" Zhang Mu looked puzzled. "Zhiyuan knows him too." "A wealthy young master like Quang Lu should have had no connection whatsoever to a commoner a full 12-year cycle his junior." "Brother, you don't know," Zhang Jiayu said. "I just came from the bureau delivering Chief Zhang's order to release Quang Lu. If you go to the detention center now, you can walk him home yourself." Zhang Mu could hardly believe his ears. Zhanruo wrote provocative poems on the wall of Zunjing Pavilion at the county school. The Australians are letting him go that easily. And how did you end up in the Australian magistrate's inner circle? That's also a long story. Neither had time for lengthy explanations, and it wouldn't do for Zhang Jiayu to accompany Zhang Mu to the detention center. The brothers settled their business and parted ways. When Zhang Mu walked into the detention center, he heard Quang Lu's voice before he saw his face, bragging loudly to the Australian guards. "Do you know, I once studied at Mingfu Cave on Luofu Mountain. There's a plum blossom tree there planted over 1,000 years ago, absolutely massive." "Bragging without even a draft to work from," Guard A scoffed, exchanging a look with Guard B. "I don't buy it either," Guard B agreed. "How big can a 1,000-year-old plum tree really be?" "Oh, I'll tell you how big. Once when it bloomed, I was strolling beneath it. A gust of wind came, and petals began falling one after another, burying me 2 or 3 zhang deep. I struggled mightily, crawling more than 30 li through that sea of flowers before I could straighten my back, and another 30 before I could get my head above the surface. Ever since, my mouth, nose, and belly have been filled with that pure fragrance. That's why I never get sick. Quang Lu, you're free to go. A policeman from the detention center came over and cut short the performance. Quang Lu, who had been reclining on his cot, looked skeptical. "Not keeping me anymore. I haven't had my fill yet. Free food and drink, not a care in the world, and an audience for my stories. Where else would I find such a place?" "It's not that simple," the policeman continued. "If you want out, you'll need to pay Counselor Huang 10 yuan for medical expenses and issue a public apology in the newspaper. Also, for defacing the library wall and damaging public property, that's another 5 yuan in compensation." Quang Lu's face darkened. "Pay that dog Huang Ziyan, apologize publicly, and 5 yuan for a wall, outrageous." "Then I'll stay right here," he declared. "I'm not leaving, not leaving." At that moment a voice drifted in from outside. "Gotten addicted to living here, have you? Aren't you afraid of your Shuren's lioness roar?" Quang Lu's heart lurched. "Who else knows the nickname I gave my wife?" Footsteps approached. Quang Lu peered at the newcomer and his eyes went wide. Iron Bridge. Zhao Henning had been the first orphan Zhao Yingong took in at Hangzhou. She'd been 7 or 8 years old at the time, abandoned on a bridge, face sallow and swollen, hair matted and filthy, naked in the raw March wind. Pus and yellow discharge wept from sores across her body, making her look both wretched and repulsive. Yet seeing that she clung to life despite hanging by a thread, Zhao Yingong felt a surge of compassion. He wrapped her in a blue wool cloak and carried her away. Under Zhang Yingchen's careful treatment, she eventually pulled through. During her time at the Hangzhou station, Zhao Henning had formed the Seven of God with 6 older children past the age of 12, Donghua, Zihua, Funning, Furong, Lezheng, and Yana. Under the guidance of Zhao Yingong and Li Yar, they excelled at implementing the new silkworm raising methods. But because she was so young, she was soon sent back to Lingao to join the initial class at Fangkao Dai, studying alongside the little senators. These initial class students were mostly the children who had crossed over with their senator parents, carrying knowledge from the old timeline. They represented a generational bridge for the Senate, future leaders who would connect past and present, and thus stood at the very heart of the Senate's educational mission. In the early years, when Fangkao Dai's teaching staff was desperately short-handed, technical senators like Zhang Ziao, graduates of prominent universities in the old timeline, were frequently pressed into teaching duty. He had spent considerable time with these students and knew them well. Seeing Zhang Ziao, Zhao Henning's face lit up. "Sensei, you've risen through the ranks so fast, you have to look out for me from now on." Zhang Ziao replied in playful Sichuan dialect, "Little sister, still as sweet-tongued as ever. What rank did you get in the exam?" "Oh, you just had to bring up the one thing that hurts." Zhao Henning's cheeks flushed. She'd enrolled later than the others and came from a poor family with no educational foundation. Though she could be called diligent and hardworking, her grades had always languished at the bottom compared to the little senators in her class. Still, her time in the initial class, watching and learning from those young senators, had gradually transformed her from a silent, insecure girl lacking any sense of safety into someone lively, cheerful, and perceptive. Watching Zhao Henning, now grown into a graceful and charming young woman, Zhang Ziao felt a pang of nostalgia. "I can't believe it. That little girl from back then has become a proper young lady. Time really does fly." Ahem. Li Yar cleared her throat pointedly. "Business first, if you please." Zhang Ziao collected himself. "Right, I'll keep it brief. I called you here because I'm planning a trip to the grassroots. I've been in office neither too long nor too short a while. Matters in the city are more or less clear to me now, but the countryside beyond these walls is still shrouded in fog. I need to see it for myself. And I thought, why not bring representatives from medicine, agriculture, and education along? That way we can discuss issues together and handle them on the spot. Maximum efficiency." "Excellent," Li Yar said. "I've been wanting to survey Nanhai's countryside anyway, to find a suitable place for promoting the new sericulture methods." Her earlier attempt to introduce silkworm raising in Xiangshan County had met resistance. Having hit that particular wall, she was ready to try a different direction. "What are you thinking? Why not share your ideas first?" Zhang Ziao asked. Guangdong's silkworm eggs are inferior, and the local sericulture techniques are lacking. Native silk has both low yield and poor quality. Based on experience from the old timeline, improvements must start at the source. But a handful of us working alone won't accomplish much. We need an institution that can continuously produce trained talent and new techniques to drive adoption. So I'm planning to find a suitable location and establish a sericulture technical school. Zhang Ziao's thinking aligned perfectly with hers. Beyond sericulture, we should include fishery, animal husbandry, and crop cultivation as well. Better to establish a unified Nanhai County Agricultural Technical School. As for funding, the preliminary idea is to draw from tax revenues of related local industries, supplemented by additional allocations from the Ministry of Education. That should be sufficient. End of chapter. Chapter 2605, Departure in Your Dreams. Those penny pinchers at the Finance and Taxation Bureau won't agree so easily. Li Yar laughed. The Finance and Taxation Bureau, Zhang Ziao chuckled. I went to see Wang Qi. The Senate loves to criticize the tax farming system, but you have to admit, in certain areas it's the only thing that works, otherwise you won't collect a single win. Director Wang told me that collecting taxes in rural markets is dangerous business. His finance cadres value their lives too much to stick their necks out as pioneers. Where your administrative authority can't reach, their tax collectors won't go. That old fox, Li Yar said. So there's still plenty of uncollected taxes out there. If you can get that money, your funding problem is solved. Exactly. The real issue remains extending state power into the countryside. Zhang Ziao leaned forward. Wang Qi did offer some suggestions. Simply put, one principle, two fronts, four methods. The principle is dismantling the clans. The two fronts. In areas we effectively control, we push our agenda forward wherever conditions allow. In areas we don't control, we adapt to local circumstances, make the best of what exists, and use clan power to accomplish our goals. The four methods. First, strike hard against those who resist our plans and refuse to align with us, break the clans apart. Second, protect and guide those who cooperate, helping them transform. Third, give local cadres flexibility. No forced orders, let them work according to their actual conditions. Fourth, shield cadres whose methods run a bit aggressive. If they can't stay, the southern colonies have plenty of room. The irony wasn't lost on her. Ever since the Senate had landed on the mainland and implemented the two Guang strategy, their stance toward the clans had softened considerably. The old rhetoric of violent suppression had given way to moderate talk of reasonable control, effective utilization, gradual transformation. The so-called principle was understood tacitly among the administrative senators. In principle, always preceded, but starting from reality. The reason for this softening was obvious. Clan autonomy was a low-cost model of grassroots governance, particularly attractive to a government strapped for resources. Implementing direct administrative control all the way down to the village level required both money and manpower the Senate simply didn't have. Li Yar studied Zhang Ziao with new eyes. She hadn't expected this tech-focused senator to adapt so quickly to his role as county magistrate. He was growing into the position. The old saying proved true. Those not in a position rarely understand its demands. How did you arrange the inspection route? She asked. Jiujiang, Longshan, and the Longjiang area east and south of Zikil Mountain inside the Sangyuan Enclosure. Li Yar frowned. Aren't Longshan and Longjiang under Shund County's jurisdiction? Won't it cause problems if we go without notifying them? Director Ziao thought ahead, Zhang Ziao said. Besides serving as Executive Deputy Magistrate of Nanhai County, I also hold the title of Inspector of Guangzhou Special City. That gives me authority to weigh in on matters in other counties. I just need to report to Prefect Liu. Besides, we're already bringing a large delegation. Adding Shun's people would only crowd the inspection. Zhao Henning still had a child's eagerness. Hearing she might go, her eyes lit up, but Zhang Zio's mention of too many people made her worry she'd be left behind in Guangzhou. She clutched Li Yar's hand, half pleading, half pouting. "Chief, I'm excellent at raising silkworms. You have to bring me." Li Yar smiled. "I knew you'd want to go. Don't worry, I can read that mind of yours." "Really?" Zhao Henning's face broke into a grin. "Then I'll go pack." She darted off before anyone could say another word. Li Yar glanced at Zhang Zio. She didn't know him well, but something about the man struck her as peculiar. What transmigrated man didn't want to build a harem and play the stud? In the early years, when the Senate's foundation was still shaky and no maids were distributed, there had even been a maid revolution. Once conditions improved, warmth and comfort bred wandering thoughts. Even her own husband Mei Fa was no exception. She remembered negotiating with him for a full day and night just to move from their apartment in Bern, New City, to the Agricultural Committee housing. They'd finally reached an agreement. She could move, provided his maid allowance increased from 2 to 4. Zhang Zio was different. For years, by all accounts, he'd kept away from women and men alike. People called him the last Luddite, a pointed joke, though some whispered cruder explanations. Hard to imagine how any normal man survived that way. Could he have some physical defect? She studied the thick beard on his chin. He certainly didn't look like a eunuch. Maybe he's waiting for someone. The thought prompted a warning. "Listen here," Li Yar said. "Don't you dare set your sights on Henning. She's Zhao Yingong's goddaughter." Zhang Zio raised an eyebrow, apparently surprised. "Goddaughter? Even if she were his real daughter, that wouldn't be impossible. At worst, I'd have to call him father-in-law." He grinned. "I'm joking." After receiving Zhang Zio's notification, the various departments of Nanhai County quickly arranged personnel for the grassroots inspection. If not the department head, then the deputy. Preparatory work began in earnest, and all travelers were required to submit detailed inspection plans. Beyond examining the Mulberry dike system, this inspection involved another major matter for Nanhai County, selecting a new location for the county seat. Currently, both Nanhai and Panyu counties were attached to the prefectural city, their administrative offices housed within Guangzhou itself. They functioned more like district governments than true county authorities. Their reach into the vast rural hinterland was minimal. For residents of remote villages and towns, traveling to the county seat to handle official business meant journeys of many li, creating endless inconvenience. Though Zhang Zio came from a technical background without deep administrative experience, he'd run modern pharmaceutical factories within the Senate system. Organizing drug projects from laboratory bench to large-scale production involved far more than poking glass jars and burning alcohol lamps. Even in an ideal communist society, people still faced 3 fundamental constraints: insufficient time, limited resources, and the need for collaboration. These were the limitations of being human. Where did hundreds of raw materials, reagents, consumables, and packaging materials come from? How did you coordinate with suppliers and downstream partners? How did you set quality standards? How did you plead poverty to the planning academy? How did you handle the planning department's endless bureaucratic nonsense? How did you choose a process route and make it work? If it couldn't be realized, how did you solve the technical bottlenecks? Without modern instruments, how did you ensure analytical methods remained reliable and stable? How did you transfer knowledge? What specifications did process equipment, utility systems, and production workshops need to meet? If you couldn't explain these clearly to the ministries of machinery, chemical industry, metallurgy, and light industry, a single misaligned interface could mean scrapping everything and starting over. While conducting process development and scale-up, how did you design clinical trial protocols? How did you run double-blind controlled trials? How did you collect, tabulate, and analyze clinical data? The Senate had no FDA or CFDA enforcing standards, but human lives hung in the balance. Senators themselves would eventually depend on these drugs to extend their lives. There was no room for carelessness. After large-scale production began, how did you plan output? How did you schedule operations? How did you arrange equipment maintenance? A dropped link anywhere in the chain meant running out of steam mid-production, or discovering too late that sterilization was skipped, or learning only after receiving a production order that no materials were available. There was a reason factory workers were the most organized social group. The most critical problem was the shortage of technical talent. In the beginning, senators had to do everything themselves, with naturalized workers and students assisting. When workers lacked basic knowledge, senators had to break concepts down and spoon-feed them. When they lacked practical experience, senators had to demonstrate each step by hand. When they lacked safety awareness, senators had to put their own lives on the line to keep this crew of illiterate and semi-literate laborers from killing themselves. But this process also served to identify and cultivate talent. Unless promising technical cadres could be found, the burden on senators never lightened. Once potential was spotted, how did you train them? How did you accelerate their growth into cadres who could work independently? This weighed heavily on every technical senator's mind. Over time, most had developed what they called fiery golden eyes for spotting talent and a personal sunflower manual for training and deploying people. Cha Wuchu often remarked that Zhang Ziyo was a true all-rounder. The phrase Zhang Ziyo kept on his lips was, "An incompetent general works his army to death." Reporting project progress at his weekly meetings was an absolute nightmare for the naturalized cadres. Zhang Ziyo understood the work intimately, but his subordinates often didn't. His questions frequently touched on concepts they never heard of. Not knowing something once was forgivable. Go study in the reference room afterward. But if you still couldn't answer at the next meeting, prepare to be dressed down. As projects advanced to later stages, the scope broadened enormously. Zhang Ziyo probed every detail, and department heads couldn't possibly know everything happening at lower levels. To avoid bearing responsibility, some started bringing subordinates to answer questions for them. Gradually, meeting attendance swelled. Zhang Ziyo finally erupted, cursing and demanding that department heads stop bringing entourages. They must be responsible themselves. Those who couldn't figure things out should figure them out before coming. Whoever could master the material would be the cadre. Technical senators who couldn't manage all this had long since left the industrial sector for other paths. All of this made the requirements for drug project leaders extraordinarily demanding. They had to be versatile players with conviction and ideals, and they had to hold real authority, otherwise projects simply couldn't move forward. It was no exaggeration to say that modern pharmaceuticals were the brightest jewel in the crown of the Senate's industrial system. End of chapter. Chapter 2606. Sangyuan Enclosure. Hu Wenyang had been thoroughly dispirited of late. He had risen through the secretarial ranks, and his appointment to the top position in the most important county had been arranged by Chief Ma to burnish his credentials. But before he could settle into the role or achieve anything of note, Chief Liu transferred him to serve as Secretary General for Little Chief Zhang. It was dressed up as putting talents to their best use, but the moment Big Chief Zhang arrived, Nanhai County became someone else's concern entirely. Just like that, Hu Wenyang found himself right back where he started. One day, Hu Qing came to visit him at his residence, her only relative in the area. Seeing the weight on his mind, she asked what troubled him. Hu Wenyang confided his worries. Hu Qing listened, then said gently, "Brother, you're still young. This setback is nothing. In the previous dynasty, attaining a Ziyukai title at your age would have been considered a blessing upon our Hu ancestors. I often hear Chief Lin say that one should observe broadly but absorb selectively, accumulate deeply but release gradually. Everyone in the system knows you were Chief Ma's personal secretary. Rising too quickly to a high position isn't necessarily good for you. Shortly after Chief Zhang took office, he arranged for people from every department to rotate through grassroots assignments. Both Liang and I are on the list. The fact that you never pursued such experience while in office suggests your abilities and judgment still need refinement." If the opportunity arises, I think you should volunteer for a few years of training at the grassroots level. Hu Wenyang's expression soured. When we first entered the city, everything was in chaos. There were so many matters to handle every day, I simply couldn't spare time for grassroots work. Hu Qing shook her head. As a woman, her instincts were naturally more discerning, and being considerably older than Hu Wenyang, she possessed far greater maturity. Whether you went to the grassroots or not isn't the point, she said. Why are you still dwelling on this? Look at your superiors, look at everyone around you. They're all chiefs. You, a minor cadre without Chief Ma there to back you up, how could you possibly coordinate all these powerful figures? Push too hard and you offend people, hold back too much and nothing gets done. That kind of perfectly calibrated touch takes decades to develop. Listen to your sister, settle your heart and temper yourself properly. Hu Wenyang considered her words and recognized the truth in them. His spirits lifted somewhat. Hu Qing continued, I notice you're not getting any younger. In the old days, a man your age would already have children old enough to run errands at the market. They say start a family and build a career, family first, then career. If I come across a suitable match, I'll arrange an introduction for you. Sister, I'm in no hurry, Hu Wenyang replied. What about you? When do you and brother Liang plan to make it official? A flush rose to Hu Qing's cheeks. That depends on him. A week later, 2 Dafa boats were moored at Tianzi Wharf in Guangzhou. More than a dozen Nanhai County cadres had assembled there, with a Badotai National Army squad providing security. Zhang Ziao checked the Glock pistol he had just maintained and secured 3 spare magazines on his person. The National Army escort was reassuring enough, but having this old companion at his side gave him greater peace of mind. Holstering the pistol, Zhang Ziao issued the order. Depart! The steam boilers roared to life with their rhythmic chug, belching thick black smoke that trailed behind the Dafa boats like dark ribbons, gradually dispersing in the breeze. The 2-vessel inspection fleet made its first stop at the Foshan Economic Development Zone, where they visited the little senators interning there. After replenishing their coal supplies, they entered the shunned waterway and proceeded south through Jiujiang Creek, passing through the boat lock at the east enclosure of Sangyuan Enclosure near Zikil Mountain. With 2 senators traveling alongside a dozen key cadres, the security arrangements were substantial. Beyond the Badotai National Army, the General Bureau of Senator Guards had also dispatched agents. Given the Senate's shallow roots in rural areas, the force Zhang Ziao had assembled for this journey was admittedly excessive. He had originally wanted to borrow 2 experimental 82 mortars from the Fubo army. These weapons offered exceptional mobility even without pack animals, relying solely on human portage. Most village houses in the countryside had thatched or tiled roofs with poor resistance to mortar shells. The vertical trajectory of the explosive rounds made them devastatingly effective against exposed personnel and could arc over walls to strike targets sheltering within fortifications. However, Zhu Mingxia vetoed the request. Even if the mortars were lent to the National Army, the soldiers wouldn't know how to operate them. Better to bring 2 12-pound mountain howitzers, which the National Army could actually use. The greatest rural threat was bandits, and mountain howitzers could fire directly or be loaded with canister shot, essentially giant shotguns capable of repelling attacks from hundreds of bandits. Perfectly practical. But when Zhang Ziao explained their destination, Zhu Mingxia reconsidered. Both Jiujiang and Longjiang were watery regions where mountain howitzers would be virtually immobile. In the end, they settled on a different solution. A batch of Mini-A rifles that the Fubo army had phased out would replace the Nanyang rifles carried by the accompanying Badotai troops. The only difference between these 2 weapons was rifling, but the gap in accuracy was immense. Additionally, the special agents from the General Bureau of Senator Guards were all equipped with the new 1637 breech-loading rifles. Zhu Mingxia personally guaranteed that, with such firepower, even without artillery, any bandits foolish enough to attack would deeply regret it. The Army, Marines, and Navy sailors had long since adopted Mini-A rifles, which suffered from several drawbacks: excessive caliber that compromised ballistic performance, barrels too long for convenient loading. The prototype Enfield P-1853 featured a 99 cm barrel and paper-wrapped ammunition vulnerable to dampness. Modified Hall breech-loading rifles had failed to fully address these deficiencies. With stable copper supplies now secured through their monopoly of the Japan copper trade, designing a new rifle using copper-cased fixed ammunition became a top priority. In 1635, two groups within the Weapon Design Bureau proposed competing designs. Plan 1, a trapdoor action modeled on the Springfield M1873, and Plan 2, a falling block action inspired by the Martini Henry. While the Senate focused on the two-guang strategy, both groups developed prototype guns adapted to various experimental ammunition. When test results were reviewed, military officials concluded that Plan 2 was decisively superior in rate of fire and reliability. The Planning Academy, however, favored Plan 1 because it could be converted from existing Mini-A rifles. As the two Guangs campaign concluded, and the Senate turned to strengthening the national army and consolidating newly acquired territories, the phased-out Mini-A rifles were either converted into Nanyang rifles for National Army garrison squadrons or delivered directly to mobile squadrons. Plan 1 thus lost its advantage, and Plan 2 was officially adopted as the Type 1637 breech-loading rifle. This weapon fired Type 1637 10x61 Mar black powder cartridges. From its 72 cm barrel, the rounds achieved a muzzle velocity of 485 meters per second. The standard projectile was a 338 grain, 21.9 G, hardened lead alloy bullet. Equipped with Metford rifling, the rifle maintained excellent accuracy out to 600 meters. Because certain Army officers remained obsessed with bayonet fighting and worried that a shorter barrel would compromise close-quarters effectiveness, the gun was issued with an extended bayonet. In practice, however, soldiers reported that the new rifle's faster rate of fire, a theoretical maximum of 20 rounds per minute, with an actual combat rate around 12, and devastating firepower, meant bayonet engagements occurred far less frequently. The Type 1637 rifle became the undisputed primary infantry weapon throughout the southward operations, the Northern Expedition War, and the mainland strategy of the 1640s. No other weapon in the Australian Song light arms system matched its breadth of use or longevity of service. Even after Homeland forces had fully transitioned to smokeless powder, semi-automatic and automatic weapons, garrison troops in distant colonies on the other side of the globe were still hand-casting bullets for the rugged, reliable Type 1637 rifles in their hands. Zhang Zhao stood at the bow, wind in his face, savoring his liberation from the weight of official duties. Zikiao Mountain rose 2 kilometers away, clearly visible whenever he looked up. The scene reminded him of a poem he had encountered while organizing documents, written by Zhan Ruishui during his time lecturing at Zikiao Mountain. Spring stirs Kaio Lake, and the waters quicken, water embracing Kaio Lake like a city wall. The withered old man sits alone on Cloud Peak, 96 summits bright beneath the moon. The Zikiao Mountain that Zhan Ruishui had beheld during the Jiujiang era bore little resemblance to what later generations would see. When Zhan wrote of the mountain being surrounded by great seas on all sides, development within the Sangyuan Enclosure was still in its early stages, and vast stretches of water remained within its bounds. Jiujiang Creek, the main north-south waterway through Jiujiang, had been impressively wide during the Ming Dynasty. Historical records explicitly noted it measured 28 zhang across. In later generations, relentless development would cause the river to silt up as buildings multiplied, shrinking it to a modest channel. Regrettably, more than 70 years had elapsed since Zhan Ruishui's time. Land reclamation within the Sangyuan enclosure had progressed considerably, and Zhang Ziao could no longer glimpse the expansive waters the scholar had once admired. Along their route, civilian boats of every description came and went through countless branching creeks. Farmers labored along the banks, sweating under the sun. Hearing the distinctive clamor of the Dafa boats, the local inhabitants turned to watch Zhang Ziao's fleet pass as though taking his measure. Zhang Ziao couldn't resist waving to them. "Jiayu, do you know when the Sangyuan enclosure was built?" Zhang Ziao asked. Zhang Jiayu hadn't expected the question. Being from Dongyuan, he naturally knew nothing about a dike enclosure in Nanhai County. "I'm ashamed to admit I have no idea," he replied. "Counselor Huang," Zhang Ziao turned to Huang Ziyan. "To answer the chief, the Sangyuan enclosure was first constructed during the Huizong reign of the National Dynasty, giving it a history of more than 500 years. As a former magistrate, water conservancy had been among his responsibilities, so Huang Ziyan was naturally familiar with this vital infrastructure within his former jurisdiction. The National Dynasty. Zhang Ziao was momentarily confused. The materials he had reviewed clearly indicated construction began in the Northern Song era. Where did National Dynasty and Huizong come from? Only after a few moments did realization dawn. Of course, National Dynasty means Great Song. Meanwhile, here he was, a Grand Song senator, casually throwing around terms like Northern Song and Southern Song. Such awareness, such linguistic precision. If he hadn't been working alongside the Senate, matching wits with genuine Ming scholars, he'd have been duped without even realizing it. "Correct," Zhang Ziao said, recovering smoothly. "Water conservancy is the foundation of agriculture, and agriculture is the foundation of the state. The Sangyuan enclosure is divided into east and west sections. During the Song dynasty, that is, the National Dynasty, the west enclosure extended from Feiyi and Sanshui to the junction at Ganchu Niashan, while the east enclosure ran from Jizan Liangu Dun to the end of Longjiang River at Peng Enclosure. The entire system stretched more than 12,000 zhang, protecting 1,500 qing of farmland. When first constructed, the enclosure consisted merely of packed mud, standing only 4 or 5 kai high. Because the local terrain slopes from northwest to southeast, the Sangyuan enclosure functioned as an open system during the Song era. Back then, the downstream coastal sandbars had not yet accumulated significantly, making drainage easy. At the Dailiu Harbor and Longjiangjiao water outlets in the southeastern corner of the dike, no sluice gates were installed to block flow. Instead, water inside the enclosure and water from the river were allowed to intermingle freely, following the natural gradient rather than fighting the current. This represents true ancestral wisdom. End of chapter. Chapter 2607. Jiujiang Great Market. Huang Ziyan hadn't expected Zhang Ziao, an outsider, to know so much about Jiujiang's water conservancy. Assuming the man wanted to hear the Song dynasty's achievements praised, he obliged with flattery. Ever since the enclosure was built, the tidal fields of Ziqiao have enjoyed nothing but good harvests. Guangzhou became China's greatest rice market, exporting surplus grain to Fujian and Jiujiang, the famous Guang rice, truly a work of merit for our age and blessing for 1,000 generations. Zhang Ziao accepted the flattery without awkwardness. The Sangyuan enclosure genuinely was a marvel of ancient engineering, protecting 14 bao across Nanhai and Shund, thousands of qing of fertile land supporting vast populations. It ranked among the most critical embankments under Guangzhou Prefecture's jurisdiction and a vital source of tax revenue. There's a particular section of the dike, Zhang Ziao continued, only a few hundred meters long yet absolutely crucial to the entire enclosure. Zhang Jiayu's interest was piqued. "Which section, chief?" "The Heng Dike of Jizan village, built during the Yuan dynasty." Zhang Ziao gestured toward the distant mountains. "It sits at the foot of Ziqiao Mountain. If the Dalu Gorge dike ever broke, floodwaters would surge around the mountain and drown the plains behind it. Once the Jizan Heng Dike was completed, the swamp water trapped inside the enclosure could finally be pumped out by water wheels. That opened up new land for farming and settlement. Villages moved down from the foothill terraces onto the lowland plains. Sluice gates controlled the tidal flow, and single-crop rice became double-crop rice. He paused. But by the Ming Dynasty, silt had accumulated at the Dailiu harbor outlet. Whenever floods came, the enclosure couldn't drain worse. The West River's floodwaters would reverse course and pour back in, devastating homes and fields. The damage grew worse each year. Finally, in the 29th year of Hongwu, Chen Bowen of Jiujiang rallied the Guansen and other great clans to dam Dailiu harbor. They sank stone-laden boats into the river, plugging that outlet entirely. Combined with dozens of li of dikes across Nanhai, Xinhui, Sanshui, and Shun counties, they formed a continuous barrier against the tidal backflow. Zhao Henning had been gazing around the Dafa boat, but now the conversation drew her in. "Chief, if the Sangyuan enclosure was so important, blocking all that tidal water, why do I see ponds everywhere instead of rice fields?" Zhang Xiao smiled. "Things are a unity of opposites, little girl. Every benefit carries a disadvantage. We simply choose the lesser evil. After the enclosure was sealed, it blocked the tidal backflow, yes, but it also trapped water inside, creating a new flooding problem. To cope with waterlogging, villagers in Jiujiang, Longshan, and Longjiang dug out the low-lying fields most prone to flooding and turned them into ponds. The ponds served double duty, storing water and raising fish. They dug deep to hold more water, then piled the excavated mud around the edges. Those raised banks are called jai, the same character as embankment, just written differently." Zhao Henning looked at him with newfound admiration. "So that's where the jai tang, the dike ponds, came from." "Exactly. They first appeared in the lowest-lying areas, Jiujiang, Longjiang, Longshan. It marked a fundamental shift in how the Sangyuan enclosure was farmed during the early Ming." Li Yar watched the passing scenery and reflected that success truly required favorable timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony. Tens of thousands of fish ponds had developed here naturally. Why had they insisted on digging new ones back in Xiangshan? She blamed the bandits who'd overrun the countryside before, making proper surveys impossible. They'd gone straight to Xiangshan for its textile industry without ever scouting properly. As the journey continued, Zhang Xiao's group passed rice fields on higher ground, though the grain produced within the Sangyuan enclosure had fallen short of self-sufficiency since the Wanli era. The closer they drew to the low-lying areas around Jiujiang and the two Longs, the more dike ponds appeared, spread across the landscape like squares on a chessboard. Shrubby plants lined the pond banks, their trunks cut cleanly near the roots, already sprouting fresh branches and tender buds. Other banks bore fruit trees, longan, lychee, and citrus. "Chief, everyone says Jiujiang is the birthplace of mulberry dike fish ponds," Zhao Henning said, "but I don't see any mulberry trees." Born in Jiangnan, she knew the Jing and Lu mulberry varieties, deciduous trees with either abundant fruit and small serrated leaves, or fewer berries with stout branches and thick foliage. All along Jiujiang Creek, she hadn't spotted anything familiar. Li Yar wasn't surprised. After returning from Hangzhou to Lingao, Zhao Henning had lived an ordinary life, attending school with the initial class. Her agricultural training lagged behind children raised by the Agricultural Committee. Li Yar pointed at the new growth on the pond banks. "That's mulberry. The variety here differs completely from the northern ones. It's called Guangdong mulberry, a shrub, not a tree." "Oh." Zhao Henning scratched her head, embarrassed, a blush spreading across her delicate features. Zhang Xiao laughed. "Henning doesn't exercise her 4 limbs and can't tell the 5 grains apart now." "Teacher Zhang, don't tease me too." She crossed her arms in mock anger. "I'm better at raising silkworms than you are. HMPH. Zhang Jiayu had been following Zhang Xiao for some time now. He'd met quite a few chiefs, and learned that Australians genuinely lacked the strict hierarchies toward subordinates that Ming society demanded. Still, Zhao Henning's behavior surprised him. She was supposedly Chief Zhao's adopted daughter. which, to Ming sensibilities, usually meant a slave in all but name, a way to circumvent court restrictions on bondservants. Yet she acted every bit like a spoiled princess, without a shred of servant's deference. Lost in thought, he found himself staring at her. Zhao Henning felt eyes on her back, watching her embarrassment with amusement. She spun around to scold whoever it was, and met Zhang Jiayu's gaze directly. Targeted by such a handsome young man, her heart lurched and her face flushed crimson. Covering her embarrassment with petulance, she declared, "HMPH, you're all bullying me. I'm ignoring every one of you." Then she fled to the stern to watch the spray kicked up by the propeller. In that moment of eye contact, something about those clear eyes stirred Zhang Jiayu. He realized his impropriety and wanted to apologize, but propriety between men and women forbade such proximity. His legs might as well have been rooted to the deck. He stood frozen, torn between impulses, silently berating himself. Look not at what is contrary to propriety. Zhang Jiayu, you're truly a beast. Zhang Ziao and Li Yar exchanged knowing glances, one shaking his head, the other shrugging. Zhang Ziao suddenly pointed toward the distance, where large patches of Guangdong mulberry spread across the landscape. "What place is that?" "That would be Datong, chief," Huang Ziyan replied. "There's a market nearby called Datong Market, already within Jiujiang Fort's territory." Before long, the fleet approached Jiujiang Great Market. Along the way, no one had been foolish enough to threaten two steamships belching black smoke. The bayonets of the National Army Battletai reminded every passing merchant and boatman, Australians were coming. This place is thriving. It was Zhang Ziao's first time witnessing such rural prosperity. Compared to Lingao at the beginning of D-Day, this scene was like clouds above mud. According to historical records, from the Ming Dynasty's Wanli period through the Qing's Qianlong era, the Sangyuan Enclosure region contained 2 cities and 15 markets, nearly one per bao, spread evenly across the territory. The goods traded were diverse, dominated by rice farming products. Jiujiang Township, benefiting from its monopoly on fish fry and a thriving silk weaving industry, had developed an unusually dense concentration of markets. Agricultural needs dictated that the enclosure's intermediate markets clustered at water network junctions, serving as transit hubs between the Sangyuan enclosure and the outside world. These markets operated largely independently, each covering its surrounding grassroots markets without much overlap, satisfying the demands of broader regions without directly competing. Before the Jiujiang era, commoners were forbidden from building family temples to venerate ancestors. Only officials could establish such shrines by imperial grant. After Jiujiang, the emperor permitted common families to erect ancestral shrines. From then on, family temples and ancestral halls proliferated throughout the Pearl River Delta. As the saying went, Shund has ancestral halls, Nanhai has family temples. Market construction fell to the clans, creating a characteristic layout, shrines and temples at the center, shops radiating outward around the ancestral hall. The markets of the late Ming Sangyuan enclosure were enclosed spaces with gates at every entrance. Many passages led to neighboring villages or river creeks. In the first year of Zheng, Jiujiang villagers leveraged their waterway access to build the Tianfei Temple Front Market and Kaibian Market along Shima Creek and Lehai, Jiujiang Creek. By the late Ming and early Qing, 3 markets, Lehai, Liankun, and Yuyuan, formed a stable tripod. Over 100 market pavilions were constructed for commercial activity. Generations of local gentry participated in their development. Huang Zhang, junior minister of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, Censor Chen Wanyan, Prefect Huang Yingxiu, along with Zhu Rang, Guan Ji, and others. By the mid-Qing, the 3 markets had merged in name as Jiujiang Great Market. During the Republic, it earned independent city status alongside Foshan, Jiangmen, and 8 other areas, gaining the nickname Little Guangzhou, testament to its prosperity. Jiujiang Great Market's development paralleled Foshan's. Both flourished through local handicraft industries rather than government decree. The main street ran along both banks of Jiujiang Creek, with waterfront shops lining each side. These facing storefronts formed what locals called palms joined together, while other streets and alleys branched off in a fey, non-character pattern following the river's course. Rice shops, money houses, silk and satin merchants all were represented. The streets were narrow, barely 2 meters wide. On market days, the 3rd, 6th, and 9th, crowds packed so tightly that water couldn't leak through. From morning to night, heads bobbed in an endless tide of activity. After taking office, Zhang Ziao had studied both Ming Dynasty and Senate policies on rural trade. Since ancient times, imperial power never reached down to the countryside. The Ming court maintained a laissez-faire attitude toward rural markets, neither encouraging trade nor interfering with it. If commerce remained small-scale, officials rarely bothered collecting taxes. These modest rural exchanges escaped the court's commercial tax policies entirely. That said, areas below county level weren't completely ungoverned. Since the Yuan dynasty, patrol divisions, Zunjian operated under county-level yamen, stationed at key towns, markets, and passes under the magistrate's jurisdiction. The inspector, or Zunjian, typically held rank 9A. Though the patrol division's original purpose emphasized public security and military functions, over time, a distinction between civil and military inspectors emerged, giving the office characteristics of a county dispatched agency. End of chapter. Chapter 2608. Where the stars are during the late Ming Dynasty, Nanhai County was divided into 6 patrol divisions: Jinli, Wudaoku, Shenan, Sangyuan, Huangding, and Jiangpu. Each division maintained 1 inspector and 50 conscripted bowmen. The Wudaoku Patrol Division operated from Pingzhu Fort, 20 li from Fashan, while Jiangpu, the division closest to Jiujiang, also known as Ding'an Stockade, was headquartered at Longjiang Fort nearby. Since the Senate had assumed control of the Great Ming Dynasty's governance in the 2 Guangs, the patrol division's functions had been absorbed by the National Army and township police stations. The National Army garrisoned the county seat and key patrol division locations, while grassroots police stations were established across the remaining divisions and larger market towns. For this inspection, Zhang Ziao had given strict orders against advance notification along their route. His reasoning was twofold. First, to prevent local officials from preparing rehearsed presentations. Second, to minimize disruption to grassroots operations. Given the limited numbers and stretched capabilities of the Senate's local cadres, an additional inspection visit would only throw their work into disarray. Woo-woo! The steamship's whistle pierced the clouds. The Dafa boat glided slowly toward the docks at Lehigh Market. It happened to be market day at Jiujiang Great Market. The villagers there were accustomed to watching Australian steamship fleets pass along the river, but this was the first time in recent memory that one had actually docked at Jiujiang. Drawn by the ear-splitting whistle, they drifted toward the market entrance to investigate. Battle-tie soldiers armed with Mini-A rifles jogged down the gangway at their captain's command and formed ranks along the shore. Their imposing presence dampened the villagers' curiosity. No one dared approach. Zhang Ziao and his companions disembarked under escort from special agents of the General Bureau of Senator Guards. "Wonder who these people are," someone murmured. "Keep your voice down," whispered exchanges rippled through the crowd. Zhang Ziao felt suddenly as though he were entering hostile territory. The atmosphere troubled him. Clearing his throat, he called out to the villagers, "Fellow countrymen, there's no cause for alarm. I am Zhang Ziao, the new Nanhai magistrate appointed by the Grand Song Senate. I've come to understand the conditions of the people." As Zhang Ziao continued his address, the crowd stared back with blank incomprehension. Zhang Jiayu leaned in and reminded him, "Chief, Lingnan dialects change from village to village. Perhaps I should translate." Just as Zhang Jiayu prepared to speak, sharp police whistles shrieked from behind the crowd. 5 short-haired men in Australian police uniforms pushed through the throng, batons in one hand and revolvers in the other. These grassroots officers had clearly assumed some emergency was underway. Though the police didn't recognize Zhang Ziao, the bearing of the group before them was unmistakably distinguished, and they traveled with a national army escort. The sharp-eyed among them soon spotted their direct superior within the inspection team. The leading officer, a short, sturdy man, immediately holstered his weapon, snapped to attention, delivered a crisp Fubo army salute, and announced, "Mo Yu, director of Jiujiang Market Police Station, sends regards to the chief." The other policemen followed suit. Observing their crooked salutes and ill-fitting uniforms, Zhang Ziao suppressed a sigh. He signaled them at ease and said, "Comrades, you've worked hard. We're attracting too much attention like this. Let's get settled first, then talk." Mo Yu led his officers to clear a path, guiding the sizable inspection team toward the police station. Though Jiujiang Market was considered a major trading center, it paled beside the prosperity of Guangzhou City and Foshan. No inn here could accommodate such a large party, so the inspection team had brought marching tents. They selected a suitable site at the market's edge, and soon a fully functional campsite of considerable scale took shape. Once settled, Zhang Jiayu sat on the camp bed in his small tent, looking dejected. Throughout the journey, Chief Zhang had inquired about nothing but water conservancy and agriculture. Just when he'd finally seen an opportunity to contribute his local knowledge, the police had interrupted. The old saying proved true: a scholar without purpose is utterly useless. Feeling stifled, he ducked out of his tent for a walk around the camp. Zhao Henning had just finished arranging her belongings and emerged from her tent to find Zhang Jiayu looking downcast. She approached him. "What's got you looking so glum, handsome?" At the sight of her, Zhang Jiayu's heart quickened. He lowered his head slightly and offered a small bow. "I'd prided myself on being a local, well-versed in the people's circumstances. Yet throughout our journey I've failed to resolve any of the chief's concerns. Truly, I'm ashamed." Zhao Henning decided he was being rather endearingly foolish. "Teacher Zhang is renowned for his breadth of knowledge," she said consolingly. "Just follow along and learn, that's all." "Miss Zhao speaks wisely," Zhang Jiayu agreed. Zhao Henning wrinkled her nose at the address. "I come from a poor family, none of this miss business, just call me Henning." That, after a brief hesitation, Zhang Jiayu inclined his head. "Then I shall respectfully accept rather than decline. And I'll call you Jiayu," Zhao Henning declared, characteristically unconcerned with formality. "As you wish." The name Jiayu has a certain, rustic charm to it. Indeed, it doesn't sound as elegant as Henning. Of course not. Henning was the name of a palace hall in the early Song imperial palace, you know. The distance between young men and women often closes in the blink of an eye. A handsome boy like Zhang Jiayu would inevitably become either universally despised or the object of countless girls' fantasies at Fangkao Dai. Unable to resist her curiosity, Zhao Henning leaned in and asked quietly, "Jiayu, do you have a girlfriend?" "A girlfriend?" Zhang Jiayu was unfamiliar with Fangkao Dai terminology. "A girlfriend, you know, a sweetheart." Zhao Henning giggled. Young women of this era typically never ventured beyond the inner gates before marriage, the literal meaning of remaining in the boudoir. Apart from rare occasions like temple fairs, they had virtually no contact with men. Zhang Jiayu, having no experience with such sheltered women, couldn't fathom what Zhao Henning was getting at. "Since ancient times, marriages have been arranged through parental decree and matchmakers' council," he said. "I have neither career nor official rank at present, so I haven't given marriage any thought." The Zhang family's circumstances were modest. The Senate's liberation of Guangzhou had derailed his path toward the imperial examinations, and few families were eager to arrange matches with a penniless scholar of uncertain prospects. "How boring! You're like a block of wood," Zhao Henning muttered. Unmarried men his age were rare in this era, typically either too poor for any family to consider, or afflicted with some physical defect or frailty. She decided not to press further. By the time the camp was fully organized, evening had descended. Throughout the afternoon, Wealthy families from the surrounding area had heard that the Australians' new magistrate had brought a team of cadres into the countryside. One after another, they dispatched their most persuasive clansmen, all eager to invite this parent official to lodge in their mansions or ancestral halls, an opportunity to display hospitality and cultivate ties with the Australians. Zhang Ziao and Li Yayar politely declined each invitation, citing the fatigue of travel, though they accepted the gifts of melons, fruits, fish, and poultry. Night fell. Bonfires crackled in the camp while National Army soldiers continued their patrols. Zhang Ziao, hands clasped behind his back, gazed up at the waxing crescent moon. Having just finished assigning the next day's tasks to his cadres, he found himself too restless for sleep and wandered to the camp's edge. Without the neon glare of cities from the old timeline, without the sulfur and nitrogen pollutants or clouds of dust from industrial smokestacks, the night sky blazed with exceptional clarity. Stars shimmered in reflection across the expanse of interconnected fish ponds, creating the illusion of standing amid a sea of light. It reminded him of childhood evenings spent gazing up at the Milky Way, lost in wonder. "The stars tonight are beautiful," Zhang Ziao murmured to himself. Memories from his former life flickered through his mind like scenes from an old film. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a 10-hole harmonica. Moistening his lips, he began to play a melody he knew by heart. Zhao Henning had just finished brushing her teeth when she heard the faintly melancholic tune drifting through the camp. Curiosity piqued, she slipped quietly from her tent and crept toward Zhang Jiayu's quarters, calling softly, "Jiayu, Jiayu, come with me to see." Zhang Jiayu lifted the tent flap, surprised. "You're still awake at this hour, see what?" "Shh, listen." Zhao Henning pressed a finger to her lips. Crack, a sound came from nearby. "Who's there?" Zhang Ziao spun around, one hand instinctively moving toward his holster. His eyes adjusted to the darkness and he relaxed. "You two, what are you doing sneaking about?" Zhao Henning, following the music, had accidentally snapped a dry branch underfoot. Flushing with embarrassment, she approached slowly. "Teacher, I was drawn here by such beautiful, melancholy music." Zhang Jiayu braced himself for a reprimand about propriety. A young man and woman wandering together outside camp at night. Instead, Zhang Ziao merely said, "Get some sleep. We're not here for leisure, there's heavy work ahead." "Teacher, that tune was lovely, I've never heard you play it before. What's it called?" Zhao Henning asked. "Reminiscing Jade tune," Zhang Ziao replied with practiced indifference. "Jade, you." Zhao Henning paced thoughtfully, then stopped suddenly beside Zhang Jiayu. "Could it be this Jade?" She gestured toward him with theatrical flourish. "Don't be ridiculous," Zhang Ziao said, feigning annoyance. Zhang Jiayu spoke up. "The melody is wonderfully flowing, full of deep sentiment. It brings to mind the verse, 24 bridges beneath the moonlit night, where does the jade beauty teach the flute?" Surely the chief was thinking of someone dear. At this, Zhao Henning's curiosity flared. "Teacher, who is this old friend of yours?" "That's not a question for children." "Fine, fine, keep your secrets." Zhao Henning pouted but quickly brightened. "Since you're in such a refined mood tonight, why not play Where the Stars Are? You taught it to us before, I'll sing." "Very well." Zhang Ziao agreed without hesitation. As the harmonica's prelude began, Zhao Henning sang along, "Kimi no Kage, Hoshi no Yunai. Asanai Tokit Kayadeku." Tonight's stars were a footnote to loneliness. End of chapter. Chapter 26:09. Digging dikes into ponds since the Hangzhou reign, Jiujiang Township had held a monopoly on fish fry fishing rights along the West River, giving rise to a thriving freshwater aquaculture industry. Zhang Ziao had assigned Chen Wuren the task of investigating this local fish fry trade in depth. Before dawn, Chen Wuren and several cadres from the Agriculture Bureau donned wigs and civilian clothes, then boarded a small boat guided by Mo Yu toward the surrounding fish fry markets. Each market operated on different days. Under the Ming Dynasty's market licensing system, countless markets throughout the region went unrecorded in local gazetteers. The reason was simple: many operated outside the law. A market could only be considered legal, and thus worthy of official recognition and documentation, if its owner applied for a license and managed operations according to regulations. This was the tax farming system that many in the Senate opposed. Naturally, quite a few market owners collected rent and taxes without bothering to obtain government approval. These were invariably men of power and influence, the sort local officials dared not challenge. Take Yuyuan Market, Longyang Market, and Liankun Market, all established during the Wanli period. None appeared in the Wanli-era Nanhai County Gazetteer, nor even in the later Changjian edition. Yet their founders, Chen Dakin and Huang Xianfu, had been high-ranking officials during the Wanli reign. In the 28th year of Jiujiang, Xiang Kaio, left administration vice commissioner of the Lingnan Circuit under the Guangdong Provincial Administration Commission, had promulgated a decree titled banning market owners to benefit citizens. His reasoning was straightforward. Since the court had established customs taxes, with stations in Wuzhou Prefecture, Nanxing Prefecture, and elsewhere already levying tariffs on passing goods, there was no need to squeeze additional profit from small markets. Yet governments at every level continued issuing licenses to market owners, collecting fees, and allowing these owners to charge ground rent for market stalls or take a cut from goods passing through. Xiang Kaio's intentions were admirable, his purpose to ease the burden on common folk. But whether you called it a percentage cut, ground rent, hygiene fee, or stall fee, such costs inevitably trickled down to consumers. The flourishing of markets, however, was simply a response to economic demand, something no government decree could change. Local authorities continued to tacitly accept practices that stimulated the economy and increased revenue. Xiang Kaio's edict had little effect. In the Zikao area at least, the market owner system spread unchecked. The Finance and Taxation Bureau took great interest in the market system. Markets, after all, provided a handle for tax collection. Only through markets could taxes on scattered economic activities be gathered. The couple Wang Qi had long pondered how to legalize market owners. Zhang Zhao shared this interest. Market revenue had always been a crucial supplement to local finances in the Ming Dynasty. Only by regularizing this income could local officials have the funds to accomplish anything. Mo Yu had once been a Dan person, a boat dweller. To survive, he joined Shishi's crew and lived the dangerous life of a river bandit under Zhu Kailao's banner, licking blood from the blade. Later, he followed Lin Baiguang in defecting to Lingao. Showing some aptitude for mechanics, he became a technical sailor in the Navy. But a moment of carelessness during a routine exercise caused an accident that left his left hand mildly disabled, and he was retired into a cushy position in the police system. It wasn't until the Senate moved north and manpower grew scarce that veterans like him, disabled but experienced and eager to contribute, were called back into service. Section Chief Chen, you might not believe me, Mo Yu said, but whether you do or not, my underwater skills are first-rate. Once, while diving without any equipment, I held my breath for a full minute and caught a Tenjin mudcarp with my bare hands. Mo Yu resembled an uglier version of Su Bingshan, but possessed an inexhaustible love of bragging, what locals called blowing water. He chattered without pause throughout the journey. Chen Wuren found himself silently groaning at the man's endless boasts, yet gleaned much useful information along the way. Starting in March each year, the West River rises with the upstream floods. The big fish spawn, and the eggs drift downstream, hatching into fry at the wide river bends where the current slows. Dan households along the river have to band together, dozens of families pooling their money just to afford the fishing licenses from Jiujiang. Then they sell their catch to the Zhuangjia, the sorter families. Jiujiang merchants always put fish first, counting fry with the left hand, counting coins with the right. Mo Yu's voice grew somber. There's a saying, clouds rise from the creek in April, drowning the Dan family old man. When the fish fry come, so do the unpredictable storms. The wind howls, the waves surge, the water runs wild on the West River. One moment's carelessness means losing both your boat and your life. He paused, his expression darkening with old memories. You don't know how miserable we had it when we were Dan people. Chen Yuan nodded. We've all been cast to the ends of the earth at some point. Following the chief, that's when our luck finally turned. Isn't that the truth? Mo Yu brightened. Now I'm a proper court official. Back in the old dynasty, this would have been equivalent to a Jiangpu Patrol Division inspector, rank 9A. The group continued trading stories for a while longer. The division of labor in Jiujiang's fish fry industry was remarkably specialized. Dan households fished at the river ports. Those who received the fry and placed them in initial holding ponds were called Zhuangjia, the sorter families. Those who purchased from the sorters, raising the fry in flower ponds until they grew larger, were called Ziyajia, the rearer families. Those who bought from the rearers, cultivating the fish in large ponds until they reached a foot in length or until year's end, then draining the ponds to sell the mature fish at market, were called Jingzhangjia, the cultivating families. The sorters handled primary rearing and classification. After 20 to 30 days in their pools, the fry could be sold. Since this occurred in summer, these young fish were called summer flowers. The rearers specialized in growing these summer flowers to larger sizes. The cultivators bought summer flowers from the rearers and raised them to full maturity. The fish fry market stood right beside the river creek, convenient for passing boats to load their cargo. Since natural fish fry wouldn't be caught until March, nothing was for sale yet, but many had already come to place advance orders. A fish fry boat was moored at the shore. Two local men stood on the bank in conversation, one tall and one short, their contrasting heights almost comical. The tall one produced a pack of Holy Ship brand cigarettes from his jacket, drew one out, and offered it to his companion. Still raising fish fry these days. The short one's face looked ashen, as if something weighed on him. He accepted the cigarette, struck a match to light it, then lit one for the tall man as well. Don't want to do it anymore. Too exhausting. My health's gone bad. If I work myself to death, who the hell's going to care? True enough, the tall one said. Your son can carry the family now. After a lifetime of hardship, you've finally reached the sweet after the bitter. The short one didn't seem cheered by this. It's just fate. This is how it's always been. Heard something strange recently. The tall one lowered his voice conspiratorially. Oh, what's so mysterious? Word from fish merchants running to Liju and Gaiju. Business was terrible last year. Lost their shirts, they did. What's strange about that? The short one shrugged. The Australians are pushing in. With war stirring everything up, what business isn't losing money? Liju Prefecture borders the Australians' old territory. They'd already infiltrated it like a sieve. The army settled things the moment the proclamation arrived. There was no war chaos to speak of. Oh, then what happened? The cultivating families over there bought their fry from Lingao. What? The short one's expression changed dramatically. Though Jiujiang villagers held the West River's fish fry monopoly, they also bore the burden of thousands of taels in fish taxes. Jiujiang's sales network extended north to Qingyuan and Sheizhou, east to Huizhou and Chaoshen, west to Fengchuan and Gaolei. In later times, great tall ships even sailed from Luzon and the southern seas to purchase fry. If customers stopped needing Jiujiang's product and income fell, the tax silver hanging over their heads wouldn't decrease by half a cent. Lingao has neither great rivers nor large lakes, the short one said. Where would freshwater fish fry even come from? Who can explain anything the Australians do? Some say they conjure them through the power of water and fire. Guan Yaod, Guan Yaod. Mo Yu's voice rang out from the approaching boat. He'd spotted the short one from a distance. Hearing the call and recognizing Mo Yu, the short one's dour expression transformed into a welcoming smile. Master Mo, what brings you to the fish fry market today? Once the boat was securely docked, Mo Yu tossed a cigarette to each man, then gestured toward his companions. Got some distant relatives here looking to get into the fish business. Brought them around to have a look. The naturalized cadres all spoke with Fujian Guangdong accents. Fitted with wigs and local clothing, they were indistinguishable from natives. Guan Yao took the story at face value. I know this fish fry market like the back of my hand. There's nothing about it I don't understand. Since they're Master Mo's relatives, their business is my business. Whatever you need, just say the word. The tall one nodded. Master Mo found the right man today. Mo Yu didn't recognize the tall one and asked, "And you are?" Guan Yao made the introduction. "This is my good friend Zhang Jai. He's a rearer here in the township. Then we'll be in your debt." And so, with Guan Yao as their guide, the investigation team wandered through the fish fry market. Guan Yao belonged to the Jiujiang Guan clan. According to family tradition, their ancestry traced back to Guan Yu himself, the clan having migrated here during the southern Song dynasty. The Jiujiang Guans comprised 6 halls: Xiud, Shaimai, Diangsun, Shide, Qi, and Sicheng. In old rural society, a family with 3 sons could speak with more authority than the village police station. A clan numbering in the thousands, like the Guans, was unquestionably a dominant local power. Chen Wuren had once managed the Lingao popsicle factory, overseeing dozens of workers. His manner was mature and steady, and apart from Mo Yu, he was the oldest in the group. Guan Yao quickly concluded he must be their leader. "Might I ask the gentleman's surname? Where does your family reside?" "My humble surname is Chen. I'm from Xiangshan." "Xiangshan, is it? Are you looking to trade fish or raise them?" "Raise them." "Then you'll be cultivators. When the time comes, if you buy your summer flowers from Zhang Jai, he won't cheat you." Guan Yao exhaled a plume of smoke. "Do you have fish ponds already?" Armed with the knowledge gleaned from Mo Yu's chatter during the journey, Chen Wuren answered without hesitation. "Our clan has several dozen mu of communal land. The fields lie low and close to water, so grain yields have always been poor. The clan elders discussed it and decided we'd be better off converting them to fish ponds. But Xiangshan has few ponds and no one in the clan has experience with aquaculture, so they sent us here to learn from your esteemed township." "Then you've come to exactly the right place." Guan Yao nodded approvingly. "Though I should warn you, digging dikes into ponds is costly work. Your clan must be making quite an investment. Since ancient times, profits from fish and mulberry have been among the richest. If we can make this work, it will be the foundation for our clan for 100 years. Master Chen truly has a long-term vision." Guan Yao gave an appreciative thumbs up. End of chapter. Chapter 26:10. "Continue digging dikes into ponds, you flatter me," Chen Wuren said with practiced modesty. "My family established itself in Xiangshan 3 generations ago. Thanks to our ancestors' foresight, we've built a modest enterprise there. Now we hope to leave something lasting for our descendants." The story was pure fabrication, but the emotion behind it was genuine. He had once dreamed of being the man who would build a legacy for future generations. Then reality had shattered that dream, destroying both his family and nearly himself. Far from leaving anything to descendants, he had almost become a man without any. In the end, he had walked an entirely different path. Though he now served the Senate and the people, a part of him still longed for what might have been. His words carried the weight of that longing. Guan Yao knew nothing of this history. Hearing what sounded like a kindred spirit, he felt an immediate warmth toward the man. "With you presiding over family affairs, Master Chen, the Xiangshan Chen clan will surely flourish for generations to come." This newfound affinity loosened his tongue, and he grew eager to share everything he knew. Counties like Nanhai, Shund, and Xiangshan had long relied on dike enclosures to protect the low-lying areas near the Pearl River from flooding. These enclosures were typically built around higher hills, with early agriculture concentrated on the elevated ground within. Large stretches of water remained inside the barriers. Since the Ming and Qing dynasties, the trend had been to gradually drain these flooded areas and convert them to farmland. But the low terrain and persistent waterlogging made ordinary rice cultivation unprofitable. The solution was to dig out sections of the waterlogged fields to create fish ponds, piling the excavated mud into raised dikes for planting crops. This approach made productive use of the water while creating elevated land suitable for farming, an elegant solution to the reclamation problem that landlords found quite attractive. What Guan Yao called digging dikes, also known as chiseling and building, was the essential step in creating Mulberry dike fish ponds. Workers dug deep into the low-lying paddies to form ponds, then heaped the excavated mud into dikes rising well above the surrounding ground. The dike surface typically stood about 3 kai above water level. Each mu of land required 80 to 100 labor days to develop, at a cost of 11 or 12 taels of silver. This business model bore a striking resemblance to modern organic agriculture. Though highly profitable once established, the labor costs were enormous. Only families with substantial resources could undertake such projects, and they required hands-on management from the head of the household to succeed. From its inception, this was agricultural capitalism in all but name, demanding not just significant capital investment, but also careful oversight and a willingness to learn the intricacies of aquaculture and farming. Tenants, smallholders, and absentee landlords could not hope to participate. The Senate's interest in Mulberry dike fish ponds extended well beyond the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries. The Administration Council had taken a keen interest as well, treating the matter almost as a political priority. By dispatching senators to promote these techniques, they hoped to cultivate a new class of farm owners. After all, Guangdong in this timeline remained sparsely developed. Even the Pearl River Delta had vast tracts awaiting cultivation. The region was ideally suited for this kind of intensive small-scale farming. Zhang Ziao understood none of these broader considerations. All he knew was that promoting these technologies would boost agricultural output, produce more grain, and improve people's living standards. Due to fertilizer limitations in traditional agriculture, the ratio of dikes to ponds in the Jiujiang area held steady at 40-60. A typical 10 mu unit would have 6 mu of mulberry dikes and 4 mu of pond surface, a configuration known as 4 waters, 6 dikes. 10 mu was the standard, because it was exactly what one laborer could manage. Some units ran as large as 17 or 18 mu, others as small as 4 or 5. Chen Wuren had mentioned reforming several dozen mu of low-yield fields. The cost would run to hundreds of taels at minimum, far beyond what an ordinary family could afford. No wonder Guan Yao had called it a big undertaking. Yet Master Chen had spoken of the project so casually, as if money were no object. Guan Yao felt a flicker of the old contempt stirring in his chest. A Chen clan that could spend hundreds of taels on dike construction must rank among Xiangshan's wealthiest families. And yet here they were, claiming kinship with Mo Yu, a former Dan household. Poor in the city, nobody asks. Rich in the mountains, distant relatives appear. Since the Australians had arrived, every nobody was reinventing themselves. Even prominent families rushed to forge connections with them, and such people were common locally. The Dan families, once so sensible and humble, now seemed to carry themselves with considerably more pride. Guan Yao had never looked down on Dan families in the past, nor had he permitted his clansmen to mistreat them. But there was a difference between his showing kindness and their growing presumptuous. The shift left a sour taste. "Are you a Zhuangjia, brother Guan?" Chen Wuren asked. "Used to be, gave it up long ago," Guan Yao replied, "but I still know all the tricks of the fish farming trade. What are the finer points of dike construction? There's quite a lot to it." Guan Yao settled into his subject. "Fish ponds should run east-west. The sun, Chinese letter character shape is ideal. Why is that? Summer and autumn bring sudden storms. When the rain stops, fish rise to the surface gasping for air. You need to pour in fresh water quickly to cool them down. Miss that window and they'll all be dead before long. The sun shape makes it easier to inject water, but the current erodes the pond dikes. Combined with the constant draining and filling, water levels fluctuate constantly. The dikes cycle between wet and dry, which makes them prone to collapse. That's why you need wooden stakes and pilings at the waterline to reinforce them." "How exactly do you inject water?" Chen Wuren was puzzled. Guan Yao smiled. Ah, you wouldn't know. Site selection has its own subtleties. Every pond needs two sluices connecting it to the river channels. The one at the pond's midsection is the upper sluice. The one at the bottom is the bottom sluice. Ponds close to rivers with easy drainage are called head tube ponds. Those that receive water through neighboring ponds are second tube ponds. Ponds with water sources but no outlets are sky-gazing ponds. Those with outlets but no sluice gates are wild ponds. Wild ponds can only grow gorgon fruit, water chestnuts, lotus root, and mushrooms. Their mud is the poorest. Head tube ponds fetch higher rents because they're most convenient. Second tube ponds must wait for the head tube ponds to drain and harvest their fish before they can borrow the channel to release their own water, so they rent for less. Chen Wuren suddenly understood why the fish ponds he'd seen along the way weren't arranged like compartments in an ice tray. Small creeks wove between them, connecting to larger channels, so that was their purpose. But what powers the drainage and irrigation? Water wheels. He still couldn't quite picture it. Manual water pumping would make fish farming prohibitively expensive. He'd seen the Senate's large windmills for pumping water, of course. And if the chiefs felt extravagant, they might even install steam engines, though that would be like paying meat prices for tofu. Hardly worthwhile. Yes and no, Guan Yao said. The investigation team looked puzzled. I won't keep you guessing. Yes, because every winter or early spring, the pond must be drained completely. You open the bottom sluice at the right tidal phase and release the water until only a kai or a few kun remain. Normally, the bottom sluice stays plugged with mulberry branches and old grass. Then you dig a pit near the sluice and work the water wheel. Wheel head up, wheel tail dragging across the surface, 3 or 4 men treading the frame. But no, because draining the pond this way is time-consuming, exhausting, and disrupts fish growth. For daily management, you rely on the tides. They rise on the 1st of the lunar month and fall by the 4th. Rise on the 15th and fall by the 18th. That's the water head. The slack periods, 4th to 14th, 18th to 29th, that's the water tail. In spring and summer, the water head runs strong during daylight. In autumn and winter, it's weaker and runs at night. The upper sluice has a gate. If pond water grows too rich and salty, green scum forms on the surface. Then you open the upper sluice to release a few kun of brackish water and let fresh water flow in. If the pond runs low, you add water the same way until it's sufficient. If it's too full, you drain off the excess. The key is keeping it at medium depth. The Tiandahui cadres listened in quiet amazement. They hadn't expected Jiujiang villagers to have developed such sophisticated methods for maintaining water quality using natural conditions. The locals had truly mastered timing and terrain. When they thought about it, this practical knowledge aligned closely with what they'd learned about pond water quality during Tiandahui training. The difference was that these techniques, refined through generations of hands-on experience, were far more grounded and actionable than anything in a textbook. Now the team understood how Jiujiang's intricate network of waterways had come to be. Locals classified rivers by width. The main channel of the West River and its tributaries were called seas. The stretch from Jiujiang village center to Moyanjiksun was Lehigh, the inner sea. Below Taijia was Donghai, the East Sea. Secondary channels were called Yang or Jiao. All of these were tidal ports. Within the Sangyuan enclosure lay many smaller enclosures, such as Yudai Enclosure, which protected 46 qing of mulberry land and fish ponds and over 4,300 households. Outside each small enclosure's dikes ran river channels. Inside lay orderly patches of dike ponds. Sluices were typically set into the smaller enclosure dikes to serve the drainage and irrigation needs of a cluster of ponds. Their primary function was flood control during spring and summer. Jiujiang had few fields and many ponds. Outside the ponds, moats Kayan were dug. Beyond the moats, creeks Yang were excavated. Sluices stood at every channel mouth, opened and closed according to schedule. Normally, if pond water ran low, river water was channeled in. If it rose too high, the excess was released to the creek. When spring and summer floods threatened, The sluice boards were lowered and reinforced with bamboo stalks packed tight against the outside, keeping floodwaters from inundating the fish ponds. The Cayenne moats were small waterways threading through the dike pond areas. These narrow channels had been dug over time to meet daily drainage and irrigation needs, as ponds were continuously added and expanded. The dense network of artificial channels formed the terminal water system of Jiujiang's river network, connecting individual ponds to the larger flow of rivers and creeks. Through small sluices, river water could be diverted for automatic drainage and irrigation. As Mulberry dike fish ponds proliferated in the Jiujiang area, they gradually carved up the original broad waters within the enclosures. The main river channels themselves shrank as dike ponds encroached on their margins. The Jiujiang Creek, called Li Hai, which had measured 28 jiang across during the Ming Dynasty, was slowly transformed from sea into ponds. By the late Qing, no one could say exactly where its original course had run. The fish fry market was small. Most of the crowd were dealers who had come to reserve stock, some familiar faces, some strangers. Chen Wuren's group was naturally taken for new buyers entering the trade. End of chapter. Chapter 26:11. Four major domesticated fish. Knowing that Guan Yao had once worked as a Zhuangjia, Chen Wuren pressed further about fish fry. Brother Guan, I understand that Jiujiang's fish fry are all caught from the West River. Why not sell them directly to fish farmers for their ponds? What purpose does the Zhuangjia serve as middlemen? The old gentleman thinks carefully, Guan Yao replied. The fry caught by Dan households are impure, a jumble of every species imaginable. They cannot simply be mixed together in a pond, or I fear nothing would survive. The Zhuangjia's value lies in sorting the catch, keeping only grass carp, silver carp, bighead carp, and mud carp, what we call the four major domesticated fish. The methods for separating fry were naturally trade secrets, passed down through Zhuangjia families for generations, and guarded jealously from outsiders. As a local man, Chen Wuren was familiar with the concept of the four major domesticated fish. Before the Tang Dynasty, fishermen had primarily raised carp. But when the Tang emperors took the surname Li, which sounded identical to the word for carp, the fish became a symbol of royalty, forbidden to catch or sell. Fishermen were forced to find new varieties. Grass carp, silver carp, and bighead carp became the standards. Unlike the Yangtze River basin, however, Jiujiang villagers didn't raise black carp. Instead, they raised mud carp, commonly called local mud carp, a variety unique to South China. By the early Ming Dynasty, the coordinated farming of these four major domesticated fish had already reached maturity. If my clan were to raise fish, Chen Wuren asked, how many should we stock per mu of pond? Zhang Jai, who had been listening along, chuckled at such a basic question. For every mu of pond, 30 grass carp, 120 silver carp, 50 bighead carp, and over 1,000 local mud carp. Why such a disparity with the mud carp? This came from Lin Chengwen, the Tiandahui's promotion manager for the Guangzhou region. In his experience, Lingao did things quite differently. Brother, there's a saying, mud carp cannot be raised, Zhang Jai explained. They thrive in heat but struggle to survive winter. By autumn's end, barely 1 in 10 remains. Yet if they don't overwinter, they won't fatten properly, and lean fish fetch poor prices. So the four major domesticated fish command different prices? Chen Wuren asked. It varies somewhat year to year, but in general, bighead and silver carp fetch the highest prices because they grow easily without consuming grass. Mud carp are difficult to raise. They rarely reach even 1 jin in weight and must survive the winter cold to become fat. Grass carp require feeding, so they're the cheapest. Zhang Jai held up 4 fingers. 4 taels of silver per 100 jin for bighead and silver carp, 2 taels for grass carp, 1 tael for mud carp. How much grass do grass carp consume? Lin Chengwen asked. 100 jin of grass daily for every 100 fish. Grass carp eat the vegetation directly, while bighead and silver carp feed on the dissolved nutrients, or even the grass carp's waste can fertilize them. As a Tian Hui cadre, Lin Chengwen had worked with freshwater fish farming in Lingao and understood the science behind this arrangement. Silver carp and bighead carp were filter feeders, using their gills to strain plankton from the water. They also enjoyed bean cakes, wheat bran, and similar feeds. Since fertile waters bred more plankton, these species gravitated toward nutrient-rich areas and stayed active in the upper water column. Grass carp were herbivores, feeding primarily on vegetation, but also consuming grains, bean cakes, silkworm pupae, and earthworms. They preferred to forage in the middle and lower depths. Mud carp, the smallest of the four, were omnivorous bottom dwellers that consumed plant debris and humus from the pond floor. The ecological logic was elegant. Food scraps and waste from grass carp in the middle depths became excellent nutrients for plankton, which then multiplied to feed the silver carp and bighead carp above. Meanwhile, mud carp performed the final cleanup of residues from all three layers. This arrangement prevented food waste and excess plankton from degrading water quality. As fish at different depths chased their food, they stirred the water, increasing dissolved oxygen throughout. The coordinated farming of the four major domesticated fish represented a major leap in agricultural technology, a remarkably efficient use of limited water resources. How would we transport summer fry back to Jiujiang after purchase? Chen Wuren asked Zhang Jai. There are few Jiangjiangjia in Jiujiang and not many fish markets, so the old gentleman would need to hire transport. For nearby destinations, we use larger fry, for distant ones, smaller. Those traveling by land carry 2 baskets on a shoulder pole, swaying as they walk to rock the baskets up and down. This agitates the water into waves, making the fish feel as if they're still in a pond. Every 2 or 3 li, they lower the baskets into a stream to exchange the water, which keeps the fish healthy. He continued, for water transport, we use specialized fry boats. 2 water wheels mounted alongside run day and night, continuously cycling fresh water through while draining the old. This way, the fry stay healthy throughout the journey. Water routes from Jiujiang to Jiujiang are convenient enough. For a household of the old gentleman's standing, I'd recommend boats. If you book through me, I can arrange a fry boat to deliver directly to your township. The investigation team had no actual intention of purchasing fish fry. Chen Wuren smiled noncommittally. Summer fry season is still some time away. No rush. Once I return home and arrange for the dikes to be dug, I'll certainly seek out Brother Zhang. No matter. Even if we do no business, we can still part as friends. Chen Wuren suddenly remembered an earlier question he'd neglected to pursue. He turned to Guan Yao. Brother Guan, might I ask, how exactly are the fry of the 4 major domesticated fish separated? Seeing that Chen Wuren wasn't placing orders but merely fishing for trade secrets, Guan Yao felt a flicker of annoyance. Though his expression remained neutral, his tone grew noticeably cooler. The old gentleman asks many questions. Fish fry are fine as needles, tens of millions in a single scoop. Only Jiujiang people can distinguish them. Pihua skimming fry is the skill that feeds us Zhuangjia. It has always been passed down within families, never taught to outsiders. Chen Wuren had spent enough time in Lingao to develop the habit of asking questions whenever something puzzled him. Only now did he realize he'd overstepped. In traditional society, any skill with technical value was passed through family or master-disciple lineages, and typically only to males, lest daughters carry the knowledge to their husbands' families upon marriage. Apprentices had to labor like beasts of burden for years before learning their craft, and masters invariably held something back. Otherwise, how else could the saying go, teach the apprentice, starve the master? But Lingao operated differently. Except for a few classified matters, which senator didn't eagerly pour knowledge into the naturalized citizens under their guidance, worried they might not learn quickly enough. Whenever a senator encountered a naturalized citizen who loved asking questions, they were thrilled, treating them like treasures. Comparing the 2 approaches, Chen Wuren couldn't help but sigh. The difference was staggering. They wandered through the fish fry market until the sun climbed overhead and the temperature rose with it. Guan Yao, whose health had always been fragile, began to flag. "Master Mo, I'm feeling somewhat weary, head spinning, mind foggy. I'll take my leave here and hope you'll forgive me." Mo Yu had been stationed in Jiujiang for 2 years and knew Guan Yao wasn't exaggerating. He let him go without protest. After Guan Yao and Zhang Jai departed, Lin Chengwen turned to Chen Wuren. "Section Chief Chen, it's no great loss that we didn't learn the skimming fry technique. In the future, we'll rely on artificial breeding, eggs of different species separated from the very beginning. The whole sorting step becomes unnecessary. If they want to guard their secret, let them. They can take it to their graves." Chen Wuren nodded. "True enough. Still, the chief instructed us to investigate every aspect of Jiujiang Township's fish fry production. He must have his reasons. This matter may not be as simple to unravel as it seems." Hearing that this came from the chief himself, Mo Yu spoke up. "That's easy enough. Next time some foolish Yuangjia falls into my hands, I'll make certain he explains everything clearly. Otherwise, he won't be slipping away." "Brother Mo," Chen Wuren cautioned, "the Senate has always governed by law. Extracting confessions through torture carries penalties." "I appreciate the section chief's concern." Mo Yu's smile turned wolfish. "I can make them talk without laying a finger on them." "Actually," Lin Chengwen interjected, "I once heard an agriculture ministry chief explain the principle behind skimming fry. Essentially, it exploits how different species prefer different water depths. The rest is simply a matter of practice skill." He elaborated. "Bighead carp typically float at the very top, silver carp occupy the middle, grass carp swim slightly lower, and mud carp stay near the bottom. After placing the fry in a bamboo basket and letting them swim for an hour or two, workers use a white-painted wooden paddle to gently stir the water, skimming fish out layer by layer from top to bottom." Chen Wuren considered this. "There's always a gap between knowing the principle and executing it in practice. Don't forget, besides the 4 major domesticated fish, other species are mixed in. Some share the same water depth, and when fry are fine as needles, distinguishing them is no simple task." Lin Chengwen shrugged. "It doesn't matter. It's a dying art regardless. Based on everything we've learned, Jiujiang's freshwater fish farming techniques aren't superior to ours, though they do represent the highest level among the natives." "You're serious?" Mo Yu looked surprised. Though he'd followed the Senate from early days and knew they surpassed the locals in virtually everything, he hadn't expected them to hold technical advantages even in something as humble as raising fish. "Absolutely," Lin Chengwen confirmed. "Take the stocking ratios for the 4 major domesticated fish. Lingao stocks at least 100 grass carp per mu, with only 500 mud carp. Here, they stock just 30 grass carp, which tells you they don't have sufficient fodder grass. Their 1,000 mud carp per mu shows they haven't mastered overwintering techniques for the species yet." But the biggest issue remains the dike-to-pond ratio. This piqued Mo Yu's curiosity. What should the dike-to-pond ratio be? There's no universal correct answer, only what's suitable for the circumstances. Lin Chengwen didn't keep him in suspense. "Lingao uses 6 waters, 4 dikes, while here it's the reverse, 4 waters, 6 dikes. They're not utilizing their fish ponds to full capacity. And from what I've observed, local ponds rarely exceed 5 mu, while Lingao's range from 7 to 10. That said, 4 waters, 6 dikes does suit their production methods. Since this is Mulberry dike fish pond country, the sericulture industry shapes the fishery." Mo Yu nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. Jiujiang's income comes primarily from fish fry, then sericulture, then rice, then longan, then taro. If pond area is small with more dikes than water, income naturally suffers. There's clearly room for improvement." End of chapter. Chapter 26:12. Chaos. Guan Yao bid farewell to Zhang Jai and dragged himself home, his head still foggy. He passed acquaintances along the way without so much as a nod. The door opened with a drawn-out squeak. Inside, the adobe house stood empty, bare walls, a few meager possessions. Calling the family destitute would have been generous. After dozing on the dilapidated bed for a while, he rose and lit a fire in the small stove to brew his medicine. Every tael of silver the family had earned over the years had vanished into that medicine jar. He didn't know what sins he'd committed in a past life to be struck down with this strange illness in the prime of his years. Over the past decade, he'd consulted every renowned physician in the region. He'd invited Taoist priests to pray for him and choked down talisman water from shamans and witches. Nothing worked. His body deteriorated day by day, yet heaven refused to let him die. After the Australians arrived, he'd pawned what remained of the family property to scrape together enough silver for treatment at the Provincial and Port General Hospital. A doctor named Fu had diagnosed it as some intractable condition and prescribed a Chinese medicine formula. Strangely enough, it actually stabilized his illness. For 2 years now, this prescription had kept him alive. After drinking his medicine, Guan Yao's thoughts drifted to a chance encounter during one of his trips to Guangzhou, a childhood friend, now a businessman, who had invited him to make a fortune together. The idea took root in his mind. He fingered his empty money pouch and ransacked the house, finding only a small piece of broken silver, not even enough for travel expenses to the city. I'll have to squeeze some silver out of that stinking woman and that rebellious son of mine, he thought. At dusk, Guan Yao made his way to a mulberry dike just outside the village, where several silkworm farmers had built thatched huts. The walls were woven from mulberry branches cut in winter and plastered with mud. The roofs were covered with rice straw. These crude structures served as homes for the poorest silkworm farmers, who lived and worked in the same space, silkworm room and bedroom undivided. Simple and cheap to build, such huts dotted the landscape wherever mulberry fields grew. Guan Yao pushed the door open. In the dim interior, a haggard middle-aged woman in ragged clothes was feeding mulberry leaves to silkworms. She glanced at him, her face darkening, and said nothing. Her hands never stopped working, as though if she just kept moving, he might simply disappear. "Give me 2 taels of silver," Guan Yao said. "I'm going to Guangzhou." He didn't use her name. He didn't use a title. The woman's expression soured further. "Bayar manages the silver," Guan Yao scowled. "You slut, what kind of attitude is that? Do you even remember I'm the head of this family? Then perhaps the head of the family should act like one." Her words carried thorns. His temper flared. "Betrayed by everyone, abandoned by wife and child, and it's all because of you, you cheap woman. If you hadn't cuckolded me, would I have ended up like this?" The woman snorted. "Betrayed by everyone," he says, "abandoned by wife and child. I am his wife. I've followed this man my whole life without a single day of blessing. He brought this strange disease on himself. The family fortune, he consumed it all. And now he blames me. He's the one who was fickle and faithless, who chased after other women, who beat me and threw me out of the house. Now he has the gall to heap crimes on my head. Why is heaven so blind? Why won't the king of hell just take him?" This woman was Huangshi, Lady Huang, Guan Yao's first wife. He had driven her out in one of his rages 2 years ago. Guan Yao ranted on. Huangshi endured in silence. Then the leaky door creaked open, and a boy of 15 or 16 stepped inside. This was the Bayar she had mentioned, Guan Zongbao, the only child she and Guan Yao had together. Seeing his father there, Guan Zongbao's spirits plummeted. He refused to look at the man, refused to greet him. He walked straight past and began helping his mother work. Guan Yao exploded. "Guan Zongbao, do you even acknowledge me as your father? Are you my son or not?" Huangshi flared up as well. "Of course he's your son. If he's my son, why won't he even call me dad? Is there a shred of respect in him for his own father?" Guan Yao's voice was shrill with indignation. "Ask yourself," Guan Zongbao shot back, the words surprising even him, "what you've done in all these years that deserves my respect." Usually he hid when he could, avoided the man whenever possible, but something in him had snapped. "Then you're not my son. Go on, dare to come to the ancestral hall with me. We'll drip blood before the whole clan and settle this once and for all. If it proves you're not my blood, I won't bother you again. You won't owe me a thing." Guan Yao pulled out matches and cigarettes, striking a light. Huangshi shrieked in alarm. "Don't smoke in here, you'll kill the silkworms. Get out." Seeing his mother's panic, Guan Zongbao stepped forward. "Get out." Guan Yao felt the world turning upside down. This stinking woman and worthless son daring to shout at him. Rage consumed him. "You dare throw me out? This is my home, I'm the head of this family. Go back to Guan family village and be the head there." Guan Zongbao shouted back without flinching. "These huts, my mother and I built them with our own hands, branch by branch, handful of grass by handful of grass." How could Guan Yao stand such insolence? He backhanded the boy across the face. Guan Zongbao stumbled back 2 steps, fury rising in him, and lunged forward to grapple with his father. Since ancient times, a son striking his father was the most despised act under feudal ethics. Guan Zongbao didn't dare hit hard, he only tried to pin the man down to stop him. But Guan Yao showed no such restraint. Fortunately, years of illness had left him weak, and he couldn't match his teenage son's strength. After landing a few blows, he found himself pressed to the ground. Huangshi watched father and son fight, tears streaming down her face as she wailed. But Guan Yao wouldn't give up. Seeing he couldn't win, he opened his mouth and sank his teeth into Guan Zongbao's calf. The pain was excruciating. The boy released him at once. The exertion had left Guan Zongbao's limbs weak and heavy as lead, and now Guan Yao gained the upper hand. Terrified her son would be seriously hurt, Huangshi threw herself at her husband, striking at him. "Don't hit my son. If you must hit someone, hit me." Guan Yao released the boy and turned on her instead. Chaos erupted in the thatched hut, crying and shouting, bodies crashing about. Neighbors drawn by the noise finally arrived to separate them. Seeing it was a family affair, they offered only gentle words of mediation. No one was willing to get involved. Guan Yao spat on the floor. "Give me 2 taels of silver, I'm going to Guangzhou." Huangshi sobbed. 2 taels, with the war these past 2 years, don't you know how hard life has been? If we give it to you, how will we buy charcoal for drying cocoons? How will we afford silkworm papers for the next crop? Guan Yao snorted. "Steal it, sell something. What do I care? You're my wife, giving me money is only right. I raised that son. Now it's his turn to support his father." Guan Zongbao knew the man would never leave without silver. Resentment churned inside him with nowhere to go. Through gritted teeth he said, "Silver, silver, that's all you ever think about. When have you ever thought about us?" He began searching the hut, digging out small pieces of broken silver from hiding spots, the roof, the walls, beneath the floor, until he'd gathered roughly 1 tael. He threw it at Guan Yao's feet. "You want silver, take it, and don't come back to bother us again." Guan Yao picked up the pieces, weighed them in his palm, and sneered. "I'll be back." Then he turned and left without a backward glance. After the fight, Guan Zongbao's body felt drained, his mouth parched. Adrenaline still coursed through him, leaving his face pale and his head spinning. Desperately thirsty, he scooped a bowl of cold water from the bucket and drank it down. Minutes later, his stomach rebelled, and he vomited into the chamber pot. Huangshi had endured in silence for years. But now that neighbors had witnessed her family's shame, she poured out her grievances before them. If she didn't speak now, within days the village would be buzzing with rumors unfavorable to her and her son. The bystanders couldn't do much. They listened, sighed, and that was all. The kinder ones might speak a word against Guan Yao when gossip circulated. After the neighbors dispersed, only wreckage remained. Guan Zongbao found a candle and struck a match. The weak flame set mother and son's shadows flickering on the walls. He looked down at his calf. A gruesome bite mark oozed blood. He remembered the clan elders saying that human mouths were filthy. Any bite wound had to be washed with burning wine. He rummaged through the clutter until he found a small bottle and poured it over the wound. The pain brought tears to his eyes. Huangshi sat with a vacant stare, tears sliding silently down her cheeks. The burden of survival already crushed her, and still this plague of a man came to torment them. After tending his wound, Guan Zongbao asked, "Mom, what are we going to do?" She wept. "That God-cursed man, why won't heaven take him? I don't know what sins I committed in a past life to deserve this. I can't bear these days anymore." Hearing the despair in her voice, Guan Zongbao said quickly, "Mom, if you don't want to live with him, then don't." "I've thought about it," she said, "but the way he is now, he'd never agree to a divorce. If he were a beast, he'd have been beaten to death and sold for meat long ago. But he's human. There's nothing to be done. Then let's leave, move somewhere far away and never come back." Huang Shi hesitated. "If we disappear, he'll go to my maiden home and make trouble. Your grandfather is old. Your uncle is useless." Guan Zongbao's heart seethed with resentment. The neighbors were poor too, but their families were harmonious. Their lives would improve with time. Why was his home always in turmoil, all of it traced back to one person? He had to find a way to be rid of him. End of chapter. Chapter 26:13. Family Affairs. Mom, the world has changed. The Australians are here now. I've heard that under their rule, divorce is permitted. We can go to them for justice, divorce him, draw a clear line. Whatever consequences follow, let them fall on me. Guan Zongbao steeled himself as he spoke. The word divorce struck Huang Shi like a thunderclap, leaving her mind utterly blank. In her limited experience of the world, it had always been men who divorced wives. She had never heard of a woman being able to divorce her husband. In those days, harmonious separation, heli, initiated by a woman, was not unheard of, but exceedingly rare. Usually it occurred when the husband had fallen into dissolute ways or legal trouble, and the wife's natal family stepped forward on her behalf, forcing the man to release her. Though called harmonious separation, it was still formally recorded as casting out the wife. Huang Shi came from a minor local clan, and her natal family had fallen on hard times. They were in no position to stand up for her. Since childhood, her parents had drilled the 3 obediences and 4 virtues into her. The few times she had returned home in tears, saying she could bear the marriage no longer, her mother had counseled her to endure, to live properly, and not to become a laughingstock. "I haven't wanted to live with him for a long time," Huang Shi said, her voice thick with tears. "Back then, your grandfather arranged my betrothal because he thought the Guan clan was prominent locally, with family business enough that I wouldn't suffer. Looking back now, marrying anyone else would have been better. My mother, your grandmother, taught us sisters from childhood. Marry a rooster, follow the rooster. Marry a dog, follow the dog. Endure everything. And in the early years, even though he liked carousing with his worthless friends, he treated me well enough. It was only after this strange illness took hold that his temper worsened day by day. When you were little, he still pushed through the pain to raise fish fry." Hearing his mother invoke his childhood, a nameless fury kindled in Guan Zongbao's chest. In his memories, this so-called father had spent his healthy years perpetually drunk with scoundrels. There had never been a heart-to-heart between father and son, not once. The man had dallied with women outside the home and threatened to divorce his mother on multiple occasions. It was always his mother, weeping, who had taught young Zongbao to go and plead with Guan Yaod, to beg him, for the boy's sake, not to cast her out, to let her raise their son to adulthood. In later years, Guan Yaod's constant medicine-taking left him unable to sire more children. Neighbors whispered that it was karmic retribution. Seeing his mother's hesitation, Guan Zongbao pressed on. "Didn't he say countless times that he wanted to divorce you? Since he has the desire and you have the desire, the matter is half decided already. A twisted melon is never sweet. If he were a healthy man, I could divorce him with a clear conscience," Huang Shi said. "But look at him now, half dead. If I leave him, setting aside whether it's even possible, what would people say? Your grandfather and uncle would never be able to hold their heads up again." "Did we cause him to become this way?" Guan Zongbao demanded. "He did this to himself. He claims every day that he'll be dead by tomorrow, yet today he had enough strength to beat us both. His fists were plenty strong then. He's shown us neither kindness nor justice. Why do you still speak for him? Bayar, I have been true to him in this life. He is the one who owes us." Huang Shi's tears flowed again. "But the person I have failed most is you. Blame your mother for being useless, for not keeping you in the clan school to pursue a proper degree." Guan Zongbao had entered the clan school as a young boy, and his teachers all agreed he was promising academic material. At 13, The clan had recommended him for the child examination, Tongzishi. But something had seized Guan Yao, some inexplicable impulse, and he forced the boy to drop out before sitting for the exam, ordering him home to learn a trade and support the family. Guan Zongbao had felt grown by then, ready to shoulder the burden, so he left school and learned to raise fish fry. As family fields were pawned one by one to pay for Guan Yao's treatments, eventually there were no fish fry left to raise either. His mother knew how to rear silkworms and reel silk, so Guan Zongbao pooled her meager remaining savings with what he'd earned from the fish fry and rented some 15 mu of Mulberry garden, partly to supply their own silkworm needs, partly to sell leaves for extra income. He also rented a fish pond and took up the integrated Mulberry Dike fish farming practiced by the local commoners. Fate's cruel joke had transformed Guan Zongbao from a delicate scholar into a farmer toiling under the scorching sun, his hands thick with calluses. He had consoled himself that if the family remained harmonious, they could weather the hardship eventually. But Guan Yao's behavior grew ever more erratic. The man had always loved his drink. After falling ill, he simply added medicine to the mix, jar in one hand, wine bowl in the other. Worse still, in recent years he had taken up smoking with his worthless companions. This pushed the struggling household further into ruin. Guan Zongbao and Huang Shi seethed at it, but Guan Yao insisted that tobacco was a miraculous remedy, that the famous physician Zhang Jibin had praised it highly. He accused them of wanting him dead sooner by denying him his pipe. Guan Yao had claimed the moral high ground. Huang Shi and her son could not argue with him. They could only endure. Their forbearance was repaid with escalation. Back when Guan Zongbao was still studying, Guan Yao had managed to drag his ailing body through some work, understanding that money was hard-earned and not to be squandered. But once Guan Zongbao shouldered the family's burdens, neighbors began praising Guan Yao for having such a capable son, saying he deserved to enjoy his blessings after a lifetime of labor. The man took this to heart. Pleading physical discomfort, he abandoned all farm work, even simple household tasks like cooking and laundry. His spending grew increasingly reckless. He had picked up some saying about how the greatest tragedy in life was dying before your money ran out. Huang Shi worked from dawn until deep into the night. After finishing the silkworm work, she still had to cook and serve him. Guan Yao showed no gratitude. Instead, he nitpicked constantly. This dish was flavorless, that one didn't suit his palate. Later, Guan Zongbao learned from neighbors that as far back as when he attended clan school, Guan Yao had regularly beaten and berated Huang Shi, once driving her into the pigsty and barring her from the house. She had never breathed a word of complaint to her son. Through it all, she endured. Guan Zongbao could not fathom how she had survived so many years. He had sworn silently that if he ever gained a foothold in the world, he would take his mother away from that accursed place. That was why he had later built the crude thatched hut on the Mulberry dike outside the village. "Mom, I don't blame you," Guan Zongbao said. "If there's anyone to blame, it's this world." Thinking of how her precious son had once been a promising young scholar, now reduced to calloused hands, and how at 15 or 16, the very age for arranging marriages, he could not even find a matchmaker, with bachelorhood looming if things did not change soon, Huang Shi broke down again. "He never once thought of us," she sobbed. "He doesn't realize that with his half-dead state, even if he behaved himself, no one would marry their daughter into this family to suffer. Yet he makes things worse, showing his son no sympathy, putting on dying airs. Truly, the one eating the filth comes to torment the one who produces it." Watching his mother weep like she might dissolve into tears, Guan Zongbao asked painfully, "Mom, I only need one answer from you. Are you still willing to live with him? Make up your mind and I'll go to the Australians for justice. I heard from folks at market that a team of Australian officials arrived at Jiujiang Great Market yesterday." Huang Shi hesitated before answering. "The Australians aren't here every day. Even if they ruled in our favor, who would recognize that judgment after they leave? The clan has its own rules." If I want to separate from him, I'll need the clan elders to convene. And regarding his expenses, food, clothing, medicine, the elders would have to set terms. If he continues like this, demanding 1 tael of silver when he causes trouble today and 2 taels tomorrow, where will you ever find the money for a bride? Mom, you're confused, Guan Zongbao said. Your surname is Huang, not Guan. You married into the Guan family and suffered for years. Has a single person in that family ever spoken a word of justice on your behalf? And yet you still hope someone among them will step forward now. If you leave, who will look after this invalid? Do you think anyone wants to spend clan funds filling his bottomless pit? They're all counting on us to clean up after him. Huang Shi wavered. We're just nameless nobodies. They say even an upright official struggles to judge domestic affairs. Why would the Australian officials bother with such trivial matters? How will we know unless we try? Then, let's try. Huang Shi wiped the tear stains from her face. Her eyes were already swollen red. The sky beyond the walls had darkened, but sleep was far from her thoughts. She intended to worry through the night, searching for some way out of this desperate predicament. She told Guan Zongbao to rest first. The current batch of silkworms was nearly at their 3rd sleep, San Mayan, and he would need to rise in the small hours to relieve her at feeding mulberry leaves. They traded shifts this way to keep exhaustion from breaking their bodies. Raising silkworms is grueling work. Once the eggs hatch into silkworm larvae and pass the nest, they require daily feeding and waste removal. Raisers typically feed every 3 hours, 8 times per day, around the clock, sleeping and waking by the silkworm's rhythms. Feedings fall at early morning, noon, wu, shen hour, yu hour, 1st watch, 2nd watch after 2nd watch, the start of 4th watch and 5th watch. Each time, one waits until all the silkworms have awakened before laying down leaves, to prevent uneven development from degrading the batch. Day and night follow the same regimen. As the silkworms grow, their trays must be divided. Waste is cleared twice daily, once at early morning, once at shen hour. The silkworms are gently rolled by hand and transferred to fresh trays. The droppings are collected to fertilize mulberry dikes and feed pond fish. The gravest threat is disease. During silkworm sleep, raisers must constantly monitor the creature's color. In the 1st and 2nd sleep, when leaf consumption slows, any sign of incomplete molting, commonly called stricture tail, laway, or conditions resembling sandworm feet, green body feet, or sandskin feet during 1st sleep, requires immediate culling to prevent wasted leaves and labor. There is a disease known as black head, which often strikes after the great sleep, Mayan, and before cocooning. By then, remedies come too late. Raisers can only hope the silkworms manage to spin. Even if they do cocoon, the silk is thin. In severe cases, they fail entirely or rot and stink and must be discarded at once to prevent contagion. Another ailment, red bone, causes the silkworm's entire body to stiffen and die suddenly, though fortunately it does not spread on a large scale. Most maddening of all is an inexplicable disease that shows no early warning signs, striking only at harvest time and catching raisers completely off guard. End of chapter. Chapter 26:14. Mulberry Market. Guan Zongbao rose at the 5th watch to relieve his mother from feeding the silkworms. Only after completing the morning chores did he cook breakfast. The silkworm droppings he collected weren't destined for the fish ponds, not anymore. Last year, the local Master Zhu had begun purchasing silkworm feces in bulk for some patent medicine workshop, paying handsomely enough that farmers throughout the region now saved their droppings for sale. Fish feed had to be supplemented instead by harvesting wild grasses from the fields. At dawn, Huang Shi woke from her brief rest feeling somewhat restored. She ate a simple meal of pickled vegetables over rice, then joined her son while the morning air was still cool. Together, they carried sickles, hoes, and mulberry baskets to the garden for weeding. The pulled weeds would feed the grass carp in their pond, though this was never enough. Guan Zongbao also had to harvest water grass from the nearby marshes and shallows, piling it into green manure to supplement the fish. Morning dew still clung to the mulberry leaves. Feeding damp leaves to silkworms made them sick, so they had to wait until the moisture evaporated before picking. Once the early farm work was finished, mother and son began their harvest. The mulberry gardens of Jiujiang differed markedly from those in Jiangnan. Planting density depended on soil fertility. Fertile land allowed rows spaced 1 kai and 2 kun apart, while poorer soil required 1 kai and 5 or 6 kun. With spacing of 7 or 8 kai between rows, a single mu of Jiujiang mulberry land typically held 5 or 6,000 plants. By contrast, the arbor mulberry of the Yellow River's middle and lower reaches was planted at only 240 trees per mu, and Jiangnan's Lake mulberry at no more than 200, a stark difference. Guangdong mulberry trees could live 30 years or more. Those planted before the beginning of spring would yield leaves for the final 3 harvests of the year. Those planted in the first or second lunar month wouldn't produce until the following year. The most distinctive practice was cutting branches, yizhai, performed around the winter solstice each year. The planter would measure about an inch up from the root, then slice horizontally with a sickle in one swift stroke. A second cut was forbidden, as it would injure the tree. This timing coincided with the pond fish harvest, making it ideal for draining the ponds and spreading the nutrient-rich mud over the dikes. The pond silt fertilized the mulberry through winter and suppressed weed growth. However, if overwintering silkworm eggs needed to be supplied, growers maintained what was called the mulberry flower crop. Rather than cutting at the winter solstice, they let certain horizontal branches grow into what they called big tree tail. By late winter and early spring, these branches sprouted a few tender leaves, the mulberry flowers. Seed makers had to reserve these in advance with the growers. Due to the extremely low yield, mulberry flowers commanded premium prices. Since the branches were only cut after these leaves were picked, such trees couldn't supply the first silkworm crop of the season, only the second. Huangshi bent at the waist, gripping branch stems with her left hand while her right hand moved rapidly, pinching off leaves with practiced precision. The technique was delicate, too rough, and you'd damage the tree. The first crop was especially taxing. The new growth that sprouted after the winter cutting grew short and close to the ground, forcing pickers to stoop continuously. During the first 3 crops, while the weather remained cool, the tender leaves couldn't be stripped completely bare. 5 or 6 leaves had to remain on each branch. As she worked, Huangshi gathered the picked leaves and transferred them to the basket on her back. The basket was woven from bamboo, its open weave allowing air to circulate and prevent the leaves from fermenting in the heat. Guan Zongbao wiped the sweat from his brow. "Mother, when we've saved some silver this year, let's hire pickers for next season. Working ourselves to the bone like this, day and night, will collapse eventually." "It's not worth it," Huangshi shook her head. "From the second crop through the 7th, each jin of mulberry leaves costs 4 wen in labor. The first crop is even worse, 6 wen. It's not worth it. Better to save our money and find you a wife. Then we'll have an extra pair of hands at home." By the time they finished, the sun hung high overhead. Guan Zongbao hauled the morning's weeds back to compost, then loaded the mulberry leaves onto a shoulder pole and set off for the mulberry market, hoping to fetch a good price. "So many wretched mosquitoes. Next time I'm bringing a box of repellent tablets and smoking every last one of you to death." Zhao Henning swatted at the air with a local cattail leaf fan, trying to drive away the swarm hovering around her head. She silently thanked herself for heeding Zhang Zio's advice and packing long sleeves and trousers when leaving Guangzhou, dressing like the local village girls. After living in Lingao for so long, she had nearly forgotten how vicious rural mosquitoes could be. Li Yar had assigned her to investigate how the local sericulture industry operated. Zhao Henning had dragged Zhang Jiayu along under the pretext of needing a local guide. Li Yar, somewhat worried about safety, had also arranged for Liziern, the resident officer at Jiujiang police station, to accompany them. Jiujiang Great Market served as the town's commercial center, but the mulberry market wasn't located there. Instead, it operated at the village level. In sericulture regions, such markets were countless. Even tiny hamlets had one. The area was densely populated. Zhao Henning's group had traveled only 2 or 3 li south from the great market before arriving at Nanfeng village. Ring-shaped fish ponds surrounded the settlement, formed by excavating earth to build the dikes. They served an obvious defensive purpose, like a moat. Zhang Jiayu pointed towards several thatched shops clustered at the water's edge outside the village. Henning, this is what they call the Mulberry market. Zhao Henning's face fell. This is a market, 3 ramshackle thatched huts. Guangzhou's rural clans don't welcome outside merchants, Zhang Jiayu explained. Village traders go home after conducting their business. They don't need permanent shops. A few simple shelters are enough. Before they could get closer, the sound of 2 women hurling abuse at each other reached their ears. The first woman shrieked, "You shameless chicken thief! If you love chickens so much, why don't you become one yourself?" The Cantonese wordplay was unmistakable. Chicken also meant whore. The second woman shot back, "You're the chicken. Your whole family are chickens. You see anyone's hen and think it's yours. HMPH, stealing my chicken and still acting righteous. What proof do you have? Why was your chicken foraging in my mulberry garden then?" Villagers began gathering to watch. Someone attempted to mediate but made no headway. A hen represented considerable wealth in the countryside. Neither woman was willing to concede, much less admit to theft. Zhao Henning noticed Laziron watching the scene with obvious amusement. "You're a Senate cadre," she said. "Why are you standing there enjoying the show instead of resolving the dispute?" Laziron shrugged. "Miss Zhao, it's just a chicken. These petty squabbles happen constantly out here. You can't possibly manage them all. Besides, I don't speak their dialect. How would I even know whose chicken it is?" Zhao Henning rolled her eyes at him. After a moment's thought, she stepped forward and called out loudly, "Both of you aunties, please stop arguing." The 2 women, mid-tirade, were startled into silence by her sudden interruption. They stared at her, momentarily confused. Neither Zhang Jiayu nor Laziron had expected Zhao Henning to intervene. Before they could stop her, she pressed on. "What you're arguing about is who owns this chicken, but neither of you can prove it. I have a solution." The second woman looked her up and down. "Well, well, whose yellow-haired girl is this? Still wet behind the ears, and she wants to stick her nose in my business." The first woman, sensing an ally, spoke up. "Listen to her. A girl who sees injustice and speaks up. What's the matter, feeling guilty?" "Guilty of what? I've never been guilty of anything. She's an outsider meddling in village affairs." "An outsider is perfect. No connection to either of us, that's fair." Unable to argue the point, the second woman relented. "Fine, let's hear what brilliant idea she has." Zhao Henning asked, "Where do each of you live?" Both women pointed to their respective thatched cottages on the nearby Mulberry dike. Their homes weren't far apart. "Give me the chicken," Zhao Henning said. Not wanting to appear guilty, the second woman handed over the small hen without protest. Zhao Henning gripped it by the wings and led the crowd to a spot equidistant between the 2 cottages. "This chicken doesn't have anyone's name written on it, and neither of you can produce definitive proof of ownership. But the chicken knows where it belongs. This is the midpoint between your 2 homes. I'll release it here. Whichever nest it returns to, that's its owner." "Agreed." The first woman nodded eagerly. Her chicken would certainly run home. "Agreed. Yes, agreed." The second woman's heart sank. A chicken taken from someone else's house would naturally run back there. If this worked, she really would look like a thief. But she couldn't back down now. "Fine," she said stiffly. Seeing no objections, Zhao Henning released the hen. The moment its feet touched ground, it bolted toward the first woman's cottage in a flurry of feathers. The second woman scrambled for dignity. "My chickens all forage freely in the mulberry garden. Like some men never coming home. If it doesn't want to come home, so be it." And so the dispute was settled. With no more spectacle to watch, the onlookers drifted away to resume their work. Basking in the first woman's gratitude, Zhao Henning turned to Zhang Jiayu with a satisfied smile. "Well, handled beautifully, wouldn't you say? Clean and elegant. I'm genuinely impressed." Zhang Jiayu felt a twinge of shame. He had always fancied himself chivalrous, concerned with matters of justice and the greater good, not petty village squabbles. Yet here was Zhao Henning, resolving a dispute with such effortless grace. Laziron chimed in, "Miss Zhao truly is a top student of Fangkao Dai." Zhao Henning adopted Zhang Zio's tone. Grassroots Senate cadres must learn to immerse themselves in local communities, understand the people's concerns, and shine the Senate's light into every corner. Yes, yes, absolutely right, Miss Zhao. Laziron nodded vigorously. The mulberry market soon returned to its normal rhythm. Zhao Henning's group posed as farmers looking to buy mulberry leaves and struck up conversations with the villagers. In well-developed sericulture regions like Jiujiang, mulberry markets didn't follow the usual market day schedule. They operated continuously for more than 20 days per silkworm crop to ensure a steady supply of leaves. The land they occupied might belong to the village commons, a clan's shared property, an ancestral hall's sacrificial holdings, or temple grounds. Typically, merchants bid for operating rights annually or every few years, with the proceeds serving as ground rent. The largest of the thatched structures was a storage shed for mulberry leaves. Beside it stood a smaller room where transactions took place. Zhao Henning found her attention drawn to a young man in patched clothes. He was handsome despite being deeply tanned, though wounds and bruises marked his face. It was Guan Zongbao. End of chapter. Chapter 26:15. East Guangdong 8 silkworms. Zhao Henning approached him. "How much for mulberry leaves?" 7 mace of silver per dan, Guan Zongbao replied. She clicked her tongue. "Not cheap." Seeing her hesitation, Guan Zongbao offered an alternative. "That's the market price, sister. But if you're short on silver for turnover, you can take mulberry leaves on credit. Pay back after harvest plus 3% interest." Zhao Henning shook her head and stepped aside. Before long, other farmers arrived to negotiate with Guan Zongbao, each buying small quantities until his stock was depleted. The transactions took place in the trading room, where a public scale presided over all business. The scale master weighed goods after buyer and seller agreed on price, announcing the figures allowed for a clerk to calculate. This third-party confirmation ensured fair dealing. Upon completion, the clerk collected a small commission. The exact percentage varied from market to market. With his mulberry leaves sold, Guan Zongbao had intended to visit Jiujiang Great Market and find Australian officials to inquire about divorce proceedings. But the strange behavior of Zhao Henning's group caught his attention. Rural communities in ancient times were typically insular places. Though Jiujiang sat along a major thoroughfare with thriving commerce, the vast majority of villagers never ventured beyond 20 li of their birthplace in their entire lives. It remained an acquaintance society. People from villages within 10 miles knew each other by sight, if not by name. Yet these faces before him were strangers, asking questions about the mulberry market without any apparent intention to buy. They spoke Cantonese Mandarin well enough, but they were clearly not locals. Before long, someone recognized Laziron. After 2 years as the resident police officer of Jiujiang Great Market, most locals who frequented the area had seen him at least once. "Officer La, what brings you down to the countryside for patrol today?" "Ah, old Liu. Catching thieves, patrolling, maintaining order, that's my duty. The Senate has shown me great trust. I dare not slack off." Laziron lowered his voice. "Have any strangers been through the village recently?" "Rest assured, officer, if any strangers come through, I'll report it right away." Old Liu glanced at the unfamiliar pair behind Laziron. "These two don't look familiar, though. Relatives of yours?" Laziron seized the opening. "Yes, distant relatives. My cousin and her husband are thinking of opening a shop in the Great Market. I had some free time today, so I'm showing them around, seeing if there are any business opportunities." "Ah, Officer La's relatives. No wonder they look so distinguished, truly a pair of golden boy and jade girl." Old Liu's face creased with an obsequious smile. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, old Liu departed. The moment he was out of earshot, Zhao Henning pinched Laziron's back. "Who's your cousin? And who's my husband?" Her coquettish tone made Zhang Jiayu's expression remain carefully neutral even as his heart hammered in his chest. Laziron hastily begged for mercy, whispering, "Miss Zhao, I'm innocent. Chief Li specifically instructed me to adapt to circumstances and not expose your identities. Country folk gossip terribly. They can't keep secrets. Anything that happens spreads through the whole village in half a day. I was just adjusting to circumstances." Zhao Henning rolled her eyes at him. In truth, she felt a small flutter of pleasure, but she crossed her arms and said, "Fine. I'm too tired to argue with you." Guan Zongbao observed all of this quietly. Though Laziron and Zhao Henning had spoken softly, old Liu's greeting had confirmed the man was the great market's resident police officer. That was why he'd looked familiar. The other two unfamiliar faces were likely officials from Guangzhou. And the leader was obviously this young woman who could command such deference from a police officer. People said the Australians employed many female officials. Seeing it now, he knew the rumors were true. He approached Zhao Henning. "Little sister, I notice you keep asking questions but never buy any mulberry leaves. Are you looking to learn silkworm raising?" Zhao Henning answered smoothly. "That's right. I heard Jiujiang is the heartland of sericulture. The silkworms, silk, and fabrics here are unmatched anywhere else. I came hoping to learn, master the craft, and it's easier to find a good husband in the future." Guan Zongbao's gaze flicked toward Laziron. "This gentleman looks familiar. Someone just called him Officer La. I'm guessing he must be an official of the great market. Since you're his relative, why not come to my home? My mother is an expert in the silkworm industry. I'm sure she could answer your questions." Zhao Henning glanced at Zhang Jiayu, seeking his opinion. He gave a slight nod. They weren't far from the great market, and before leaving, the chief had issued Zhao Henning a hand cannon. With him and Laziron alongside her, the danger was minimal. "Mom, I'm back." Guan Zongbao set down his empty carrying pole and called into the house. "Look who I brought." She had just finished feeding mulberry leaves to the silkworms. She emerged at the sound of his voice to find two men and one woman following her son. The young woman looked about 15 or 16. Despite her simple attire, she was strikingly beautiful, whose family had the fortune to produce such a girl. Beside her stood a handsome young man with the bearing of a scholar. The other man provided sharp contrast, dark-skinned and lean, yet radiating an impression of power. "Who are these guests?" She asked, puzzled. Her son had said he was going to the great market. How had he returned so quickly? "Mom, this is Officer Le from the great market. I met him at the mulberry market. His relative wants to learn silkworm raising, so I brought them home." "Oh, Officer Le, please sit down, sit." She grew flustered. She had never dealt with officials in her life. She hurried inside and retrieved two small stools, nearly all the furniture her home possessed. Seeing there weren't enough seats, Laziron gave his to Zhao Henning and Zhang Jiayu, then settled himself on a medium-sized stone. She looked embarrassed. "Forgive us, officer. We don't have extra stools." Guan Zongbao fetched a few pottery bowls from inside, scooped cold water from the vat, and set out some dried fruits on the small table outside. "Our home is humble, no tea to offer. If you're thirsty, please have some cold water." Zhao Henning shook the marching canteen at her side. "Brother Guan, there's no need. We brought our own water." Laziron spoke up. "Auntie, this cousin of mine wants to learn Jiujiang's method of silkworm raising." She smiled. "This young lady looks clever at first glance. My little tricks won't take long to learn." Zhao Henning smiled back. "Auntie, where do you get your silkworm seeds?" "All local seeds. Sister truly has a discerning eye. Whether a silkworm crop succeeds or fails depends heavily on the seeds." She warmed to the subject. "The silk from different places has its own strengths and weaknesses. Pashan raw silk has long threads. Fabrics woven from Longjiang silk are excellent, but Longjiang buys all its silkworm seeds from Jiujiang. That's why they can reel such fine threads. It's not a difference in the women's skill, it's the watercolors." Watercolors meant the quality of silkworm seeds. Zhao Henning had considerable experience in this area, but she feigned ignorance. "Oh, do you keep your own seeds?" "Mostly not. We have specialized seed makers here who focus exclusively on producing silkworm seeds. Silkworm-raising households all buy from store families. Why not keep seeds yourself? Huangxi assumed she had never raised silkworms before and explained patiently. Little sister doesn't know. Raising silkworm flower, that's what we call seeds, requires different conditions than raising silkworms. There are two types of seed keeping. First is upper crop seeds for the lower crop. These are the main silkworm seeds for the year. Second is overyear seeds kept for use the following year. She continued, for first crop silkworms, families often keep their own seeds. If relatives and friends know someone raised a good crop, they come to book seeds in advance. We call this number paper. But for the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth crops, that's the domain of store families. The reason is that the water bathing method is difficult, and selecting good seeds is even harder. You need to check whether the silkworms suffered any diseases before using them for seeds. If they had various illnesses, the next crop will likely turn out poorly. That's why we have specialists called silkworm masters. Zhao Henning nodded inwardly. She knew the saying, East Guangdong ate silkworms. Within a single year, 8 crops of silkworms could be raised here, yields far exceeding the Jiangnan region. Every year from March to September, spanning pure brightness to frost descent, 6 crops could be raised, called regular crops. The 7th crop, raised in September and October, was called the cold crop. Before the regular crops came a special crop raised specifically to produce seeds for the rest of the year, called the silkworm seed crop. From what Huangxi described, first crop silkworms were generally raised from self-kept seeds rather than professionally produced ones. This suggested local sericulture's division of labor remained incomplete, with room for improved marketization. What's difficult about the water-bathing method? Zhao Henning asked. Huangxi settled into her explanation. My maiden family includes seed makers, so I understand a bit. After mother moths settle into the grid and lay eggs on silkworm paper, you place the paper in a seed-bathing wooden frame. The seed maker heats water, tests the temperature by hand, then pours it over the paper and covers the frame, moving it left and right, just like bathing. After repeating this 3 or 4 times, you hang the paper in a cool, ventilated place to dry slowly. She went on, after bathing, you inspect the seeds at weigh hour that same day. If the eggshells have turned light red, they're proper. Check again the second day, they should be shrimp meat red. The inspection methods differ for each following day. By Chen hour on the 8th day, all the silkworm babies will have emerged. Based on her experience, Zhao Henning recognized this as a high-temperature water bath method for screening silkworm seeds. In Jiangnan, they used a lime water bath instead. Such manual techniques relied heavily on the operator's experience, which was precisely why only professional seed makers could consistently produce quality seeds. They would seek out superior silkworm lines, discard diseased cocoons, and intentionally preserve excellent varieties for market. Households that kept seeds from their own silkworms risked uneven quality. One poor crop would affect the next, creating a cycle of declining yields. What's the difference between the two types of seed silkworms? Zhao Henning asked. The first crop raises big silkworms, also called big crop silkworms. They mature once a year. Small silkworms mature every month. We call them monthly rotation silkworms. For overyear seeds, you keep big crop seeds in early summer and monthly rotation seeds in July. After collection, just hang them between the half walls or seal them in dry bamboo tubes. No water bathing needed. They'll keep for a long time. Zhao Henning nodded. This was the current silkworm seed combination used in Guangzhou Prefecture. East Guangdong 8 silkworms didn't refer to a single variety maturing 8 times per year, but rather a combination of varieties managed as an annual system. The Yangjia 8 silkworms, recorded in Kimen Yeyashu, had been a variety combination comprising at least Ruenjin silkworm, Hanjin silkworm, and Ji silkworm. During the Jiujiang period, locals adopted combinations of 2 to 4 silkworm types. Only in the Wanli period did the new standard combination of big crop and monthly rotation seeds become fixed. End of chapter. Chapter 26:16. Seeing injustice on the road. Auntie, where can I buy silkworm papers nearby? There's the Jiujiang Great Market. Silkworm paper shops usually rent space there. Some seed vendors also carry their wares on shoulder poles or travel by boat, moving between the township markets to set up stalls and sell directly. I see. How many silkworm papers should one typically buy per crop? That depends on how many mulberry leaves your family's land can produce. Most people book more papers than they need, though. Young silkworm larvae don't eat much. If the yield looks unpromising, you can always discard the excess. But if demand for raw silk is high, you can buy additional mulberry leaves at the mulberry market rather than relying solely on your own trees. Booking extra papers also protects against total failure if floods or disease strike. After learning about silkworm seeds, Zhao Henning rose and asked, "Auntie, would it be convenient to see your silkworms?" Huangshi stood quickly. Of course. I only worry my humble home might offend your eyes." "What are you saying, Auntie? I come from a poor family myself." Lifting the door curtain, Zhao Henning found the silkworm rooms layout quite different from those in Jiangnan. Small windows had been cut into the mud walls, with additional holes at the corners, apparently for ventilation, though all were covered with thick paper and hemp cloth, likely to keep out flies and insects. Silkworm rooms were most vulnerable to high temperatures and humidity. The thatched roof would help with airflow and mud walls blocked moisture well enough, but the floor sat directly on the dike soil. During the rainy season, dampness would seep up easily. "Auntie, why not build a separate silkworm room?" Zhao Henning couldn't help asking. Huangshi's expression grew pained. "You jest, sister. We're far too poor to afford another building." Zhao Henning shook her head. Having humans and silkworms share the same room meant noise, excess human qi, and unsanitary conditions, all detrimental to the silkworm's health. "Forgive me for speaking plainly, Auntie. I've observed other families raising silkworms, and when they share living quarters, the silkworms fall ill more easily. You should find a way to build a separate room if you can." "You're right, sister. I'm hoping to raise a few more crops and save enough to hire someone to put up a thatched hut." "When will this crop go up the mountain?" "Go up the mountain? What does that mean?" "Cocooning." In Jiangnan, silkworms climbing onto their trays to spin cocoons was called going up the mountain. Huangshi clearly hadn't heard the term. "Ah, I understand. Tomorrow is the third sleep. That takes just one day. 3 days later comes another sleep, the Great Sleep, also lasting one day. 4 or 5 days after that they cocoon. We call it going up the tray, Shangbo." Zhao Henning was interested in the regional differences. "May I see your silkworm trays?" Huangshi led her to another room where a pile of rectangular bamboo implements sat stacked in the corner. The trays measured about 3 kai and 2 kun long, with bamboo strips forming a skeleton like lanes in a swimming pool. Atop this frame, thinner bamboo strips had been bent into oval shapes, each about 1 kun long and half a kun wide, creating small compartments for the silkworms to spin their cocoons. They were distinctly different from the straw dragons commonly used in Jiangnan. "Your trays are quite different from ours. Is there a particular reason?" "So you're from Jiangnan, that explains it." Huangshi nodded. "Jiujiang's climate is humid and muggy. These trays allow better ventilation and moisture control. Before the silkworms go up, we roast the trays over fire to burn off any remaining silk from the previous crop's cocoon extraction. Then, a day or two after they've cocooned, we perform cocoon baking, Beijian. We stand the trays opposite each other in an inverted V shape, like the character Chinese letter, spreading out about 20 sheets and wrapping them tightly with straw mats and thick paper. A small hole at the top corner lets the moisture escape. We place a fire basin between every 8 trays. After baking for about 1.5 double hours shichen, we flip the trays and bake them again. This kills all the pupae so we can safely collect the dried cocoons. The humid climate must make the baking necessary to prevent mold and rot, Zhao Henning observed. Of course, beyond this, baking also killed parasites like fly larvae that might attach to the pupae, fixing the cocoons in their optimal state for reeling. "You catch on quickly, sister." Huangshi smiled. The only trouble is the extra expense. How much does it cost? Every 6 sheets requires 3 jin of charcoal, about 2 fen of silver. To Zhao Henning this seemed trivial, but for poor farmers every extra li mattered. She let the topic go and asked, "Do you reel the silk yourselves after collecting the cocoons?" The question arose from memory. When Zhao Yingong had established his filature in Hangzhou, he'd struggled with cocoon acquisition. Silkworm farmers who had labored so hard were generally unwilling to sell their cocoons outright. The profit was too meager. In this medieval agricultural society, labor held little monetary value, and exchanging enormous effort for negligible cash was common. Jiangnan farmers typically produced their own silk for sale, creating a substantial cottage industry. Moreover, a silk cocoon guild monopolized what few cocoons were sold directly. Zhao Yingong couldn't purchase from farmers himself. He could only buy through the guild. After much deliberation, he decided to start from scratch, controlling cocoon production directly at the source through a small producer cooperative model similar to the Lizhu Agricultural Cooperative. "We do reel our own silk," Huangshi replied, looking curious. "Do people in Jiangnan actually sell cocoons directly? That seems foolish. Besides, no one here buys them anyway." Cocoon markets were products of the machine reeling industry. Without filatures creating massive demand, such markets couldn't form. Their revolutionary significance lay in separating silk reeling from sericulture entirely. The local silk industry must be less developed than Jiangnan's, Zhao Henning thought. No one collects scattered cocoons, a sign that the division of labor hasn't advanced enough. "Is raw silk selling well?" she asked. "Well enough. Local workshops and merchants buy it all." Zhao Henning found this strange. Since the Australians arrived, Frankish merchants have been increasing every year and overseas trade keeps growing. Hasn't demand for raw silk risen substantially? Not really, it's the same as always. But isn't there a saying? Guang yarn and gauze, new Lang silk, 5-thread, 8-thread, cloud satin and bright satin are prized in the capital and beyond the ridges, and in the eastern and western oceans. Someone even wrote a bamboo branch song. Foreign ships race to join the official merchants. Crossgate opens toward 2 oceans. 5-thread, 8-thread Guang satin sells well, silver money piles high in Heiapanfang. Huangshi was merely a rural woman whose travels had never extended beyond the Jiujiang Great Market. She knew nothing of such matters and could only say so. Zhao Henning shifted direction. "Is raw silk traded at the silk market?" "Naturally." Huangshi then described the local silk market. Jiujiang hadn't yet developed a specialized exchange. Similar to the Mulberry market, the silk market might consist of just 1 or 2 shops within existing marketplaces. These venues simply provided space for buyers and sellers to meet and negotiate, maintaining public scales and charging commission from both parties. Both the mulberry and silk markets also offered loans at roughly 2% monthly interest. When small farmers faced natural disasters or other crises and lacked the cash to continue production, they had no choice but to turn to these usurious rates. Seeing how destitute Huangshi and her son appeared, Zhao Henning couldn't help asking, "People say a family with 10 mu of mulberry land can feed 8 mouths raising silkworms. Why do you live in such poverty?" Huangshi let out a deep sigh, her face heavy with sorrow, but said nothing. Seeing his mother's silence, Guan Zongbao explained, "We also have a medicine jar in the family, someone who takes medicine year-round, never works a day, and spends all his time drinking and smoking. Years of savings were squandered long ago. If we weren't extremely frugal, my mother and I would have been reduced to slaves by now." Laziern, familiar with local conditions, added his own explanation for Zhao Henning. Jiujiang's prosperity rests on fish, mulberry, silkworm, and silk. Even gentry clans involve themselves in the trade. From spring to winter, there's always work to be done. Those with capital can make profits from fish and silkworms that compound like turning wheels. Those without can still cut grass and pick mulberries to survive. The only danger is extravagance. In other regions, once autumn and winter arrive, Grain goes into the barn and families pass the year in peace and plenty. But in Jiujiang, people worry about mulberry branch tail growing hard. If you don't save during the silk and mulberry season, you'll have nothing to see you through winter. Widows who support themselves through their own labor often have surplus funds precisely because they live frugally. Hence the proverb, widows have grain to sell. Unlike farmers who grew rice, those who worked the Mulberry Dike fish ponds produced not grain but commodities, fish, raw silk, and mulberry leaves. Unable to achieve self-sufficiency like rice farmers, they depended on the market to exchange their goods for food. This made their circumstances far more precarious. The business model required substantial capital investment and products had to be sold directly. When floods came, fish escaped and mulberry crops failed. Silkworms without mulberry leaves or struck by disease yielded nothing. A single failed crop could devastate the next season's production. Market fluctuations made stable lives impossible. And since what these farmers held after selling their products was currency rather than stored grain, they faced constant temptation from gambling and drink. To worry about mulberry branch tail growing hard meant fearing that heavy capital investment combined with careless spending would leave nothing for winter rice. Zhao Henning was puzzled. "Who is this medicine jar you mentioned?" she asked Guangdong. "Your wife or child?" "My father. Where is he? We haven't seen him." Huangshi's expression darkened. "He came by last night to make trouble, demanded one tael of silver claiming he needed it to do business in Guangzhou." Hearing this, Zhao Henning's face filled with sympathy. She sighed. "How pitiful! What kind of father behaves that way?" Guangzongbao seized the moment. "Sister, if it's possible, I'd like to ask Officer Le to seek justice for my mother." The sudden request caught Liziron off guard. He was just a minor resident police officer with no local roots, hardly in a position to meddle in domestic matters. He looked uncertainly toward Zhao Henning. "There's nothing I hate more than injustice," Zhao Henning declared without hesitation. "Whatever wrong has been done to you, Auntie, speak freely. If we can help, we will." She turned to Liziron and Zhang Jiayu, her meaning clear. End of chapter. Chapter 26:17. Drawing the sword to help, Liziron stood at attention, awaiting orders. Zhang Jiayu nodded. "My mother can't go on living with him anymore. She wants a divorce," Guangzongbao said, pulling Huangshi forward. "Mom, tell the officer everything." Huangshi hesitated, but under her son's repeated urging, she finally began to speak. As the words came, so did the tears. Years of bitterness had finally found an outlet, someone willing to listen. She poured out everything. How she had married into the Guan family, how her in-laws had bullied her, how her husband had squandered his youth on drinking and women, how he had tormented mother and son after falling ill, how he had destroyed their son's future by forcing him to drop out of school. Every grievance, every petty injustice accumulated over the years came spilling out. She rambled for nearly an hour. Zhao Henning found herself moved by Huangshi's anguish. She couldn't help but remember how her own birth parents had cruelly abandoned her by a bridge when she was young and sick, leaving her to fade away in the cold wind. Had Zhao Yinggong not found and saved her, her bones would have been gnawed clean by wild dogs long ago. Hearing Huangshi's story stirred that old pain, and tears of sympathy streamed down her cheeks. A handkerchief appeared before her. She took it and wiped her eyes before realizing it was Zhang Jiayu who had offered it. A flush of embarrassment crept over her. Guangzongbao fetched a towel to wipe his mother's face. Huangshi's voice came out hoarse. "I truly cannot bear to live with him any longer. If it were only my own suffering, I could endure it. But look at Bayar's face. These bruises, these purple marks. His father did this. He even bit his leg." She rolled up Guangzongbao's trouser leg. A red, swollen bite mark marred his calf, crusted with dried blood where a chunk of skin was missing. It was a gruesome sight. "Apply some medicine to that wound, young man. It could get seriously infected." Zhao Henning frowned and had Liziron fetch a small bottle of sulfanilamide powder for Guangzongbao. The pharmaceutical factory had developed superior silver sulfadiazine ointment, but she hadn't brought any this time. "Auntie, rest assured," Zhao Henning said. If you want a divorce, I will see it done. The Guan clan has too many members, too much power. No one has stood up for us in all these years. She dissolved into sobs. How could we possibly divorce? It's hopeless. Indignation flashed across Zhao Henning's face. Can their numbers stop bullets? I'd like to see just how tyrannical this clan really is. Zhang Jiayu's blood had also risen at Huang Shi's account. He felt a burning hatred for this Guan Yao. He had hesitated at first. Intervening in another family's domestic affairs seemed improper, but Zhao Henning's righteous determination stirred something in him. Auntie, take heart. Championing justice is our generation's duty. Family matter or not, we will make the Guan clan answer for this. Family matter, Zhao Henning scoffed. The moment it reaches the court, it becomes official business. It's just a divorce. I've seen plenty in Lingao. One of our own chiefs was divorced by his wife. Sister, are you from Lingao? Guan Zongbao asked. Since we're being honest, we're an inspection team accompanying the magistrate on his rural tour. Magistrate Zhang is my teacher. Zhao Henning's jaw tightened. This lady is determined to see your mother's case through. Both Guan Zongbao and Huang Shi stared in shock. They had assumed they were petitioning Officer Le, who stood nearby. They never imagined this delicate-looking young woman was the one in charge, and a student of the magistrate himself. Since ancient times, having a Qingshan Dale, a blue sky master, a just and upright official, had always mattered more than abstract notions of law. Huang Shi immediately pulled Guan Zongbao down to kneel, crying out, "Please, blue sky master, deliver justice for this common woman." Zhang Jiayu and Zhao Henning hurried to help them to their feet. Auntie, there's no need for such formality, Zhao Henning said. Under the Senate's rule, all people are equal. Here is what we'll do. Return home for now. In 3 days, come to the police station at Jiujiang Market. I'll have a clerk draft a divorce petition for you, and the case will be submitted to the circuit court. Whether Guan Yao is sick or well has no bearing on your right to divorce. Mother and son thanked them profusely and insisted they stay for lunch. Zhao Henning declined, citing other inspections to complete. Seeing their pitiful state, she pressed a half-yuan silver coin into their hands before departing. On the way back, Laziron's stomach let out a loud grumble. He laughed self-consciously. My stomach betrays me. Miss Zhao, shall we eat some rations under that tree before continuing? They settled cross-legged in the shade while Laziron distributed dry rations and water from his pack. After what they had witnessed, Zhang Jiayu found his admiration for Zhao Henning growing. I wouldn't have expected it, Henning. Though you're a woman, you have a true passion for justice. In truth, Zhao Henning's reaction to Huang Shi's story ran deeper than mere sympathy. The woman's suffering had awakened her own buried pain of abandonment. But that was a private ache, not something to share with outsiders. Instead, she simply said, HMPH, if I ever met such a man, if he dared lay a hand on me, I'd put a bullet in him. Laziron shuddered and nearly choked on his food. When this particular young lady spoke of shooting someone, she meant it. Best not to provoke her. Henning, why didn't you accept their invitation to lunch? Zhang Jiayu asked. We might have learned more. Before we left, the chief gave strict instructions not to eat food offered by strangers. Is it fear of poisoning? Those two hardly seemed like poisoners. Poisoning is a real concern. There's precedent for it. A work team in Lingao was once wiped out by villagers who poisoned their food. Zhao Henning paused. But there's another consideration, the safety of the food itself. Did you notice whether they had hot water in their home? Only well water. Zhang Jiayu looked puzzled. What's wrong with that? You need remedial lessons on parasites, Zhao Henning said. All agricultural areas use night soil as fertilizer. Human and livestock waste contains countless roundworm and hookworm eggs. Water sources become easily contaminated. Drink unboiled water and parasites follow. Did you notice anything unusual about Huang Shi and her son's complexions? Zhang Jiayu thought back. They looked sallow, that vegetable pallor. Poor folk who went hungry as often as they ate were typically malnourished, their skin tinged yellow and unhealthy. Zhao Henning shook her head. There's a disease common to Jiangnan and Jiujiang that locals call mulberry leaf yellow. Sufferers have withered, yellowed skin, constant fatigue, and swelling in the face and feet. When I was young, I thought it was simply normal for silkworm farming households. It was only after I reached Lingao and attended Teacher Zhang's biology class that I learned it's caused by parasites, hookworm disease. It's called mulberry leaf yellow because it's endemic to mulberry-growing regions. Mild cases bring unbearable itching, dizziness, anemia, occasional nausea. Severe cases lead to edema of the limbs or entire body, progressive weakness, and eventual loss of the ability to work, which is why it's also called lazy yellow disease. Infected pregnant women suffer miscarriages and stillbirths. Infected children suffer stunted development. The disease is rampant throughout Guangdong Prefecture as well. That's serious. Zhang Jiayu was taken aback. Though his family had been poor, as a scholar he had spent little time laboring in the fields. After passing his Ziyukai examination, he had devoted himself entirely to preparing for the imperial exams, learning little of what common workers endured. Thinking of his parents' years of toil, guilt welled up within him. Indeed. Why else do you think Guan Zongbao, a young man, and Huangshi together couldn't overpower his sickly father? Zhao Henning asked. So it was weaklings fighting each other, Laziron quipped. Zhang Jiayu sighed. Bai Leshan once wrote in Watching the Wheat Reaping, "What merit have I today, never having tended field or silkworm? 300 she my official salary, grain still left at year's end." Pondering this, I feel secret shame, unable to forget it all day long. I used to concern myself with the great affairs of the world while remaining blind to what lay before my eyes. As Lu Fengweng said, "What's learned from books remains shallow. True understanding demands personal experience." Only today do I begin to grasp this. I am ashamed. Zhang Jiayu's words suggested a man with genuine conscience. Zhao Henning felt her opinion of him rise, though she said, "The chiefs have good reason to look down on those stale scholars of the Ming Dynasty. Every one of them chants classical phrases, yet they can't tell one grain from another and have never done a day's honest work. They fill their bellies without sparing a thought for the suffering of others. Mere rice buckets, truly unworthy of the food they eat." Henning, is there a way to eliminate these parasites? Zhang Jiayu asked. Zhao Henning shook her head. Currently, no. We can only treat infections after they occur, but most farmers refuse to see doctors. They can't afford the expense. Even the cheapest medicine remained beyond reach for many in this era. When poor folk fell ill, they couldn't rely on physicians. They simply endured. Alas, Zhang Jiayu sighed. A long lament to hide these tears, mourning the hardships of the people's lives. In the long run, though, there is hope, Zhao Henning said, recalling something Zhang Ziyo had taught in class. Parasitic diseases like roundworm and hookworm spread primarily through night soil. The eggs enter the earth when feces are used as fertilizer. That's why proper composting is essential. The redding process kills most of the eggs. But many farmers, to save labor, either skip composting or don't let it mature long enough. So countless eggs persist in the soil. Anyone who works that soil risks infection. It's unavoidable. To eliminate parasitic disease at its source, we must develop our productive forces. When chemical fertilizer becomes abundant and cheap enough to replace night soil entirely, these diseases will finally fade into history. Productive forces again. Zhang Jiayu was struck by the insight. The Senate's theories connected so seamlessly to practical reality. Small wonder they had swept through the two Guangs in less than a decade. While cadres fanned out across the region to gather information, Zhang Ziyo was not idle. Medicine and hygiene were his expertise. He first took Hu Qing to inspect smallpox vaccination efforts at Jiujiang's vaccination bureau, then dispatched her to lead a team sampling parasite infection rates across the district. Afterward, he brought Tian Liang along to examine local education conditions. The epidemic threat in Guangdong had always weighed heavily on the hygiene department. Unlike Hainan, the mainland's population density was extreme. Any outbreak could prove devastating. The plague in Guangzhou had taught the Senate a harsh lesson. Now every county treated epidemic prevention and vaccination as matters of the highest priority. End of chapter. Chapter 26:18. Bargaining aside from plague, smallpox was the deadliest infectious disease of this era, so virulent it could even influence whether Manchu raiders would risk crossing through the passes. The Senate had accordingly made prevention a priority. From the earliest days of the Fubo Army's conquests, work teams established vaccination bureaus in major rural markets, using folk art performances and village theatricals to persuade locals to get inoculated. Results had been encouraging. Jiujiang sat astride major trade routes where merchants constantly passed through, making smallpox a frequent visitor. Locals had suffered bitterly from it. Fully a third of adults bore pockmarks on their faces. Hence the local proverb, "A child born is only half raised. Only after surviving smallpox is the count complete." In recent years, vaccination efforts had dramatically reduced infant mortality from the disease. Silk banners of gratitude already hung throughout the vaccination bureau, testament to the Senate's growing acceptance among the villagers. Education, however, told a different story. Beyond the government schools, scholars preparing for the Ming imperial examinations had always relied on private academies, sishu, and clan schools run by local families and lineages. With Confucian classics as their standardized curriculum, traditional teachers were plentiful, forming an educational industry of considerable scale. The Senate had abolished the imperial examinations and implemented modern education, but found itself trapped by resource shortages. New-style teachers were scarce, and schools even scarcer. Nanhai County, one of the most populous in the Pearl River Delta with hundreds of thousands of residents, had managed to build only a single national model school, in Dali. A culturally prosperous region like Jiujiang didn't even have one. This was tantamount to cutting off the future of the vast majority of scholars. Trouble would come sooner or later. The education department's position was pragmatic. Besides providing teacher support and funding to schools suitable for conversion into junior primary schools, the Senate would recognize the legitimacy of the countless existing private schools, sishu, and community schools, sheksu, just as they had initially done in Hainan. There would be no forced closures. Instead, they would promote cultural proficiency examinations. Anyone who passed the Level B cultural certificate would be certified as having junior primary school academic ability. Government-subsidized textbooks would be sold widely, encouraging these community schools to adopt them. Free short-term teacher training would be offered, providing new-style education instruction to private school teachers and aspiring educators, who would receive simple, normal school certificates. But these policies remained too complex for the local great clans. The abolition of imperial examinations had left them adrift. Without the examinations, how were scholars supposed to advance? Many nearby clans had therefore sought to invite Magistrate Zhang Ziao for extended stays, hoping to discuss their families' futures. After Zhang declined, the clan heads decided if the magistrate wouldn't come to them, they would come to him. They gathered at Jiujiang Great Market, ready to offer their counsel. In the marching tent, Zhang Ziao sat cross-legged on a camp chair, one hand wrapped around a large glass mug. Brown tea stains on the inner wall testified to long use. The words for the Senate and the people were printed on the outside. He blew across the surface, took a tentative sip to test the temperature, then clamped his teeth together to strain out the leaves and drain the cup. Unfortunately, 2 leaves still stuck to his front teeth. He picked them off with his fingers and flicked them back into the mug. The gentry watched in silence. No one dared complain, but all privately found it an affront to decorum. The pre-Ming Longjing tea from Hangzhou Station was Zhang Ziao's favorite. Cups had also been placed before the natives seated on either side. The visiting gentry were all elderly men, and letting them talk for half a day without offering a drink would have been inexcusable. Guanboi sipped his tea to moisten his throat, then spoke in Mandarin colored by a Cantonese accent, his voice slightly hoarse. "The parent official has excellent taste. This tea is fragrant and sweet, mellow and smooth on the throat. After drinking, one feels a great harmony qi lingering between the teeth and cheeks. This must be fine Westlake Longjing. The other gentry murmured agreement. Guan Boi was the current patriarch of the Guan clan's Shaimai Hall. His younger brother Guan Ji, a jinchi from the same examination year as Chen Zizhuang, had resigned his office and returned home, shutting his doors to all visitors. But for the clan's future, Guan Boi had dragged his aging body to Zhang Zio's tent. "This student is bold enough to plead on behalf of our young talents," he continued. "We hope the parent official will petition the court to restore the imperial examinations and select worthy men to serve the nation, so that the 10+ years of hard study by tens of thousands of Lingnan scholars will not have been in vain. The great Song Senate has returned to the divine land to reconstruct Huaxia and rescue the common people. Rest assured, the Senate's door stands open. We refuse no collaborators." Zhang Zio drew out the pause. "We simply require that everyone follow our rules." After the Senate had occupied the two Guangs, many had clung to hope, expecting the examinations would soon be restored. But 2 years had passed without a sign of it. Song Yue, patriarch of the Song clan, spoke carefully. "The parent official spares no effort upon taking office, traveling to the countryside to understand the people's circumstances, truly the fortune of our locality. The national dynasty runs new schools and implements new laws. The atmosphere is refreshed. We are all encouraged. However, this township is remote. Our young generations have no opportunity to study at the Nanhai National Model School or serve the national dynasty. We hope the parent official will convey our sincere hearts to the court. I understand your intentions. My visit here does include inspecting potential sites for new schools." Zhang Zio set down his glass mug. "However, 100 matters await revival, and expenses are needed everywhere. Training tens of thousands of troops costs 1,000 gold daily. The Guangzhou plague forced the city to close for months. The Senate, sympathizing with the people's suffering, not only collects minimal taxes but exempts many small merchants entirely. Last year brought severe drought in spring and summer, then heavy snow at year's end. The Senate opened the granaries for disaster relief. Take this very vaccination bureau. Inoculations are provided free, without a single coin charged. Though the Senate possesses all within the 4 seas, it cannot conjure silver from thin air. Whether this school gets built depends on the sincerity of everyone present. Since ancient times, the wise concealed their wealth. At the mention of silver, the gentry naturally began pleading poverty." Zheng Xingxiang, patriarch of the Zheng clan, spoke in a trembling voice. "Parent official, please understand. To this student's knowledge, our township has roughly 700 some ching of land. Tax per mu of field is 3 sheng land, 2 sheng. Ponds and monk summer, Sengzia, 5 sheng each. In the 10th year of Wanli, Magistrate Zhou Wenqing came down to survey and measure the fields. His bowman, Gongshu, reported that our ponds and lands were interwoven like embroidery, impossible to distinguish precisely. Zhou then implemented the mixed measurement, Hunjiang method. Later, the whole county showed a deficit of 1,828 qing. Each mu was assessed an additional fake tax of 1 fen 6 li 4 hao, called the fixed bow, ding gong. Jiujiang petitioned for exemption on grounds of mixed measurement. Public outcry mounted, but we never obtained relief. All forts suffered the surcharge of 1 fen 6 li 4 hao together, and on top of that, our township additionally bore the burden of having 2 sheng lands taxed as 5 sheng ponds. Wei Bifu had already told Zhang Zio about the fixed bow fake tax, but Zhang hadn't expected Jiujiang to have this additional mixed measurement story. He waved Huang Ziyan over and asked quietly, "What is this mixed measurement method they're talking about?" Huang Ziyan leaned close and explained in a low voice. When Zhou Wenqing surveyed the fields during the Wanli period, he found Jiujiang's ponds and farmland too difficult to distinguish, so he simply taxed everything as ponds. Fields and lands that weren't actually ponds became ponds on the fish scale book. The tax rate for ponds is far higher than for fields. Ah, Zhang Ziao nodded and turned back to the gentry. The fixed bow fake tax is indeed unreasonable. That's accumulated abuse from the previous dynasty. Cooperate with the Senate in resurveying the fields, and you'll pay taxes based on actual holdings. As for mixed measurement, however, 50 years have passed. In the Wanli era, this area may have had ponds and farmland interwoven like embroidery, difficult to tell apart. Now I see Jiujiang is 80% fish ponds, 20% fields. The name has become the reality. This transformation from the Wanli period to the late Ming showed that Jiujiang's fish-raising ponds had expanded at tremendous speed, stimulated, of course, by Zhou Wenking's survey policies. If landowners hadn't converted their fields into higher-yielding Mulberry Dike fish ponds, they would have faced crippling tax burdens or outright losses. Zhang Ziao had also observed during his inspection that late Ming Jiujiang showed no trend of Mulberry Dike ponds replacing fruit dike ponds. The core challenge facing dike pond agriculture at this time remained the development of low-lying areas and the fish farming industry itself. Crops like mulberry, fruit trees, and rice were all expanding rather than displacing one another. And whenever raw land development was involved, the efficiency of small farmers fell far short of organized groups like clans or agricultural reclamation battalions. Seeing the gentry fall silent, Zhang Ziao continued, "Rest assured, the Senate doesn't engage in zero-sum games. Making the cake bigger is our way. Follow the Senate faithfully, and you won't suffer for it." This string of novel terms left the old men bewildered. Huang Ziyan had previously discussed such concepts with Zhang Jiayu, so he stepped forward to explain. Magistrate Zhang means that the Great Song Senate possesses various advanced technologies. So long as you hold sincere hearts toward Great Song, the Senate can help you grow more grain, raise more fish, and produce finer cocoons. What you invest today will yield tomorrow's harvest. Guanboi said, "This student is unworthy but willing to listen with all attention. Old Master Guan, is the fish flower trade in this township managed mainly by your clansmen?" Zhang Ziao flicked open a folding fan with one hand and fanned himself a few times. The pure white face bore no ink painting or poetry, only a few plain characters. Air conditioning is better. Guanboi wasn't sure what Zhang Ziao was driving at. He answered cautiously, "Indeed it is. After Huang Ziyang's rebellion in the previous dynasty, the Dan boat people fled entirely. The West Sea fish tax had nowhere to settle, so it fell upon our township's villagers. The rationed silver all comes from the West Sea fish flower trade. My clan has strict family traditions. Successive generations have always prioritized completing tax and grain payments first. Since the national dynasty changed the mandate, we haven't delayed or owed anything." Zhang Ziao asked again. "Then do you know how many fish flowers Jiujiang catches each year?" Guanboi said. "Like stars filling the sky, uncountable." "Wrong." Zhang Ziao snapped the fan shut and tapped it against his palm, the corners of his mouth rising. "There are 150,000 mu of ponds in Nanhai County. Calculating based on stocking 1,200 fry per mu, roughly 180 million fish flowers are needed. Not all of those 150,000 mu are Mulberry Dike ponds. There are still many sky-gazing ponds and wild ponds with lower stocking rates. But Jiujiang's fish flowers are traded as far as Fujian, Guangdong, and even Huguang. Accounting for all that, this township's annual fish flower production should be no less than 200 million taels. Factoring in losses during catching, transport, and farming, the annual catch should exceed 300 million taels." He paused. "Is there any error in what this county has said?" End of chapter. Chapter 26:19. Coercion and Inducement. The gentry hadn't expected Zhang Ziao to estimate Jiujiang's fish fry production with such precision, and they exchanged startled glances. Guanboi recovered first. "Your honor possesses keen insight. This humble scholar is most impressed. Then tell me, do you know how many fish fry the West River can produce annually?" Zhang Ziao pressed. "I do not." 12 billion. In truth, during the decade following New China's founding, before artificial breeding technology was developed, the Guangdong section of the West River yielded roughly 5 billion fish fry per year, with another 7 billion from the Guangxi section. But under the backward conditions of the late Ming, catching 300 or 400 million fry annually was already a considerable achievement. Though the gentry had no idea how Zhang Ziao had arrived at such a figure for the West River's total yield, his accurate assessment of their township's annual catch lent his words considerable weight. Sangyuan spoke up. While the West River may produce many fish fry each year, the catching depends entirely on the fishery masters reading the weather. It would be difficult to increase production beyond current levels. Zhang Ziao adopted the cadence of classical speech. The taking of fish fry occurs from the 3rd to the 8th month. At sunset, one observes the lightning. If the lightning legs appear high in a certain direction, then one knows no rain will fall there and those waters will not rise. If the lightning legs appear low, then rain approaches and those waters will rise. When waters rise, certain fish fry arrive. Those from Liu, Qing, and Yue take 3 zun or 2 zun, those from Nanning 2 zun or 1.5. He paused. I also know that from Wuzhou downstream to Jiujiang, the flood season begins early and ends late. The proportion of bighead and silver carp, which Jiujiang villagers favor, runs higher here than in other tributaries. Silver carp accounts for roughly 5 to 10%, bighead carp 1 to 10%. That this Australian magistrate understood their township's fish fry harvesting methods so intimately left the gentry unsettled. Zhu Bolian, patriarch of the Zhu clan, said carefully, "Since your honor understands how we catch and load fish fry, surely you recognize that this township's livelihood depends on heaven's providence." "Ah, yes, relying on heaven to eat." Zhang Ziao raised his fan to point at the tent ceiling. "But now the great Song Senate is heaven. Jiujiang villagers know how to catch fish fry, but do you truly believe Zheyaking and Fengchuan cannot learn the same skills?" Many in the room felt a chill run through them. Jiujiang Township's monopoly on fish fry catching rights ultimately rested on government policy, not some irreplaceable natural advantage. Zhang Ziao's words struck at their most vulnerable point. He might as well have written threat across his forehead. The atmosphere in the tent grew cold. Huang Ziyan recognized that both sides were testing each other's limits and chose not to intervene. After a lengthy silence, Zhang Ziao judged the moment right and spoke again, his tone relaxed. "Gentlemen, it is not this county's intention to bully its elders. I have a business proposition for you today. I wonder if those present might be willing to give me face." Guanboi responded promptly. "If your honor offers us a path forward, we will naturally support it with all our strength. I intend to propose to the Guangdong region that we identify a suitable location to establish a national freshwater fish artificial breeding base." Artificial breeding? The gentry stared at him in disbelief. Since time immemorial, fish had been caught from rivers, lakes, and seas. Even fish fry were gifts from nature. No one had ever heard of breeding them artificially. Zhang Ziao's expression turned knowing. "Have you noticed that some fish fry purchased last year did not originate in Jiujiang?" "We heard rumors to that effect." "Precisely. Those fry were a test batch produced by the Senate during our technical development work in Lingao." A note of pride entered his voice. The process required fish pituitary hormones to stimulate parent fish ovulation, and he had personally handled the extraction and preservation techniques. Artificial breeding means exactly what it sounds like. In the future, all fish fry will come from breeding farms, no more catching them from rivers. Within 2 years of establishing the base, fish fry production will increase at least tenfold over your current catch. Within 10 years, 100-fold. The prospect of foreign fish fry made the gentry uneasy, though this new magistrate certainly had grand ambitions, claiming production could increase 10 or even 100-fold. What they didn't know was that after China cracked freshwater fish artificial breeding technology in the 1960s, Jiujiang had reached 70 billion fry by the 1970s. to say nothing of the 500 billion scale achieved before the Senate's transmigration. But the North is plagued by natural disasters and war, one of them said. How could such increased production find buyers? Are you suggesting you lack confidence in how long the Senate's red flag will fly? Zhang Zio's words carried an edge of contempt. We wouldn't dare. Nothing of the sort. Then you need not worry about sales. Within 10 years, the Senate will sweep across the realm. Wherever the Fubo army marches, Senate fish fry will follow. Wherever there are fish ponds, there will be artificially bred fish. We will reach even Borneo across the distant seas. In Zhang Zio's vision, Jiujiang would become the fish fry breeding center for the entire nation, and eventually all of Southeast Asia, just as it had in the original timeline. There is more, Zhang Zio continued, rising from his seat and fanning himself. Senator Li, who travels with me, also plans to establish a sericulture improvement and promotion base. We aim to fully develop the Pearl River Delta's natural advantages and integrate local raw silk into the international trade system. I trust you understand what this means. Li Yayar was out inspecting today, so Zhang Zio spoke on her behalf regarding the silk industry. Sericulture improvement. Those present surely know that silk is one of Guangzhou Prefecture's major industries. Yue satin and Yue yarn are famous throughout the region and sell well overseas. Yet it is a pity, truly a pity. The quality of Yue satin is dense and even its colors bright and lustrous. However, it must be woven with Wu silk from Jiangnan. When woven with local silk, it turns dull and lifeless, the colors muted. Such fabric sells only within Guangdong's borders. Distant merchants will not take it. Zheng Xingxiang nodded. Your Honor truly knows our local products inside and out. You are correct. Fabric woven with native silk is called silk yarn cheap stuff. Fashion yarn is also woven with native silk into patterns, all using printing blocks. Raw silk splits easily, cooked silk fuzzes. Both Jiujiang and Longjiang cocoons are inferior. It was precisely this problem with local silkworm breeds that made Guangdong silk far inferior to Jiangnan's. Famous local silk workshops had no choice but to purchase lake silk as raw material for Yue satin and Yue yarn. The renowned Xiangyun Sha, Gambeard Canton gauze, wouldn't be invented until the early Republic era, when villagers from Minnal village in Zakia would improve the loom by applying small jacquard and manual flower-pulling methods to create a new openwork variety. That would come more than 40 years after Chen Qiyuan opened the first machine filature. The reason Chen Qiyuan's filature eventually captured part of the international market was entirely due to selective cocoon purchasing, sending high-quality cocoons to machine filatures for processing through superior technical means, thereby strengthening competitiveness abroad. Inferior cocoons were sold to operators of foot tread and hand reeling machines, whose products entered the local weaving industry. From a regional perspective, silkworm and mulberry quality remained unchanged, so cocoon quality saw no real improvement. This was the true state of modern Yue silk development. In other words, without machine filatures, Guangdong native silk could never attract the interest of either Eastern or Western merchants. Before the Daeguang era, international trade provided little stimulus to the Pearl River Delta's sericulture industry. Zhang Zio continued, fish, silkworms, mulberry, your family's livelihoods are tied to all of these. To accomplish this great undertaking, we must also build a new-style primary school and an agricultural technical school as support. Had ordinary folk heard this, they would have wept with joy and kowtowed in gratitude. But these Ming Dynasty operators had far too many calculations running behind their eyes. Their unspoken question in modern terms was simple. What's the price? Guan Boi rose. Your Honor's consideration is thorough. You are truly a father to our people. How might we repay such generosity? Repayment is unnecessary, but as I said, you must follow our rules. We are eager to hear the details. All relevant industries must be organized as companies. Whether the fish fry breeding company, the silkworm seed company, or the schools, the Senate will provide personnel and technology. Those present who wish to participate will contribute ponds, land, and capital. Each clan will undergo corporate transformation, using clan property as startup capital. After deducting funds needed for expanded reproduction, profits will be distributed as dividends according to shareholding. Given that clan property belongs to the entire clan, it follows that all adult males should reasonably hold shares. Company operations must comply with Great Song Company law regulations. Accounts will follow new accounting standards. The Finance and Taxation Bureau will conduct regular audits. Zhang Ziao laid out the Senate's requirements for clan corporate transformation. When it came to schemes and intrigues, these modern transmigrators were no match for the gentry, and the Senate disdained such games anyway. With overwhelming military force at their backs, they could afford to play with open cards and employ open stratagems. Each revelation proved more shocking than the last. The gentry found themselves caught between hope and anxiety, pleased that Magistrate Zhang seemed to harbor special affection for Jiujiang, but troubled by the phrase, "follow our rules." Might we be permitted to return home and discuss with our clansmen before giving our answer? Guanboi asked. The flood of information left them overwhelmed. The proposed changes were simply too momentous, nothing short of earth-shaking. Others followed suit, requesting time to consult their clans. Though they led their respective families, they could not dispose of clan property at will. Very well. You have 3 days. After that, we proceed to Longjiang and Longshan. Zhang Ziao's ready agreement carried an implicit warning. Gentry elsewhere were already waiting to board the Senate's ship. Granting them this opportunity for clan reform was giving them face. If they refused what was offered, the Senate had plenty of ways to deal with them. The gentry understood the message. They had all heard, to varying degrees, that clans in Xiangshan had already undergone this so-called corporate reform and were being publicized everywhere by the Australians as model examples. If they refused, this tremendous opportunity would likely fall elsewhere. Rest assured, Your Honor, you will have our answer within 3 days. As for the advancement path for scholars that you raised, the Senate has given this matter considerable thought. Soon the Nanhai County Educational Inspector will visit to explain our education policies. You may ask questions and speak freely then. Zhang Ziao paused. I should mention, however, that the Great Ming's imperial examinations will no longer exist in the future. End of chapter. Chapter 26:20. Reporting at dusk, the cadres who had been out conducting inspections returned to camp one by one. After days of visiting villages throughout the region, each had accumulated substantial first-hand information. They gathered every evening for these meetings, sitting beneath the glow of lead-acid battery-powered lamps as the cadres reported on their assigned areas. Zhang Ziao and Li Yar listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with questions. Chen Wuren delivered his report. Flooding is a constant threat here. When the Enclosure dikes breach, the worst cases bring drowning deaths, collapsed houses, and ruined crops. The fish ponds suffer tremendously as well. Calculating the costs per pond, from draining the old water and refilling with fresh in the first month, to preparing the water for fish, to providing grass and manure over 5 or 6 months, each pond requires an investment of 10 gold. When floods hit, countless fish escape. Other goods swept away are equally impossible to account for. After a breach, rescue efforts must begin within 10 days at most. Those with access to public funds should spare no expense in repairing the dikes. Those without must levy contributions from property owners based on their means. The priority is ensuring late rice gets planted. Once the mulberry shoots sprout new leaves, sericulture can resume. Ponds that still produce fish can be restocked. What's lost at sunrise may yet be recovered at sunset. But if construction is delayed beyond 10 days, the floodwaters from the previous disaster barely recede before the next wave rises. As he listened, Zhang Ziao quickly jotted a note. Water conservancy is the most critical work for developing Sangyuan Enclosure. The various enclosure directorates lack unified coordination, An agency for centralized management should be established, including shunned. Any other matters worth noting? Zhang Ziao asked. Chen Wuren considered for a moment. Now that you mention it, there is one thing. Many fish farmers have complained that fertilizer has become particularly scarce these past 2 years. Oh, what's causing it? Apparently, the Zhu clan has opened some kind of patent medicine shop and has been buying up silkworm feces, Kensha, in large quantities. They're using it to refine medicinal ingredients. They're offering such high prices that many silkworm households have sold their silkworm feces to them instead, leaving the fish ponds short of fertilizer. Silkworm feces. Zhang Ziao stroked his mustache thoughtfully. Seeing his prolonged silence, Li Yar asked, "Is there a problem?" "It is a genuine Chinese medicinal material," Zhang Ziao said. The Compendium of Materia Medica records that silkworm feces can treat diabetes, Ziao Qi, as well as women's uterine bleeding and headaches. It's also used to dispel wind and eliminate dampness. Other ancient medical texts have similar entries. From a modern medicine perspective, the main component extracted from silkworm feces is sodium iron chlorophyllin, which is used to treat iron deficiency anemia. It's just what? Li Yar's curiosity was piqued. No matter how useful this medicine is, there's no legitimate reason to acquire it in quantities large enough to create a fertilizer shortage for local fish farmers, Zhang Ziao said. Silkworm feces as a medicinal ingredient simply didn't have the universal application of something like licorice. Its uses were limited. Even accounting for a full year's consumption across all of Guangzhou Prefecture, demand probably wouldn't exceed a few hundred jin. How could that possibly explain such a strange scarcity in the market? Something fishy, Li Yar asked. I can't say for certain. It just feels wrong somehow. With the information available, Zhang Ziao couldn't pinpoint the reason. But speaking of fertilizer shortages alone, once our artificial breeding base is operational and fish fry production doubles, relying on farmyard manure won't be remotely sufficient. No matter how efficient the Mulberry Dike fish pond system is, it can't create nutrients from thin air. The material inputs of the entire system are fixed. Without supplemental fertilizer, yields simply cannot increase. Our chemical fertilizer technology hasn't achieved a breakthrough yet, so fertilizer scarcity will remain a serious problem for the foreseeable future. Then what are you going to do? You're the one who made those grand promises, Li Yar said with a mischievous smile. Rest assured, elder sister, when I make promises I deliver, Zhang Ziao replied. Champo Fei's Eye, the project Shichayu has been tirelessly working on, went into production 2 years ago. Using the Shichayu sulfuric acid method to recover brown coal tail gas, we can produce 10,000 tons of ammonium sulfate annually. If you and I put in the work, make the rounds, and advocate hard enough, we can secure half of Champo Fei's Eye's fertilizer quota specifically for Jiujiang. Good steel should be used where the blade needs sharpening. That's sensible. Industry has to consider return on investment. Fertilizer should naturally go to agricultural sectors with the highest returns. Li Yar agreed with his reasoning. Even so, this amount won't last long, Zhang Ziao sighed. Shichayu originally planned to launch Champo Fei's II with 40 furnaces. Tail gas recovery alone could produce anywhere from 50 to 100,000 tons of ammonium sulfate annually, with 8,000 tons of gasoline capacity as a byproduct. But now with Brunei Petroleum competition in the picture, I'm afraid the project is hanging by a thread. Aren't you a diehard member of the Southward faction? Pursuing petroleum isn't wrong, but waiting for the petrochemical industry to produce fertilizer. Who knows what year that'll be? Better to place our hopes on Chen Huan and the others to get self-produced synthetic ammonia devices working soon. As he spoke, Zhang Ziao had drifted off topic. Hey, stop rambling, keep the meeting focused, Li Yar reminded him. Right, back to the main topic. He paused. Actually, if any other family were doing this silkworm feces business, I probably wouldn't think twice about it. But the Zhu clan is different. they're Chen Zizhuang's maternal relatives. Zhang Ziao thought it over but remained uneasy. He turned to Mo Yu. Old Mo, keep an eye on this. Find out what exactly the Zhu clan is playing at. Report to me immediately if anything comes up. Next came Zhao Henning's inspection report, examining the lives of silkworm farmers in detail. Except for the intensive period when the silkworms mature, there is generally 1 to 2 weeks of leisure time after each crop's rearing work is completed and during the young silkworm stage. Many farmers use this window to take on outside labor jobs. After harvest, besides tending to their fields and gardens, they can pick up additional work to cover household expenses. The result of toiling from dawn to dusk, while not quite enough to cover their expenditure deficit, comes close. By borrowing where they can and being strictly frugal, they barely manage taxes and levies. Beyond this, they have no better options. Mulberry dike fish ponds do generate more wealth than rice cultivation and can provide farmers with a somewhat more comfortable life. However, because commercial agriculture demands high initial investment and carries enormous risks, farmers have almost no means of protecting themselves from disaster. This means they may work hard all year only to end up in utter poverty regardless. Not bad. Henning is making real progress, Zhang Ziao said after listening to the report. Zhao Henning beamed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Distinguished teachers produce outstanding students. It's all thanks to my 2 mentors' guidance. Li Yar said, the degree of commercialization in Jiujiang farmers' lives is already quite high by current standards. Their quality of life is better than farmers elsewhere. But the wealth gap appears severe, and social tensions are clearly significant. Henning, did you manage to collect precise data on silkworm farmers' income and expenditures? Accurate data was extremely difficult to obtain. Silkworm farmers don't keep account books, and they often can't recall their yearly income and expenses. Their estimates tend to be rough guesses at best. We had to immerse ourselves in their daily lives, estimating on their behalf based on what we observed, then verify whether our calculations held up. Did you encounter any unusual situations? Li Yar asked. Yes, I was just about to mention one. Seeing Li Yar's interest, Zhao Henning seized the opening. We met a mother and son whose circumstances were particularly wretched. I truly felt that her life had lost all meaning. Her only wish now is to divorce that good-for-nothing husband of hers. I believe we absolutely must intervene in this matter. She then described the experiences of Huang Shi and her son in vivid detail, painting a picture so tragic that listeners could hardly hold back their grief. Li Yar couldn't help but exclaim, how can such a father exist in this world? Zhang Ziao said, among 100 people, you'll find every shade of character. When the forest grows large enough, all kinds of birds take roost. Huang Shi and her son's plight stirred Chen Wuren's memory. He cut in, chiefs, have you ever heard of eating the extinct household, Kai Juhu? As someone born in the 1980s, Zhang Ziao was no stranger to rural life. The so-called eating the extinct household referred to what happened when a family's male head died without leaving other male heirs. Relatives, usually from the same clan, would descend upon the household to carve up its property, not even sparing everyday necessities like pots and bowls. In another variation, they would force the widow to host continuous banquets until the family was completely impoverished and ruined. Once the property was stripped bare, these same relatives would torment the orphan and widow in every way imaginable, eventually driving them from their home. Some widows had no choice but to resort to prostitution. This practice of eating the extinct household had proliferated since the mid to late Ming Dynasty. Even the celebrated courtesan poet Liu Rushi had failed to escape it. After Qian Qianese death, members of the Qian clan gathered to seize the family property. To protect what her husband had left behind, Liu Rushi wrote a final testament and hanged herself. Thus a legendary romantic and literary beauty met her tragic end, merely 2 months after Qian Qianese had passed. You're saying someone is eating the extinct household of Guan Yao's family? Zhang Ziao asked. Though Guan Yao is still alive based on the actual situation, it amounts to the same thing, Chen Wuren said. According to Miss Zhao's account, Guan Yao has been ill for 10 years. Everyone assumes his days are numbered, including himself. To pay for treatment, his family property was essentially sold off at low prices to relatives from the same clan. As the proverb goes, the poor don't last long with sons, the rich don't last long without. Guan Yao has only a single son. When Guan Zongbao was young, whether he would even survive to adulthood was uncertain. Someone, heaven knows who, fed Guan Yao some honeyed words and convinced him to pull his young son out of school to come home and raise fish. Whoever came up with that plan must have been hoping the boy would also die young. A walking medicine jar like Guan Yao would normally last 5 or 6 years at